Chapter 5001, A Brand New Dawn Contest in Comments 5001. A Brand New Dawn Contest in Comments. Vess was happy for helping his mother regain her complete form. He had given her the bones she needed to permanently heal the deep soul injury that had caused her to remain stuck in a dying state all of this time. Yet before he could join his mother and sister to celebrate this happy occasion, an event began to unfold in an entirely different galaxy that completely ruined his mood. Vess could no longer express care for everything that had happened to his mother today, because his real human self had come under great threat at this time. Back in the Red Ocean, Vess stood up from his office chair and looked out of the window of his royal mansion. Although he couldn't quite see it, the face water in his blood allowed him to feel that the fabric of space all around him had begun to shake in a minute fashion. This was not concerning by itself, but the problem was that it was happening everywhere. The entire city, the entire planet, and most probably the entire star system became affected by an enormous spatial disturbance that originated from far away. As he narrowed his eyes and tried his best to attune his senses, he could not figure out where the disturbances came from, only that it was powerful enough to affect entire regions of space. Alarms began to ring throughout the city. "Sir!" Nida broke her characteristic silence and stomped forward with her armored form. "The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance have issued a joint priority declaration. They have both imposed the highest state of emergency in the Red Ocean and the second highest state of emergency in the Milky Way." "What does that mean?" His chief bodyguard paused for a brief moment in order to look up additional information. "Sir, from now on, every human must unquestionably obey the instructions of the Big Two without hesitation. Any sign of disobedience is an immediate cause for termination." Vess widened his eyes. If the events unfolding in the Red Ocean had deteriorated to this point, then the crisis hatched by the aliens truly posed a humongous threat to all of the human colonies in this dwarf galaxy. What have the Big Two instructed us to do?" Vess asked in a voice that betrayed his fear. "The MTA and CFA have only issued a single global instruction to every human in the Red Ocean. They have told us to cease all non-essential work, suspend all travel if possible, and flee to the nearest shelter that can be completely enclosed and has a sufficient supply of food and water." "Anything else?" "No, sir, that is the only order that the Mechers and Fleeters have issued to us. They require nothing further of us. What is happening, beyond our power, we cannot make any difference. The best we can do is to stay out of the way to the few that can do so. The last thing we should do is to become a source of trouble and abuse the state of emergency." Despair welled up in his mind. Even though he recognized the truth in this statement, it depressed him to an enormous degree that, for all of his growth, he still hadn't come close to reaching the level where he could protect himself from every threat. Whatever galaxy-wide threat the aliens had just hatched, it was of such great magnitude that perhaps not even the Big Two could resolve. After all, humanity had only conquered a small portion of the dwarf galaxy. Much of the Red Ocean, including its resource-rich galactic center, remained firmly in the hands of the major alien races. Vess closed his eyes and took a deep breath before he firmed his resolve. "This is no time to fool around. Let us obey the directive of the Big Two and ride out this storm." He first summoned the unending regalia from the Vault of Eternity. He planned to upgrade it yet again so that it could allow him to put up a much better fight than the last time he ended up in enemy territory. But his other projects had occupied too much of his time. Still, the unending regalia was not weak by any means. Vess instantly felt a lot more secure now that he wore his personal suit of combat armor. Once he made sure he adopted a martial demeanor, he activated an emergency command of his own that enabled him to transmit a high-priority emergency message that could reach his entire clan. "Larkinsons," Vess spoke with a stern expression. "You should have all heard about the state of emergency declared by the Big Two. I have no more answers than any of you, but that is not important. A dangerous change is about to sweep the dwarf galaxy, and since we are currently in it, we will all be affected by what the aliens are planning to do. There is no escape. We do not have the time to evacuate back to the Milky Way, and doing so will violate the direct orders issued from above. His words dispelled any notion about pulling out of Davute and flying all the way back to Bridgehead 1 to squeeze through the greater Bay Yonder Gate. "Stay strong, clansmen," Vess continued. "This is no time for our clan to be at our worst. Do your part in presenting the best of ourselves." "I am echoing the orders issued by the Big Two. One, implore all of you to flee to the nearest shelter, preferably the ones built by our clan underneath the cat nest. If you are stationed on any of our ships in space, then I recommend you put the vessels on lockdown and retreat to the most appropriate shelters. Follow the emergency protocols and obey the instructions of your superiors. Survive, remain patient, avoid panic. Do what you can to help yourself and your fellow Larkinson. Good luck." This was all Vess could do to reassure his clansmen and hurry them to their shelters. Before Vess left his office, he gazed up at the skies through the window and tried to deduce more information from what was happening. The galactic net and all of the news portals were completely useless. Nobody knew what was going on, and even if a few people happened to make the right guess, their opinions were drowned in a deluge of panic and hysteria. This was why Vess tried to figure out the truth himself. Strange. As a phase lord, if only a weak one, he was faintly able to get in touch with the galaxy-wide spatial disturbances. He was too weak to do anything else, though, but he happened to know a certain design spirit that could do more. "Phase King, lend me a hand." As Vess opened up his mind towards the alien design spirit, his spatial awareness boosted to a much greater height. The vague face-water ripples that were previously too subtle for him to register properly had now become a lot more obvious. There was a strange rhythm in the spatial disturbances that gave him the illusion of a million whales singing in harmony. The Phase King's incredibly high sensitivity and affinity towards face-water enabled him to glean a lot more clues from what was happening in space. First, the effect was generated all around the Red Ocean. The reason why this was possible was because a bunch of extremely powerful phase whales had combined their forces and began to exert their power at different points in space. Somehow, they not only managed to coordinate their actions in perfect synchronicity, but also managed to amplify their spatial powers through unknown but undoubtedly large-scale means. Their spatial disturbances were able to reach further and wider than anything they could accomplish on their own. This wasn't the extent of the alien master plan. The original spatial disturbances weren't enough to reach across the entire Red Ocean. However, other phase whales and phase lords could pitch in by attuning themselves to the ripples of space and act as a relay to amplify the signal in their local regions of space. The huge amount of native gods spread throughout the dwarf galaxy directly strengthened this grand move beyond all proportions. If not for the assistance of many millions of phase whales and phase lords, it was impossible for the aliens' grand design to encompass so many light years of space. The only caveat was that the amplification was not as strong in the most outer regions of the Red Ocean. Not enough native gods resided in these remote places, and the few that did could not affect every possible patch of space. It was enough. Vess understood that the Krakatoa Middle Zone was affected in its totality. The Phase King saw no possible way to escape this entire trap. The only action that the design spirit could do was to join the choir and assist the alien efforts. "Don't do anything stupid," Vess immediately warned the whale. "Do your best to protect yourself and your subjects. I don't know how this alien super move will affect your little kingdom, but you should hunker down just to be sure." Vess issued the same warning to all of his other design spirits. He had a feeling that whatever the aliens were doing would not fly past these entities either. It was only then that he chose to retreat. There was no need for him to take the normal route. The royal mansion was connected to a secret tunnel that led straight into the strongest and most secure doomsday vault underneath the cat nest. As he and his bodyguards descended deep underground, they eventually entered a solid chamber that was surrounded by metal walls that were thick enough to offer battleship-grade protection. It had cost a massive amount of resources to build such a place, but Vess never felt more grateful about his decision to invest so much in a protective measure that might never be put to use if not for the current emergency. "Papa, you're here." "I'm scared, Papa." "My. The vault could easily accommodate hundreds of the most important members of the Larkinson clan. It was at roughly 30% capacity by the time Vess arrived. He ignored the urgent inquiries of General Verl and Chief Minister Abigail Evern and moved straight to his wife and children. Each of them had already changed into their protective suits, though Vess was not really satisfied with the level of protection that they offered. At least their children were wearing their first-class shield generators that he had bought for them in the past. Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane briefly left their mother's side in order to hug Vess' solid form. "It's all right, children. Your father is here. Nothing will happen to you while I am here. We will all be safe." Meow, meow. Meow. The two cats puffed themselves up as if to say that they could protect the children as well. "Do you know what is happening, Vess?" Gloriana asked as she moved closer. Vess shook his head. "Nope. I have a few guesses, but it won't change anything. I think that this won't last too long, though. The aliens are expending such an enormous effort that they are probably expending massive amounts of energy at an unsustainable rate." The Phase King kept track of the spatial disturbances and sensed that it was rising to a crescendo. At this time, even Vess could feel as if he could join the choir in his own power. "Just stay calm, okay? I don't think the phase whales are attempting to destroy their entire dwarf galaxy." One think. "You think." Vess ignored the rising concern of his wife and turned around to check how his clan and everyone was faring. The data feeds showed that the vast majority of his clansmen had entered their designated shelters. The few Larkinsons left outside had undertaken various essential duties, such as operating the control centers and piloting the Mechs assigned to defend the cat nest. All of the expert pilots of the Larkinson clan had chosen to deploy around the cat nest or the expeditionary fleet in orbit, depending on where they were stationed. Even venerable Janzi Larkinson and venerable Zimro Belson had opted to hop inside the cockpits of their new Mechs and activate them straight away. In this deepest state of emergency, the two expert pilots had chosen to put their trust in their new and largely untested machines rather than the sturdy shelters. Vess quickly activated a communication channel to both the Dullahan Project and the Phobos. "Keep your Mechs in place. Don't emerge on the surface unless one give the orders or until you deem it necessary to deploy outside. One don't know what is about to happen, but please do not expose our new trump cards prematurely, all right?" "Roger that, Vess," Janzi answered. "I can deploy outside without anyone taking notice if I activate the stealth system." Zimro spoke. The stealth capabilities of your Phobos haven't been tested as of yet. Let's not take any chances. Remain underground unless the situation changes. Have I made myself clear?" "Yes, sir." Vess briefly checked with the state of his fleet. Fortunately, most of his spacers were consummate professionals who knew exactly what they needed to do in the outbreak of a crisis. His allies were doing fairly good as well. The Glory Seekers and the Cross clan had experienced so many dangers alongside the Larkinson clan that their emergency responses were all quick and efficient. The recently joined Adelaide Third Fleet and the Boujay family were a bit slower to complete their emergency measures, but they were not that bad compared to other pioneering groups. As for the rest of the people and organizations in Davut, they were a mixed bag at best. Rioting had already erupted in a couple of cities, while masses of confused civilians did not know what to do after they learned about the state of emergency that dropped out of the blue. None of this mattered to Vess. He and his clan had already did everything they could. Powerful shield generators came to life. The cat nest became surrounded by several layers of energy shields. This was the final guarantee that could save the main base of the Larkinson clan on this planet from a crashing asteroid or starship. Many people across the Red Ocean were taking shelter in their own way. Patriarch Reginald, for example, chose to pilot his Mars and fly high in the skies as if daring for the aliens to take a shot. "Come at me, you filthy aliens. I am not afraid." Master Benedict Cortez made the much more sensible choice of retreating to an underground shelter that was only moderately less defensible than the Larkinson clan's best vault. He let out a tired breath as he monitored the situation. Is there no place in the cosmos where I can find peace? Many other people throughout Davut took shelter as well. Even President Yenames Clive had been evacuated from his floating palace so that he could take shelter in the Davut pocket space that his state had recently taken over. Are you sure that it is wise to hide inside a pocket space when the aliens are in the process of disturbing the space around us? The man questioned his protectors. If anything happens to you, the vice president shall take over your office, Madame Rihanna Kernsk remarked. Many more humans across the new frontier made their own preparations. On the planet of New Scimitar Roman IV, Matriarch Zayafna Wadden, Constance Wadden, Amarintha Wadden, Kellandra Wadden, and many other members of the Wadden dynasty had retreated to several deep shelters. Despite the distressing situation, none of the Hexers gave in to their despair. Compared to the disastrous fall of their original home state, the latest emergency did not sound so bad. Many of the Hexers who had entered the shelters spontaneously fell to their knees and began to pray to the Supreme Mother. "Please, O Great Mother, give us your blessing and protect us from the threat posed by the aliens and the Friday Men." Far away in an entirely different zone, the polymath remained impassive as she remained rooted in her base of operations. Her mind was connected to a vast network that enabled her to keep track of a lot of developments and issue many different instructions. At no point did she ever stop doing what she could to make this better for the humans in the Red Ocean. As for Divine Irene Mox, who had only recently arrived in the Red Ocean, she could only growl impatiently as her Ragnarök flew towards the nearest source of disturbance. It was a pity that it would take too long for her god Mech to arrive and make any difference. "I should have come sooner and blown all of those phase whales into pieces," she growled. As the people of the Red Ocean continued to get ready for what was about to come, the humans who were in the Milky Way grew concerned as well. Many of their friends and families had relocated to the new frontier. To find out that a danger had arisen that would have a massive effect on the dwarf galaxy distressed them as well. Of course, many of the people left behind in the old galaxy also felt incredibly grateful that they hadn't acted impulsively. Back inside the strongest vault of the Larkinson clan, Vess suddenly looked up as he sensed a drastic change in the fabric of space. "It's happening!" Vess shouted in warning just seconds before the great event took place. Far away from Davut, 27 primary tide stations and an unknown amount of phase whales and phase lords all exerted their power in total harmony. Each and every piece of face water in the Red Ocean activated to a small extent. This included the minute concentration of face water in Vess' bloodstream. His eyes widened as he could feel as if he was connected to a grand web that the native aliens had weaved throughout the entirety of the Red Ocean. "Ah!" he screamed as he felt as if the web had ripped a lot of energy from him all of a sudden. "Ah!" Everyone else screamed as they felt as if they were pushed through a blender. Space itself seemed to convulse and vomit for a couple of seconds before everything turned stable again. The lights briefly flickered as the various electronic systems received various degrees of disturbances. Though all of the systems appeared to be working fine, the same could not be said for all of the people that had just lived through a violent spatial event of massive proportions. Ugh! Vess groaned and tried his best to shake off his abrupt pain and weariness. "Situation report. One need a situation report. What is going on?" Did anyone get killed? It took half a minute before the first reports came in. The Mech pilots outside had experienced similar disturbances, but otherwise noted that everything seemed fine. Vess could feel that the spatial disturbances had completely come to an end. The Phase King concurred as well, but he began to report a lot of changes that he couldn't immediately decipher. "Ah, shut up, please," Vess groaned as he held his head in pain. The other design spirits started to report various changes as well. They were greatly affected by what the phase whales had just pulled. Some of the messages sounded so alarming to Vess that he immediately wanted to gain confirmation. "Give me a feed of the surface." A projection appeared before him that showed the cat nest and its surroundings. Vess controlled the view so that it pointed upwards. The blue skies looked as normal as ever. No flaming asteroids or deranged phase whales were descending from orbit. His eyes started to narrow as he noticed that the skies had taken on a faint golden cast. It was as if time had advanced to the evening, which wasn't supposed to be the case. "Give me a feed of our fleet up in orbit." The projection changed to show a panoramic view of the ships of the Larkinson clan. Each of them looked fine and untouched, which made Vess feel relieved. His fleet was his most important base, and his guarantee that he could survive anything the aliens pulled off this time. Yet as his gaze immediately shifted to the surroundings, his Jutland organ almost froze. "Where is the red?" Gloriana slowly shuffled to his side. "It is gone. There is no red anymore. It's gold now. Everything is gold and yellow like the star of the Sol system." More and more people who accessed similar feeds became completely gobsmacked by the sight. The red ocean was called this way because of the reddish nebulas and cosmic dust that were ubiquitous throughout the dwarf galaxy. The red space junk hadn't actually disappeared. Numerous sensors showed that they were still present and unchanged. The difference was that a more powerful light source had emerged that had overpowered the color that had given the red ocean its name. Vess narrowed his eyes and began to manipulate the sensor controls. He shifted the view in another direction and employed a few filters that clarified a few details. "That is not the Milky Way," he stated. The familial disc-shaped galaxy that had always been a relatively small but noticeable presence in the skies of the red ocean had disappeared. In its place was a considerably larger and much more luminous yellow globe. The size and power of this globe was so great that it had changed the background color of the red ocean itself. Vess quickly noticed another peculiarity and began to zoom in. The projected view continually magnified until it spotted a strong jet of matter coursing through what appeared to be thousands of light-years of space. This powerful jet was one of the reasons why the red ocean had become engulfed in so much foreign radiation. Already the strong background radiation that previously coursed through empty space was beginning to collide against the starships, planets, moons, and other objects of the red ocean. Though the radiation did not appear to be strong enough to overwhelm most forms of radiation shielding, who knew whether that was true? The new space elements could produce all kinds of harmful effects to humans and their technology. He already came to the conclusion that everything had changed. Life as he knew it could never proceed according to the previous pattern. "What is that, Vess?" Gloriana asked, though her voice betrayed that she may have already guessed the frightening answer to her question. "If I am not mistaken, that is the relativistic jet of matter ejected by a supermassive black hole," Vess slowly replied. "It spans over 5,000 light-years, I think. I know where we are now. This jet along with that huge spherical golden galaxy matches the description of Messier 87. It is one of the larger galaxies that humanity has discovered in space, and also holds one of the heaviest supermassive black holes that our astronomers have discovered. This galaxy is supposed to be a lot further away from the red ocean than now, though. We should normally be separated from it by over 50 million light-years. For Messier 87 to appear too large and prominent, it can only mean one thing. Not just Gloriana, But every other Larkinson in the vault opened their ears to what their patriarch was about to say next. Vess' face turned incredibly ugly at this point. The indigenous aliens somehow teleported the entire Red Ocean and everyone inside it over 50 million light-years away. This dwarf galaxy has completely left the neighborhood of our home galaxy and has fallen into orbit of Messier 87, a supergiant elliptical galaxy located in the center of the Virgo cluster. 5002, the light of realization. A new dawn arose in the Red Ocean. This was a day that would live on in history of the human race, as well as all of the indigenous alien races of the displaced dwarf galaxy. Anyone residing in a starship only had to look out a window to figure out that everything had changed. For the first time since the Red Ocean's emergence, its characteristic red cast that inspired its human name had become overpowered by the dawn of an enormous galaxy. It was like a distant but ever-present sun, one that one day suddenly decided to illuminate the entire Red Ocean. However, it was not that the sun arrived next to the Red Ocean, but that the Red Ocean had suddenly been transported next to a galaxy that was unimaginably far away. To the humans who immigrated to the new frontier in pursuit of new opportunities, what happened was nothing less than a calamity. The galaxy-wide transition event may have only lasted an instant, but the consequences were nothing less than devastating. As the news slowly spread across the slice of the dwarf galaxy that the human race managed to conquer, many colonists could not process the news. The Larkinsons who had retreated into their vaults grew numb and silent as the event broke their cognition. No matter how smart they were or how much they have experienced in their lives, a galactic displacement event was so massive that it was never even used as the basis of a plot in the incredibly diverse entertainment industry. Not even the script writers were mad enough to come up with such a ludicrous idea. How are the phase whales able to teleport an entire galaxy, if only a small one, 50 million light-years away? This is impossible. The energy requirements are enormous, and the quantity of face water that is needed to teleport every single asteroid, moon, planet, star, and black hole should exceed the estimated quantity that is in the possession of the aliens. There is no way the indigenous aliens managed to transport every single particle of dust without breaking anything. The galactic net is malfunctioning. I can't connect to my relatives back in the old galaxy anymore. The connections aren't going through. It's not just the Milky Way that we have lost contact with. I can't call my cousin who is working in a colony in the Magyar Middle Zone either. The messages that I have sent to a supplier in the Torald Middle Zone are still going through. Hey, the COM Consortium just sent us a notification. What did they say? The quantum communication nodes connected to the Milky Way are no longer working, but the ones that are connected to other nodes in the Red Ocean are still doing fine. The consortium's engineers are working as quickly as possible to reconfigure the networks so that we can form a fully working network across the new frontier. The implications of losing direct communications with the Milky Way were serious and profound. Ever since humanity first set foot in the Red Ocean, many people had gotten used to the notion that their home galaxy was not as far away as it appeared on the maps. Sure, the Red Ocean orbited the Milky Way at a distance of several 100,000 light-years, but with the addition of an easily accessible communications network that could establish instant communications between the two. It was easy for the colonists to remain in touch with the people who stayed behind in the old galaxy. That illusion broke with the breaking of all quantum communication nodes that were connected to paired nodes located in another galaxy. Perhaps the humans of the Milky Way came to the conclusion that the phase whales had wiped out the Red Ocean in its entirety. If no form of communications could be established between the humans spread across the two galaxies, then they would no longer be able to maintain a single unified civilization. The humans of the Milky Way were probably not that greatly affected by the galactic displacement event. They may have lost a lot of their best and brightest with the disappearance of the red ocean, but their core, strength, and foundation still remained enough to maintain their dominion over their home galaxy. As for the humans of the red ocean, their situation had become a lot more dire. Many people on Davut and beyond already began to panic now that they had lost the big brother that they could always turn to if they ever needed help in solving their problems in the red ocean. "Damn it, this is a disaster," Vess uttered as soon as he thought of this specific scenario. "Well," Marvane cried as he became affected by unfolding panic and confusion. "Me ooh." Lucky tried his best to console the little boy, but even his cutest act failed to make the young Larkinson feel reassured. Even Andrast devolved into a scared little girl in these uncertain times. "Mama, I'm scared. People are saying that we are left all alone. Is that true?" Gloriana had already bent down to embrace Aurelia. She reached out and hugged her second daughter as well. "SHHH. It's okay, my babies. Nothing will happen. So what if our galaxy has moved to another cosmic neighborhood? We didn't need the Milky Way anyway. The foundation of the Larkinsons and the Hexers is based entirely in our current galaxy. The Friday men might have reason to be scared of losing their old galaxy backers, but we will remain as strong as ever before. The Larkinsons might actually be able to make it through this unprecedented crisis without suffering much actual damage, but the same could not be said for many other parties. For example, within a fortress built inside the secure Davut pocket space that thankfully remained unchanged, a certain federal president was trying his best to maintain his composure. Yenames Clive was one of the smartest and well-educated member of the Clive consortium of his generation. He had not only beaten many of his fellow Clives into securing the presidency of an entire colonial state, but also managed to outmaneuver numerous excellent candidates put forth by the other founders of Davut. Yet as the truth slowly began to dawn on his administration, he realized that nothing could have prepared him to confront a crisis of this magnitude. Slam. His chief of staff forcibly smacked a desk with her palm. "Sir, this is no time for you to lose control over yourself," Rihanna Kernsk shouted at him. "The consequences are massive, and our state has most definitely lost our greatest backing, but this is not the time to address these affairs. We need you to take charge and keep our citizens from making our situation worse." The president quickly pulled his mind out of all of the disastrous consequences to his state, as well as his own personal condition. Kernsk was right. The last thing that anyone could afford was people going crazy due to the events that had just taken place. "Activate the most appropriate emergency response plan," the president instructed as he forcibly maintained a state of cold rationality. "Instruct the planetary guard to go out at full force. Mobilize our military forces as well, and make sure they reassure our citizens that we still possess the might to see through the coming dangers." "Good idea, sir. A show of strength is the crudest, but also the most straightforward method of assuring the concerns of our people. Not everyone will respond well to them, however. The reactions of the citizens are bound to be unpredictable." President Yenames Clive finally regained his demeanor as the head of his government. "Then tell the planetary guard to do their work and pacify any uncontrolled elements. We are still in the highest state of emergency. The Big Two will probably lower it within the next 48 hours. Our displaced and isolated society cannot remain frozen for too long," the chief of staff predicted. "Stability is more important than prosperity, at least for the time being. We should gradually return to a state of normalcy, but it is critical to keep our citizens preoccupied and our Mech out in force." The Colonial Federation of Davut moved quickly to control its own territories. Several hours after the native aliens had successfully managed to teleport the Red Ocean to the vicinity of Messier 87, millions, if not billions of humans spread across the new frontier gave in to their panic. "We're doomed. We are all going to die." A security officer yelled as he stepped out of the armory and promptly began to open fire at any crew members who were in the vicinity. Humanity in this galaxy will go extinct. If the local aliens won't wipe us all out, then the ones from M87 will come and finish the job. We can't fight against an entire supergalaxy. Although the average quality of humans in the Red Ocean was a bit higher than average, there were plenty of unstable and weak-willed individuals who broke down and started to behave irrationally in the face of the overpowering pressure of the truth. Letter 188 Thetum, more and more alarming information, had begun to proliferate across the fractured galactic net. The Great Severing affected more than just the intergalactic quantum communication node, connections between the two galaxies. A more alarming piece of news had filtered through. The Greater Bayonder Gate, located in the bridgehead, one system could no longer establish a connection with its corresponding copy located in the Marion Ultima system. In other words, the only known gate that could lead the humans of the Red Ocean back to their old and familiar home galaxy became inoperable. The galactic displacement event had turned one of the most powerful devices of human civilization into a gigantic and exorbitant piece of space junk. So long as this orphaned gate could not generate a wormhole with a comparable ring-shaped construct, it would always serve as a reminder to the displaced humans that they had become lost and abandoned sons. This explosive revelation was the final confirmation that a certain group of people needed to go bonkers. "Have you gone crazy, Captain? Open up this hatch." The deranged starship captain that had forcibly taken over the helm of his own ship refused to listen to his crew. "It's pointless, Harry. We're all doomed. We are all going to die." "What are you talking about? We're humans. We rose up from humble beginnings on old Earth and managed to conquer half of the Milky Way by the time we took a break." "That's different. I studied our civilization's history as well as you, and the only reason why we managed to win over the aliens back then was because they all underestimated us weak humans. This won't happen again. The natives of the Red Ocean have all learned of our might, so they conspired to cut us off from our home galaxy before they start an offensive that will make us extinct. Then we will die trying, sir. Don't be a pussy. If you want to be a coward and leave this fight early, then at least give us the courtesy of letting us choose our own way out. You don't have to drag us all down with your ship. I am saving you all, Harry. Better to die a clean death than to become the playthings of vengeful aliens. For humanity." The cargo vessel continued to fall from orbit before crashing straight into a colony settlement. Only a fraction of the 200,000 recently migrated humans survived this act of madness. The small colony was still too poor and underdeveloped to afford greater protection, and its shelters were way too inadequate to protect the sheltering colonists from a kinetic strike of this magnitude. Similar events happened in many other star systems. From the lower zones and all the way into the upper zones, many people with poor psychological qualities acted as if they were crown terrorists who had been activated a few years too late. The forces of the Big Two, as well as the many established powers that found themselves stuck in this isolated dwarf galaxy, struggled to maintain order in this new and horrific reality. The new dawn of Messier 87 continued to cast an ominous light across the humans who had all found themselves cut off from the greater human civilization. Although opinions about the immediate consequences of this event remained mixed on this chaotic first day, a lot of humans managed to come to a consensus on one particular matter. The age of Mechs had come to an abrupt and catastrophic end. Chapter 5003, Foreign Environment. 5003, Foreign Environment. Many displaced humans became convinced that the end times had arrived for their people. Perhaps their brothers and sisters, who were fortunately enough to remain in the Milky Way, had little to worry about, but it was a completely different story to the unlucky victims of a grand alien plot. Doom had come to the humans, who had become orphaned from their main civilization, without any warning or preparation. Far too many people began to act out as their minds became completely enthralled by the depths of their own imagination. Every society had its fair share of pessimists and trigger-happy idiots, and the life-changing events that took place today had pushed them over the edge. Spontaneous riots and attacks erupted across human space in the new frontier. Davut was no exception to this rule. Both its outlying colonies and its densely populated port system quickly turned chaotic as too many people ignored the orders issued by several different authorities. It was already bad enough if ordinary people left their shelters and discharged their firearms on the streets. The true threats from the crazies that had access to serious hardware. Power plant engineers deliberately attempted to blow up a reactor. Spacers hijacked the ships they were serving upon so that they could turn large metal vessels into suicide weapons. Mech pilots hopped into their cockpits, only to use their powerful machines to destroy their communities as opposed to protecting them from harm. The chaos that erupted in the Davut system happened to be a bit more severe than usual. As a port system, Davut attracted a large number of foreigners. These traders or visitors had little to no foundation in the colonial state and felt much more alienated than the residents who invested in their new homes. Tourists shed all of their anti-gravity clothing before promptly throwing themselves from the floating structures. Mercenary mechs in space began to open fire on every nearby starship. Opportunists took advantage of the momentary chaos to settle their private vendettas or raid a couple of stores. The situation in Cotter City and many other settlements continued to deteriorate. However, the authorities were quick to respond. The Planetary Guard and much of the armed forces consisted of highly professional servicemen. Their intensive training had increased their psychological fortitude. Even if the galaxy was falling apart around them, they would still remain steady and follow their orders to the end. The law enforcement mech of the Planetary Guard moved to resolve as many incidents as possible. The pacifier model that was jointly developed and sold by the Living Mech Corporation and Voikin Industries happened to do an excellent job at calming down the troublemakers. Unfortunately, most cities in Davut and the rest of the surrounding middle zones did not field enough of them to control the entire population. The federal military of Davut quickly had to deploy its own forces in order to cover all of the remaining ground. Although the military mech pilots did not have any great ways to resolve violent incidents other than employing a lot of violence themselves, they had no other choice. Their orders were extremely clear. Anyone who stirred up trouble at this time had to be controlled or eliminated as quickly as possible. "Do the authorities need any assistance?" Vess asked General Verl as both of them had moved to an underground command center. "We've got thousands of mechs at our disposal. This is not the time for us to let our grievances with the government get in the way of survival." The general shook his head. "We do not need to reinforce the government troops for the time being. Davut already has enough mechs to cover most neighborhoods. Don't forget that the colonial state had been building up for war since the day it was founded. The federal military is oversized and has especially stationed many of its mech divisions in this port system. The 77th Warborn, led by General Ark Larkinson, have also deployed their mechs in force." "I see." Due to this, and many other reasons, the situation in Davut remained under control for the most part. Other regions had it worse. The absence of pacifier mechs that could quickly and conveniently sap the madness from lots of unstable individuals made it a lot harder to restore order. The pacificers weren't sold in the upper zones and the lower zones of the Red Ocean. This meant that the authorities of many planets had to exert a lot more effort in order to regain control over the settlements and the space lanes. Vess did not really care about what happened outside of Davut at the moment. He was on the verge of becoming overwhelmed by a flood of alarming information and developments, so he constantly had to rein in his thoughts and focus on the more immediate issues. "Has the Big Two sent any new transmissions as of yet?" Vess asked as he continued to coordinate the Larkinson clan's response in the command center. Neither he nor anyone else had taken off their protective suits. The highest state of emergency was still in effect, and even if the situation calmed down a bit, they would still keep up their guard for a long time. TLTE, MTA, and the CFA have yet to make any further declarations, but word on the street is that they will make a massive announcement within 24 hours. Gavin Newman responded. The situation is messy behind the scenes as well. The Mechers and the Fleeters are probably arguing about what to do. I don't think either of them have made up their minds on their proposed course of action. No one could have planned for this contingency. It will take time for the leaders to come to a reluctant and uneasy consensus. That sounded about right to Vess. The MTA was divided into several factions, and the CFA was no different. There was no way that all of those powerful leaders at the top would unite all of a sudden. In fact, it was probably the opposite. The abrupt breakdown of the intergalactic governance structure meant that a lot of controlling and moderating institutions could no longer restrain the leading figures in the Red Ocean. I hope the big two settle their differences quickly, Vess muttered. The people need to hear from them. If not, humanity in the Red Ocean may very well splinter and fracture into pieces. This would be an even greater calamity for everyone. As much as Vess disliked the restrictions imposed by the MTA and the CFA, they were the only organizations capable of enforcing order in the new frontier. As the unfolding chaos erupting in many human-occupied star systems just showed, their society could not do without order. Time passed by. Cotter City only briefly became beset by flames before the authorities deployed their Mechs in force and came down hard on the troublemakers. The cat nest continued to remain undisturbed, as its excellent defenses and large Mech garrison deterred many people from even looking in its direction. The expeditionary fleet up in orbit was in a more precarious state. Despite its distance from other fleets and starships, there was no cover in space. Any Mech with a precise enough ranged weapon could open fire on the vulnerable starships of the Larkinson clan and its allies. In order to prevent the ships from being used as target practice, the crews had been instructed to start moving around and increase their distance from third parties. Whether these measures made a difference or not, the expeditionary fleet was spared from getting attacked. Once Vess became more assured that the security situation of the Larkinson clan remained stable, he cautiously started to investigate the greater situation. The fractured galactic net continued to get flooded with nonsense, but the Black Cats had been busy with trying to separate truth from hysterical lies. It is a lot more difficult to distinguish one from the other, Calabast's projection reported to Vess. So many crazy events took place that the more reasonable stories are more likely to be false. There are many different parties that want to pretend they have the situation under control. Not every place has weathered this day as well as Davute. Vess sighed. Humanity in the Red Ocean is not taking this well at all. We are already starting to fall apart on the first day. I don't think it will be as bad as you think, Calabast responded. Too many people must vent our emotions one way or another. Once the next day has arrived, I think that many of us will sober up and begin to think about what we must do from here. This is the time where the Big Two will likely make a historic announcement. That is when the displaced humans are most receptive to their message. It made sense, Vess supposed. He just wished that this could happen without so many people giving in to their despair. Is there any developments that you think I should be informed about? He asked. There are several, Vess. The first is that the planetary guard units throughout the new frontier have all made the same reports. They have noted that the glows of the pacifier mechs have become a little more effective than expected. Their maximum range has grown, and their ability to calm down rabid individuals have also improved. Vess minutely widened his eyes. General Verl. Yes, sir. Have our men reported any changes with regards to their living mechs? I was just about to bring that up, sir. the middle-aged man said with a hint of perplexity on his face. More and more troops are sharing their doubts about this matter. They feel that their living Mech have become a little more alive than before. Their glows have also grown stronger, though not every Mech pilot is sensitive enough to tell the difference. Vess fell into thought. I see. Keep track of this matter. Living Mechs are the foundation of our defense. We cannot afford to overlook any changes to their effective performance. Try and find out whether the changes are uniform or variable among the different living Mechs. Will do, sir. We shall endeavor to collect as much data as possible. He experienced a lot of unusual changes after the mass displacement event. He initially thought that he was just feeling a bit woozy from getting teleported 50 million light-years away. But if other spiritual entitles got affected in a similar fashion, then a lot more was going on than he initially assumed. Calabast. What is it, Vess? We need to collect as much environmental data as possible, Vess stated. Activate all of the sensor systems of the blinding banshee and investigate the state of the surrounding space. I want access to that data so that I can check for certain stuff. The spymaster frowned but nodded. We can do that. What do you want to study in particular? I need the blinding banshee to take an especially close look at the effect that Messier 87 has on the local environment. The supergiant galaxy is the largest in the Virgo cluster. Our red ocean has dropped so close to it that we have all become exposed to new forms of radiation and other environmental factors. Calabast immediately grew concerned. Are you suspecting that we are all being affected by unknown and potentially dangerous radiation? I can't rule anything out at this point. We are lacking a lot of information right now, so get to work and start collecting all of that sensor data. As Calabast's projection soon faded away, Vess turned his attention inward. BLLNKY possessed a high degree of sensitivity towards spiritual energy. The companion spirit sensed a gradual change in the environment, one that had been gradually growing stronger over time. Although Vess needed to collect a lot more data to be certain, he already formed a preliminary guess of what was happening. He turned his head until he faced the overall direction of Messier 87. Somehow, the interstellar environment of this large and powerful galaxy was a lot more friendly towards spiritual energy and anything related to it. This had huge implications for every energy-based life form. Chapter 5004, Mortal Limitations. 5004, Mortal Limitations. Compared to all of the humans trapped in a red ocean that was frantically looking for answers, Vess possessed several advantages over others. He was probably one of the rare individuals that still maintained an intact, real-time communication channel with the Milky Way. Despite the enormous distance that separated humanity's home galaxy from its lost satellite galaxy, the bond between Vess and Veronica transcended mortal limitations. Vess and Veronica might appear like two separate individuals who were completely different from each other, but they were actually the same person. The rules governing avatars were a bit confusing and illogical to Vess. He could not fathom why he and his cyborg cat avatar could still maintain their connection under the circumstances. Fortunately, Veronica happened to be in the presence of a highly knowledgeable spiritual sorcerer, one that had just resurrected from the dead to boot. Oh, Vess, the goddess-like matron sighed as she took hold of the cyborg cat and stroked the feline's metallic back. I am so sorry for what has happened to your human side. I deeply want to be there with you. As it is, there is not much I can do to protect you. I may have gained the power of an immortal goddess and stolen a part of the authority of the water scroll, but even I cannot bridge a divide that is 50 million light-years wide. Helena weakly smiled. You should look on the bright side, Vess. At least the 5 scrolls compact cannot threaten you anymore. If the big 2 are unable to return the greater Beyonder gates to working condition, then no one in the Milky Way can relocate to the red ocean and back. This is much more beneficial for you than for other humans. Veronica cheered up a bit. I guess you're right, But we Red Oceaners have greater threats to contend with now. We have lost the protective umbrella of our main civilization, which means that we have become heavily outnumbered and probably outgunned in a completely alien environment. The native aliens of the Red Ocean are already bad enough. The ones from M87 are undoubtedly worse. The supergiant galaxy is much more energetic and possesses a much greater quantity and concentration of valuable resources. Till's kind of environment tends to breed much stronger alien races. The advanced civilizations of the Milky Way possessed a dominant advantage over the less developed civilizations of the Red Ocean. That was good news for the humans, who came from the former, and bad news for the aliens who originate from the latter. However, the scheme hatched by the phase whales had turned much of this reality on its head. T-Li displaced humans had completely lost access to their foundation in the Milky Way. Perhaps the isolated Big Two, along with enterprising human pioneers, maintained enough superiority to conquer the Red Ocean. But what then? Humanity also needed to guard against the alien civilizations that had most certainly thrived under the much richer conditions of Messier 87. Helena summed up humanity's predicament in the lost Red Ocean nicely. To the aliens of Messier 87, there are no differences between the humans and the locals of the Red Ocean. As far as they are concerned, humans are just as indigenous to the dwarf galaxy as the others. Veronica made an exceptionally ugly face when she heard that. It was quite a massive drop in confidence to realize that her human side went from being a part of the superior race to a member of an inferior race. No wonder so many people in the Red Ocean went mad. Vess was different. He had no time to entertain his darkest thoughts. As the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, he had a responsibility to lead his fellow Larkinsons through this massive crisis. He quickly identified his active connection with Veronica as a key asset and advantage. Even if Vess could do nothing else with this bond, the ability to instantly exchange information across the galaxies was a massive advantage in itself. As Veronica thought about her current situation, her electronic green eyes suddenly focused on the translucent form of a certain design spirit. Helena. Yes, Veronica. Where are you present, exactly? The design spirit looked confused. Please clarify your question. What do you hope to hear? The cyborg cat slipped out of her mother's grasp and flew closer to Helena. The cat seemed to sniff in the air as she inspected the daughter of death from all sides. What are you doing? Is this your real body, Helena? No, Cynthia Larkinson supplied the answer. This is a manifestation. The Nixlin Gap can make it so that your sister is able to embody this form to a much greater extent than elsewhere, but her true self is located in a more abstract location. Veronica nodded her feline head. That is what I suspected as well. Let me ask you another question then. Are you still tied to the living Mechs in the Red Ocean? The Hex Federation fields millions of Valkyrie Mechs. Can you still feel them, sister? Helena briefly explored those connections and nodded. I do, Vess. I can feel the incredible distance between me and those Mechs, but strangely enough, I do not have the impression that it makes any real difference. What about you, Mother? Is your avatar present here in the Nixlin Gap, or did she get displaced to the Red Ocean as well? The resurrected woman responded with an unnaturally charming smile. My return to life has strengthened my connection and control over the superior mother, so I have an excellent understanding of her state. Much of her is anchored to the people of the Hex Federation. She moves where the Hexers move. She is still tied to the Mechs that you have imposed upon her, so you do not need to be afraid that your toys have weakened. The cyborg cat rubbed her paw against her chin in thought. What happened to the superior mother makes sense, but what is up with you, sister? How can you mostly remain here but still maintain a strong connection to living Mechs that are 50 million light-years away? Do you not recognize your mistake, my son? Cynthia asked. You are applying mortal logic to gods. Helena may still have a long journey ahead of her before she comes into her true power, but she has already inherited a number of my traits. Vess paused. It turned out that the reason why Helena operated differently was because of the advantages bestowed by her mommy. Helena preened in pride. Did you hear that, Vess? I am special. I'm already more of a god than any of those other design spirits. This doesn't quite make sense, Veronica muttered. The distance is too far away. You can't just handwave that problem away. Vess disagreed with his mother and his eldest sister. He was convinced that there was something special going on with those bonds, and it might not be due to Helena's special qualities. He was currently lacking too much data, however. For now, he was happy that his sister could still play a useful role in the Red Ocean. The cyborg cat turned to the resurrected woman. Mother, can you explain why our avatars can maintain strong connections with our principal selves? As I have said, gods work differently from mortals. It is not my problem if you are unable to embrace this truth due to your secularist upbringing. Perhaps it is better to equate these bonds to the principle of quantum entanglement. Wouldn't they have snapped along with the connections maintained by all of humanity's intergalactic quantum communication nodes? Cynthia chuckled. The bond between self and avatar is greater than that. As long as you are strong enough, you and your avatar can be located on the opposite sides of this universe and still remain connected to each other. This may even be true if you manage to enter a different universe. What? That was ludicrous. Perhaps you are under the mistaken impression that avatars can easily be made without making an excessive sacrifice, Cynthia said. What you have been able to do on a wider scale is nothing short of revolutionary from my perspective. Creating a real avatar demands sacrifice. That has always been the rule. Oh, so, there shouldn't be any problem. My human self won't suddenly lose contact with this cat avatar, right? There are still dangers that can sever the bond between the two of you, Cynthia warned. It is best not to tempt fate. Both your cat avatar and your human self complete each other. Which means, if the two of you ever become isolated, both of you will end up incomplete. This is not ideal. I see. Vess could already speculate what might happen. He would end up in a state similar to his mother before her first death. He chatted a bit more with his mother. Though she possessed a lot of annoying, preconceived ideas that reminded him a lot of Gloriana's nonsense, she was still the resident expert on spiritual engineering. Vess, Helena spoke up, I am wondering whether your system is still working as well as before. Can you still smuggle goods from one galaxy to another? I've been wondering about that, actually, Veronica replied. Let me check. An awkward moment ensued, as the cyborg cat remained frozen in the air. Brother, is everything all right? The cyborg cat's feline expression turned increasingly more alarmed. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. What is the matter? I can't enter the system space anymore, the female cat shrieked. I need to conduct a test on the other side. Please wait a moment. Veronica quickly looked a bit more reassured. Are you still able to access your system in the Red Ocean? Yeah, that's a huge relief. Don't get me wrong. I am not addicted to the Mech designer system. I am sure I'll be fine without it. I just don't want to lose access to all of its handy functions. I am going to need all of the boosts I can get in a dwarf galaxy that has just become a lot more dangerous. It makes sense, their mother remarked as she studied Veronica closely. Your system is greatly damaged and weakened. While it should still retain strong abilities, it is also crippled in other aspects. It is currently bonded to your main and original human body, so it can only be accessed within a limited distance around it. The displacement of the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy has clearly put this avatar of yours well out of the interaction range of your system space. Veronica felt incredibly bummed at this time. Less than a day had passed since his arrival and delivery of the primordial human skeleton, and already his incredibly lucrative smuggling channel had become invalid. Those goddamn phase whales, the angry cyborg cat cursed. Couldn't they have waited a few more days or a few more decades before they pulled off their master plan? Why did they get so spooked by humanity for them to flip the table before humanity has managed to make any serious inroads in their galaxy? They could have at least put up a greater fight before they directly chose to activate their doomsday option. Vess at least wanted to ship over a few hundred tons of unending alloy before the phase whales invalidated this exploit. Helena flew closer and tried to console the cat. "We are all right, brother. We only had to make use of it once. Our mother has already made good use of your gift. Your cat avatar is still here, at least." Cynthia also chimed in. "This is not a permanent limitation. As long as you restore your system, it will eventually regain more of its original power and majesty." The distance between the Milky Way and the displaced red ocean should no longer be as insurmountable as before to an artifact of this strength. Veronica's eyes lit up again. "I guess you're right. It will be damn hard to find the rare materials needed to complete its remaining supply missions, but once I do, I hope I can open an instant and low-cost intergalactic trade channel once again." Chapter 5005, Desert to Ocean. 5005, Desert to Ocean. Vess continued to work throughout the evening. He preferred to work through the night as well, but his wife demanded his presence. "Are you blind? We are still in the middle of an unprecedented crisis. Cotter City and many other settlements throughout the frontier have become unsafe, and there are still troublemakers out there that are pulling off all kinds of dangerous schemes. I have taken notice of what is taking place. None of the incidents can threaten our clan. We have over 10,000 Mechs and numerous expert Mechs on hand. We are allied with other partners that have even more powerful ace Mechs at their disposal. Not even phase whales can threaten our security. We are safe, Vess. With several powerful energy shield generators enveloping our cat nest, it is impossible for an attack to succeed. General Verl and the other leaders can handle anything that happens throughout the night. Come back and help me reassure our children." They are too scared to fall asleep. She was right. Vess hadn't really done anything useful aside from studying a lot of data and scouring the fractured galactic net for credible rumors. As much as he wanted to stay on top of the situation, he knew that everyone was still flying blind mostly. Too little time had passed for people to collect enough data and form proper conclusions on all of the changes that had occurred. Vess was most concerned with the side effects of getting exposed by Messier 87 powerful radiation. Even though the red ocean was orbiting the large elliptical galaxy at a respectful distance, the radiation generated by M87 still remained fairly significant despite the extensive weakening due to the inverse square law. He couldn't even imagine how horrible the background radiation would be for the residents of M87 itself. The center of this gas-rich galaxy was probably unlivable to most humans. Though Vess wanted to decipher the secrets of the Golden Galaxy as soon as possible, he understood that there was little he could do on his own. He needed to prioritize stability over satisfying his curiosity. "I will come. Just give me an hour to make arrangements." Once Vess issued a series of orders and studied a few more intelligence reports, he left the clan in the hands of his trusted subordinates before retreating to a private bedroom that was built within the underground vault. As a location that was specifically built to survive a doomsday scenario, it offered plenty of comforts. The bedroom reserved for Vess and his immediately family might not be as large and opulent as the one in his royal mansion, but it was more than furnished enough to satisfy Gloriana's vanity. III's wife and children had already changed into their pajamas. Gloriana wore a silky night blue outfit that was speckled with reflective silver dots. Aurelia wore a banana yellow set of pajamas without any further embellishments. Andrast's pajamas were as red as her hair and featured images of colorful mechs and action heroes. Marvain's outfit was baby blue and featured a bunch of cartoonish fruits with wings for whatever reason. Vess had already changed into his simple red pajamas. The abundance of colors and the lack of coordination did not look disturbing. Everyone stood out from each other making it look as if everyone was special. Vess carefully studied Ill's children as he sat down on the side of the bed. Each of them radiated a sense of nervous energy. Meow. Clixie was doing her best to share her warmth with Aurelia. Meow. Lucky offered his protection to Andrast. You are here, Gloriana sassed as she held Marvane in her arms. I called you here because there is something wrong with our children. They can't sleep, and it is not just because their minds are filled with concerns about our predicament. That caused Vess to grow a lot more concerned. I believe you sent them to our doctors in order to examine their conditions. I already had them checked a few hours ago. The doctors have actually inspected the bodies of many clansmen. Each of them are undergoing changes, some more than others. What? Vess recalled the unreliable reports on the fractured galactic net. There were many biotech experts who conducted examinations on human bodies as well as other organic life forms. They couldn't really agree on whether the altered environment induced any significant changes on different organisms. The majority failed to detect any meaningful differences, but there was a substantial minority of respected professionals who strongly insisted that the background radiation of M87 had profound effects on everyone's body. Vess already knew that M87 somehow made everything related to spiritual energy stronger, so maybe that was the reason why his children felt discomfited. They were younger, more malleable, and more prone to changes. They also happened to be abnormally powerful in spirit, due to implanting them with their own companion spirits. Let me take a closer look, Vess said. Emrotilda. Blinky emerged from his head. The star cat looked brighter and more vivid than usual. It was as if the altered environment was already making the companion spirit feel more at home. Gloriana, children, can you all bring out your companion spirits for a moment? I want to see how they are faring. Mao. Alexandria appeared with her head held high. Mumana presented a sacred image as she emerged from Aurelia. Letter 188 Thetum Ma. Yeka ferociously drew her little claws as she jumped out of Andrast. Mew. Denny simply looked cute as he rolled from Marvane's heads. The newly emerged companion spirits did not float around aimlessly, but quickly fell into a fluffy and adorable pile. Despite their different attributes, the cats were completely comfortable in each other's presence. Alexandria already started to embrace and lick the three spiritual kittens. Only Blinky maintained his distance. The powerful cat observed the state of the companion spirits carefully. Vess himself began to look more and more intrigued. What is the matter, Vess? Is there anything amiss with our companion spirits? Gloriana asked with rising concern. I need more time in order to figure all of this out, but from what I am able to observe through Blinky, our children aren't in danger. They are doing better than ever. Truly, Gloriana looked curious. Her red companion spirit stopped licking the kittens and studied them carefully in an attempt to observe the changes. Alexandria was not as sensitive towards spiritual energy as Blinky, however, so Gloriana failed to detect the changes that made her husband feel more at ease. Explain. It's still too early to make any solid conclusions, but have you noticed that the environment is no longer entirely barren of spiritual energy? HM. Vess waved his arm all around him. For as long as we knew, the environment in the Milky Way and the Red Ocean was largely barren. Sure, it is filled with plenty of matter and energy, but it is lacking in spiritual energy. As far as I know, it can only be generated by sentient life forms. This makes this particular energy type incredibly scarce in our old cosmic neighborhood. III's wife started to understand what he was trying to convey. M87 is different. Very much so, Vess replied in a serious tone. I believe M87 is a galaxy that possesses an extremely high concentration of spiritual energy, so much so that it has integrated into every rock, every asteroid, every native life form, and more. The red ocean has turned into its satellite galaxy, so we are only just starting to get exposed to a fraction of this ambient spiritual energy, but that is already starting to have an effect on everybody. I suspect that energy-based life forms will be most affected by this drastic environmental change. If Vess could think of the implications, then so could his wife. Her eyes already began to widen as she thought the possible implications. If the environment around the Milky Way can be likened to a desert, then M87 is an ocean, she gasped. Our companion spirits will thrive like fish to water if that is the case. Vess raised his hand in caution. As a Mech designer who also happened to get started with biotechnology, he realized that these changes may be anything but ideal. Don't celebrate too soon, Gloriana. I.e. humans like us grew up in the Milky Way. Pretty much every species from our home galaxy have long adapted to an arid environment. Now, what do you think if lots of humans suddenly get dumped into the middle of an ocean? They will try to swim and stay afloat for a time, but if they cannot get rescued, they will drown amidst all of the water. Wait, doesn't that mean that every human in the red ocean is currently exposed to dangerous energies that will slowly become lethal if accumulated to a certain extent? SHH, Vess tried to reassure his wife. Spiritual energy is probably not that dangerous. If there is a threat, then all of us would have sensed it by now. I am not sure what spiritual energy does to normal people who are not that gifted in spirit, but we don't have to worry as much. Are you certain about that, Vess? Our children are not feeling so well at the moment. What if your judgment is wrong? I am not wrong about this. Blinky has already taken a good look at their companion spirits as well as their bodies. They are all fish in relation to the metaphor. At this range, the ambient spiritual radiation generated by M87 is providing them with a richer environment that is more conducive to their growth. How? Vess smiled and reached out to pat Andrast's head. Are you feeling warmer, honey? The little girl nodded. I am. It's like I am exercising my body, but I'm not doing anything right now. It's so weird. There is nothing wrong with you, my little pumpkin. Your body is special, you know that? It has been blessed and altered in a way that has made your physical body more compatible with spiritual energy. Your body is like a sponge that is dropped in a shallow pool of water. It can't help but absorb the spiritual energies that are most compatible with your physique. I'm not sure if there is a way to stop this from happening, but your body isn't doing something that is actively harming itself. Although Vess did not have enough proof to back up this assertion, he believed in his theories and intuition. What about our companion spirits, Papa? Aurelia asked as she snuggled closer to Clixie. Mana is feeling much warmer than before. Mew, the spiritual white kitten, affirmed Aurelia's words. Vess smiled at his oldest daughter. The altered environment has a greater impact on pure energy-based life forms like your companion spirits. From what I can see, your kitten has nothing to worry about. I think she will grow up even faster than before. That goes for Yeka and Denny as well. What about Alexandria and Blinky? Gloriana asked. I noticed that you have kept them out of your description. That is because they are absorbing the ambient spiritual energy at a much lower rate. Our companion spirits are already mature. Their growth is limited by other factors. Perhaps there is a way to accelerate their growth by employing a special method, but I haven't figured that out yet. The reason why our children's companion spirits are growing faster is because they are still immature and have a lot of room for growth. It's like inflating a balloon. It is easy to pump air into them when they are not yet filled, but once they are at capacity, it is not a simple matter to proceed from this point. A grave expression appeared on Gloriana's face. The balloon will pop if you force too much air inside. Exactly. Vess and Gloriana all had many questions, but the situation wasn't particularly acute at the moment. They continued to cuddle with their children until Thev comfortably fell asleep. Chapter 5006, Favorable Adaptation. Letter 188 Thetum, 5006, Favorable Adaptation. Vess greeted the day after the galactic displacement event with a lot less concerns than before. It might not be the best idea to sleep the night during a time of unprecedented change and crisis, but the lengthy break did wonders for his mood. The stress that had accumulated during and after the native aliens successfully pulled off their master plan had faded away. That did not mean that Vess moved on from yesterday's events, but he was able to greet the new situation with a much more sober mindset than before. His first important realization was that he was not by himself at this time. He was still a bit too accustomed to braving different crises by himself or with the forces at his disposal. That might be an appropriate attitude during those previous incidents, but the situation was a lot different this time. Every human in the Red Ocean has fallen in the same predicament. This included the average Davitan on the streets, as well as the powerful Mechers and Fleeters, who had a lot more powerful means at their disposal. The increase in ambient spiritual energy could never escape the sight of the star designers and god pilots. They must be working hard to figure out the consequences to the people trapped in a much more energetic environment. While that did not stop Vess from conducting his own investigations, he did not have to act as if his life and the fate of his clan solely rested on his shoulders anymore. I should do what I can, but not more, he reminded himself. He already came up with many different guesses on how the altered environment might impact everything he cared about. He decided to devote this entire day on collecting data and conducting analyses. All of his previous plans had to be put on pause until he was able to regain his bearings. He had no idea whether it was a good idea for the Golden Skull Alliance to resume the Trailblazer expedition again. For all he knew, the increased radiation in the Red Ocean may have made superluminal travel a lot more dangerous than before. It was better to wait for the Big Two to announce the results of their investigations. Fortunately, the MTA and CFA did not keep everyone waiting for too long. "Did you hear, boss?" Gavin excitingly informed Vess. "The Big Two have just announced that they will be broadcasting a joint public address in the evening. Everyone must watch it if they can. This will be a historic speech." "Have the Big Two said anything about providing answers, Benny?" "The Mechers and Fleeters have all maintained their silence for the time being. If they know anything important, they haven't seen fit to share their information with us. I think they are spending time verifying what they have learned. They cannot afford to get anything wrong in their upcoming address." That made a lot of sense. Time may be of the essence, but the last thing the Big Two could afford to do was to act too hastily. Once Vess digested the reports on what had happened to his clan throughout the night, he began his own investigation. "Let's see if this works." Blinky emerged from his head and began to float in the air as if he was a little purple cloud. Just as Vess studied the companion spirit also examined Vess a little closer. It was a rather confusing experience at first, but Vess was already accustomed to splitting his focus. Enough time had passed for the environment to have a minor but real effect on Vess and Blinky. "You're growing a little faster than before, aren't you?" Vess guessed. Emro. "The difference isn't too great, though. I believe the concentration of ambient spiritual energy is still too low. You will probably feel more of a difference after a few weeks or months have passed. It's rather strange that an increase in ambient spiritual energy can stimulate your growth. It is not as if you are short of spiritual energy." Blinky integrated the essence of the unending one in his stomach. Vess specially designed his companion spirit to devour lots of spiritual energy from other sources. If it was possible for Blinky to grow stronger by absorbing spiritual energy with the right attributes, then his cat would have fed off the spiritual feedback collected by the likes of the Solemn Guardian and the Superior Mother a long time ago. Vess would have never allowed his cat to waste so much time on remaining dormant all day. Maybe it is a matter of pressure, he speculated. If a human ended up on a freezing mountain, then his body would start to shiver and become more active in order to generate more metabolic heat. If the same human ended up in a hot desert, then his body would radiate a lot of heat and produce a lot of sweat in an attempt to cool itself down. Biologists had studied these reactions for a long time. What was happening to Blinky and every other spiritual entity was entirely different. The brand new environment induced all sorts of changes to their conditions, and Vess was just barely scratching the surface of what was happening. All he could figure out at this time was that the increasingly more energetic environment should be beneficial rather than detrimental to Blinky. His pet theory for the moment was that Blinky needed to expend less effort in order to maintain cohesion in this new environment. Back in the Milky Way, life was a lot harder for spiritual entities. If they weren't anchored to anything, and if they did not have a way to sustain themselves, then they would automatically erode and dissipate. Vess had an increasingly stronger feeling that this would no longer be the case in M87. Emro. I know, I am undergoing changes myself. His powerful spirituality was also taking well to the new environment. It was not only feeling increasingly more at home in this cosmic neighborhood, but it was also growing at an increased rate. However, what was especially concerning to him was his design flame. It was starting to burn brighter and stronger. Vess did not think that his cracked design seed had grown stronger all of a sudden. The only explanation that made sense was that his design flame burned stronger because the more favorable environment added more kindling to the fire. If this was the case, then Vess was far from the only Mech designer to experience this particular change. Every other senior Mech designer would get affected as well. That's not all. The circumstances have changed for every Mech designer. Mech design was an extraordinary profession set by the kingdom of Mechs. Spirituality played an increasingly greater role to Mech designers starting from the apprentice rank. What would happen if every apprentice, journeyman, senior, master, and star designer suddenly gained a lot more access to free spiritual energy? They were bound to undergo a lot of changes. This applies to Mech pilots as well. He needed to schedule a meeting with a handful of his expert pilots. He became incredibly curious to how they fared now that their extraordinary willpower had entered a much more favorable environment. Now that he thought about it, he should check the conditions of his living Mechs as well as his design spirits as well. Both of them were energy-based life forms for the most part. There was no way that both of them would remain unaffected. Nira, pass the Larkinson mandate, please. Yes, sir. His loyal bodyguard stepped closer to his desk. She removed the ancestral heirloom from her formidable combat armor before passing it over. Vess briefly studied the cover of the heavy tome. He had updated its design by embellishing it with additional details. He especially loved the depiction of beheading a chained phase whale with a sword. His decision to add a stylized representation to the system space to the front cover was not exactly wise, but he felt he needed to remind himself where he originally gained the power to grow his clan to this extent. He wrapped the surface of the cover with treated baby Puelmer leather. He originally wanted to dye it red, but he changed his mind and opted for purple in order to add a little more variety. All in all, he was happy with the visual makeover, though it didn't really do anything to make it stronger. This was why he made an odd expression as soon as he held the book in his hands. He could feel that it was not just sitting around anymore. The book was actively beginning to absorb the ambient spiritual energy. Although this process was fairly minute for the time being, Vess believed that the absorption rate would definitely go higher once the environment continued to become more filled with energies. That was not all. The ancestral spirit resting inside the book was also doing the same. Goldie, come out here for a moment. Naya. The golden cat jumped out of the book and began to cuddle her head against Vess' cheek. Once they completed their greetings, Vess examined the spirit and made numerous curious observations. Just like Blinky, Goldie was doing increasingly better in an environment that was becoming increasingly friendlier towards energy-based life forms. Vess paid special attention to the bonds that made up the Larkinson network. He also examined the connections to the Larkinson Mechs that she presided over as their design spirit. They've become stronger. Naya. His suspicions were true. His design spirits were not only becoming stronger over time, but their connectivity had increased as well. Although it was difficult for Vess to determine the changes to these stronger and more powerful bonds, he believed that it had become easier for both sides to interact and exchange with each other. The bandwidth of these spiritual connections must also be growing increasingly greater as well. That had great implications for the Carmine system. If the bandwidth of the blood pact expanded further, then it became a lot easier for bonded Mech pilots to control their Mechs without having to rely on the neural interface. Of course, this was just a guess for the time being. Vess still needed to conduct a lot of experiments to verify his new hypotheses. Thank you for your cooperation, Goldie. I've got what I wanted. Continue to monitor the state of our clansmen. Don't hesitate to inform me if you think their health is at risk. Naya. Vess scheduled many different meetings with different people. For example, he met with Commander Melker as the latter arranged a new patrol schedule for the avatars of myth. Hey, Vess, why did you come? You don't usually visit me, and I am sure you have more important things to do, the avatar commander said. One need to make a quick inspection. This won't take long. Vess moved closer and held Melker's visored head with his hands. Hey, what are you doing? Stand still and let me check inside your head. I need to examine the current condition of the companion spirit seed that I have planted in your tiny spirit. The observation confirmed one of his other theories. The companion spirit seed acted as if it had moved from a barren patch of land to increasingly more fertile soil. Just like any other seed planted in a more nutrient-rich environment, Melker's companion spirit seed was bound to sprout a lot sooner. Vess previously estimated that it would probably take a few years for Melker's companion spirit to fully come to life. That assessment was out of date. I have good news for you, Melker. What is it, Vess? Your companion spirit seed is developing faster than before. I am not sure when your new companion will break out, but my personal guess is that you will gain one by the end of the year. That fast? The rules have changed, Melker. Not everything about Messier 87 is favorable to humanity, but my work happens to respond particularly well to change in background radiation. I am becoming increasingly more convinced that the cosmic environment around this galaxy is a paradise for all of my works. Chapter 5007, Rising Spirits. 5007, Rising Spirits. So how are you feeling, Janzi? I feel upset and angry. The expert pilot dourly spoke. The native aliens have subjected our entire clan to entirely new existential threats. I truly wish that you have never brought us to the Red Ocean. We wouldn't have to worry about getting wiped out by the much more powerful alien civilizations of Messier 87. Vess did not bother to question the argument that M87 was filled with powerful alien civilizations. The probability of that happening was too low. Life always found a way. If countless different intelligent alien species could emerge in the Milky Way and the Red Ocean, then they were undoubtedly capable of rising up in a much larger galaxy that contained a lot more stars. Even if Messier 87 was somehow far too environmentally hostile to accommodate life, it had over 50 satellite galaxies orbiting around its position. Each of these dwarf galaxies had a lot of potential to produce powerful alien civilizations. The probability that any of them had developed their technology to the point where they could traverse to other galaxies was great regardless of whether they had access to face water. In any case, it was better to assume the worst. Messier 87 should not be devoid of life, and each new powerful alien civilization posed an enormous threat to the humans stranded in this foreign cosmic neighborhood. 1 a.m. not inquiring about your personal opinions, Vess said. M87's background radiation is affecting everyone and everything in different ways. I need to understand whether the changed conditions have affected your combat effectiveness in any way. Can you present your companion's spirit for a moment? Oh, sure. Point 1. Y'all. A small lizard-like companion spirit dove out of Janzi's head. Vess remembered that he made Callisto by combining Kalankso's spiritual energy with Janzi's strong force of will. The result was a lizard that possessed exceptionally protective traits. The addition of Callisto granted Janzi additional options when it came to empowering the defenses of her new expert mech. Let's see. Well, everything is okay for now. Vess smiled and waved Callisto back. Every companion spirit that I have examined is becoming increasingly more comfortable in this new environment. Yours is no different. The fact that it is so infused with your extraordinary willpower hasn't changed this equation. Now I need to examine you directly. Stay still and let me peer into your head. Janzi restrained the urge to punch Vess in the face as he looked straight inside her head. Can you hurry up, Vess? I feel more violated the longer this goes on. What are you looking for anyway? Fascinating. I expected for your force of will to do better in this environment, but this is an unexpected surprise. What are you talking about? Vess finally withdrew as he completed his observations. He looked at her with a speculative expression. What is the main difference between an expert pilot and an ace pilot? The latter is able to produce a saint kingdom, especially when resonating with a compatible ace mech. Janzi immediately replied. That's correct. Is it possible for expert pilots to produce anything similar to a saint kingdom? The female Larkinson looked a lot more uncertain this time. I don't think so, but I have heard that particularly powerful high-tier expert pilots can produce a much more rudimentary version of a domain field. You will have to ask Uncle Ark. He should know better. I plan to meet with him eventually, but the point that I want to make is that all of the rules have changed. I think this one may have been affected as well. That caused Janzi to look shocked. Are you suggesting that I can produce a saint kingdom as an expert pilot? Whoa there, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I am only talking about a future possibility. You are still a relatively young mid-tier expert pilot, so I am not sure whether your willpower can grow to that point. You are just starting to get exposed to M87's cosmic energies, so we will have to wait and see whether you and your new expert Space Knight can fight like a weaker ace mech. I see. Let me check your new battle partner. Your living mech has undoubtedly been affected by M87 as well. I already have a decent idea on what I will stumble upon. The two moved closer to the expert mech that had been the cause for his early and timely breakthrough to senior mech designer. Vess felt a lot more grateful towards the Dullahan project. If he hadn't worked on her and integrated her with the Carmine system, he would have probably remained a journeyman at this time. In these rapidly changing times, it had become a lot more important than ever for Vess to grasp greater strength. A new galaxy translated into many new opportunities. Those with greater means would undoubtedly be able to capture a lot more advantages than weaker individuals. His current observation was meant to confirm whether his work as a mech designer became positively affected by M87. From what he could see after inspecting the expert mech's spiritual foundation, the recently created third-order living mech was definitely flourishing at the moment. As a newborn living mech, the Dullahan project was a lot more malleable. She was absorbing certain kinds of ambient spiritual energies at a relatively impressive rate. Vess had little doubt that if the concentration of ambient spiritual energies became a lot higher, the expert mech would feast even more. This was impressive for a third-order living mech that had already reached a certain degree of maturity. Is my mech doing all right? She is doing even better than you, in fact. She is quickly growing into a powerhouse. Vess happily responded. She will do even better once I design and integrate a couple of ascension paths into her spiritual foundation. Pardon. Oh, that's for later. I don't have enough time right now. Anyway, I am done here. I need to inspect a bunch of other mechs. By the way, have you come up with a name for your new expert mech? Enough time has passed for you to make up your mind. Venerable Janzi nodded. That is correct. I will let her announce her name. The expert Space Knight briefly activated. It powered on its systems just enough to declare her desired name. Bastion. The powerful living mech quickly shut down afterwards. Good choice. Bastion it is. I think it will do nicely. A few minutes later, Vess left the hangar bay and visited numerous other expert mechs and expert pilots. Hey, Tusa. Let me take a closer look at you and the Dark Zephyr. Hello, Commander Casella. Has it become easier for you to commandeer others? Joshua, how is my favorite expert pilot doing today? Let me see how well you can resonate with the Evert Shanger. All of his examinations showed nothing that contradicted his earlier observations. Every expert pilot and accompanying companion spirit was doing better than ever. Every powerful living mech was growing at a faster rate. Although the older living mech, such as the Dark Zephyr and the Evert Shanger, were not growing as fast as the Bastion, they responded similarly to all of the other spiritual entities when subjected to more favorable environmental circumstances. All of the design spirits were showing signs that they were about to enter into a period of accelerated growth. After a more thorough examination, it turned out that the more deprived design spirits, such as Ilvain, benefited a lot more from M87 than the other design spirits. The Great Prophet was no longer starving like a skinny beggar. Even without access to a lot of spiritual feedback, the religious design spirit would probably be able to sustain his own existence once the concentration of ambient spiritual energies grew high enough. This is good. Vess also suspected that the glows of all of his mech were about to become a lot stronger as well, but not enough time had passed to confirm this particular guess. In order to verify his next theories, he briefly met with a handful of promising mech pilots. Lainey, Vess greeted the young woman in a piloting suit. I don't know if you have noticed, but have you felt that it has become easier for you to break through to expert candidate? The brown-haired mech champion furrowed her brows. I haven't, but now that you have mentioned it, I am actually feeling considerably better than I should. Our entire dwarf galaxy has just teleported far away from the Milky Way. That is more than enough reason for me to feel bad. Why isn't this the case? Vess moved closer and patted her on the shoulder. Your emotions reflect your true condition. You may think that what has happened is awful to all of us, but the part of you that is a mech pilot has a completely different outlook towards M87.1. Believe that your willpower is currently celebrating the change of environment. That's wrong. Don't feel ashamed, Lainey. It's not your fault the phase whales teleported us over to the Virgo cluster. We're about to face a lot of new threats in the future, so one need you to become stronger. I understand, sir. When Vess met with Commander Town Melon, it appeared that even expert candidates benefited from proximity to M87. The Ilvanen expert candidate felt ambivalent towards this change. I do not know how I feel about this, he said. I have spent more time as an expert candidate than most of my peers. If I end up breaking through solely because the red ocean is orbiting a new galaxy, I am uncertain if I am as deserving as the ones who broke through under much tougher conditions. Vess happened to share the same concerns. This was not a new dilemma to him. He already had to contend with it after he came up with the Transcendence Glow. If M87 continued to exert a greater effect on all mech pilots, then what was happening was comparable to exposing each of them to a weaker but persistent version of the Transcendence Glow. Vess couldn't imagine what would happen if he activated the Transcendence Glow in a highly spiritually saturated environment. There is no difference between you and the others if you break through. Vess tried to reassure Town. The clan needs more powerful defenders. I look forward to the day when you can finally step up and contribute more materially to the fight. I have lots of fantastic ideas for your future expert Mech. Our clan will require the power of artillery more than ever. Hopefully, that was enough to correct Town's mindset. Once he said goodbye to the Legion commander, he briefly checked his schedule. He wanted to visit the Quint next. As the oldest third-order living Mech that was still alive to this day, he suspected that this living antique might be able to derive a lot more benefits than most younger machines. A sudden call interrupted his current plan. "Vess, you have to see this," Gloriana shrieked through the communication channel. "You need to shuttle over to the base where the 77th Warborn right away." "Huh, what is the matter, honey?" "It's the Seaman. Do you remember that venerable Vincent Rickland's expert Mech is the first design that incorporates my God-body solution? Well, it is starting to become increasingly effective. If this pattern persists, it will be able to transform into a masterwork Mech by itself within 2 or 3 years." What? Vess already concluded that all of his spiritual engineering works benefited hugely from exposure to M87. But he hadn't properly considered the benefits for other Mech designers. If Gloriana's design applications flourished under this new environment as well, then that would massively increase the value of her work. She might even receive enough stimulation to set off her breakthrough to senior Mech designer. 5008, dawning realization. The 77th Warborn Mech Division of the Federal Military of Davut had only been founded a short time ago, but its development speed was among the fastest. The large number of Mechs and Mech pilots supplied by the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan provided the Mech Division with a strong core to build around. The presence of heroes such as General Ark Larkinson and Patriarch Reginald Cross not only raised the morale of this new elite Mech unit to the peak, but also raised its priority within the military hierarchy to the top within the external group. In addition, the Warborn's strong association with Vess Larkinson meant that nobody in the colonial state's administration dared to oppose its momentum without valid causes. All of this meant that Davut had given General Ark the best possible stage for him to demonstrate his leadership capabilities and shape the Warborn into a spear that could pierce through Karlach's strongest defenses. Not a day went by where the servicemen hailing from the Warborn did not train or prepare for Davut's coming war with Karlach. Yet ever since the dramatic events of yesterday, none of the Warborn spent any thought on Karlach anymore. A new dawn had arisen over the Red Ocean, and its overpowering light and energies changed everything. The Colonial Federation of Davut had mobilized almost all of the military assets that it could summon in a short amount of time. Few soldiers of the new Mech Division could have imagined that they would have sortie in the defense of Cotter City and its surroundings yet again. The Mech Division's temporary headquarters located in the outskirts of the capital had become a hive of activity. Hundreds of Mechs poured in and out at regular intervals. Powerful assault-oriented Mechs that were designed and configured for shock tactics were forced into roles that they were never really designed to perform, such as standing guard and rescue operations. Though the Warborn may have a lot of complaints about their current deployments, none of them complained about their necessity. The colonial state needed to be stabilized as much as possible. Normally, it was not permissible for outsiders to casually enter a military base in a time of emergency. The Larkinson clan was special, though. Not a single force stationed on Davut Roman 7 attempted to stop or intercept any shuttle that bore the distinctive golden cat head emblem. Besides, this particular shuttle happened to be escorted by 2 entire Mech companies, as well as the Evert Shanger. The expert hero Mech actually played a substantial role in suppressing the worst of the riots yesterday. When the living Mech switched its design spirit to Lufa and amplified the range of its glow to the point where it could stretch across half of an entire city district, entire crowds became pacified at once. Davut actually owed the Larkinson clan a substantial amount of gratitude for putting the Evert Shanger on pacification duty. the emergency services in Cotter City, and the surrounding major population centers on the planet did not get overwhelmed, thereby contributing substantially to the relative calm on the second day. Even though the worst had passed, the authorities did not lower their guard. The Warborn still had to keep sending Mechs on patrol. Relying on the tranquility glow to keep the people calm was not an acceptable long-term solution. It did not resolve the root causes of the unrest. It was unethical to forcibly mind control so many people outside of an immediate crisis situation. In any case, Vess felt reassured to have the Evert Shanger by his side. He would have wanted to add the Bastion to his escort lineup as well, but as a freshly built unit that had yet to undergo any proper testing, it was not a good idea to deploy the powerful new living Mech in public. As his shuttle reached its destination, Vess exited the vehicle and entered a hangar bay that was reserved for high-ranking Mechs. Both the Seaman and the Mars had been stashed inside at the moment. The main reason why they had been held back at this time was because two different Mech designers were slobbering all over their work at this time. Both Gloriana and Master Benedict seemed to have gone crazy at this time. Considering the findings that Vess made on his own work, this should not be too much of a surprise. Every Mech designer cared about the effectiveness of his own work. They dedicated their entire lives to designing stronger and more effective Mechs. The progression of their design philosophies literally depended on how much of a difference they could make to the Mech industry. Now that Vess thought about it, his own reaction was a bit too subdued. Perhaps this was because he realized that the best was yet to come. "Gloriana," he greeted as he floated in the air and stopped next to his wife. Bravo's glow had grown stronger and even more masculine than Vess last remembered. "Vess," she greeted as she continued to lock her gaze on the scanning data on a sample of Tesmas incorporated in the Seaman. "Take a look." Vess briefly glanced at the readings. It had been a while since he last worked on the Seaman, but he knew enough about the design and its high-quality smart metal that they were not supposed to work this well. "This data only reflects a part of the story," Gloriana explained as Alexandria emerged from his head and started to examine the Seaman through her own senses. "Take a look at how much energy this Mech frame is absorbing at the moment." He already noticed it when he hovered closer to the expert brawler Mech. As soon as he engaged his spiritual senses, he could observe a lot more clearly how the Seaman's god body was functioning a lot stronger than before. "This is more than I expected," Vess uttered as he observed several new interactions that he did not anticipate before. He already guessed that the Seaman's god body was somehow able to fuel its own physical growth by absorbing compatible elements from the ambient spiritual energies. While the Seaman indeed drew strength from the environment, the rate of absorption was not particularly high. The concentration of spiritual energies was too low, and even if it became a little higher in the future, it still would not warrant Gloriana's excitement. What was truly crucial was that the volume of spiritual feedback had increased by a noticeable margin. Vess knew that Gloriana's god-body solution was her attempt to turn all of her works into self-evolving deities. If she couldn't fabricate the perfect vessel in a single go, then she would lay the groundwork to allow them to evolve into mechanical gods by relying on the power of growth. Her idea definitely had a lot of promise, especially when she drew her inspiration from her husband. However, her god bodies had two major flaws. The first major flaw: her new solution imposed a lot of additional demands to the physical design of a Mech. The need to insert her so-called divine markers onto as many Mech components as possible added a lot of extra work and made it exponentially harder to mass-produce her designs. It may be possible to substantially reduce the difficulty of mass-producing god bodies by removing a lot of divine markers, but then the absorption rate would drop so much that it would take centuries for a normal quality Mech to evolve into a masterwork. As it was, the only way to properly fabricate a god body Mech was for Gloriana or Vess to fabricate its parts. Only they had the skill and the capability to channel the right design philosophy to embed working divine markers into so many components. They also needed the help of expensive, high-quality production machines to do their jobs. This was already a major shortcoming that limited the applicability of her design application. But Gloriana's proudest also suffered from a second major limitation. God bodies demanded an immense amount of worship in order to make substantial progress. Without the spiritual feedback from millions of people, it was a dream for a Mech to transform into a masterwork within a single generation. Only the most prominent high-end Mechs, such as the Mars, could satisfy this demanding requirement. Even then, for an ace Mech that had already turned into a masterwork, the requirements to become a grand work were so excessive that Vess did not think that the current version of the god body was up to the task. Vess did not expect Gloriana to make any substantial progress on her god bodies in the short term, but the changing environment had upended all of his predictions. As Vess not only observed the seaman's god body in action, but also swept his gaze towards the surrounding personnel, he understood why Gloriana claimed that Vincent's expert Mech would probably complete its transformation to masterwork within a year. M87 is making everyone stronger, he uttered with dawning realization in his voice. When ordinary people become exposed to greater concentrations of ambient spiritual energies, their spiritualities are bound to become stronger. Perhaps they won't benefit as much as more talented people, but it only takes a modest amount of growth to double or triple the feedback that can be derived from even the most spiritually dull individuals. What Vess was witnessing was one of the consequences of raising the average spiritual strength of an entire human society. Vess did not know whether people without spiritual potential would be able to surpass the extraordinary threshold without putting any special effort. He guessed that this was unlikely to happen unless they moved a lot closer to Messier 87. However, even a relatively light degree of exposure to M87's background radiation should be enough to multiply the quantity of spiritual feedback that a population could provide by several times. Where was the limit? Would the increase stop at 3 times? What about 5 times? If exposure to M87 happened to be strong enough to impart spiritual potential in every single human in the Red Ocean, then that would completely change the meaning of Gloriana's God-body solution. This was because the quantity of spiritual feedback that a spiritually active individual was at least 100 times greater than a person that was completely spiritually dull. While this sounded a bit ludicrous, this was only possible because the latter was too weak. They fully deserved to be called defective by Cynthia Larkinson and the polymath. Vess fell deep into thought. The implications of his latest findings went far beyond amplifying the value of Gloriana's design solution. This was a matter that would probably affect all of human society in the Red Ocean. The Big Two would definitely be able to detect this change as well. Vess felt it was better to wait until the MTA and CFA completed their public address. Vess talked a bit more with Gloriana. His wife had become so excited by the increased effectiveness of her God-body solution that she became extra motivated to complete her next design solution. I think I will need a few more weeks to complete the Bloodripper project and Green Axe project, she told her husband. Exposure to M87 is changing so many variables that many new possibilities have emerged. Solutions that were previously impractical in our old galactic region have suddenly become much more viable in this new and more supportive environment. I already have a powerful new idea in mind that should increase the combat effectiveness of our next 2 expert Mechs by a significant margin. She was far from the only Mech designer who intended to take advantage of the changes to the environment. Many more Mech designers had begun to make similar realizations and were frantically digging up old plans in order to see whether they had become practical in the light of the new dawn. Vess began to get the impression that the galactic displacement event was not entirely a tragedy to the Mech industry. It was a gift that invigorated every Mech designer. 5009. Disruptive mutations. Once Vess completed his examination of the Seaman, he flew over to the Mars to take a look at this impressive machine. As an ace mech that was already a masterwork, its god body functioned a lot differently than the god body of the Seaman. The Mars was an ace mech that had undergone a lot of profound and subtle changes after years of exposure to Patriarch Reginald's willpower. Its god body did not necessarily help the Mars make any substantial progress into evolving into a grand work, but instead increased the fit between ace pilot and ace mech even more. In other words, Reginald had effectively hijacked the god body of his ace mech and relied on sheer willpower to alter its mechanisms. Gloriana did not feel upset about this at all. It was the opposite. The variations to her existing work provided her with a lot of useful research data as well as inspiration for new innovations. Vess did not pay too much attention to the god body of the Mars at this time. He instead took a closer look at the original energy body system that had attracted Master Benedict's attention. The skull of Benedict's old friend that was at the heart of his unorthodox system had become a lot more effective all of a sudden. Both the original energy bridge system and the magma vein system are showing signs of improvement, Benedict told Vess. The former is much more impacted than the latter due to the inclusion of an element that is highly sensitive towards M87's environmental factors. Vess nodded in understanding. Expert pilots are bound to thrive in this new region of space. Even their skulls are able to exert more strength when immersed in a more energetic environment. It is regrettable that my index system is not experiencing as much of an improvement. An organic skull has many additional qualities that I am unable to replicate with the use of exotic materials. One can only study the changes to the Mars to see whether one can derive a few lesser improvements. That made sense. I think you will have a lot more opportunities to reproduce your original energy bridge system in the future, Vess said. M87 is changing every organism on a metaphysical level. Whether this is good or bad, transcendent organisms are bound to become more widespread in the red ocean. It will become easier and easier for you to get your hands on special human or alien skulls once we make contact with the natives of M87. Master Benedict did not look enthused at the prospect of making contact with the aliens of the massive galaxy. Once our civilizations meet, it is highly questionable whether I will be able to live long enough to experiment with one of their skulls, he remarked. Nobody knew how strong the natives of Messier 87 actually were, but they were bound to be challenging at the very least. None of them would be willing to relinquish their valuable skulls so easily. Rather than worry about this future calamity, Vess felt it was more productive to focus on more immediate matters. It was important to him to understand why exactly the original energy bridge system was able to supply more energy all of a sudden. Vess and Master Benedict soon derived the answer. The skull is passively absorbing the richer ambient energies in the environment, Vess concluded. I can't figure out all of the consequences, but it is gradually changing in a way that makes it more receptive towards energy. It is slowly becoming more effective at its job. Master Benedict nodded in agreement. I have already conducted numerous deep scans. The density and structure of the skull have already begun to change. While this is only the beginning, the fact that it is happening at all is a serious portend of the future. What would the skull look like after years of exposure to M87? If this can happen to an isolated skull, what about a living expert pilot? Vess questioned. Will their skulls and bones undergo a similar evolution? That is a good question. We should closely track and monitor the changes to the physical and metaphysical conditions of our high-ranking Mech pilots. They chatted a bit more about this topic before Master Benedict shared information that Vess had not come in touch with before. Master Benedict was a lot better at comprehensive research than Vess. The former skull architect was also on speaking terms with a lot of other notable master Mech designers. His higher rank also granted him access to high-level information channels. M87's background radiation is affecting the red ocean much more extensively than you think, he quietly shared to Vess. The Big Two's upcoming announcement will go into this. What I can tell you is that our new circumstances are not just having an effect on people and objects that are already interacting to different degrees. Vess raised his eyebrow. What do you mean? One have conducted examinations on other mechs, objects, and materials. Did you know what I discovered? Certain materials that have nothing to do with metaphysics are beginning to show minor deviations in their properties. One metal has become slightly more conductive than usual. An alloy is able to withstand a little more damage than before. A worthless piece of ore is starting to display the properties of a junk exotic. Even our own body tissue may undergo mutations. These were incredible findings, especially when put together. This was because they suggested a pattern that affected far more objects and materials than the ones that Master Benedict investigated. Are you saying that the materials around us are beginning to evolve as well? Vess asked in shock. The implications of this development was just as big as his previous findings, if not more. Not every material is exhibiting these signs. For example, a plain block of iron is still the same. Of all of the materials that I have investigated up until this point, only less than 5% is showing signs of change. This proportion will likely grow higher as our dwarf galaxy will continue to get exposed to M87's environmental factors, but it is unlikely to get anywhere close to 100%. Vess remained in shock. As a Mech designer and an engineer, he understood extremely well how much disruption these changes would cause. A lot of existing tech will start to glitch and malfunction over time, Vess exclaimed. Electronics will short-circuit, data chips will lose all of their contents, mechs will lose control. FTL drives may malfunction in the middle of space travel. Anything can happen if the materials that are used to build all of our technology undergo strange and unpredictable changes. Even though these changes would eventually grant the humans of the Red Ocean access to a lot of powerful exotic materials, the transition to this new reality was bound to cause a lot of harm and disruption. Master Benedict could also foresee these drastic implications. Every researcher, developer, and Mech designer must work hard to adapt our current technology to a time where the properties of many different materials have grown stronger. While these changes are happening gradually enough that we do not have to reinvent our existing mechs and starships on the spot, it is not advisable to rely on the same tech for more than a generation. Vess groaned. He already paid hundreds of millions of MTA merits to transform his Spirit of Bentheim into a quasi-first-class factory ship. Now it appears that he would have to ask the MTA to refurbish his flagship again in the near future, in order to avoid any unfortunate accidents. The Big Two will definitely help our society adapt to these changes, Vess predicted. It is unacceptable for the MTA and the CFA to let us fend for ourselves. Only an organized response will ensure that our society will remain intact after all of this time. The design department's ongoing design projects would have to be delayed as well. It was not acceptable to use materials that were currently undergoing mutations after getting exposed to M87. All of the Mech designers needed to spend a lot of time to substitute those risky materials with more solid alternatives. This would doubtlessly reduce the performance and increase the cost of their works, but this was the price they needed to pay for stability. Vess grew so concerned that he insisted on studying the data collected by Master Benedict. He grew slightly more relieved when he saw that the magnitude of the mutations remained faint for the time being. Sure, only a single day had passed since the Red Ocean became exposed to M87's cosmic radiation, but the materials wouldn't become unrecognizable if these patterns persisted for a couple of years. What is happening will eventually put our civilization on a stronger footing than before, Master Benedict told Vess. A massive increase in the total supply of medium-grade and high-grade exotics will not only allow us to produce greater quantities of strong mechs, but it will also enable the CFA to construct a lot more powerful battleships. The massive disparity in power between the Red Ocean and Messier 87 will shrink, which will put us on a slightly better footing when we eventually make contact with the larger galaxy's aliens. He was right. The disruptions to humanity's existing technological base was not that big of a deal in the face of extinction. The Big Two were probably willing to pay a much greater price so long, as they could catch up to the predicted strength of M87's native alien civilizations. Vess chatted a bit more with Master Benedict. The latter gathered a lot of other scattered information through his network of contacts. Will the CFA change its stance on the taboo on warships? I have heard that the fleeters are fiercely arguing amongst themselves regarding this topic, but that is all I know, Benedict said. I believe it is unlikely to happen in the short term, but the probability that the CFA will relent in the next 10 or 20 years has increased. You can rest assured that our immediate situation won't change. Vess looked a little more relieved. He did not necessarily want to embrace a reality where common humans had access to warships again. His clan had a strong advantage in mechs, but once they began to adopt warships, he and his fellow Larkinsons would likely get overtaken by powerful states that had much more infrastructure, resources, and research capacity at their disposal. It couldn't be helped. The development and production of warships was a lot more capital and manpower intensive. There was no way for the Larkinson clan to match or exceed the capabilities of the Colonial Federation of Davut. What is the MTA and the CFA's stance towards the indigenous aliens of the Red Ocean? Those phase whales are undoubtedly at fault for cutting us off from the Milky Way, but we may need their help in order to return home again. Master Benedict looked uncertain. This is an important high-level discussion. I truly cannot say how it will end. It may very well be the case that the Mechers and the Fleeters are unable to form a consensus. Do we even want to return home? That was an important question. Vess only scratched the surface of how M87 was strengthening everything around him, but he already felt unwilling to return to the Milky Way. Of course, Vess recognized that his perspective was skewed by the fact that he had left behind backup in the form of Veronica. Even if his human self died at the hands of the tyrannical aliens of M87, a part of him would still be able to live on through his cyborg cat avatar. That did not mean he treated his main self as disposable. His wife and children did not enjoy the same guarantees. Vess still needed to work hard in order to ensure his family would be able to survive the coming times. 5010, the Great Severing. The evening of the second day finally rolled in. The residents of Davut Roman 7 actually had to wait until late in the night before the Big Two broadcasted their historic announcement. The local time of the planet was not precisely synchronized to standard time. In any case, a lot of humans in Davut and elsewhere had stopped what they were doing in order to witness the MTA and CFA's first public address since the galactic displacement event. They were bound to reveal a lot of shocking and explosive information. Vess already had a good idea on the topics that the Big Two planned to mention this time, but most people, including his wife, should still remain in the dark. The unrest across human space in the new frontier had subsided to a remarkable degree. This was the power the Big Two had over contemporary human society. From the poorest third-raters to the most powerful Terran or Rubarthan, each of them had to respect the MTA and the CFA's hegemony over the human race. This condition did not change after the galactic displacement event. Whether it would remain so in the future was anyone's guess, but for now, the Big Two still remained in charge. Papa. Vess smiled indulgently at Aurelia as he put her on his lap. Are you feeling well, my dear? His oldest daughter nodded. I feel stronger than yesterday. I have grown more hungry as well. That is good, he replied. That means your body is adapting more to the change in environment than many other people. Andrast looked even more enthused. I'll become an even stronger warrior after one absorbed the new galaxy's rays. Vess coughed. It's not that simple. Not everything that comes from M87 is necessarily safe or benign. Besides, everyone will get stronger, not just you, Pumpkin. You still need to work hard if you want to stay on top of everyone. He continued to chat with his kids until the time of the announcement had finally come. A large projection came to life in the underground living room. It first displayed the two familiar emblems of the Big Two. The mere sight of them was enough to reassure a lot of humans. After that, the projection switched to displaying a simple metal chamber that was typically used to hold press conferences. The chairs in front of the podium remained empty. No journalists or other guests had been invited at this time. The air shimmered for a moment before two new figures teleported into place. Gloriana gasped first. That is the Lord of Thermodynamics. He is one of our oldest star designers and one of the first to emerge. Oh, Marvane looked fascinated. How old is he, Mama? His Excellency Hendrik Polt is over 450 years old. He was born at the end of the Age of Conquest. He is one of the great pioneers of Mech technology alive today. His work on increasing the performance of power reactors is a large reason why most Mechs, but especially first-class ones, have become so strong. It took great accomplishments in order to gain such an impressive title. Who is the other guy? Andrast asked. I know him. He should be Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle. Vess replied. He is the man in charge of the CFA 2nd Main Fleet. It is the strongest whole fleet that the CFA has transferred to the Red Ocean. Is he just as old as the star designer? No, he should be around 330 years old according to the record. He's relatively young. While the MTA and CFA did not believe in centralization, they had chosen their representatives well. Both the Lord of Thermodynamics and Fleet Admiral Argyle possessed enough power and prestige to speak on behalf of their respective organizations. Vess was not surprised that the MTA did not put forth a god pilot. A figure like that would be so overpowering that no one would pay any attention to the poor CFA Fleet Admiral. The star designer spoke first at this time. Though old, his voice held a gentle and reassuring quality that inspired a lot of stability in people's minds. Humans of the Red Ocean, our lives have changed forever. Yesterday, a pan-racial indigenous organization called the Red Cabal implemented a radical plan to counter our invasion and save their native civilizations from extinction. A group of powerful ancient phase whales have presided over a grand working that borrowed the strength of all of the face water in the Red Ocean to teleport nearly the entire dwarf galaxy away from the Milky Way galaxy. The aliens have succeeded in their aims. The Red Ocean and everyone inside it have landed over 50 million light-years away. Fleet Admiral Argyle continued in a more severe and forceful. It is no secret that our dwarf galaxy has landed over several 100,000 light-years away from the supergiant galaxy, known to us as Messier 87. This is a location that is far beyond the reach of humans in the Milky Way. They do not have the means to send a starship to our new location or establish a connection to our greater Beyonder Gate. At the same time, we do not have the technology or the resources to establish a transportation channel that can bring us back to the Milky Way. Vess and many other people already suspected that this was the case, but to hear it was another matter. The Lord of Thermodynamics projected a diagram that showed two dense clusters of lines. The event that we have designated as the Great Severing One has destroyed most, but not all of our intergalactic communication lines between our human brothers and sisters that we have left behind. The COM Consortium's intergalactic quantum communication nodes may have lost connection to their paired nodes in the Milky Way, but this is not our sole means of FTL communication across the stars. That was big news. The star designer's words encouraged a lot of people. They were not alone. Remaining connected to the Milky Way not only gave them a chance to keep in touch with their distant family and friends, but also gave them access to other forms of support. The fleet admiral spoke up again. We are still able to maintain limited contact with humanity in the Milky Way. I should emphasize that we are only able to transmit data, not goods or people over these remaining communication lines. The bandwidth that we have left is only a fraction of what we have before. For the time being, intergalactic communications shall remain closed to the general public. The Common Fleet Alliance and the Mech Trade Association must fully reserve the bandwidth that we have left to facilitate essential technological data exchanges. We may consider the possibility of offering private individuals the ability to transmit and receive short messages to the Milky Way in exchange for CFA merits or MTA merits. Vess sighed in relief. His connection with Veronica was not the only means for the people of the Red Ocean to remain in touch with the main human civilization in the Milky Way. He had thought about exposing this capability to the survivalists if it turned out that the Red Ocean was completely cut off from the Milky Way. It may have been important for him to hide his trump cards, but when the survival of everyone in the new frontier was at stake, he was obligated to step up and offer his services. Now that they addressed their remaining connections to the Milky Way, the two powerful leaders finally turned to their current circumstances in their new cosmic neighborhood. The Lord of Thermodynamics projected a map that depicted all of the nearby galaxies. This is the region of space that astronomers have called the Virgo cluster since ancient times. It is much more densely populated by galaxies and matter than the local group that the Milky Way belongs to. Messier 87 may appear to be located in a relatively calmer region, but that is because it is a cosmic superpredator that has already cleared many of its neighboring galaxies. The projection changed to a depiction of a smaller galaxy that slowly became larger and messier after colliding and merging with a chain of other galaxies. The reason why Messier 87 not only contains many more stars, but has also acquired an elongated ball shape is because it has merged with multiple galaxies. This has caused it to produce many differences compared to a more conventional galaxy, such as our Milky Way. The most impactful change to us is that it contains far greater resources and energy than we previously came in touch with. M87 may not look that much larger than the Milky Way, but do not overlook the former's large quantity of stars located up and down the galactic plane. The new galaxy is over 200 times as massive as the old galaxy. Its dense gases and energies are so concentrated that we are still affected by them in our new position. The star designer dumbed down his explanation to a huge degree in order to make his explanation digestible to the general public. There was no way the legendary Lord of Thermodynamics talked like this when he was engaged in his work. That was fine. Vess was sure that the Big Two would publish a more detailed and scientific report on their virtual portals after the conclusion of this announcement. The projection zoomed into the center of M87 to depict its famous black hole. This was the first supermassive black hole that humans visually imaged. You may not have a good understanding of what it means for us to be located so close to such a dense and massive galaxy, Fleet Admiral Argyle said. This is Pauehi, the embellished dark source of unending creation. It is one of the most massive supermassive black holes that our civilization has detected. It has devoured an unknown amount of other supermassive black holes to the point where it has become a cosmic behemoth. Not only is it massive enough to capture our red ocean in an orbit around M87, but it is also firing two powerful jets of matter and energy. The projection changed to show how the black hole was sucking up a lot of surrounding matter while also ejecting it from its top and bottom. The dark source is discharging a large amount of matter and energy in two directions at relativistic speeds, Hendrik Polt explained. One of the jets is pointed away from our red ocean, is less visible. The other is pointed in a direction that is much closer to our new position. We are far from intersecting this jet, but if you can see closer, the matter and energy that eventually dispersed at the end continues to disperse and drift outwards until it engulfed the satellite galaxies that happen to orbit in this general region in this cosmic period. This encompasses the Red Ocean's new coordinates. Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane all looked confused. "What does that mean, Papa?" their youngest asked. "The Red Ocean is constantly getting blasted by M87's gigantic exhaust smoke," Vess succinctly explained. "At least we didn't end up in the middle of its engine plume. That would have killed us all in an instant." The Lord of Thermodynamics adopted a severe expression as he faced his audience. "The jet of matter generated by the dark source pointed closest to our dwarf galaxy will be the cause of untold dangers and hardship, but it is also our greatest opportunity to rise again as a race and a civilization. This is because the jet effectively delivers a small proportion of the exotic energies and particles that are abundantly present in Messier 87. If we harness these new resources correctly, we can advance our technology by leaps and bounds and greatly strengthen our forces. There is no need for us to surrender our dignity as a dominant species." Those were encouraging words. The star designer essentially stoked everyone's hope by telling them that their situation was not completely hopeless. With the help of M87's exhaust smoke, humanity of the Red Ocean still had a chance to survive any potential hostile contacts with the new galaxy's powerful aliens. 5011, cat out of the bag. The Lord of Thermodynamics and Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle made for a notable contrast during the public address. His Excellency Hendrik Polt did not show off the majesty of a star designer like the polymath once did in front of Vess. Instead, he came across as an amiable university professor who had come to a popular educational broadcast in order to give a popular science lesson to an audience of laymen. Even his outfit looked fairly subdued for a man of his status. His refined suit and lab coat made him look more at home in a fancy laboratory than the highest halls of power. Vess understood enough about public relations that this was a deliberate show on the star designer's part. This was a time of great change and uncertainty. The people needed to trust in the institutions they looked up to for protection and guidance. The Mech Trade Association had always maintained a dual image of projecting strength, while also portraying itself as a benign organization. Right now, the MTA clearly wanted to emphasize its nice guy aspect, so the great Lord of Thermodynamics put on a more subdued show in front of the scared and nervous humans of the Red Ocean. The old man's soothing voice and strong confidence in his own facts made people feel as if he could be relied upon to provide all of the answers to their questions. Messier 87 may have introduced a lot of weird and new variables into everyone's lives, but as long as the excellent scientists and researchers of the Mech Trade Association were around, humanity was bound to decipher every new secret. In contrast, Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle adopted a more martial posture. His dress uniform was bedecked with real and projected metals. His rich blue cape amplified his stature. A conspicuous masterwork laser pistol hung onto the side of his waist. His tone and words also contained less optimism. The powerful CFA Admiral was not one to mince words. "He's so scary," Marvane remarked as Stanley Argyle spoke. "He's always been that way," Vess told his children. "He is one of the leaders of the Argyle Spaceborne clan. This is a group that has always supported more aggressive and expansionist policies. It is for good reason that the second main fleet of the CFA has taken the lead in the invasion of the Red Ocean. If he has won the right to speak to the people trapped in this new and foreign region of space, then that means that the Big Two will most likely insist on maintaining a hostile posture towards the indigenous alien races of the Red Ocean and Messier 87. Aurelia's eyes grew sharper when she heard that. Her political acumen was impressive for her age. "Does that mean that we won't try to reconcile with the aliens?" Vess shook his head. "Old habits die hard. No matter what, Each of us have inherited the pride and steel of the victorious heroes of the Age of Conquest. Too many people will not be able to transition to a new reality where they need to lower their posture and treat fellow aliens as equals. I think that the Big Two are least able to stomach this transition. Their hegemony over humanity will come under threat when people look elsewhere for power and protection. What he did not tell to his children was that he suspected that the cosmopolitans played a huge role in enabling the Red Cabal to pull off the Great Severing. After all, if not for all of the tech, materials, and intelligence provided by these human traders, the indigenous aliens of the Red Ocean would never have been able and willing to implement their doomsday plan so early in the invasion of their dwarf galaxy. Whether the ancient Fays, whales, and their lackeys succeeded in their attempt to save their native civilizations from extinction was still in doubt. They escaped the reach of the Milky Way, but Messier 87 may end up being worse. After the two powerful individuals completed their brief science lesson about Messier 87 basic astronomical properties, the Lord of Thermodynamics finally brought up a matter of great importance. Messier 87 is an extraordinarily active conglomeration of energy and matter due to its multiple fusions with other galaxies. Its galactic center is filled with dense and hot interstellar medium. These are the building blocks of stars, but due to the immense mass of the dark source as well as the active disruption and turbulence produced by its jets of matter, much of this interstellar medium is unable to form into stars. They either end up feeding the supermassive black hole or get ejected outward due to the intense forces of gravity and forces within the violent core of this supergiant galaxy. As a result, this enriched interstellar medium is not only able to permeate through M87 in notable concentrations, but also affects our new position at a reduced level. The dour-faced fleet admiral began to explain the initial results of the Big Two's investigation into the effects of exposure to M87. Combined with the dispersed products of the closest jet of matter, the red ocean is exposed to a multitude of exotic energies and particles that are far in excess to the background radiation generated by our familiar Milky Way. With the help of our best scientists and detection equipment, we have been able to identify and analyze a number of them. What I am about to tell you may alarm you, but remember that every problem has a solution. A new projection appeared which showed a diagram that displayed all of the identified components of M87's background radiation. Many of them already looked familiar to many people. M87 generated strong radio waves that could produce quite a lot of interference, but was otherwise not a big deal. What was more alarming was that it also generated a lot of X-rays as well, especially in its hot and dangerous galactic center. Still, as long as starships and settlements built up enough radiation shielding, it was not impossible for people to survive and thrive in those areas. The problem was that M87 produced way more than ordinary electromagnetic radiation. The projection highlighted a fairly large and mixed component of cosmic radiation. E-radiation is an exotic energy type that is known to us back in the Milky Way. It is a rare variation of exotic energy in our home galaxy, but it is particularly abundant in Messier 87. We are only exposed to a fraction of the rich E-radiation produced by the supergiant galaxy, but this has great consequences to the lives of every human, alien, and even lifeless materials. E-radiation cannot be measured through conventional detection equipment as it is predominantly based in another dimension. This also makes it impossible to block it. While lower levels of E-radiation is harmless, persistent exposure to the current level of background radiation will induce mutations that will gradually change every human over time. What? While the children all looked concerned, both of their parents looked shocked at the moment. Vess and Gloriana exchanged deep glances with each other. They possessed a far greater understanding of what this so-called E-radiation represented. It was nothing but another label for what Vess called spiritual energy. Vess glanced towards the Lord of Thermodynamics and saw that the old man did not show any objection towards the public introduction of E-radiation. "The big two are going through with this," Gloriana remarked with undisguised shock. "They have truly agreed to expose the phenomenon of psionic power to the masses." "What is psionic power, Mama?" Andrest asked. "It's what certain people call spirituality, Pumpkin," Vess explained. "It is the stuff that makes up your companion's spirit and what makes our Mechs and Mech pilots so special. It is also the energy that can turn Mechs and people into gods," Gloriana chimed in. "As long as you are able to leverage it correctly, each of you are destined to become as strong as the superior mother." Vess became preoccupied with the implications of this complete reversal in policy. It is understandable why the big two chose to let the cat out of the bag. M87 generates so much psionic energy that its effects on everyone and everything can't be hidden. By announcing it at the start in this historic speech, the big two are signaling to the people in the know that they want to change our society's relationship with this potent energy type. "I have to admit that it is clever to describe it as exotic energy," his wife remarked. "Exotic materials are already familiar and embedded into the lives of every human. Introducing psionic power as a related concept will lower everyone's fears of the unknown." After letting the fleet admiral talk a bit, Hendrik Polt took the word again. "We are only just beginning to study the long-term effects of prolonged exposure to significant levels of E-radiation, but we can already state that it can benefit many people's lives for the better. As we have mentioned earlier, E-radiation is a mutation factor, but it is not completely uncontrollable. It mainly affects people's cognition. Individuals who are strong in mental will, intellect, and creativity will find that they have become stronger and more effective." A new projection appeared which showed a diorama of different high-ranking Mech pilots and Mech designers at work. E-radiation has the greatest influence on Mech pilots and Mech designers, as they are most familiar with interacting with exotic energies and exotic materials. Mech pilots will discover that their willpower can be actualized to a greater degree than before. E-radiation also lowers the difficulty of attaining breakthroughs. We predict that our society will welcome a much greater quantity of expert candidates, expert pilots, and ace pilots in the coming generation. What? Though Vess and a number of other people already figured this out, the announcement made by the star designer generated a quake through all of the humans in the Red Ocean. Countless Mech pilots cheered or gained a lot of hope after hearing the benefits of E-radiation. Many of them already began to entertain dreams about going on an intergalactic expedition to Messier 87. Would it be possible for each of them to evolve into god pilots so long as they reached the center of this highly active galaxy? Vess wasn't so sure about that. He did not miss the fact that His Excellency Hendrik Polt deliberately left out the last rank in his explanation. Mech designers such as myself will also be able to derive great benefits from E-radiation, the Lord of Thermodynamics said with a smile. "We are the most proficient at controlling and manipulating this energy type. While we must all learn how to harness E-radiation in this new and ubiquitous form, all of our Mech designs and potentially other works shall be able to derive greater strength and additional effects from our changed environment. Other scientists and professionals will be able to work with E-radiation as long as they learn new knowledge. Our Mech Trade Association will soon begin to publish textbooks that will teach every professional how to make productive use of this exotic energy type." NN. Vess and Gloriana both became speechless for a moment. It dawned on them that the big two wanted the people of the Red Ocean to quickly master and proliferate the uses of E-radiation on a wider scale. Since it was impossible to ignore E-radiation, humanity in this new and unfamiliar cosmic region may as well embrace it and maximize its use. This was a wise course of action, as the native alien civilizations most definitely enjoyed an enormous head start when it came to exploiting the power of E-radiation. the Lord of Thermodynamics continued to paint a vision of a new society, where humans and their tech had morphed into versions, where exotic energies elevated everyone and everything to a higher level. 5012, harnessing exotic radiation. Vess enjoyed an advantage compared to many other people. While most people had no choice but to embrace the narrative set by the Big Two, Vess had the ability to consult an alternative opinion. At the same time as Vess was watching the live broadcast with his immediate family, his cat Avatar was relaying everything he learned to his mother. Though the Lady of the Night had become a lot more active and preoccupied with affairs related to her shabby empire, she still made time for her son. A cyborg cat currently rested on the lap of a living goddess sitting in a lotus position. A soft and glowing hand gently caressed the feline's metallic back. "What do you think, Mother?" Veronica asked. A playful smile appeared on the resurrected woman's face. The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance in the Red Ocean have made a bold but sensible decision. What you need to remember is that they are primarily interested in one main goal. Do you know what that is, my child? Power, Veronica immediately answered. While the Mechers and the Fleeters constantly justify their right to rule by emphasizing their responsibility to safeguard human civilization, it is human nature for them to become addicted to power. They have access to almost any talent, resources, and technology within human space. They do not wish to relinquish this easily. Then, what is the greatest difference between Messier 87 and the Milky Way that has caused the Big Two in the former to change a stance that they have strongly held for over 4 centuries? Well, it is hard to hide this so-called E-energy radiation. Many Red Oceaners will inevitably get into contact with it and experience the consequences of prolonged exposure. By informing them about this in advance, the Big Two can mobilize all of the people under their rule to work towards understanding and taming the power of this energy. The powerful woman nodded. That is correct, but that is not all. What else? Vess thought of a few more reasons, but they did not really sound like the answer that his mother was looking for. It was not until he recalled her history that he made an important realization. The Compact, he gasped. The 5 Scrolls Compact is deeply rooted in the Milky Way, but not in the Red Ocean. The Big Two has put a lot of effort into preventing those powerful cultists from slipping into the new frontier. If this is the case, then the Mechers and Fleeters will be able to exert great control over humanity's relationship with E-energy. His mother grinned and patted the cyborg cat on the head. That is correct. The Big Two can make use of E-energy to reinforce their control over the population in the Red Ocean. Without the competition of the Compact, the MTA and the CFA will be able to direct and take advantage of humanity's collective development of this new form of energy. The MTA and CFA definitely formulated a lot of plans after the Great Severing occurred. While most people were still trying to process the calamity that had befallen them, the Mechers and the Fleeters had definitely been planning 20 years, 50 years, or even 100 years into the future. Cynthia's eyes grew wistful. I already have a better understanding of the environment you have ended up in. From what you have described, Messier 87 is a galaxy that resembles the Milky Way of the past. Humanity at the time was different from the humans of the present. That skeleton you have brought to me is representative of the bodies that humans were able to grow by feeding off the abundant energy and resources of that past environment. Such times have come to an end, but to the people of the Red Ocean, it has become an unprecedented chance for them to regain the power of their distant ancestors. Veronica did not look as optimistic, though. That may be true, but this E-energy radiation is not entirely benign. The Big Two are already starting to address the threat it poses to people's health. Survival of the fittest. The mother spoke in a voice that channeled a hint of ruthlessness. Not every human is capable of adapting to a new environment. Those without the strength or means to evolve in a manner that removes the threat of E-energy radiation are destined for elimination. The weak cannot be allowed to squander the resources that belong to their betters. Vess felt a chill going through his entire spirit. It was talk like this that reminded him that his mother had more in common with compact cultists and contemporary humans. That, "You have nothing to fear, my son," Cynthia spoke in a motherly tone. "You have activated the latent potential of my bloodline. Your wife is a capable Mech designer that has already adapted to this energy. Your children have manifested the strength of their lineage in advance as well. Others may perish, but you and your family shall prosper." That was not what Vess wanted. Although he was not the most selfless Mech designer, he did not want the stable and familiar society in the Red Ocean to collapse. Vess was also responsible for the lives of many clansmen. Not all of them were strong in will or spirit like Kedis or Joshua. How would these relatively ordinary fare in an environment where they were constantly exposed to harmful radiation? The Big Two shared the same concerns, so the star designer and the fleet admiral seriously emphasized its dangers to society. E-energy radiation cannot be blocked unless exceptional means are employed, Stanley R. Giles spoke. Neither an energy shield, a layer of hull armor, a planet's magnetosphere, or any other barrier can block its passage. We cannot prevent it from subjecting our bodies, our technology, and our foodstuffs to mutations. However, this is no cause for panic. Different from more harmful influences such as gamma radiation, E-energy radiation is not overwhelmingly negative. It will not cause our DNA and body cells to degrade or induce cancer. The direction of mutation induced by E-energy radiation is semi-random. Hendrik Polt continued as he called up a projection of a human body. There are many components of E-energy radiation that are prone to inducing harmful mutations, such as weakening the heart or atrophying the muscles. The vast majority of these symptoms can be treated. In time, medicines and treatments can be developed to cure and prevent these mutations. The biotechnology and medical communities must take the lead in this research in order to save as many lives as possible. Gloriana looked incredibly concerned for herself and her children. Vess, keep listening, honey. E-energy radiation may be dangerous to ordinary people, but we are different. His suspicions were correct. Treating harmful mutations through medical treatments and gene therapies may be effective, but the costs will not be light. The star designer continued. There are alternate means to minimize the negative effects of E-energy radiation exposure. That is by taking advantage of the fact that E-energy radiation is responsive to the cognition of a life form. Your very thoughts can shape its influence on your body. Strong mental discipline can encourage your body to become more receptive to the more benign components of this new energy. This will enable your physiology to evolve in a manner that is able to resist harmful mutations. Many such methods already exist. The Lord of Thermodynamics began to sound more hopeful. As I have mentioned before, becoming a Mech pilot, and Mech designer or strongly dedicating yourself to any profession and hobby can enable you to draw strength from the energies released by M87. In addition, there are other potential solutions that can alter the effects of E-energy radiation exposure. We must all work together as a society to discover and invent the most effective solutions that can preserve our population in the Red Ocean as much as possible. If our civilization is to survive and thrive in the heart of the Virgo cluster, we cannot afford to decline in numbers. So that is how it is, Gloriana uttered in realization. We have to make sure our children become passionate enough to pursue their vocations and hobbies, Vess. The truth of the matter was that Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane were a lot closer to primordial humans than ordinary people. They would probably do fine, even if they became good-for-nothings. Of course, Vess did not want his children to end up useless. He saw no reason to refute his wife's fears. The star designer continued his explanation by touching on E-energy radiation's effect on certain inorganic materials. The radiation was bound to produce a lot of new exotics while also strengthening existing ones, but the transition would not be pleasant. Fortunately, the rate of mutation of most materials happened gradually enough that there should be plenty of time to update or replace components that were prone to malfunction due to this new factor. After explaining the few benefits and downsides of E-energy radiation that the Big Two saw fit to reveal, Fleet Admiral Argyle began to address another component of M87's powerful cosmic radiation. E-energy radiation is predominantly produced by the cosmic activity of Messier 87. It cannot easily be avoided on a macroscopic scale unless we are able to distance ourselves from this supermassive galaxy. The second form of exotic radiation that we will introduce to you is different. M87 itself generates it at a low concentration, but the jets of matter released by the dark source contain much higher quantities of R particles. Vess grew stumped. He already knew about the flood of spiritual energy coursing the red ocean, but neither he nor Master Benedict had found any signs of these particles. An R particle is a new type of subatomic particle that is similar to a neutrino. The Fleet Admiral continued to explain. Just as neutrinos pass through space, planets, and our bodies without causing any harm, R particles exhibit similar behavior. However, a major difference is that R particles may slightly behave differently when interacting with E-energy. What? Our studies into the effects of R particle radiation are still superficial, as it is a new phenomenon that we have never encountered in the Milky Way. The Lord of Dynamics honestly revealed. We have made many preliminary discoveries since we have arrived in the Virgo cluster. R particles can behave as catalysts, amplifiers, or inhibitors depending on how they react to E-energy. We have also discovered indications that R particle radiation may alter or enrich specific materials, but we cannot form any definite conclusions at this time. By themselves, R particles may pose a slightly harmful influence to the human physique, but it may be possible to mitigate their threat by relying on our medical science. Vess did not know what to think. He was unable to detect these so-called R particles through his spiritual senses or with any of the detection equipment at his disposal. He was completely out of his depth when it came to this matter. A map of Messier 87 and its local neighborhood came into view again. Fleet Admiral Argyle adopted a defiant posture. As we have stated earlier, R particle radiation is mainly a product of the jets of matter released by the dark source. This is a threat as well as an opportunity. The red ocean's new location relative to M87 places it far away enough from the diffusion of the ejected matter to prevent us from getting exposed to lethal doses of R particle radiation. Yet our current galaxy is also placed close enough to the axis of the jet of matter that we derive a great amount of power from the R particle radiation around us. This is one of the few advantages that we can rely upon to reduce our power gap with the presumed indigenous alien civilizations of M87. The overall message was clear. In order to survive, humanity of the Red Ocean must learn to leverage the new exotic energies and particles. Ignoring their power was unacceptable. 5013 read. Vess felt a lot less self-assured by the time the Star Designer and the Fleet Admiral completed their explanation on the exotic radiation generated by Messier 87. He initially had great confidence in Hill's ability to make good use of the ambient spiritual energy that was slowly filling up the Red Ocean. As a largely self-trained spiritual engineer with years of experience, Vess believed that he had a natural advantage in his ability to leverage E-energy radiation. Other Mech designers, especially low-ranked ones, could only manipulate it in a more passive and unconscious manner, but Vess possessed the perception of a primordial human and could manipulate spiritual energy at a much finer level. This was especially when he had access to a companion spirit like Blinky. Out of all of the ones he made for his various friends and family, none were as suited to take advantage of the productive uses of E-energy radiation as Blinky. The existence of R particle radiation threw a wrench in those plans. Though Vess understood that it could enable him to leverage additional power, the premise was that he could exert enough control over this exotic matter. All of the changes brought by M87 undoubtedly resulted in a lot of changes to people's lives. A lot of fears and uncertainty started to well up again. Would their bodies remain healthy? Would their jobs remain the same? Would humans still be allowed to fight against each other? All of these societal questions needed to be answered, so the Lord of Thermodynamics finally revealed the Big Two's vision of the future. It is unquestionable that the Great Severing demands changes to how we operate in the Red Ocean. Our highest priority is not to seek a way to return to the Milky Way or complete our conquest and defeat the local aliens that have brought us here, but to survive our coming contact with the native alien civilizations of Messier 87. A projected map centered around M87 appeared yet again. M87 contains many more stars than the Milky Way. Its richer and hotter interstellar medium also endows much of its star systems with greater resources. It is more difficult for life to evolve under these harsh circumstances, but the alien races that are able to overcome all of these dangers will unquestionably be more powerful than the races of our home galaxy on average. The more advanced and developed alien civilizations of M87 will likely possess the means to detect our dwarf galaxy's arrival in real time or after a relatively short delay. Fleet Admiral Argyle declared. Do not assume that our arrival will not be discovered for many years, because the light of the red ocean's appearance and the gravity it exerts on other stellar objects are delayed by hundreds of thousands of years. Our race has developed more advanced detection methods that can observe a relatively distant galaxy's arrival. The natives of M87 have likely developed similar technologies. Many different red points of lights began to shine on the galactic map. They spread across M87 as well as many of the satellite galaxies orbiting around the greater conglomeration. The red ocean's current position allows us to obtain a snapshot of the history of this region of space. By analyzing the light transmitted from M87 and its satellites over a time range that spans at least hundreds of thousands of years, we have detected over 10,000 powerful artificial manifestations of energy that have already taken place in the distant past. We have also detected many more artificial signals that originate from ancient alien transmissions. Make no mistake, powerful alien civilizations have resided in M87 in the past, so it is highly probable that powerful alien civilizations still exist in the present day. That confirmed many people's suspicions. It was nice to have a more solid form of confirmation, at least. While Vess understood that there was a slight chance that a calamity may have befallen M87 and its satellites in the past 100,000 or 200,000 years that completely turned it into a barren wasteland, that was wishful thinking. Instead of hoping for a lucky break, it was better to assume the worst. The good news is that we have yet to detect any significant concentrations of face water in any of the nearby galaxies, the Lord of Thermodynamics announced. That should increase the difficulty of traveling to our dwarf galaxy, but it will not hinder the arrival of foreign aliens forever. We must prepare as much as we can and increase our isolated society's strength as much as possible in order to withstand a future onslaught. The projected logos of the MTA and the CFA appeared yet again. The star designer looked utterly serious when he spoke his next words. From the moment the Great Severing has brought us to M87, our future has diverged from our brothers and sisters in the Milky Way. We are not only physically isolated from our greater human civilization, but our group must also contend with an entirely different set of dangers and challenges. We can no longer rely on the superiority that our forefathers from the Age of Conquest have secured for us all. We must all begin anew, for better or worse. The famous and familiar logos of the two organizations began to change. The traditional MTA logo depicted a night Mech surrounded by orange flames and 12 different planets. The flames and the planets all turned red in the altered logo. The regular CFA logo displayed a blue battleship behind a white four-pointed star on a dark background that was speckled with stars. The white star turned into a bright shade of red, while the background turned into a darker red tint. From now on, the human race as we know it will be divided into two civilizations, not one. Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle roared. Prolonged exposure to M87's exotic radiation will mutate us all into more powerful and adapted variations of the baseline human race. Each of these variations will henceforth be referred to as red humans. While our common fleet alliance will seek to preserve as many rules and customs as possible, we must inevitably change our modus operandi in order to adapt to our new circumstances. With the permission of our Grand Admirals, we decided to form an offshoot of our organization, which you may refer to as the Red CFA. Red Humanity. Red CFA. Vess, Gloriana, along with everyone else in the Red Ocean, reacted with shock at the announcement. Even though a lot of clever people figured out that the Big Two inevitably had to form a regime in the altered new frontier, few expected it would happen in this way. His Excellency Hendrik Polt could not fall behind. The Mech Trade Association agrees with the decisions made by our allies from the Common Fleet Alliance. Our organization that is localized in the Red Ocean shall henceforth operate under the banner of the Red MTA. No matter how much contact we still have with our counterparts in the Milky Way, we will no longer operate under the exact same rules, customs, and expectations. This was a revelation that would shake the fabric of human society in the new frontier. It was one thing to figure out that humans of the Red Ocean could no longer march in lockstep with the humans of the Milky Way. It was another thing to formally acknowledge this separation and proactively promote a divergent mindset. Right now, a lot of people in the Red Ocean still saw themselves as authentic human members of the one true human civilization in the Milky Way. What about 10 years later? What about 50 years later? By the time 2 generations had gone by, the vast majority of people in the new frontier would probably think of themselves as different and superior to their more primitive and boring cousins in the other galaxy. Gloriana chuckled. I find it curious that despite taking the drastic step to form a new civilization around the concept of red humans, the CFA and the MTA are still doing their best to maintain their present status. What can you expect from them? No matter whether they add the word red in front of their names or not, their nature has not changed in the slightest, Vess said in a cynical tone. Indeed, in the next 5 minutes, the star designer and the fleet admiral described how the Big Two would endeavor to maintain the stability of the current status quo as best as possible. The most important constant was that the Big Two still intended to enforce the prohibition against taboos as vigorously as before. Red humans were still not allowed to form their own sovereign star nations. Red humans were still not allowed to develop and deploy weapons of mass destruction. Red humans were still not allowed to develop, construct, and make use of warships. Aside from that, the COM Consortium still remained responsible for managing the Red Ocean's galactic net. We also plan to accelerate the expansion of the Red Gate Consortium, the Fleet Admiral explained. We shall quickly construct a network of lesser Beyonder gates in every secure zone in order to form the Red Ocean Galactic Gate Network. The formation of this gate network will promote our economic development and enable more rapid transfers of military assets in the case of hostile alien invasions. That certainly sounded handy to have in hand now that red humanity was outnumbered by so many old and new alien civilizations. Vess could also tell that the formation of a new gate network would also prevent the red humans that were scattered in many different zones from drifting apart from each other. The closer they were connected to each other, the smaller the likelihood that they would attempt to make off on their own. We do not intend to remain on the defensive, the Fleet Admiral declared in a more eager tone. The Red Cabal has already demonstrated extremely powerful and threatening capabilities. It may be able to realize more desperate actions, such as detonating all of the face water in our dwarf galaxy. We must neutralize the threat of this pan-alien alliance by toppling its largest strongholds, defeating the ancient phase whales that are largely responsible for executing the Great Severing, and completely break their base of support. In the following years, the Red CFA and the Red MTA shall intensify our offensives into alien space and seek to destroy the tide stations to prevent the phase whales from affecting the entire galaxy once again. Vess and Gloriana held mixed expressions. By accelerating their invasion into alien territory, the Red Big Two clearly chose to persist in their hostilities against the indigenous aliens. The Red MTA and the Red CFA clearly decided not to seek any form of truce or reconciliation with the phase whales and the other major alien races of the Red Ocean. Teleis was bound to become a huge preoccupation that would sap Red humanity's attention and resources for many years. Would the Red humans be able to defeat the local aliens and digest their gains fast enough to meet the M87 aliens in time? That was a big question. The age of Mies as we know it has to come to an end. The Lord of Thermodynamics' announcement with a serious expression. Mies shall still play an integral role in our society, just as warships have protected our civilization for many centuries. However, the changes produced by prolonged exposure to Messier 87 exotic radiation, combined with our future contact with the new galaxy's native alien civilizations, shall lead Red humanity into a new future. Letter 188 Thetum, a golden light began to shine from above. Both the star designer and the fleet admiral became illuminated by blinding golden rays. In order to commemorate our new start under the golden light of the nearby supergiant galaxy, we declare the start of the Age of Dawn. The Age of Dawn. 5014 Reward Program. Human history changed forever. To the people of the Milky Way, the Age of Mechs continued to prosper like always. Their race maintained a dominant position in their home galaxy. Sure, the Red Ocean and all of the manpower and assets invested into it had disappeared, but the loss did not result in a drastic weakening of human civilization. At most, human civilization was set back by a century or so. It would probably take at least that much time for society to compensate for all of the warships, star designers, and god pilots. Perhaps all of the relatives of the missing colonists of the Red Ocean may mourn for the loss of contact, but life eventually had to go on. New families would arise over time, while the impact of the people that had gone missing would continually fade over time. Worse tragedies had taken place in humanity's long history. The total amount of human lives lost during the end of the Age of Conquest far exceeded the amount of Red Ocean colonists that had disappeared from the local group. It may only take a single generation for human society in the Milky Way to forget about the absence of the Red Ocean. People would get back to spending time on building their careers, making power plays, and seeking to improve the performance of Mechs by another 5%. Not many humans would realize how much danger and excitement they missed out on by remaining behind in their home galaxy. Master, Oleg Vorn spoke in an uncertain tone. The young and talented journeyman Mech designer looked crushed as he entered the well-equipped design lab. He still couldn't fathom the loss of so many people and colonies. The Friday colonies had disappeared entirely. The Big Two did not publish too many announcements related to the abrupt disappearance of the Red Ocean. Only well-connected insiders had the right to access more information. They are still alive, Master Carmen Olsen flatly said as she continued to puzzle over a high-level design problem. They will adapt. They will survive. It is possible that one day they will return and reunite with us. It is too premature to assume they will perish in the Virgo cluster. The Fridayman master Mech designer thought about all of the explosive information she had managed to obtain from the Mech Trade Association. Messier 87, exotic radiation, red humanity, the age of dawn. All of these words and phrases were enough to detonate a bomb among the upper echelon of human society. Through the intergalactic communication channels that still remained operational due to various special reasons, much of humanity's upper ranks became excited by all of the new developments in the Virgo cluster. The red humans had inexplicably become the vanguard of humanity's invasion of another full galaxy, one that was much larger and more massive, no less. If the red humans succeeded in obtaining a foothold at Messier 87, then that would definitely benefit the original humans who remained behind in the Milky Way as well. Even if a distance of 50 million light-years could never be bridged within their lifetimes, just the exchange of technological information was enough to enrich people's lives in the Milky Way. Master Olson's expression grew mixed. In face of all of this excitement, a faint but undeniable sense of longing welled up in her heart. "How do you think Vess Larkinson will fare?" Oleg asked. "I cannot say. From the information that I have obtained, the Age of Dawn may benefit his work much more than that of other Mech designers. He is likely to thrive as long as he can survive the threats that all of red humanity must overcome." The pressure of survival in the Red Ocean had become countless times higher than in the Milky Way. While the people in the Milky Way dazedly tried to move on with their normal lives after the strange disappearance of the Red Ocean, the displaced humans welcomed the third day with an entirely new mindset. Tli Age of Mechs had ended for red humanity. The Age of Dawn had arisen. After the Lord of Thermodynamics and Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle announced their shocking revelations and declarations, the colonists of the Red Ocean gained a lot of answers, but also generated a lot of new questions. TLI contents of the public address may be enough to resolve everyone's greatest doubts, but they did not go into too many specifics. This was why the Red MTA and the Red CFA published a whole host of documents on the morning of the next day. These documents went into much more detail about the science of E-energy radiation, the adjustments to established regulations, and vague explanations about the philosophy of the two dominant organizations going forward. Just as Vess was digesting all of the dense documentation, General Verl suddenly contacted him out of the blue. "Sir, you need to read the latest announcement published by the Red CFA. The news has already begun to generate a lot of controversy in public." Vess had not even spent any time on reviewing the stuff published by the Common Fleet Alliance. He was a Mech designer after all. What business did he have with the Fleeters? His expression changed as soon as he skimmed through the first page of the latest virtual document. Bounties, warship tokens. It turned out that the rumors surrounding the Red CFA's intentions to ease the taboo related to the prohibition against warships were true. Vess did not know how much arguing and politicking went on behind the scenes, but for the Red CFA as well as the Red MTA to eventually agree to loosen their long-held duopoly on warships that they maintained with an iron grip since the start of the Age of Mechs. "This changes everything," Vess gasped. This may be one of the driving reasons behind the decision to establish the Age of Dawn. The taboo against warships emerged as a consequence of the many horrors of the Age of Conquest. It had become a defining characteristic of the Age of Mechs. So long as this era persisted, the vast majority of humans were never permitted to get in touch with armed starships. Tli Age of Dawn was different. The circumstances had changed, so the rules had to follow. In this brand new age, where red humanity had to confront the realistic threat of extinction, it did not entirely make sense to suppress the war-making potential of the majority of the population in the new frontier. "It is only a possibility, but I agree with you, sir," General Verl said through the still active communication channel. "Out of all of the powers based in the Davut region, only we have a prior history of defeating Phase Whales and Phase Lords. We are much better suited to complete these bounties than many of the states and pioneering organizations in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. Just because the Red CFA was willing to relent on a taboo did not mean that everyone was free to build their own warships all of a sudden. The Red Big Two still feared a return to the bad old days of the Age of Conquest. In order to better control the numbers, as well as the allocation of both privately owned and state-owned warships, the Red CFA established a warship quota program to manage these permissions. The only parties permitted to own and field warships were states and pioneers. They were already vetted and already maintained existing ties with the Red Big Two. As long as both of them fulfilled the right conditions, they were able to exchange their deeds to the Red CFA for a warship token. This token was basically a license that granted its registered holder permission to own a warship that corresponded to a specific type. A destroyer token permitted its holder to own an armed destroyer. A battleship token granted its holder the right to own a full battleship. Damn, these CFA warship tokens are bound to become one of the most valuable assets in this age, Vess predicted. Countless people will go crazy for these rewards. General Verl agreed with his patriarch. It is a rather clever incentive from the Red Big Two. We predicted that the Mechers and the Fleeters would seek to discourage internal conflicts between human states. The Greater Beyonder Gate can no longer make up for the decline in population by supplying the new frontier with an endless stream of immigrants. Abolishing internal wars outright is the most direct solution to preserve human lives, but it will generate so much resistance and opposition that the Red Big Two's rule will become unstable in a time where they can least afford any challenges. That was true. Vess had traveled far and wide. He witnessed the full range of human nature in so many different regions of space. Humans were greedy, ambitious, and prone to competing against each other. The Big Two's policies during the Age of Mechs not only did nothing to suppress these tendencies, but deliberately magnified all of these bad habits. That might work in an age where humans had already gained dominance and needed to keep each other busy, but it was no longer suitable under the new circumstances. It was better to promote change by using the carrot instead of the stick. The newly announced warship quota program was one of the first big carrots that the Red Big Two dangled in front of the masses. Vess eagerly read the redemption requirements for these tokens. Tilai's new reward program was still in its infancy at the moment, so the Red CFA only established a single way to earn a coveted CFA warship token. That was by redeeming the bounties to the Red CFA. It appears the Red Big Two really want to get rid of the phase whales, Vess remarked. I would have thought that they might want to find an opportunity to make peace with indigenous aliens. Tilai phase whales are the only aliens that can realistically bring us back to the Milky Way. The aliens would never agree to that, General Verl retorted. The Great Severing is an act of desperation. It shows their utter determination to prevent humanity from conquering their dwarf galaxy. Now that we have moved in Messier 87 neighborhood, it is likely that the indigenous aliens will do whatever they can to wipe out our colonies, while we are still cut off from the support of the Milky Way. Vess began to look skeptical. If that is the case, it is not going to be easy to earn these warship tokens. According to the current version of the reward program, the only way to earn these tokens was to hunt phase whales and phase lords. As the chief culprits and the main actors responsible for pulling off the Great Severing, these native gods still posed an enormous threat to red humanity. Vess became increasingly more dazzled by the rewards associated with the bounties. Phase Whale or Greater Phase Lord, up to 10 billion MTA merits or 1 CFA light/heavy cruiser token. Ancient Phase Whale, 1 trillion MTA merits minus 1 CFA battlecruiser token. Can we claim a reward from the Red MTA and Red CFA at the same time? It does not appear to be the case. You need to choose from one or the other. You can either settle for earning MTA merits or obtaining a CFA warship token. General Verl responded. Keep in mind that the tokens are non-transferable and only give you the right to field a warship. You still need to find a shipbuilding company and fund the construction of a warship by yourself. That sounded like a considerable hurdle for most smaller organizations, but it should not be a problem for a fairly well-connected organization like the Larkinson clan. Vess scratched his head. Are the CFA warship tokens distinguished by tech class? I haven't seen any mention of it anywhere in this document. T-Lei's does not appear to be the case. As long as we have a token, we can choose to obtain a second-class or a first-class warship of the corresponding type. We only have to abide by the strict technological restrictions set by the Red CFA. Just because the fleeters were willing to loosen this taboo did not mean they wanted to get upstaged. The warships that pioneers such as the Larkinson clan could potentially add to their own fleets would never be allowed to grow strong enough to challenge the might of the Red CFA. Chapter 50-15, same course. Who could possibly resist the allure of warships? Hardly anyone would say no to them. Their might had firmly been established during the Age of Conquest. They also continued to play a major role in safeguarding human space against hostile alien civilizations. Only pacifists, idealists, and the extremists aligned with the MTA warship abolition faction opposed the wider use of warships. The public instantly buzzed as they discussed the latest news. This is awful. If warships are allowed to make a comeback, we will soon return to a time where a single vessel can bombard our entire cities from orbit. Haven't you read all of the rules? The Red CFA won't allow people to do that. The fleeters will punish anyone who abuses the power of warships against other humans. They're mostly intended to give us a fighting chance against the warships fielded by powerful aliens. This is a scam. A warship may be strong, but a company of first-class multipurpose mechs can be just as powerful, and you don't need any extra licenses to field the latter. It's impossible to earn one of these tokens. Kill a phase whale. The Red CFA might as well ask us to build a portal that can bring us back to the Milky Way. If you can kill an ancient phase whale, would you choose to go to the MTA and redeem 1 trillion MTA merits, or go to the CFA and redeem a battlecruiser token? What's the use of a single battlecruiser when I can extend my lifespan by an extra few centuries? I can pay for a lot of life-prolonging treatments with 1 trillion MTA merits. T-Lei's surprise announcement of the CFA warship quota program not only generated a lot of discussion among the public, but also energized the debates among the groups that had a realistic chance of earning these newfangled tokens. The Golden Skull Alliance organized an emergency meeting. In order to prevent the sensitive talks from leaking out, the leaders of the 5 alliance partners decided to meet in private in a secure chamber underneath the cat nest. T-Lei Alliance even requested Saintess Ulrika Vraken to secure the meeting venue with the help of her Matcheria Excelsia. Though nobody really felt comfortable with subjecting themselves to the strong saint kingdom of a Hexer ace pilot, this was one of the few ways to circumvent the most sophisticated snooping methods. Fortunately, none of the leaders gathered together at this time were weak in mind, spirit, or will. The risk factors have increased now that we have entered the Age of Dawn, Marshal Ariadne Wadden stated. We can leave aside the threat of M87 for the time being, but we cannot ignore the determination of the natives of the Red Ocean to strangle extragalactic invaders such as ourselves. From a strategic standpoint, the Great Severing is not the goal itself, but a means to the desired end result. The next logical step the natives must take is to mobilize their entire war-making potential and launch an all-out offensive on human-occupied territory. The regions close to the front lines are about to get flooded by alien incursions. Vess rubbed his hairless chin. Your assessment is probably right, but the Red Big Two won't stand by and remain as impassive as before. Human population has become a lot more scarce and valuable now that we are cut off from the Milky Way. Their war fleets will do their best to block the most powerful alien fleets. The only ones that should get through are the weaker fleets. As long as we put a lot of effort into scouting the space around our expeditionary fleet, we can pick our battles and avoid any opponents that are too powerful for our own good. What do you all think? Marshal Ariadne asked the other leaders sitting at the table. Do you agree with his decision to resume the Trailblazer expedition? Master Benedict Cortez firmly nodded. It is exactly because times have changed that we must be more proactive. The real threat to our existence is not the natives of the Red Ocean, but the more powerful aliens that originate from M87. Once the latter start to commence their invasion, there is a high probability that second-class Mech will not be able to put up any meaningful resistance. The only realistic chance for us to protect our own lives is to promote to first raters and build up a strong force of first-class Mechs and potentially warships. We need to do this as soon as possible. Several other people at the table nodded in agreement. Nobody could predict when the natives of M87 might come, but clearly the Cross clan wasn't willing to bet that red humanity had the luxury of time. Vess glanced towards the leaders of the latest two alliance partners. Both of them looked a bit distracted. Teli Great Severing clearly affected them more than others. General Forain, Matriarch Bujay, how are the two of you holding up? Are you still with us now that you are cut off from the Milky Way? The leader of the Adelaide Third Fleet responded with a brittle smile. It is disconcerting to lose contact with the other fleets of our mercenary company. My staff and I have been preoccupied with re-establishing ourselves as an independent organization. Much of this work is administrative in nature. It will not delay our participation in the coming expedition. Our family has lost our goal, Matriarch Rezi Bujay said in a depressed tone. Our overarching goal has always been to build up the forces needed to return to the Greater Terran United Confederation and take back the territory stolen by the Chabran ancient clan. Now, it is impossible to regain our honor. That indeed sounded like a major problem. If the Bujays lost the motivation to pursue greater strength, then they would no longer be able to contribute as much to the Golden Skull Alliance as Vess hoped. He thought for a moment. A powerful Terran clan like the Chabrans should have taken part in the colonization of the Red Ocean. They have. The Chabrans have established a moderate presence in the Caesarlan Upper Zone. Why not set your sights on their holdings in that upper zone instead? Vess suggested. It might not be as good as taking back your ancestral planets, but at least your family has done the best it can under the circumstances. Teli Matriarch let out a sigh. Defeating the Chabran ancient clan in the Red Ocean is not as meaningful. Do not worry. We do not intend to turn our backs on our commitments. It is still beneficial for us to seek greater chances in the deep frontier. The leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance came to a consensus. Despite the valid concerns about rising hostilities in the deep frontier, the various alliance partners still wanted to obtain greater plunder. They also did not reject the opportunity to earn a few warship tokens if possible. Phase whales and phase lords were notoriously difficult to find, but the Golden Scullers could earn a huge amount of profit if they succeeded in tracking one down. Of course, killing these native gods was another matter. Teli ones that Vess and his people encountered in the past were either weak or restricted. He did not think it would be that easy to defeat them in the open. It was not for nothing that most red humans assumed that the hunt for phase whales would mostly become a concern for first raters. Only they had the strength and resources to fight against these native powerhouses on a reliable basis. In any case, once the emergency meeting came to an end, Vess was happy with the results. The changing age did not alter his overall plan for the future. He became more eager to become a first-rater than ever. Only then would he have the qualifications to participate in the greater game between civilizations. The Golden Skull Alliance decided to stick to the current schedule. The disruptions caused by the Great Severing did not significantly impede the departure plans of the Larkinson clan and the rest. Letter 188 Thetum, in fact, everyone had already been ready to depart a while ago. The only reason why they lingered in Davut was because the Larkinson clan still needed to take possession of their new flagship. Teli quasi-first-class factory ship had already arrived in orbit. Tens of thousands of crew members and officers had already shuttled over in order to take up their new stations and familiarize themselves with their new responsibilities. The Larkinson spacers already learned how to operate the much more powerful and advanced starship systems in a virtual setting, so they were not complete novices. However, the simulated version of the Spirit of Bentheim still deviated substantially from the physical version of the refurbished capital ship. It was essential for the crew to learn the differences in advance. Aside from that, the crew also needed time to load all of the Mechs, supplies, and personal items to the enlarged starship. Vess looked forward to stepping foot on his new capital ship and familiarizing himself with many of the powerful upgrades installed by the MTA. Before he could do so, he still had to take care of a few other chores. He had not forgotten about his grandfather. Even if his human self could not find the time to further the hasty development of the Dawn Star project, his cat avatar back in the Nixian Gap made sure it never stopped. Vess only needed to wait a few more days before the Larkinson Biotech Institute completed the accelerated growth of the Dawn Star project's custom Carmine system. As he continued to contact different organizations in order to ensure that their ongoing agreements with the Larkinson clan remained the same, he also checked in on his latest job. He had no idea whether his professorship at the Eden Institute of Business and Technology remained valid. Teli virtual projection of his new teaching assistant immediately assuaged his concerns. You can rest assured that the school administration has no intention of revoking your position, Miss Alexa Stryker happily said. The Great Severing has completely upended the educational sector across the new frontier. It has become impossible for the Red humans to continue their studies at the old and prestigious virtual institutions based in the old galaxy. The only schools that can serve the educational needs of our population are the ones that are fully based in our dwarf galaxy. While many new schools have been founded overnight in order to meet all of the excess demand, enrollment at the Eden Institute has already tripled. That made a lot of sense. Vess had not put any thought on how the Great Severing affected the many students in the new frontier. Getting cut off from all of the old brands that had dominated the academic scene for centuries, if not ML Lenla, was both a disaster and a blessing to the people of the Red Ocean. The Eden Institute of Business and Technology suddenly did not rank at the rear of many Terran first-class universities anymore. The sudden absence of so many old galaxy educational institutions meant that it had not only reached the middle ranks, if not higher, but also welcomed a lot of highly qualified students. Business was booming, while the drastic changes also meant that a lot of highly qualified seniors and masters suddenly became available for hire. There shouldn't be a compelling reason for the Eden Institute to replace Vess with another professor. This was because the knowledge and experiences that Vess possessed had become more relevant to the Red humans than ever. Is it true that you have once managed to defeat not one, but two different phase whales? Exella Stryker asked with heightened interest. Vess smirked back. We participated in the defeat or killing of 3 phase whales, actually. The latest one is a bit difficult to explain, so it doesn't get mentioned. If that is the case, then I suggest you add a specific module related to this subject to your Frontier Wisdom course. Even in the upper zones, not many people can boast of killing phase whales. If you can explain how you can effectively track them down and defeat them in the most efficient manner, our school administration predicts that your popularity as a teacher will explode. Chapter 50-16, Enthusiastic Fan. Vess felt bemused more than anything after learning about the drastic changes at the Eden Institute of Business and Technology. The increased enrollment and the reduced competition was like a dream to this relatively new university. Now that every remaining educational institution had to compete on a level playing field, It was impossible for the Eden Institute to fall. Only an enormous scandal would be able to threaten its continuation. So long as it did not make any egregious mistakes, it was destined to rise to prominence. This provided huge benefits to Vess, as long as he was able to remain employed by the Eden Institute. It did not really matter if he became overshadowed by every professor. He was already happy with teaching a couple of niche elective courses. Vess did not expect the school administration to attach so much importance to his proposed frontier wisdom course. Were the Terrans truly willing to trust a second-rater to teach a bunch of clueless kids how to kill a phase whale? Humanity has precious little contact with the phase whale race. The projection of Miss Alexa Stryker clarified as she sat next to the desk in Vess' office. Not even the Big Two has fought that much against these powerful aquatic aliens. They are too elusive and solitary, and spend most of their time hiding inside gas giants or pocket spaces. Master Layla Rebecca DeVos has personally contacted the Red MTA to verify whether you have truly come into contact with this race. Once she obtained the desired answer, she intends to use your course as an additional selling point for the Eden Institute. Vess blinked. Are you sure it is a good idea to blow this matter up? I am still a brand new senior. I haven't taught a single serious class as of yet. My Frontier Wisdom course may be the completely wrong fit for the Eden Institute or its students. Master DeVos is more than willing to give you room to experiment, Professor. The rules and regulations concerning the teaching contents of elective courses are quite loose. The consequences are not too severe if you fail to teach our students anything of substance. You can always retool the syllabus for the next semester. I see. I'll proceed according to my original plan if that is the case. The two talked a bit further. Vess did not really treat his position at the Eden Institute as a full-time job, so he was largely left out of the loop. Fortunately, his bright young teaching assistant was fully on top of the situation. She possessed an excellent awareness of the changes brought by the Great Severing. You cannot imagine how many pioneers have chosen to raise their own hunting fleets after the Red CFA published its warship quota program. Excella gossiped to Vess. These leaders have spent most of their efforts on building their colonies or establishing new business in the upper zones. Now, they suddenly chose to put their original plans on the back burner in order to chase after the much-coveted warship tokens. How likely do you think that they can succeed in their hunting expeditions? He snorted. They will likely not be able to obtain the prize that they desire the most. As you have said so yourself, phase whales are highly elusive. Finding them is an enormous challenge. You may stumble upon them by luck if you spend enough time in the deep frontier, but you are likely to get confronted by a full alien war fleet that is strong enough to fight against the Red Big Two head-on. It takes special means to track down a phase whale. Are you able to teach that in your Frontier Wisdom course? Vess immediately shook his head. Hell no! The Red Big Two would have bought the secrets from me if I have any. The truth is that my expeditionary fleet never set out to seek them in the first place. We just stumbled upon them by coincidence. 3 times. I just have the worst luck. If you say so, Miss Stryker said with a coy smile. It is not a great loss if you cannot teach your students how to better track them down. You can still satisfy their curiosity by giving them tips on how to trap and defeat the phase whales. Our first-class Mechs are powerful, but the powerful aliens are known to possess many strange methods due to their great mastery in spatial manipulation. That is why you can never beat a phase whale if you approach one from a distance. You can only ever take it by surprise, and preferably when it is fixed to a single location. Now that is exactly the sort of lesson that you should teach to your next batch of students. The two talked a bit more about the contents of Vess' future courses. They not only talked about his Frontier Wisdom course, but also touched upon his other ones. The projection of Alexa Stryker leaned forward a bit. Your living Mechs have grown stronger, haven't they? Are they responding well to M87's exotic radiation? It appears that you are among the Mech designers that have derived much greater benefits from the Great Severing than others. Vess sensed an unusual amount of interest from the Terran apprentice Mech designer. Only a few days have passed, Miss Stryker. It is way too premature to judge which Mech designer can harvest the most gains from the changing times. Have you not listened to the reactions from your own customer base? Many Mech pilots that have been using your living Mechs on a daily basis have already begun to share their discoveries. Many of them have not only reported that their Mechs have become even more intelligent and responsive than before, but that their glows and special characteristics have become noticeably stronger than before. The young woman waved her hand and projected a few recorded footage. It showed a Valkyrie Redeemer that was able to scare the pilot of a mercenary Mech into paralysis. It showed how an unruly mob of rioters who were angry about the bankruptcy of a company with deep ties to the old galaxy became passive after the appearance of a single pacifier. It showed how the Huntmaster was able to cow several powerful exobests into submission. It showed how the Bright Boy was able to debilitate other Mech pilots at a distance. It even showed how a monster slayer was able to cut through the armor of a tough Mech in a Mech arena, when it clearly lacked the power to accomplish this with ease. Vess curiously observed all of the recent footage. He had to admit that he had become distracted by other affairs to take a good look at how M87's exotic radiation impacted his products in the short term. It was partially why he was so eager to set off his expedition. He wanted to see all of his Larkinson Mechs in action and track their changes in actual battle. "You have done your homework," Vess stated with mild surprise. First-class Mech designers were much smarter and more thorough than their second-class counterparts. "That last Mech is not my work, by the way. The Monster Slayer is the solo work of my former student. I taught her a few lessons about living Mechs, but she is committed to her own design philosophy." That caused Alexa Stryker to grow more enthused. That is good news. The work of a student partially reflects the ability of the teacher. Will you be able to help other Mech design students produce similar works in your Introduction to Living Mech Design course? Vess scratched his head. "I would not say that. Keddy's Larkinson only managed to learn a bit of the essence of living Mechs after spending lots of time with them. It is really difficult to acquire the most essential requirements to make them. Let me be honest with you, Miss Stryker. I do not expect any of the students of my class to learn the art of designing living Mechs after completing a single course of mine. It is impossible for them to do so unless I tutor them on an individual basis. I think the only other way they can pick up my teachings faster is if I advance to the rank of Master Mech Designer." The woman looked crushed. "Is that so? I already had an understanding that it is fiendishly difficult to pass on Class Roman 9 design philosophies. It will likely take many decades for you to realize your own. That is too much time. The Age of Dawn has just begun, and the Mech industry is certain to go through a period of accelerated technological transitions. All evidence so far indicates that living Mechs are on the rise, so it is greatly beneficial to join this trend early." Vess raised his eyebrow as he leaned back on his chair. The signal that she was transmitting couldn't be more clear. "Miss Stryker, are you interested in my design philosophy?" The woman did not deny the obvious. "I am. I would like to learn from you if possible, Professor Larkinson. My initial interest in your work is the reason why I applied to be your assistant. I continued to do my research and investigated your design philosophy in detail ever since. It was not until the Age of Dawn began that I made up my mind. As far as I understand, your living Mech concept is not only becoming stronger in reality due to its high synergy with E-energy radiation, but its effectiveness is also invariant to the tech class of Mechs. Your design philosophy is equally as effective on third-class Mechs and first-class Mechs. Is that correct?" "I wouldn't say that," Vess cautiously replied. "First-class Mechs operate on an entirely different set of rules. In addition to that, I have never designed a first-class Mech in my life, so I have no idea whether my design philosophy is still relevant in this scene. You are being overly cautious in your answer. My personal understanding is that your design philosophy has great potential even for Terran Mech such as ours. I believe in your work, Professor. I could have chosen to specialize in many other fields, but none of them interest me as much because my work would largely be redundant in the end. Too many Mech designers have already explored the many possible methods on how to strengthen armor systems, weapon systems, and so on. Only a new and original concept, such as living mechs, offers a large variety of untapped research. Vess took the Terran Mech designer a lot more seriously after this. He could hear her earnest passion for living mechs. He also recognized the familiar desire to innovate. Perhaps she might not be as impulsive as he thought. Still, he needed to remain cautious. The Terrans were far too powerful for him right now. He really could not afford to mess around with them. Vess did not want to make any powerful new enemies during this sensitive time period. He sighed. If you want to learn a thing or two about my living mechs, you can attend my Introduction to Living Mech Design course if you want. I will even give you extra lessons in order to help you perform your duties better. You can tell me whether you are still willing to learn from me after the semester is over. Thank you for giving me a chance, Professor. The blonde woman responded with an enthusiastic smile. I have a few suggestions about how you can better teach this course. Since it is helpful to expose your students to real living mechs, I will suggest the school administration to obtain a handful of copies of each of your existing products that are on sale. We should strive to complete our collection as much as possible, so I will see if we can procure copies of your famous Hexer Mech models as well. Ooh, you're talking about a lot of mechs, Miss Stryker. You do not need to be concerned. Each mech only costs a few MTA credits at most. Even when you add the cost of shipping to the total bill, these expenditures will not even make a serious dent on the teaching budget allocated to this course. Chapter 50, 17 Refurbished Spirit. The Golden Skull Alliance finally moved into action. After several foreseen and unforeseen delays, its famed expeditionary fleet finally departed from the Davut system. This powerful fleet that consisted of scores of capital ships and many hundred sub-capital ships no longer made its presence felt to the residents of the port system. The departure relieved many Davitans, while concerning many more. In the start of a new age, tens of thousands of impressive combat mechs, dozens of expert mechs, and 3 powerful ace mechs decisively left the capital of the Colonial Federation of Davut. No longer would these mechs be able to provide incidental protection to the residents living on Davut Roman 7. The colonial state had to take on a greater responsibility if it wanted to maintain the stability that it so badly needed after the abrupt transition to a new era for red humanity. Vess and many other people had already left Davut behind. They already embraced a mindset of chasing after greater heights. Why stop at a relatively ordinary second-rate state when promotion was within reach? The upper zones had become their next target. Whether they wanted to settle in the more resource-rich clusters of star systems or simply use them as their next stopover points, they all needed a huge amount of money, face water, and high-grade resources in order to fulfill their intermediary goals. United by this common goal, the members of 5 different pioneering organizations came together into a cohesive fleet. Even the recently joined Adelaides and Bujays had come to trust the odd and quirky alliance to an extent. Although a lot of work needed to be done in order to properly integrate the mech forces of these 2 newcomers to the battle lineup of the overall fleet, the military officials and officers from all 5 pioneering organizations were already working on this matter. Vess stood on the bridge of his refurbished factory ship with pride. It was impossible for him to explore every nook and cranny and detail every single improvement that the MTA had made to the ship he treated as his main home. It was enough to tour and take note of the new sublight propulsion systems, the new transphasic shield generators, the power generators that were somewhat capable of meeting the increased energy consumption, the modern second-class superdrives. The vastly strengthened first-class hull plating and internal structure, and the brand-new first-class hyperchamber. From her relatively humble origins as a Hexer-built factory ship, the Spirit of Bentheim had evolved into a quassile first-class ship in the truest sense of the word. If not for certain shortcomings such as her lacking power supply or her vastly inferior data processing capabilities, the newly refitted vessel would have been able to fit in with similar capital ships that commonly roamed the upper zones. All in all, Vess was largely content with what he got after paying a whopping sum of around 310 million MTA merits and 84 kilograms of face water. This was one of his greatest sources of confidence in his ability to explore the deep frontier. Even if all of the other ships of the expeditionary fleet foundered after a confrontation against an overpowering alien force, Vess still had a reasonable degree of confidence in the Spirit of Bentheim's ability to resist strong attacks and flee to safety with impressive speed. As Vess ended his tour at the bridge, he took his seat on his impressive new Golden Command throne. It was a huge upgrade compared to his earlier observer's seat. It effectively turned him from a bystander to an absolute leader. The effect of sitting on it was quite profound, both to the bridge officers and himself. So much power. Other people could not reach his height anymore, unless they floated in the air. Right now, the chief shipwright of the Larkonson clan had done just that in order to report the overall state of the Spirit of Bentheim, after the crew had acclimated to their new stations. The Mech Trade Association has done an excellent job at reconstructing the Spirit of Bentheim. Many old faults in her structure have been worked away with the near-complete reconstruction of her entire hull. Vess nodded in understanding. In their normal circumstances, the Spirit of Bentheim could easily last for several centuries without requiring extensive reconstruction. It was a pity that red humanity no longer lived under ordinary circumstances. Ilo extensively has your department made the mutations to the ship systems, Vivian? I critically asked. We have only just begun to conduct these examinations, sir. Any deviations that can be attributed to M87's exotic radiation are still minor. It takes powerful scanners as well as extensive data collection in order to properly track the materials and components that will become prone to malfunction in the future. The good news is that we do not have to do all of the work alone. The Red 2 have already generated a new public database that collectively gathers everyone's research on effects of exotic radiation on many different materials. We only need to form a list of parts that contain any of the mutating materials. Mutating materials, morphing materials, reactive materials. Whatever they were called, each of them had become a nightmare to red humanity. Human society relied extensively on technology in order to function. From ordinary production equipment to humongous capital ships, each of them utilized many different exotics and other materials in order to function as cohesive products of advanced technology. What would it be like if a processor no longer spit out the right calculations? What would happen if a power generator produced a lot of heat instead of electrical energy? What would happen when the neural interface of a Mech stuffed a lot of junk data in the head of the pilot? These were all possible consequences of persistent exposure to E-energy radiation and R-particle radiation. Fortunately, these accidents were unlikely to happen right away. It would take years of gradual change and mutation for certain materials to transform into entirely different exotics. Letter 188 Thetum, so long as people identified these gradual changes in time, they only needed to spend a bit of time and effort to replace the problematic parts to remove any future risks. The problem was that not all of these dangerous parts were as easy to change. The Spirit of Bentheim most definitely needed to return to a dry dock in a decade or so to completely rip out all of the parts that could produce serious accidents and malfunctions over time. We still have enough buffer time at the current rate of mutation. Vivian Sai consoled the patriarch. The problematic parts may show progressively deviations in the following years, but much of our technology is fairly robust enough to possess generous tolerances. Our engineers can also make targeted modifications and adjustments to mitigate the side effects of physical mutations. I know, but do we have the manpower and equipment to do all of this work? The chief shipwright immediately shook her head. Not even close to it. Remember that we not only have to perform a huge amount of additional maintenance on the Spirit of Benthelm, but also our other ships. The Gorgonean, the Wild Torch, the Dragon's Den, and the Blinding Banshee all have to undergo continuous examinations and adjustments in order to extend their lifespan and reduce their incident rates. And I haven't even touched upon our combat carriers as of yet. Even with the assistance from the crews serving on the aforementioned ships, we need at least 100 times more qualified personnel in order to keep our fleet in good shape in the long term. Vess groaned and rubbed his palm against his face. This was an astronomical amount of work. We would be better off if we can dump all of our old starships and replace them with brand new ones that are designed with M87 adaptations in mind. In fact, we should do our best to save a lot of funding and resources so that we can replace our second-class starships with first-class equivalents straight away. This is the most efficient way for us to complete our transition to a first-class organization. Ilis' plan made a lot of sense, but it was pure fantasy at this stage. The disparity between the supply and demand of starships has never been as skewed as today. Vivian Tsai told Vess. Back in the age of Mechs, the incredibly high demand for carriers and other starships could still be alleviated by the steady supply of vessels pouring out of the greater Bay Yonder Gate. Now that it has fallen silent, Red humanity must completely rely on the ships that it can construct on its own territories. This has caused a huge disruption in the starship market. Many contracts are on the verge of breaking apart due to the ripple effects of the Great Severing. Vess suddenly grew more alarmed. Will Davut renege on the deal that we struck? The original agreement was that the state would supply us with 3 medium-sized fleet carriers per completed Mech commission. There was also another deal related to gifting the starships allocated to the 77th Warborn Mech Division to the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan. This deal was likely to hold, as the elite assault-oriented Mech unit directly served Davut's interests. My department has already communicated with the colonial government, sir. The officials over there have immediately assured us that the agreement still holds true. The federal military has become even more eager for you to complete the promised Mech commissions. The excellent performance of the pacifier model a week ago, along with the increased effectiveness of all of your living Mechs, has caused the Davitans to expect more from your next works. I won't disappoint them, Vess confidently promised. Davut will not regret this decision. The value of starships had practically doubled overnight. The starship industry had become the hottest and most profitable sector in the New Frontiers economy. Vess doubted that he would be able to make a similar deal in the future. Trading 3 Mech commissions for 9 medium-sized fleet carrier was practically a steal to the Larkinson clan. The Patriarch and the Shipwright continued to discuss more ship-related matters. They inevitably touched upon the possibility of adding warships to the expeditionary fleet. It is not that difficult to design a third-class warship with our current ship development capacity, Vivian Tsai honestly said. We can comfortably design most variations of second-class warships up to the level of a heavy cruiser. A battle cruiser is beyond us. We can design one if we have to, but if you want to obtain a good design that is tough enough to withstand serious attacks, we will need time or lots of external assistance. Vess dismissively waved his hand. There is no need to consider battle cruisers. We have to kill an ancient phase whale in order to earn the corresponding token, and that will never happen. We only have a shot of earning a couple of tokens of lower value. Our burden is much lighter if that is the case, Vivian replied in a relieved tone. We already have an extensive foundation in designing most of the aspects of warships, sir. We only need to hire additional personnel who specialize in working with warship-grade weapon systems and various auxiliary systems. It should only take us 2 to 3 years to complete our first proper second-class destroyer design. He shook his head in disappointment. This was not what he wanted from a token earned by killing a powerful alien leader. It's a waste to use a token on a second-class warship. Is it possible for your department to design a basic but proper first-class warship? That is much more problematic. We do not have the capability to design any first-class vehicle or starship at this time. We will need to spend a huge amount of time and resources on supplementing our skills and knowledge. It would help immensely if we can hire at least a couple of first-class shipwrights, but this is impossible. A first-rater will never condescend to working for a second-class organization. She was right. It was too much for Vess to expect for the Naval Design Department to spit out ready-made first-class ship designs. Well, let's set aside this discussion for later. We are not even close to earning a token yet, so we have plenty of time to explore our options. Chapter 50, 18 Acute Starship Shortage. Vess had become enamored by his upgraded and modernized spirit of Benthelm. Everything had become faster, stronger, or more diverse. The MTA shipyard also removed a lot of Hexer influences from the original builders of the factory ship. Though the vessel still vaguely possessed a 6-sided hull on the outside, the corridors and many compartments no longer adopted similar shapes. The ship architecture no longer annoyed Vess as much as it did in the past, though Gloriana held the opposite opinion. The only true part about the spirit of Benthelm's comprehensive upgrade that irritated Vess was that she never had a chance to show off the full capabilities of her 3 identical superdrives. It was fun to accelerate the factory ship to unreal speeds by warping the space around her hull, but it was not advisable for her to distance herself too far from the rest of the expeditionary fleet. The spirit of Bentheim could have easily entered the Torald Middle Zone by now, but she was forced to match the pace of the slowest starship in the fleet due to safety concerns. "We can't go on like this," Vess complained to Chief Minister Abigail Evern. "I need you to prepare a few plans on adding a new fleet to the Larkinson clan that consists entirely of starships equipped with superdrives. We don't have to establish it right away, but I want our clan to make preparations in advance so that we can form a highly mobile fleet." "You want to form a new core fleet based entirely on superdrive-equipped starships?" Vess nodded. "Yes, let's assume we can form it entirely out of true first-class starships. It may take a while before we can realize this ambitious plan, but I want our clan to figure everything out in advance." "We can do that, sir," the former Hexer naval officer spoke. "We do not have the capability to design and construct first-class starships by ourselves, and nobody that we are allied with can solve this need either. We will have to forge strong connections with a first-class power if you want to have any hope of commission first-class starships." She was right. Vess already talked with Vivian about this problem. The requirements to design and produce first-class mechs were incredibly high. The requirements to get started with first-class starships were even greater. Just the capital requirements alone was unbearable to the current state of the Larkinson clan. Vess briefly thought about the potential first-class contacts that he could obtain powerful starships from. His options weren't great at the moment. The Red MTA remained his best hope at the moment, yet from what he heard through several channels, the Mechers had become fully preoccupied with solving their own acute needs. The war against the indigenous aliens was in the process of heating up, which meant that the MTA needed to field more warships than ever. How could the Mechers waste any of their existing shipbuilding capacity at this sensitive time? Vess seriously doubted whether he could cash in all of the remaining favors and goodwill he had left from the Ural-Tavik clan. The foundation of this first-class clan still remained rooted in the old galaxy. After Lord Pyrian Ural-Tavik catastrophically failed in his amateurish expedition, the rest of his clan had become a lot less interested in expanding its holdings in the new frontier. As for the Terrans, forget it. He shook his head in dismissal. I'm just a simple professor employed by an ordinary university. It will be hard to establish mutually beneficial ties with these arrogant Terrans. The DeVos ancient clan that founded and operated the Eden University of Business and Technology most certainly had the strength and capability to construct first-class starships. But what did that have to do with a second-rater like Vess? Unless Vess was willing to reveal his most valuable trade secrets, there was no way this powerful clan would pay him any serious regard. After all, the Terrans needed those first-class starships themselves. In the end, it all came down to shipbuilding capability. Those who possessed it closely held it to their chests. Those that did not possess it effectively had to work like dogs in order to expand their fleets. We can expand our own shipbuilding operations if we alter our current development strategy, the female chief minister proposed. If we invest additional resources into Murphy and Sons, we can increase our supply of second-class subcapital starships. They may not sound as attractive to you anymore, but they are better than nothing. I know, but there should be a limit to how much we can do this, Vess said with a sigh. The real bottleneck isn't the lack of shipyards. It is the shortage of raw materials that is ultimately limiting production everywhere. It will take a long time for all of the colonies to complete their initial developments and get their industries up and running. This is also why I don't think there is much point to leaving the diligent ovenbird behind in Davute. Rather than keep the diligent ovenbird deployed in a fixed position so that she could function as a relatively functional shipyard, Vess would rather have her accompany his expeditionary fleet in order to properly maintain and repair his starships. Vess ultimately accepted that there were no good solutions to expanding or upgrading his fleet in the foreseeable time. Red humanity needed to go through an extensive period of development, and the Larkinson clan needed to become a lot more powerful as well. Once he completed his latest discussion on starships, Vess decided to stop by the Dragon's Den at the next possible opportunity. Both the Larkinson Biotech Institute and the T Institute reported a lot of changes since the Great Severing. Vess knew quite well that exotic radiation would have drastic implications to the ongoing research projects of both research institutions. He delayed his visit to them because he was too busy with other matters and because he wanted to give them more time to figure out their circumstances. The main reason why he decided to finally pay a visit to the partially organic capital ship was because he needed to pick up the Carmine system reserved for his Dawn Star project. Vess, or more precisely Veronica, had just completed the rushed design project. While Vess was not exactly proud of the first Mech design completed since his ascension to senior Mech designer, it was still a lot more solid than any of his prior rushed Mech designs. He had already checked his grandfather's condition. He was afraid that M87's exotic radiation would have adverse effects on Benjamin Larkinson's dire physical state. It had already started to become common knowledge that the increase in ambient spiritual energy affected every expert pilot. Each of them had become stronger as they were able to affect their surroundings with their willpower a bit more effectively than before. Vess feared that the reverse might happen to his grandfather due to his broken willpower. He had not noticed any signs of this, but who knew how long this would remain true in the future? He needed to resolve this matter sooner rather than later. Director Rania Wadden greeted Vess as soon as he stepped aboard the Dragon's Den. "You look a lot better than I thought," Vess remarked. "Your last report makes it sound as if you are swamped with work." "I am, but this is an unprecedented time of change and evolution. Think about it. The entire Red Ocean and every organism that resides in it has moved from a relatively barren environment to a more energy-rich environment. This is a transition that is bound to destroy entire ecosystems and cause trillions of different organic species to go extinct. But those who are able to adapt and survive the mutations wrought by E-energy radiation and R-particle radiation shall attain unprecedented strength on a population-wide scale. Red humanity is about to undergo a collective evolution on an unheard-of scale. Rania continued to rave about the effects of M87's exotic radiation. The entire biotech community became abuzz with the possibilities. While they most definitely understood all of the dangers inherent in the mutations induced by the new galaxy, they were confident that their solutions would help them save their own lives at the very least. As long as they were able to survive and weather the storm, they could dedicate their research towards all of the fantastic new possibilities presented by Messier 87. The pair briefly toured the biomess that comprised a large part of the dragon's den. All of the different organisms that the LBI had acquired over the years had begun to show abnormal deviations. We tried our best to fulfill one of your standing orders and purchase as many mutated beasts as we could, she said as they stopped in front of a biome that housed a reptilian bird-like creature. These creatures have demonstrated abnormal abilities, but their threat has never come close enough to test our defenses. Are you concerned that this will change? Vess asked. It is possible that our fears are overblown, but it is also possible that all of these creatures have the potential to become as powerful as expert mechs, the director said with a grave expression. On the one hand, these mutated beasts have not only become more precious and unique, but they also have the potential to absorb so much strength from M87 that they can reach a state where they can pose a serious threat to the safety of our ship. Vess swept his gaze to the surrounding biomass. He tried to extend his spiritual senses in order to evaluate the spiritualities of the closest mutated beasts. He could feel that each of them had indeed become a lot more active on this front. Just as humans were beginning to flourish in this more energy-rich environment, the mutated beasts who already activated their spiritualities were beginning to grow stronger with each passing day. His expression turned grave as well. Your concerns are valid. The dragon's den may be able to hold them for the time being, but this won't last forever. I don't want to see these alien beasts tear this capital ship apart in an attempt to free themselves. What do you propose we do in order to prevent this from happening? My staff and I have come up with several possible solutions, sir. The most direct and obvious way to eliminate the threat is to kill the mutated beasts. They cannot fight against us if they are not alive anymore. Unacceptable. Vess immediately shook his head. They are too valuable to me. Each of them are not only potential sources of spiritual ingredients, but also have the potential to join my collection of design spirits. Killing them at this stage may be the safest option, but it will largely waste all of our efforts. We can instruct our Davut branch to construct a highly secure containment center that can properly house the strongest and more threatening mutated beasts. It is much easier to contain them in a land-based facility. We can even turn it into a theme park if you want it to pay for itself. That sounded a bit more realistic, but Vess did not entirely like this option. These mutated beasts are all essential resources to my work and design philosophy. I don't want them to be separated too far away from our fleet. Anything else? We can attempt to freeze them and store them in cryogenic cells, but this is a dangerous procedure that has never been tested on all of those unique species. The death rate is bound to be high. No, next. Rania hesitated for a moment. If containment is not a solution, then what about befriending them? Each of these mutated beasts possess at least a rudimentary degree of intelligence. If you can assign Venerable Joshua to us, we may be able to use his talent of befriending other life forms to build up amicable relationships with the beasts. That actually sounds like a good idea. Chapter 50:19 New Risk Factors. Perhaps it sounded silly to rely on a single person to placate and befriend a large amount of feral and unruly mutated beasts. All of these creatures were originally predators, bizarre alien creatures, or deviant designer beasts. Their species were already strong or worrisome enough on their own. After they had undergone an unknown mutation, that somehow activated their previously dormant spiritualities. They had transcended beyond their own mortalities and had the potential to become much greater life forms than their genes allowed. The sacred gods of Aeon Corona Roman 7 was the most representative example of this impressive evolution trajectory. Vess had no idea how the cultists who infiltrated the Starlight Megalodon managed to do it, but this exceptional species managed to thrive on the planet that had become flooded with higher dimensional energies. The circumstances at the time actually resembled the current situation of the Red Ocean in many different ways. This was why Vess did not underestimate the evolutionary capacity for the mutated beasts held captive aboard the dragon's den. The strongest of them should easily have the potential to become as powerful as Kalanxo back when she was alive. Although there was a persistent voice inside his head that he was playing with fire by keeping these mutated beasts around, Vess could not resist the benefits of having so many powerful creatures at his disposal. This was especially the case when the Age of Dawn no longer put all of the focus on Inechs. It was conceivable that the abundance of exotic radiation would introduce new power systems. Just as primordial humans, along with many other powerful alien species, once thrived in the Milky Way, the humans and aliens of the Red Ocean had the potential to become just as powerful. I will instruct General Verl to coordinate with you on this matter, Vess told Director Rania. Venerable Joshua can't babysit all of these mutated beasts day and night, but it shouldn't be a problem to station him and his Evert Shanger on this ship on a periodic basis. Rania already looked pleased with this answer. That will greatly help us. Joshua may not be able to placate every mutated beast, but he should at least be able to identify the more aggressive and less cooperative ones. We will likely have to adopt a comprehensive approach and cull the beasts that cannot be redeemed. Inform me if you ever want to eliminate a beast. I can harvest a lot of useful resources from them if I am around. Vess was not too unreasonable in this regard. The threat of a hostile and uncontrollable mutated beast was too dangerous to keep around. The two talked a bit more about other important topics as they continued on their little tour. He briefly became more interested in the captive populations of intelligent aliens. The Dragon's Den currently operated 3 internment camps. The oldest and largest was a forest biome that housed tens of thousands of bird-like aliens called Paklatans. They had become the favored test subjects of the T Institute due to their similarities to humans and their abundant supply. The biome holding captured Orvan naval officers was less interesting, as they did not offer any significant value to the Larkinson clan's ongoing research. The latest bio that the Larkinsons turned into an internment camp held what may possibly be the last members of the Peskin race. Though Vess sympathized a lot with the tall and oddly shaped humanoid aliens that originally lived on Davut Roman 7, that did not change the fact that they should have gone extinct. It is becoming more challenging for us to hold these intelligent aliens on a long-term basis, Rania told Vess as they both looked at a gathering of many Paklatans. As you can see, many of them have gained a lot of different abilities. While none of them have ever become strong enough to pose a threat, we are becoming concerned that this may not be the case in the future. Exotic radiation is clearly promoting all of their growth, just like it does to my own companion spirit seed. More than a few of the avian aliens inside the biome displayed a diverse variety of bizarre companion spirits. The T Institute had used the Paklatans as a test bed for the development of companion spirit trees for several years. This important research project could have never progressed so quickly without the selfless dedication of these volunteer test subjects. However, all good things had to come to an end. The Age of Dawn not only had the potential to unlock red humanity's evolution, but every other species as well. Vess could no longer look down on these native aliens as much as before. They may look harmless and fully within control, But who knew if any of these captive aliens responded much better to M87's exotic radiation than other organic life forms? Director Rania Wadden expressed a lot of concern with regard to their continued captivity. The Dragon's Den was not built to function as an alien prison. We are growing more concerned about our ability to restrain these sentient aliens. The T Institute won't agree with us on this, but it is my recommendation that we cull these captives as a preventative measure. This subject was similar to the last one, but the risk factors were much greater this time. As destructive as the mutated beasts could be, they were still relatively primitive by nature. Without growing up in a proper society, where they become exposed to all sorts of greater concepts, their vision was too limited. Just like Arnold, it shouldn't be too difficult to manipulate the more pliable ones into serving the Larkinson clan. Vess did not think that this was ever truly possible with the three groups of sentient alien captives. The Paklatans, Orvans, and Peskins all demonstrated enough human-like traits to become as dangerous as their captives. Their knowledge and capacity for complex thought resulted in a deadly combination that could easily backfire on the Larkinsons. Therefore, Vess was a lot closer to ordering them all to be culled. He eventually shook his head. We can talk about this further, but I would like these aliens to stay alive for the time being. Are you sure you are making the wisest decision, Vess? We can try to upgrade our security measures to reduce the risks, but we won't be able to defeat every possible measure. Vess sighed. I know that. I will think of a better solution. He originally had these aliens captured in order to abide by his promises or meet his obligations. Even though the situation had changed to the point where he suspected people like Keddies and Janzi might not care so much about the well-being of these captives anymore, Vess still could not bring himself to slaughter them en masse. It was a bit ridiculous for him to struggle so much over the treatment of captive aliens. Another part of him could not help but wonder about how he could make fantastic use of them in this new age. May I make a suggestion, sir? You may. Why not sell them? Director Rania asked. The captives that we have experimented on and the ones that are currently functioning as a control group have all gained a lot of research value in this new age. We only have to reveal that our test subjects have undergone drastic mutations due to E-energy manipulation in order to generate a lot of interest. We can even turn this into a systemic business activity. Vess looked impressed. I like your entrepreneurial spirit. I don't think it is wise to turn aliens like these into a commodity, but you are right that selling them is a great way to make them someone else's problem. Explore this option further. If you can sell our test subjects for a good price, then I will approve of this initiative. They continued to discuss other important subjects as they moved to the lab where Vess wanted to pick up his prize. One subject that Vess cared about a lot was the adverse effects of exotic radiation on ordinary humans. The Red 2, as well as many other large and renowned biotech research institutions, have come together to build up a growing archive of research on the effects of exotic radiation on the human physique. Rania told him. Our own research in this subject matter is much more limited. What we know at this time is that every human has a different propensity towards adverse, exotic, radiation-induced physical mutations. Oh, what sort of people are more prone to develop physical defects and imbalances? Baseline humans should largely remain safe from this particular effect. Their bodies are weak, but that means that the elements and molecules that make up their body cells are not particularly special. Exotic radiation affects mundane materials the least. Iron remains iron. Oxygen remains oxygen. An ordinary bone will remain an ordinary bone. This will largely guarantee the continued survival of many third-raters, but this is not an absolute. That is damned lucky of them. I guess there are advantages to being a plain human after all, Vess remarked with an odd expression on his face. He did not forget that he and the original Larkinsons used to be normal as well. It is augmented humans that are under greater risk. The exotics integrated in their body cells, as well as the implants that have merged with their organs, have all become potential mutation factors. Continued exposure to E-energy radiation and R-particle radiation will soon make it clear how much augmented humans are at risk of developing severe or fatal health problems. Ves started to feel a lot more concerned about himself. His body was anything but human nowadays. It had gone through so many drastic changes that it became filled with many exotic materials. However, Ves did not really feel at risk. He believed in his mother's heritage and his own evolution as a Mech designer and a spiritual entity. He remembered from the Red 2's public address that E-energy radiation was not a neutral force. Its effects could change depending on its interaction with the mentalities of different organisms. This was also why he did not immediately worry about the health of his wife and children. Each of them were originally designer babies whose bodies had been enriched with a large variety of exotics. Has your personnel conducted any large-scale examinations on the health of our clansmen? We have started doing so shortly after the great severing took place, sir. Have you ever noticed any deviations among our augmented Larkinsons that suggest that exotic radiation is starting to compromise their health? Rania Wadden slowed her steps. A week has gone by, but we are not measuring the same results as many other parties. In fact, the public datasets make it clear that many different people from many different locations are showing different levels of responsiveness. I have not published any data centered around our clan, but it is rather impressive that none of our clansmen have displayed any serious indications of adverse physical mutations. What about the Paklatans? Surely you have studied their conditions as well. What are your results? The Paklatans who have undergone experimentation show a remarkable degree of resilience towards this effect. The ones that have yet to undergo trials are different. They are showing the expected indications of exotic energy radiation exposure. Ves narrowed his eyes even further. I think I know what may be going on. If what I suspect is true, then we should have nothing to fear. We need more data in order to verify my theory. Please contact the Glory Seekers, Crossers, Adelaides, and Bujays in order to investigate whether their troops are showing any adverse reactions towards exotic radiation. We can do that. What is your theory, sir? What do you suspect? If my suspicion is right, then the Glory Seekers and the Crossers should be just as safe as us. It is the Adelaides and the Bujays that should really be worrying about this matter. 5020 Tree Garden. Director Rania Wadden obviously experienced a lot of stress lately. The Great Severing brought too many changes to people's lives. The Larkinson Biotech Institute had become inundated with a lot of new problems and responsibilities as a result. From monitoring the health of every clansman to keeping an increasingly more dangerous population of mutated beasts and alien captives under control, life was no longer as easy for the biotech researchers working for the Larkinson clan. Nonetheless, neither Ves nor Rania entertained any thoughts about reducing their operations. The Age of Dawn has recontextualized every industry. Director Rania explained her views to Ves as they entered the lab where the latest version of the Carmine system was held. Biotechnology has risen in importance. Not only is it important for our field to monitor people's health and control the effects of exotic radiation on their physiques, but we must also develop the potential of evolved organisms. Every crop, every livestock, and every pet will gain exceptional properties. The possibilities are endless. Ves smirked at that. It is rather fortunate that we are one of the few organizations that has invested into a serious biotechnology research organization. Many other pioneering organizations don't even have a clue where to begin. The Larkinson Biotechnology Institute may not have been as much of a burden to the Larkinson clan as in the earlier years, but it had never fully justified its existence. This time was different. While every single industry and sector was about to undergo a lot of upheaval, the biotechnology industry had entered a golden age. It is a great blessing and opportunity for biotech researchers, such as ourselves, to be on the forefront of a technological explosion. Just as the age of Mech has enabled the first generations of Mech designers to define the direction of human technological progression, we can all make our mark in history as long as we succeed in our new research projects. Rania even had the illusion that biotech researchers, such as herself, and the people that worked under her had become the new protagonists of the era. Though Vess was happy for her, he did not want her to get too distracted by all of the shiny new research options. I have always given you and your department enough free rein to organize yourselves and do what you want, but do not forget about the needs of our clan, he reminded her. We are all counting on you to safeguard our health and ensure that the alien creatures held on this ship continue to remain useful. The director reined herself in. Don't worry, Vess. I have always done my best to separate private interests from public interests. Every researcher working for the LBI knows the rules. They are free to pursue their own private research projects, as long as they have taken care of their normal duties. They continued to talk about management-related issues until they entered the lab that held the most crucial component of the Dawn Star project. The large and extensive network of red flesh vaguely resembled the roots of a tree that had been extracting its nutrients from freshly spilled blood. It made for a macabre sight. Even Rania couldn't help but feel as if she was facing a monster rather than a thoughtless agglomeration of biological tissue. She much preferred to work with plants. Your people started to grow this organic product shortly before the Great Severing, right? Vess asked. Rania nodded. That is correct. We cultivated the product according to our normal approach. However, once our dwarf galaxy teleported to the vicinity of Messier 87, the Carmine system grew and matured just as it was beginning to get exposed to exotic radiation. Luckily enough, we did not discover any significant changes. Oh. The low specifications of the Carmine system is to blame. Rania ironically smiled. Since you prioritized expedient growth over superior performance, the Carmine system is largely made up of human cells derived from your grandfather's DNA. Since your grandfather has never undergone any genetic treatments, the web of flesh before you is not all that different from the body tissue of an ordinary baseline human. Vess smiled. Ah, that's right. The Carmine system for my Dawn Star project is only a fraction as complicated as the one implemented in Venerable Janzi's Bastion. The latter took months to grow, as its organic tissue is fortified by many powerful exotics. He did not worry too much about the Bastion, despite the fact that it integrated a problematic Carmine system. Now that it had become a part of a powerful expert Mech, and also a third-order living Mech no less, Vess had a strong suspicion that it would not undergo any adverse physical mutations. In any case, Vess did not want the key component of his Dawn Star project to remain in this isolated state for too long. The more time it spent in a cultivation tank, while being subjected to more and more exotic radiation, the greater the chance of unforeseen developments. Vess and Rania spent a bit of time inspecting the organic product. The last-minute checks did not reveal any new or overlooked problems. He became satisfied that the rushed growth process and the effects of exotic radiation did not ruin the package. Please ship it over to the Spirit of Bentheim right away. Make sure to properly clean up this lab and ensure that the researchers who worked on it maintain their confidentiality. We know. We have been following all of the proper procedures from the beginning. Now that Vess refreshed his understanding of the Larkonson Biotech Institute, he decided to pay a visit to the T Institute. This secret research organization occupied a highly secured section of the Dragon's Den. Different from the LBI, the main researchers of the T Institute mostly consisted of members of the Audiobook family rather than the Larkonson clan. This was a serious cause for concern, but Vess had chosen to put his trust in these foreign workers. The Audioboks worshipped Gala, and Vess had inadvertently made this extremely powerful design spirit. The only issue was that Vess had gone overboard at the time. He invested so many ingredients in her creation that Gaia somehow grew outside of his control. Though Gaia no longer responded to Vess' inquiries, she possessed a special relationship with the Adducts. She originated from and continued to remain housed in an authentic Terran tree that had long been in the possession of their family. As far as Vess was concerned, as long as he remained friends with the Adducts, he would still have a chance to reconnect with Ill's own creation. When Vess entered one of the labs of the Tea Institute, he caught sight of a large and carefully cultivated field of trees. These weren't ordinary trees. They were the various spirit trees that Vess and the Adduct researchers had long attempted to develop. Vess initially thought that by combining his expertise with that of the Adducts would be enough to turn companion spirit trees into a reality. The actual results were less than optimistic, though. The main problem that both Vess and the Adduct researchers remained stuck on was the fact that it was too difficult to impart any spiritual qualities onto the fruits grown from the trees. Although Vess had hoped that the spirit trees would eventually be able to impart spiritual energy into the fruits once they grew old enough, who knew how many years that would take? Vess could not wait for a century for the trees to start growing fruits that were worth a damn. As he stepped closer to the experimental growth field, he began to notice a few differences since his last visit. He noticed that the heat generated by the solar lights floating from above had increased. The irrigation systems channeled more water to the fields. The soil had become enriched with more compost and other nutrient materials. The trees had grown noticeably taller and wider than before. Their luscious green leaves swayed with the artificial wind. The smell of it all caused Vess to slow his steps and enjoy the moment. The scents in the air were filled with vitality. He felt more at home than he had on his own flagship. It was not until he expanded his senses and observed the trees with his spiritual senses that he could sense how his trees had truly changed. The trees were no longer reliant on generating spiritual energy from their inner flesh tissue. After the space around them began to get filled up by different spiritual energies, the trees actively absorbed much of them before slowly processing them into life-attributed energy. The life-attributed spiritual energy not only helped the trees evolve and grow stronger, but also imparted the fruits with the elements that they had been lacking in for a long time. "They're beautiful, are they not?" A female voice spoke from the side. Director Pesca Adduct of the Adduct family looked like a radiant harvest maiden as she stepped forward. Her bare feet along with her dirt-covered lab coat made for an incongruous sight. She looked more like a cultist than the director of a serious research organization. Vess took a second look at Pesca. As a traditional believer in Old Earth, Pesca received the favor of Gala. Her spirituality had grown substantially with the help of her patron. This time was different. Just like the spirit trees around them, Director Pesca Adduct had begun to absorb the ambient spiritual energies, though at a much more reduced rate. Vess could sense how the spiritual energies cycled through her body in a complex pattern that he could not fully understand or track. Though the process was inefficient and rudimentary, Vess could still conclude that the process eventually nurtured Pesca's spirituality. This was a shocking sight to Vess. Telei's was the first instance of meeting a human who could systematically absorb E-energy radiation and use it to fuel their own spiritual development. Vess was reminded of the mysterious annals of Terra Viti. He had always disregarded the strange knowledge and methods contained in them because they did not really make that much of a difference. At most, the more talented members of the Adduct family acquired life or earth domains, making it easier for them to do well in the terraforming business. It turned out that the techniques described by the record that was supposedly a fragmented copy of the Earth Scroll were not that worthless as he thought. The Adducts just had to enter the right environment for the annals of Terra Viti to demonstrate their value. The Adduct family would definitely take off now that its members had entered a more energy-rich environment. You. The woman smiled and lifted her arm. This simple gesture seemed to stir the ambient spiritual energies around her body. Her nourished spirituality seemed to resonate with the surrounding air, making it look as if she truly carried the blessing of nature. "The spirit trees are flourishing," she said with a mysterious power in her voice. "With Gaia's help and blessing, we have ensured that they will reach a state where their fruits shall grow ripe enough to impart new life to those who eat their succulent flesh. The Mother of Life blesses all of her children, and she is especially appreciative of you and your fellow Larkinsons." "Ooh. We are on a great mission now," Director Pesca Duck continued on as if she was in charge instead of Vess. "Red humanity has lost its roots. Old Earth has become more distant than ever. As long as our race continues to meander in the light of Messier 87, there will come a time when all of our humanity will come under question. We cannot let this pass. The origin of life has therefore bestowed a responsibility to us. We must establish a new Earth in this new cosmic region. To do so, we must find the perfect planet in the Red Ocean or Messier 87 and plant the old lady in its most fertile region. This is our holy mission, and one that our goddess has directly entrusted to us. The fate of all red humanity rests on our actions." Vess blinked a few times. He looked anything but impressed at the moment. "That sounds interesting and all, but what does this have to do with my clan?"
5021 Healthy Trees. As much as Vess became impressed with all of the progress that the Tea Institute accomplished in a relatively short amount of time, he did not have a good impression of its director. Vess periodically met and talked with the third daughter of matriarch Erexi, a duck. He had always known her to be a studious researcher as well as a woman of faith. He knew that Gaia favored Pesca a duck, but he never really minded it in the past because the director was good at her job. The recent changes caused her to develop a lot more powerful, though. Only a short time had passed before exotic radiation entered the fray, but already Pesca spoke like she had become the messiah of the Mother of Earth. Vess truly did not like this development. Even though the Tea Institute's secret research projects had made more progress in the last few days than they had in years, he had a feeling that he was losing control. It sounded as if many of the breakthroughs that the researchers had made over the past few days could be attributed to Gaia. As a woman who developed a close connection to the powerful spirit, Pesca a duck placed more importance in her faith than her responsibilities as the director of a research institution. All of this talk about a holy mission to establish a version of Earth in this new cosmic region disillusioned Vess even further from Pesca a duck. If not for the fact that the only other candidates qualified to run the Tea Institute were either himself or another member of the Aduck family, he would have demanded her resignation within the first 5 minutes. Vess raised his palm to interrupt Pesca's latest plea. "I have already told you that our clan and alliance have different priorities. We cannot undertake a burden of this magnitude. Do you even know what you are asking? My clan is not set up to found a colony. If you believe it is a matter of serious importance for Red humanity to create a spiritual successor to Old Earth, why don't you approach the Terrans or the Red too?" The director shook her head. "They are too powerful to take us and our mission seriously. The Terrans have more reasons to support us than any other Red humans, but I am afraid that they will try to claim the old lady for themselves and abuse it for their own purposes. Gaia should be able to protect herself and her holy domain, but we do not want to put our sacred tree at risk at all if we can help it. The modern Terrans have gone adrift." "You can say that again." Vess rolled his eyes. Many Terrans took pride in their history and their lineage, but that did not mean they were willing to set aside all of their selfish desires and complicated machinations to serve a random goddess. The Greater Terran United Confederation had decayed a long time ago. The rise of the new Rubarth Empire and the Big Two may have forced the Terrans to clean up their act and limit their excesses, but they still retained much of the decadence and selfishness that gave them such a bad name. Of course, that did not stop Vess from looking forward to teaching them at the Eden Institute of Business and Technology. There were still plenty of decent people among the Terrans. They were insanely wealthy and had access to a lot of fantastic tech. As for the Big Two, or should I say Red Two, their ideologies are too hostile towards Gala and our cause. They will never let Gala become the guiding deity of Red humanity. The Mechers want the masses to worship their own gods, while the Fleeters reject faith in its entirety. Director Audiobook said with enough clarity in her tone. So you are leaning on me and my clan to help you fulfill your holy mission. Yes, Gala has not forgotten about you, Patriarch. You have already accomplished much but can do so much more. You bear the power of creation. You have brought her to life. Oh, so now Gala remembers me. How convenient. Vess rolled his eyes. While I am grateful that you and your researchers managed to make these trees work, this is part of an existing arrangement between our clan and your Audiobook family. The contract that we have signed says nothing about your patron. We can make another arrangement if that is what you desire. Gaia has spent her time in the past on consolidating her existence and harmonizing with old Earth. Now that we have all moved to the Virgo cluster, she shall be able to come into her power in a matter of years rather than decades. The Mother of Life can be the greatest protector of our race, as long as we find a new Earth for her to enshrine this role. Vess crossed his arms. As I have said, all of that sounds nice, but my clan already has enough on our plate. I am cooperating with the Red MTA on several different projects that are also of great importance. We all have our own missions. I am sure your Audiobook family is resourceful enough to figure out a way to complete this holy mission through other channels. The Audiobook family may have reached a close cooperation with the Larkinsons, but stopped short of joining the clan entirely. As long as they remained separate in titles, Vess had no obligation to look after the interests of the Audiobook family. These tree-worshipping hippies needed to solve their own problems. The discussion between the two eventually moved on to more relevant topics. Director Pesca no longer mentioned anything about her holy mission and honestly reported the state of all of the research projects. The woman blessed by Gaia held out her hand. A fruit that was hanging on a branch above her body spontaneously fell and dropped into her palm. Please examine this fruit. Vess took the pear-shaped fruit in his hand and examined it in multiple ways. He felt the texture of its skin. He applied pressure to understand its firmness. He swept his spiritual senses towards the center, where a blank and rudimentary companion spirit seed had formed. Although the seed possessed clear flaws and shortcomings compared to the ones he was able to plant inside other people's heads, it was already rather impressive for a single companion spirit tree to produce such an outcome. However, it took more than growing a proper seed to make this special fruit work. What was crucial was that the seed possessed the capacity to crawl towards a person's spirituality and successfully take root without causing harm or triggering a rejection reaction. Vess tossed the fruit in his hand a few times before he resolutely started to take a bite. Yummy. This tastes better than the fruit specially cultivated for my family. He quickly bit and digested the fruit without any regard for manners or dangers. Once the fruit disappeared into his stomach, he could feel the companion spirit seed enter his body and move towards his spirituality like a piece of metal attracted by an electromagnet. Of course, once the seed actually made contact with his powerful spirituality, it instantly broke apart and scattered into the wind. Although Vess was not able to observe the operation of the fruit in full, he already had a good idea on how well it would work when applied to other people. The seed has become a lot friendlier than before, Vess said with satisfaction. This is better than I expected. How soon will these fruits be ready for mass consumption? That depends. We have made so much progress in this research project that we can begin to make these fruits available for consumption within months. However, there are many differences in quality and potency. The older and larger trees will be able to grow more sophisticated fruits, and leaving them alone for a longer period of time will increase the potency of their seeds. If you want to grant as many companion spirits to your people as possible, we should harvest the fruits as soon as they are ripe. If you want your clansmen to become stronger, then it is best to take your time. That made sense. Vess was not sure whether he wanted to go for quality or quantity. Both approaches had their merits. Test them out on our Paclatin test subjects. That is what they are here for. Vess instructed the director. Feed a batch of test subjects with basic fruits and feed another batch of aliens with stronger fruits. If the latter group displays noticeably stronger results, then it is better to go for quality. I will put the companion spirit fruits on the Larkinson exchange so that our clansmen can redeem them by relying on their efforts. That should keep demand under control. Good idea, Patriarch. Vess was incredibly happy with the progress made with this project, because companion spirits had become a lot more valuable in this new environment. The more people were able to absorb and convert ambient spiritual energy for their own use, the stronger they would become. A companion spirit provided a huge amount of help in this regard. People did not need to learn any special knowledge or join an obscure secret society. They just needed to ingest a single fruit and let their evolving companion spirits do all of the work. This is already enough to change everything. Vess smiled in satisfaction. The trees responsible for growing companion spirit fruits were by far the most important ones cultivated by the Tea Institute, but there were many other varieties as well. The results for these other types of trees were a lot more mixed. Vess and the Tea Institute had tried a lot of random stuff in order to figure out what worked. Previously, a lot of trees had been designated as failures, but now that they could supplement their energy levels by absorbing the ambient spiritual energies, they had come into their own. For example, when Director Pesca Aduk led Vess to another patch of trees that was rooted in metalin-rich soil, she gestured towards the odd fruits hanging on the branches. Can you feel how they differ? Vess nodded. I do, they feel like our design spirits. Another fruit fell onto Pesca's palm. The woman used her fingers to peel the orange-like fruit and remove all of the succulent bits in order to expose a relatively small metal coin. She handed the coin over to Vess, who picked it up and lifted it in front of his eye. The coin shared a great resemblance to the tribute coins he conceived in the past. Different from a lot of past results, the coin had become a lot more special compared to the failed products in the past. This has become a qualified totem of the golden cat, he said. It's a shame its appearance is still a little deformed. The shape of the coin looked like an oval that had been bent a few times. The head of the golden cat that was supposed to make this coin look impressive instead caused it to resemble a joke article. Nonetheless, Vess could feel that the coin possessed a relatively small but genuine quantity of Goldie's spiritual energy. He could do a lot with such a coin. From absorbing it to fuel his own abilities to using them as a spiritual power cell for an independent construct, the possibilities were endless. That was not all. He couldn't help but notice that the coin was able to store spiritual energy in a similar manner as a pea stone and a piece of unending alloy. Had he managed to unlock the secret to producing his own prime materials? Vess quickly drained the deformed coin of all of its accumulated spiritual energy, which was not all that much, to be honest. Once it became drained, the coin seemed to lose all signs of life. It felt hollow and weak. Vess held it with both of his fingers and applied a slight amount of force. The coin instantly snapped. Damn, oh well, at least I have found the right direction. 5022, Alternative Energy Source. The possibility that money trees cultivated by the Tea Institute could produce a steady and constant supply of prime materials was a welcome surprise. Vess had long dreamt of building up a large supply of materials that could absorb and release spiritual energy. The quantity of prime materials in his possession directly determined how many prime mechs he would be able to build. He had already asked where his mother got all of her unending alloy from back in the Nyxian Gap. She straightforwardly revealed that she salvaged them from alien ruins and cultist hideouts. As for the production method, I am not a metal worker, my son, Cynthia spoke as she scratched Veronica's ears. How would I possibly know such a thing? The cyborg cat looked disappointed. Forget about this alloy then. Do you know how to produce other materials with similar properties? It doesn't have to be strong or fancy. I just want a material that can stably hold a lot of energy. I do not specialize in this discipline, but I do happen to know a few methods. None of them are suitable for you. They can grant you what you want, but you will pay an even greater price. What are you talking about, Mother? Life is one of the most valuable resources in nature. Would you be willing to sacrifice the lives of hundreds of people to produce a material that matches your needs? Ooh, that shouldn't be the only way to produce a prime material, Veronica skeptically said. You are correct, but this is the most suitable approach for my nature and my element. I am not as gifted in creation as you, my son. This is why I continue to encourage you to develop your own methods. My way is not suitable for you. At most, I can teach you a few general theories that may help you avoid many detours. Veronica lifted her paw to scratch her own head. I would welcome that, Mother, but I don't understand. You call yourself an immortal goddess. Shouldn't you be an all-powerful energy-based life form that has mastered a lot of forbidden and exclusive knowledge? You probably have an entire library's worth of knowledge in your head. Cynthia smiled and continued to stroke the cat's back. I have indeed amassed a great amount of skills and information, but I have sworn oaths to never reveal much of what I have learned. Even I cannot break these promises. While that does not stop me from teaching you my own theories and discoveries, they are not completely suited to your own nature. The two talked a bit further about this matter. It turned out that all of her advanced knowledge was under lock and key. Cynthia could only share the more foundational theories as well as her own exclusive techniques. I need to learn the basics the most. Veronica immediately said, I don't really need anything else. I just want to strengthen my foundation so that I can come up with additional solutions in my spiritual engineering projects. The resurrected woman briefly weighed this decision. You have made so much progress since you started out as a Mech designer. I am not afraid that you will go astray anymore. The 5 Scrolls Compact also does not pose as much of a threat to you anymore. I shall see what I can do. I will need to prepare for the lessons. You live in a different environment now, so it is of great importance that you learn to make good use of the resources that have become available to everyone. As my son, I expect you to take the lead in this new age. I don't think you will be disappointed. Anyway, back in the Red Ocean, Vess left the Tea Institute with a sense of satisfaction. Though Gaia's interference was not entirely welcome, he had to admit that her help was indispensable. As Vess boarded his shuttle and returned to the Spirit of Bentheim, he decided to present them to the upcoming conference organized by the Survivalist faction. Despite the transition to a new era, the Survivalists still intended to gather together in order to share their findings and discuss their future direction. In an age where some of their greatest fears had come true, it had become more important than ever for the Survivalists to unite and work towards a cohesive future. It was a pity that Vess failed to obtain much information from his contacts from the Red MTA. People such as Master Termanio Dervidian, Master Vero Goldstein, and Jovi Armelin had fallen out of contact or had received strict orders to not share any information to outsiders. The undercurrents surrounding the Red MTA were surging. Vess and many other gossipers on the Galactic Net guessed that a lot of upheaval had broken out within the association. Letter 1A Tate Thetum, it would probably take a long time for the different factions and leaders to sort out their differences and unite around a new consensus. Vess predicted that the Red MTA would announce a lot of changes at that time. He was already certain about one change. The Survivalist faction definitely gained a lot of prominence. Their ideology and preparations were much more suited to the new age. With the increased prominence of the Survivalists, it was not an exaggeration to say that the outcome of the conference would have an outsized impact on the future development of Red humanity. This is a great opportunity for me to demonstrate what I can contribute to our society. Vess grinned. From the Carmine system to his companion spirit trees, Vess intended to make sure to amplify his influence within this faction. He recognized that he would be taking a lot of risks by exposing so many potentially groundbreaking capabilities, but the time for caution and steady development had passed. Messier 87 opened up countless new possibilities, but the only ones who could take advantage of them were those who acted quickly enough to take advantage of the changing times. If Vess did not rise up and offer his services, then other people with unusual abilities would step in and rob his chances. As much as he liked to believe that he was the only effective spiritual engineer in the Red Ocean, it was way too arrogant for him to assume that he enjoyed a monopoly in this field. The introduction of exotic radiation empowered too many individuals. From the adducts to the star designers, many of them gained the capacity to develop all kinds of wondrous energy-fueled applications. Vess suddenly felt a greater sense of urgency. He did not want to lose the small advantages he built up back during the age of Mechs. He needed to complete the Dawnstar project as soon as possible. He not only needed to do this because he wanted to save his grandfather's life, but also because he wanted to prove the value of the Carmine system. Even if it would take a long time for Vess to develop it to the point where any ordinary person could pilot a Mech, the Mechers would definitely appreciate a solution that could help injured and disabled Mech pilots get back in the saddle. Once he returned to his flagship, Vess immediately prepared for his fabrication run. Despite working on it by himself this time, the Mech design was so simple that it probably shouldn't take more than a day to assemble the entire machine. Vess purely wanted to stabilize his grandfather's condition and reverse his deterioration. He could think about making his Mech stronger and more combat effective later. He already moved the necessary raw materials into place. The Carmine system was the final piece of the puzzle and the heart of his next Mech. Before he commenced his fabrication run, he conducted one more compatibility test just to ensure that the Carmine system remained compatible with his grandfather. The current state of Benjamin Larkinson did not appear to change all of that much in the new age. Vess had already observed how energy radiation nurtured every clansman around him. Every expert pilot thrived under the new conditions, but Benjamin behaved as if he was still stuck in the past. Neither his body nor his broken will interacted with the ambient spiritual energy in any way. This strange phenomena gave Vess the illusion that even the universe had turned its back on Benjamin after he broke his vows. Damn, this is too ruthless. Fortunately, his grandfather had a good grandson. The compatibility test revealed no problems. The strange happenings as of late had not changed the variables. Don't worry, I will finish your new Mech soon enough. Vess patted his hand on his grandfather's feeble arm. Soon, you will be back in your prime and gain the ability to defend our family once again. It was too bad that Benjamin was still asleep at the moment. He had already come so close to death that his waking hours had diminished substantially as of late. Vess left his grandfather in the care of his accompanying doctors and went back to the center of his workshop. Although this was a rushed job on his part, he still wanted to do the best possible job. He closed his eyes and blinked for action. He decided to modify his original plan. Vess no longer restrained his glow. He instead sought to strengthen it and amplify it as much as possible by burning his own spiritual energy. This instantly bathed his workshop with his presence and his domain. His recently invented living workshop ability not only imparted special properties to the raw materials, but also blessed the production equipment so that they became more effective at producing living Mechs than normal. Though the consumption of spiritual energy was horrible, Vess decided to test a new approach. Instead of knocking on the superior mother's door and begging her for a donation of spiritual energy, Blinky instead sucked in as much of the ambient spiritual energy in the environment as possible and directly converted it into the power of life. Emro. An invisible vortex seemed to form around the star cat as he continually drained more and more energy radiation that had begun to fill the surrounding environment. Vess closely observed the condition of his cat and started to grin. It's working. Although the concentration of ambient spiritual energy was still a bit on the low end, Blinky was still able to absorb enough spiritual energy per second to end his dependence on other design spirits. Vess slightly toned down his glow, as he found that he would drain himself too quickly if he continued to outpace Blinky's efforts. Once the intake and outflow of spiritual energy reached a balance, Vess started to dive into his work straight away. His work proceeded extremely smoothly. Compared to fabricating quasi-first-class transphasic expert mechs such as the Bastion or the Phobos, fabricating the Dawnstar project was like a walk in the park. Vess deliberately designed the second-class offensive night mech to be simple but relatively solid. There was no need to add too many finicky and sophisticated parts. There was no need to add any transphasic armor plating. There was no need to put together any high-tech mech systems. The Dawnstar project not returned Vess to the basics, but also reminded him of the times where he worked on his mechs by himself. While Vess enjoyed his collaborations with other mech designers, he never really fully had the opportunity to implement his whole vision and produce a mech that was completely representative of his design style and his design philosophy. An entire day smoothly went by as Vess smoothly fabricated the parts and put them all together without taking any breaks. By the time he put the last part into place, the living mech had already begun to exude a strong identity while also radiating the glow of the golden cat. Wow, it actually turned out a bit better than I thought. Although the simplistic and fairly crude design of the Dawnstar project made it unworthy to become a masterwork, Vess had nonetheless pushed its quality to a point where he was proud of his craftsmanship nonetheless. Aside from that, the Dawnstar project also showed the potential of turning into a third-order living mech. He just needed to finalize the mech by helping it form a blood pact with his grandfather. It's time. 5023, experimenting on the elderly. The time had come to see whether his Carmine system lived up to his expectations. His theories did not give Vess the certainty that pairing the Dawnstar project with his grandfather would save the latter's life. He truly did not know what would result from this experimental outcome. Such a procedure would never be able to pass the review of any proper scientific panel. Vess not only broke enough ethical boundaries to turn him into a pariah, but also rushed this project so that he could get everything done in little over a week. It was not as if Vess didn't want to do better. He would have preferred to take his time and conduct proper studies on his Carmine system. He should have completed his Blood Knight project a long time ago and tested the effects of the blood packed on many different pilots to confirm that it was safe and that it operated within parameters. Even after he thoroughly verified the soundness of his Carmine system, he still should have invested months, if not an entire year, on a mech that was meant to save his grandfather from the abyss. With that much time, effort, and passion, it should have been possible for Vess to turn the mech in front of him into a masterwork. This could have made a major difference. Any masterwork mech gained extraordinary traits that just made them better at their jobs. Still, Vess did not feel too dissatisfied with the lack of refinement. He possessed sufficient belief that his Dawnstar project already possessed the essential conditions to bring his grandfather back from the dead. The root of the problem was that Benjamin Parkinson could no longer perform his vows because he lost his ability to neutrally interface with a mech. So long as Vess restored Benjamin's ability to control a mech just enough to restore a measure of his combat effectiveness, he would once again turn into a mech pilot that possessed the qualifications to do battle. This should be enough. Vess had no control of what would happen after that. It may be that his grandfather's deterioration might stop, but that his vitality had drained so much that he would pass on anyway. It may also be that, once his grandfather regained his identity as a mech pilot, his willpower would reform and infuse him with the vitality that he had lost. Vess turned his head and observed the surrounding air with his spiritual senses. He still maintained the blessed workshop after all of this time, despite the strain it put him under. In the face of his work and the importance of saving his grandfather's life, the aches induced by overloading his glow did not seem that important. The only issue he was concerned about was that he was draining the surrounding ambient spiritual energy at a constant rate in order to power his current state. It might not be necessary to maintain the blessed workshop anymore, but he felt it may still be helpful powering up his latest mech. He decided to maintain his current state, as he could always tone it down if Benjamin needed to absorb exotic radiation in order to restore his strength. Vess checked his final preparations. He had no idea what was about to happen, so he brought several different items in case they could aid in the restoration process. I hope I won't need them, because I truly don't know how they will affect my grandfather. He had accumulated a lot of weird and special ingredients over the years. He could also draw spiritual fragments from his design spirits in a pinch. He was not lacking for ingredients. His real problem was that he did not possess the expertise to decide on the correct response to unexpected situations. If an accident occurred, Vess would only have one or maybe two chances to figure out the right remedy. If he chose poorly, then he would not only squander his resources, but also ruin his only attempt at saving his grandfather's life. The pressure began to pile on his shoulders. Vess had little choice but to rely on his judgment and his instincts to make the correct bet. He glanced towards the treatment bed, where his grandfather remained asleep. There is not much time left. Who knows how many times my grandpa can still wake up? He's at the end of his rope. Just before he was about to make his move, a brief interruption took place. Naya. The golden cat jumped out of the Larkinson mandate carried by Nida and flew right in front of Vess' face. Her glow, along with her strong concerns, forced Vess to respond to her concerns. Naya. I know it's dangerous, but I have no choice. Naya. What do you want me to do? Let my grandfather die without attempting any effective treatment. Tills may be his only shot at giving him back his life. Naya. That's not relevant, so what is he said no? He's not in his right mind. He is depressed and mentally impaired. He is no longer fit to make his own decisions. He can object to my actions all he wants, but he should wait until I've brought him back to life. Naya. We need him, Goldie. He's family. I am not doing anything evil. People's natural lifespan makes no difference these days. My grandfather roughly belongs to the same generation as Raymond Bllllng Slale Larkinson, but the latter can easily live for over 2 centuries after he received a single round of life-prolonging treatment. It took a little more persuasion before Goldie reluctantly retracted her objections. The golden cat was the personification of the values, the will, the desire, and the aspirations of the Larkinson clan. Her doubts were a reflection of how this procedure might concern the clansmen. Her acquiescence was an indication that the Larkinson clan cared enough about Benjamin's continuation to ignore any problematic elements. Goldie did not return to the Larkinson mandate, but instead perched herself onto Vess' shoulders. She clearly expressed the intention to monitor the procedure and take measures if necessary. Vess reached out and stroked her manifested back a few times. He could easily see how Goldie's manifestation had become a lot more solid and powerful than before. The ambient spiritual energy helped with reducing the difficulties of maintaining a presence in the material realm. Let's begin. Naya. He had his grandfather move to the cockpit of the Dawn Star project while he still remained unconscious. This should normally be an awkward process, but Vess already took this into account when he designed his custom Mech. The cockpit was larger than normal and offered a lot of room. Vess even removed the piloting chair so that he could fit in the high-tech treatment bed that helped to preserve his grandfather's remaining health. After he locked everything into place, Vess hesitated for a moment before he issued the order to form a physical blood connection. Several tubes extended from the floor. Flexible needles that extended from their ends gently poked through Benjamin's aged and wrinkled skin. Vess remained in the cockpit long enough to confirm with his own eyes that the connecting tubes properly connected to his grandfather's blood veins. Benjamin's aged and feeble physique could not withstand powerful shocks. His body was practically the opposite to that of venerable Janzi, who could tolerate a lot more powerful treatments due to her excellent fitness and her extraordinary qualities. Naya. I know, Goldie. Vess took one last look at his grandfather. It would have been more ideal if Benjamin Larkinson was awake and conscious, but there was no way to make that happen. The doctors had already injected mild stimulants into his grandfather's body. If that wasn't enough to rouse the old Larkinson from his sleep, then nothing else would work. Anything stronger might end up killing him outright. Vess withdrew from the cockpit and retreated to a control panel. He already set everything up. His hand hovered over the projected button that would start the critical pairing process. "Are you ready, Goldie?" "Naya." "Let's go." Vess pressed the button, which triggered a lengthy set of programmed instructions. The custom offensive night Mech, that shared a lot of resemblance to the original Ember Star, slowly came to life. Its systems were not that powerful or sophisticated, so they did not take that long to boot up for the first time. Still, Vess felt as if the seconds passed like hours. Each time the projected control panel lit an item in green, he felt a little more relieved. The ordinary parts and systems of the Dawn Star project functioned properly. Vess did not have to worry that they would malfunction and pose any danger to his grandfather. What Vess worried about the most was whether the Carmine system could form a blood pact with a pilot that was not conscious. Theoretically, it was impossible for a Mech pilot to interface with a Mech while asleep. The very act of piloting Mechs was a mental process. The brain of the pilot needed to actively receive, process, and transmit data back to the machine. If the pilot was comatose for whatever reason, the Mech lost its most essential controlling influence, which would automatically turn it into a machine without direction. It had no choice but to shut down or go on standby. The story was different for the Dawn Star project. It was a living Mech that was just about to reach the third order of life. This meant that it would gain enough autonomy and control over itself to remain active for some time. The Carmine system also worked a lot differently from a neural interface. It was supposed to forge a bond between the spiritual foundation of a Mech and the spirituality or willpower of a Mech pilot. This was a bond that transcended mortal limitations. Vess suspected that not even a lack of consciousness could stop the blood pact from functioning properly. As more and more systems lit up in green, the time had finally come for the Dawn Star project to fulfill its primary purpose. He activated the fateful command. "It's happening." Naya. Freshly cultivated human blood began to pour into Benjamin's old body. Each blood cell seemed to carry a strong degree of vitality that was directly derived from the strong and vigorous cyborg Mech. At the same time, Benjamin's original blood poured out of other tubes. Even though there shouldn't be many physical differences, the vitality contained within these fluids had obviously been exhausted. A powerful series of heartbeats began to echo from the Dawn Star project. Blood continued to circulate between the tired Larkinson and the newly created custom Mech. Benjamin's body seemed to inflate a bit as more and more fresh blood circulated in his body and cleared out all of his aged and exhausted blood. At the same time, the Dawn Star project received more and more biological material from an old and retired expert pilot. Despite Benjamin's present condition, his blood was still enriched with age, affection, and pride. These were the elements that the Dawn Star project lacked the most. As the machine continued to rouse to life, it eagerly absorbed and imprinted on the elements of its destined partner. Vess widened his eyes and strengthened his blessed workshop as he could see and feel the new Mech, attempting to forge a closer connection with its pilot. Through the mutual exchange of blood, the Mech and pilot were close to forming a pact. "Come on, grandfather. I know that deep down you have always been unreconciled about your early retirement. You could have done so much more. This is your chance. Accept the offer. Make the pact. This is your only chance to protect your family once more." Naya. Just when it seemed that his grandfather's broken will remained unmoved by the offer, the Golden Cat channeled her own influence on the Mech. The glow of the Dawn Star project grew stronger. A strong sense of family and kinship into the machine. This stirred Benjamin's unconscious mind just enough for him to reach out to the Mech. The blood pact had been formed. Yes, Vess celebrated. A transformation was about to take place. Vess quickly reined in his jubilation and restored his focus. What happened next was the most crucial step in the process. Forming the blood pact was not enough. What truly mattered was restoring his grandfather's health. 5024, Motivation to Live. Vess had become fascinated by the power of blood, when he initially conceived of the carmine system. Blood was both a carrier of life and a medium of power. By absorbing the occult knowledge contained within an enlightenment fruit, Vess had learned many powerful properties and nuances of blood. Vess knew so much about the more mystical aspects of blood that he could probably do a good job of impersonating a member of the so-called blood cult. Of course, Vess did not bother to waste his time on reproducing the archaic and outdated methods of this forbidden organization. The knowledge he learned from System mainly served to provide him with the building blocks he needed to come up with his own innovations. This was why Vess had great confidence in the carmine system. Perhaps it might look like an abomination to other people, but he considered it to be a brilliant fusion of different concepts. To Vess, the carmine system was one of his most beautiful inventions, and one that embodied his design philosophy to an almost perfect degree. The fleshy organic components of this large mass web of artificial human tissue contained a multitude of life and potential. By connecting the carmine system to Benjamin's body, Vess hoped that his grandfather would somehow be able to borrow the abundant strength and vitality of the Dawn Star project. So far, Vess saw no sign of that happening, but this was just the beginning. There was still time for his grandfather to draw strength from his new Mech. Although Vess did not have a complete understanding of the mechanisms of his own invention, he still possessed a decent idea of how the carmine system affected the Mech pilot. The carmine system was the element that enabled Mechs and Mech pilots to forge a closer connection to each other than was possible with the neural interface. By forming both a spiritual and physical bond through the medium of blood, Venerable Janzi had been growing stronger in a remarkable fashion in the past few weeks. Each time she went through another routine health inspection, her physical body became a little more solid and stronger than before. While it was not unusual for expert pilots to grow even fitter and healthier due to the influence of their willpower, the degree of Janzi's physical improvement far surpassed that of other Larkinson expert pilots. Even the introduction of exotic radiation did not change this fundamental equation. Vess theorized that Janzi's strong bond with the Bastion enabled her to inherit a small fraction of her expert Mech's power. At the same time, the Bastion slowly absorbed and integrated Janzi's exceptional willpower, thereby slowly perfecting its own shortcomings. His brief observations of Venerable Janzi and the Bastion confirmed his assumption that the blood pact was mutually beneficial to both sides. Neither of the parties suffered or lost anything serious aside from their independence. "Come on, please work. You can do it, Grandpa." Vess and Goldie both kept observing the Dawn Star project as it slowly attempted to leverage its tentative new blood pact with its pilot. However, nothing seemed to happen. Although blood continued to circulate between the Dawn Star project and Benjamin's body, the blood pact remained inert. The machine was not the problem. The living Mech had gained a lot more life and activity after it successfully formed a bond with Benjamin Larkinson. It followed its programming and its own desires and worked hard to strengthen the blood pact by pushing for a mutual exchange. Yet despite the new custom Mech's earnest efforts, the pilot remained unresponsive. Benjamin had done nothing after Goldie nudged him to accept the blood pact. Naya. Goldie grew frustrated as she tried to encourage the unconscious man to interact with the blood pact. It shouldn't take too much effort to deepen his connection with his new Mech, but the lack of any strong movements prevented the new bond from developing any further. Vess grew frustrated with the lack of activity. Il's grandfather was getting nowhere like this. The blood pact needed to be actively used by both sides in order to unlock its potential. It was like opening a communication channel between two different parties, only for one end to remain completely silent and unresponsive. Letter 188 Thetum, this was not the result that Vess desired. His control panel produced several alarming noises. "Damn it, my grandfather's body can't withstand the stress of this activity." His body's condition was already hovering at its limits. Though the new blood circulating through his body forcefully injected it with vitality, the current state of the blood pact prevented his grandfather from properly drawing strength from the Dawn Star project. Instead, it produced an adverse effect, as the powerful foreign blood of the new Mech seemed to push Benjamin's feeble body beyond its coping ability. If this continued on without any changes, his grandfather might die due to subjecting it to an excessive amount of stress. Vess worked to adjust the parameters, but nothing helped. The problem was not that Benjamin was physically incapable of interfacing with the Dawn Star project. The true cause of the lack of activity was that his grandfather did not show the initiative to engage with the blood pact. Vess understood why this was the case. His grandfather was too lacking in motivation. Every Mech pilot possessed a strong fighting intent. They relied upon it to push through any pain or discomfort. The stronger their desire to fight, the more successful they became in their careers. Expert pilots were exceptional because their fighting intent pushed their willpower beyond any mortal limitations. It should normally be impossible for expert pilots to experience any fatalism. No matter how poor the odds had become, they never backed down and never admitted defeat when duty called them to fight to the end. Vess had only seen 2 expert pilots completely lose their fighting intent. Venerable Davla Stark was originally a broken woman, but with the help of Venerable Brutus, she regained her fire and forged herself anew. Benjamin Larkinson had not gone through a similar journey. He had grown so old and spent so much time as a cripple that he no longer saw himself as an expert pilot and a soldier in any fashion. He simply embraced the identity as a retired and disabled Larkinson and grandfather. There was not a bone within him left that possessed any serious desire to pilot a Mech once again. That's not quite true. If Benjamin Larkinson truly had no desire to pick up his original profession and perform his duty once again, then why had the initial form of the blood pact taken shape? Its existence proved that despite all of his words, there was still a part of the old Larkinson that still aspired to be a pilot and a protector. There just isn't enough of it, though. This left Vess at an uncomfortable impasse. The data readings that reported Benjamin's health were producing increasingly more alarming signs. Even if Vess suspended the attempt and pulled his grandfather out of the cockpit, it was doubtful that the old man would live past this day. For better or worse, Vess needed to step in and ignite his grandfather's fighting intent somehow. How could he properly stimulate his grandpa without killing him outright? He shifted his gaze to a nearby work table where he prepared several different items and ingredients. He had a feeling that none of them would help with what he was trying to accomplish. For example, what was the point of injecting his grandfather with a lot of universal, life-attributed spiritual energy? All Vess would do was waste an entire vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. As for other ingredients such as Venerable Relia Foster's remnant willpower, they were not compatible with his grandfather and had little chance of doing anything productive. Naya, Goldie expressed increasing alarm. There was nothing she could do at this time. Benjamin's physical condition continued to deteriorate the longer he remained connected to an active Carmine system. Vess needed to make his move right away, or else his grandfather would pass the point of no return. Dozens of different options flitted through his mind before he recalled that he had recently gathered a powerful spiritual ingredient. Though it didn't seem special when he harvested at the time, right now he believed that it held unmatched power that exceeded anything else that he had in his possession. A pained expression appeared on his face. He originally had plans for these special ingredients. He could produce all kinds of powerful spiritual constructs with the help of this spiritual fragment. He had little doubt that he and his clan would experience another major leap in strength if he was about to process his spiritual treasure. Yet, was this gain worth the cost of losing his chance to preserve his grandfather? Now that Vess had to choose between a potential source of power and an uncertain possibility of bringing Benjamin back from the dead, he had to make the right choice. He closed his eyes and thought about what he cared the most. I like power, but I like family as well. There were times where he prioritized one over the other, so Vess did not have an obvious answer to this dilemma. Naya. The golden cat was different. She understood his difficulties and offered her support by rubbing her manifested body against his cheek. Maybe you are right. No matter whether I succeed or fail, I will never forgive myself for foregoing this chance to save my grandfather. Ves strengthened his resolve. He no longer thought about the massive opportunity cost of his chosen course of action. He left the control panel and floated forward and up until he reached the chest of the struggling Dawnstar project. He held out a hand and concentrated his mind in order to communicate with the Mech designer system. A moment later, he withdrew a special and extremely valuable spiritual fragment from the Vault of Eternity. The system space had completely isolated the fragment from the Destroyer of Worlds, making it so that the fragment remained completely inert and unchanged ever since Ves returned to the present time. This was no longer the case. The consciousness of an overpowering companion spirit traversed an enormous distance and instantly made contact with the spirituality that it had lost over 2 centuries in the past. Even though it was a small spiritual fragment from a companion spirit that had just been born at the time, its undeniable connection to a powerful god pilot instantly caused it to transform far beyond its initial state. Ves had no idea what the spiritual fragment was turning into, but he could feel that the infusion of an extremely explosive and evolved form of will was completely its very essence. Before it could complete its transformation into a much higher form, Ves threw the evolving fragment towards the chest of the Dawnstar project. Go, please save my grandfather's life. The strengthening fragment passed through the layers of the custom Mech and quickly arrived in front of Benjamin's old and weakened body. It stopped. It refused to get too close to the aged and retired Larkinson. As the fragment continued to receive an infusion of power from a distant source, it slowly shook before it exploded and morphed into a small but fiery cat. May you? Emma's cry shook the entire workshop and shocked Ves to the point where he almost broke his blessed workshop state. I know this may be awfully confusing to you, but this is not the time to answer your questions. Please save my grandfather's life. The newly cat seemed to peer straight through the cockpit and pin Ves, or more precisely Blinky, with a judgmental stare. Nayas. 5025, an old soldier. Ves almost completely froze as he continued to hover in front of the chest of the Dawnstar project. The golden cat did not make any movements either. She was powerless to help Benjamin Larkinson restore his fighting intent and will to survive. Both of them could only pin their hopes on Emma, the companion spirit and second personality of divine Irene Mox. The new cat clearly did not like being summoned to this strange workshop on a strange ship, just to complete an errand that was completely unrelated to her life. Nonetheless, she was still willing to lend a hand, if only because she had been summoned and could help out an old man. Emma disregarded the lack of a neural interface and the oddities surrounding the Carmine system and focused solely on the essence of Benjamin Larkinson. She could instantly tell that he used to be a proud and motivated expert pilot. Ilis' fall from grace happened a long time ago, and his body deteriorated ever since. Though the aspect of Emma possessed a lot of powerful capabilities for her size, most of them involved empowering projectiles and amplifying destructive forces. Destruction was always easier than creation. The Destroyer of Worlds never really dealt with situations like this in the past. Even she could not put a broken will back together. That didn't mean that Emma was helpless, though. She decided on a different approach. Instead of mending Benjamin's broken will directly, she instead began to commune with the old man's unconscious mind. Power steadily flowed from the possessed fragment to the sleeping, but connected Larkinson. This power did not infuse Benjamin with any power. He wouldn't be able to absorb any of it, as Emma's divine strength belonged exclusive to her and her principle. Anyone else who attempted to absorb this highly evolved form of willpower would instantly blow themselves apart. Instead of risking a nasty head explosion, Emma made sure to keep tight control over her power. She only exerted herself in order to exchange her own thoughts and memories with the dormant Larkinson. Emma began to share portions of divine Irene Mox's legendary career. Spanning over 2 impressive centuries, Irene Mox rose up to become an expert pilot, an ace pilot, before ultimately making the ultimate breakthrough after passing several life-and-death tests. She had been born as a second-class citizen of the Quillim Principality, but once she proved her strength and talent in spades, the new Rubarth Empire took her in and invested a huge amount of resources in her development to facilitate her eventual evolution to God Pilot. The battles she fought with the Rubarthans, along with the generosity they extended to her, caused her to develop a strong affection for her adopted first-rate superstate. Even after she reached the ultimate rank and attained godhood in a special form, Divine Irene Mox continued to respect her vows and promises to the new Rubarth Empire and served as its protector in the times to come. There was no way to properly describe and summarize the career of such a powerful and long-lived human legend. Where there were other god pilots who lived much more eventful lives than Irene Mox, she had definitely experienced more than her fair share of hardships. The arduous battles, the camaraderie that she built up after fighting alongside many friendly Mech pilots, the support she received from the Mech designers responsible for designing her powerful machines, and other factors had enriched her life and fulfilled her ambitions as a Mech pilot. Though Emma only shared a fraction of Divine Irene Mox's life and career to the ailing Larkinson, no one in the Larkinson clan had ever experienced anything close to such a long and fulfilling journey. The life of a god pilot was indescribably glorious to other people, but had an especially strong effect on people who possessed the ability to pilot Mechs. A small flame began to ignite in Benjamin's heart. Though he understood on a fundamental level that he was nothing like the destroyer of worlds and had no way of replicating her impressive life trajectory, he couldn't help but envy the life of a much more successful Mech pilot. Even when Benjamin remained functionally unconscious, his heart could not be denied. As the old Larkinson continued to get immersed in Divine Irene Mox's impressive life experiences, the man no longer felt content to remain envious. Benjamin may have retired a long time ago, but he still retained a fraction of the pride as an expert pilot. He did not want to imitate or copy the destroyer of worlds. He wanted to forge his own legend. His body grew hotter as his mind began to become more active. Miyu. Emma became encouraged by his progress. Her fiery eyes glowed brighter as she continued her efforts to revive the borrowed strength of a fellow Mech pilot. For the first time in many decades, Benjamin started to feel young again. His eyelids shook as his consciousness not only began to rouse to life, but also developed a strong desire to return to the glory days when he was fighting his enemies in the cockpit of his Ember Star. The more he became exposed to the priceless experiences of a god pilot, the more he thought that he too possessed the potential to serve in a similar capacity. "Grandfather," Vess whispered as he could sense a fundamental change taking place inside the cockpit. "Nah." Goldie grew more encouraged to the point where her tail started to swish as fast as a propeller. Once Benjamin reached a critical point, he fully regained his consciousness and opened his eyes. No longer did his eyes look placid and gentle. The stimulation he received from the Carmine system and the powerful Emma had completely ignited a fire in his heart. It was a fire that he always thought had become extinguished from the moment the doctors informed him that his brain had become incapable of interfacing with any Mech. Yet as he began to regain more and more awareness of his own condition, he could feel through the newly established blood pact with the Dawn Star Project that he could actually exert control over the latter. Even if this new control method was anything but perfect, it still possessed enough similarities to the man-machine connection to convince him that it was possible to resume his Mech piloting career. As soon as elderly Larkinson recognized the new possibilities that he had been given, the fire in his heart grew hotter. He yearned to attain the same level of strength. He yearned to attain godhood and obtain the power to completely impose his will on reality. He yearned to become the ultimate projector of the Larkinson clan, just as Irene Mox had become for the new Rubarth Empire. Emma retreated at this time. She sensed that her assistance was no longer needed. All she had to do was to remind Benjamin that he possessed the power to fight and overcome insurmountable challenges. It was up to him to complete the rest of his journey. As Emma consciously retreated to give Benjamin room to process his own thoughts, the Dawn Star project began to grow more active. Vess and Goldie gained more hope as they noticed that the new Mech wasn't taking on its own, but had responded according to the instruction of its pilot. It looked as if Benjamin still needed to obtain one more piece of proof to confirm that he could pilot a Mech once again. As the arm of the offensive night Mech slowly raised before lowering again, it became undeniably clear that Benjamin's damaged brain no longer hindered him from piloting a Mech anymore. He became fully convinced by the technology invented by his grandson. Nothing could hinder his revival except for Benjamin himself. The old Larkinson gradually realized that he regained control over his destiny. He had two choices before him. The former war hero could either stick to his original decision and surrender to the ravages of time and regret, or he could return to his old profession and restore his long-buried dreams. As his control over the Dawn Star project increased, he felt as if he too could perform miracles on the battlefield, just like how divine Irene Mox had dominated the battlefield across unimaginable distances. As Benjamin developed the desire to make his mark on the battlefield and protect his grandson and his other descendants, his broken willpower began to piece back together. A glowing corona started to form around the Dawn Star project. The Mech and Mech pilot were beginning to resonate with each other for the first time. The more Benjamin reforged his willpower, the more extraordinary it became. Soon, his willpower not only broke past the mortal limit, but continued to grow more condensed. His restoring strength not only manifested in a growing desire for life, but also caused the Dawn Star project to exude more and more power. Impressive. Even though the Dawn Star project did not contain any resonating exotics, the blood packed along with Benjamin's exceptional mental state caused the machine to resonate in a similar fashion to forced resonance. This phenomenon was usually associated with breakthroughs, as newly ascended pilots burst out with a lot of excess power. Though Benjamin Larkinson had already experienced apotheoses in the past, his incredible restoration generated a lot of strength at once, enabling him to experience the addictive nature of wielding a lot of power. At this time, Benjamin felt he had the strength to defeat most of the Vision expert Mechs that he once fought against in the past. The resonance between himself and his new Mech grew stronger and stronger until it had reached a limit. Though Benjamin wanted to summon even more strength, his restoring force of will could only do so much. Vess quickly called up the readings of the resonance meters. 45.3 lavers. That was a lot more than Vess expected from his old and feeble grandfather. As Benjamin noticed that he had reached his current limit, he no longer forced the matter any further. Regaining the ability to pilot a Mech was already enough. Letter 1a Tate Thetum, even if he was unable to express the strength of an expert pilot, he would be willing to train every day in order to build up his strength again. This was the difference between an ordinary man and a demigod. Now that Benjamin regained his strength as an expert pilot, he also regained the mentality and dignity of a powerful champion. As Benjamin's aged body slowly lifted up from the high-tech treatment bed, his skin and flesh slowly seemed to nourish under his revived force of will. Though it was impossible for him to return his physical condition to his prime, he was still able to borrow and digest the vitality contained within the vigorous blood of the Dawn Star project. Through these basic measures, Benjamin no longer felt as if he was only a single step away from moving on to the afterlife. He had firmly chosen to commit to his present life, now that he gained a chance to make up for most of his past regrets. He sent a brief look of gratitude to the extraordinary companion spirit hovering inside the cockpit before he made a decision that would define the rest of his life going forward. As he managed to reforge his willpower, he gained an opportunity to reorient his life by making a new vow that superseded all of his old ones. There were many possible reasons why he chose to return to this difficult and dangerous life, but Benjamin was mainly driven by one overpowering motivation. I shall do my utmost to protect his family for as long as I can possibly manage. Family is everything to me. For as long as my descendants live, I will watch over them and protect them from any threat. This is my promise. The Dawn Star exploded in red as Venerable Benjamin Larkinson dedicated his life and strength to protecting his bloodline. An old soldier had found new life. 5026, long overdue reunion. Venerable Benjamin Larkinson had risen again. After spending half of his life as a harmless, disabled man, his willpower and fighting intent had completely revived. Not only did he gain the chance to pilot a Mech once again, but he also regained the might and bravery of an expert pilot. Though he did not actually regress in age, Vess had the illusion that his grandfather had truly returned to his glory days when he served in the Mech Corps. Along with Venerable Benjamin's glorious return, his new partner Mech received ample benefits as well. The successful establishment of a blood pact completed the Dawn Star Project's formation of a strong sense of self and identity, thereby marking it as a third-order living Mech. Not only that, but the pseudo-breakthrough that Venerable Benjamin just experienced also channeled a lot of spiritual feedback to his new bonded Mech, causing it to mature and grow stronger to an extent. All of the previous events had caused their blood pact to grow thick and solid. The two were bound for life. From this point onwards, Venerable Benjamin Larkinson had no way of piloting another Mech. His permanent commitment to the Dawn Star Project exceeded every other oath or restriction subjected to him. Even if the old Larkinson found a way to completely restore his brain and his nerve cells in the future, his blood bond prohibited him from piloting any other machine. This was a heavy restriction to most Mech pilots, but it was completely trivial for an old man who unwillingly went into retirement. What happened today was an unprecedented feat. Although Vess had no idea whether the Mech Trade Association had accomplished anything similar, he seriously doubted that their methods were as practical and affordable as his own solution. There are so many disabled Mech pilots out there that are desperate to attain a second chance. There were more old dogs like Benjamin Larkinson out there. Mech pilots rarely sustained physical injuries over the course of their careers. They either remained in good health or died in an instant after a powerful weapon breached their cockpits. Nonetheless, there were still edge cases where a defeated pilot managed to survive a battle with injuries. This meant that a lot of experienced veterans and former expert pilots suffered fates similar to that of Benjamin over time. Vess did not believe that too many of those retired soldiers emigrated to the Red Ocean. There was little point to doing so unless they wanted to accompany their families. Nonetheless, there were still old soldiers who had taken up related jobs, such as becoming a Mech instructor or continuing to serve in the military as a staff officer. How many of these people would leap at the chance to pilot a Mech again? There were bound to be soldiers and warriors who would give up anything in order to return to their former lives. The most fantastic part about the Carmine system was that its technical requirements weren't all that high. It could be scaled down to a cheap third-class system that might not be as damage-resistant, but still offered the same essential experience. It could also be scaled up to a highly luxurious third-class system that was a lot more resistant to damage, thereby reducing the chance of ruining an old Mech pilot's return to the battlefield. Vess predicted that he could extract a lot of concessions from unwillingly retired first-raters. There were bound to be a lot of rich people among them. They could easily pay millions of MTA credits, barrels full of face water, and even entire starships just to restore their ability to pilot a first-class multipurpose Mech again. Even though Vess did not possess the qualifications to design a first-class Mech himself, he just needed to whip up a basic Carmine Mech before delivering it. Other first-class Mech designers should easily be able to rework it into a proper combat machine. I can't do this, Vess sighed in regret. This was way too high profile for him. He could not resist the greed of so many powerful groups. Besides, he already made an agreement with the survivalists about maintaining the confidentiality of the Carmine system. Vess did not think his buddies from this faction would be pleased to know that he had invited the companion spirit of a Rubarthan god pilot to this party. As Benjamin Larkinson and his new living Mech slowly became accustomed to their new states, the powerful cat retreated from the pair and flew straight towards Vess. Mew. Hello there, pretty kitty. How's it going? Mew, mew, mew. I can explain. Vess innocently raised his hands. This situation might look a little confusing to you, but Blinky is. Mew. Emma's manifestation lost patience and dove straight into Vess' mind. Ouch, what are you doing? The destructive cat surged into Vess like a spiritual armor-piercing projectile, breaking through all of his protective barriers with contemptuous ease. Once she traveled deep enough, her teeth sank into Blinky's scruff and dragged the purple companion's spirit straight out of Vess' head. Emruo, Emruduzo. Mew, mew, mew. It looked as if Emma harbored a lot of grievances towards the star cat. The powerful god feline kept her hold on Blinky and continued to beat up her original creator and benefactor with her paws and her head. Vess groaned and placed his palm on his face. He refused to witness this shameful sight. It was not as if Blinky allowed Emma to have her way. He tried to absorb Emma's spirituality, but the strong divine will originating from the Destroyer of Worlds had reinforced her manifestation into an unbreakable form. Not even the devouring ability inherited from the Unending One was strong enough to shake Emma's metaphysical substance. Emru. In desperation, Blinky absorbed as much ambient spiritual energy as possible. Yet even as he used that to reinforce his own counterattacks, Emma remained as solid and unmoving as ever. The difference in strength was too great. Even though Blinky was one of the first companion spirits to come into existence, he was born after the Age of Mies had already persisted for over 4 centuries. Emma, on the other hand, was not only born 2 centuries earlier, but she had also grown alongside a powerful soldier who eventually transcended to godhood. Suffice to say, Blinky had no chance of asserting his dominance over the female god cat. Once Emma relieved all of Divine Irene Mox's grievances towards the cat that had been absent for over 2 centuries, she mercifully let go of the beat-up star cat. Emroa. Blinky might not have suffered any serious damage, but Emma had been anything but gentle to him. She had somehow managed to make him ache and suffer across his entire spiritual body. Mew mew. Emroa. Mew mew mew. Emro. Mew 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 mew. The Destroyer of Worlds was no longer as weak, ignorant, and naive as she was in the past when Vess descended into her mind. Her long life experiences, her evolved cognitive functions, along with her extensive access to many of the secrets held by the new Rubarth Empire, enabled her to put all of the clues together. The god pilot pieced together a story that closely matched the truth of what Vess had done. Vess grew more nervous, but not too much. He already anticipated that this would happen as soon as he pulled out Emma's spiritual fragment from the system space. In order to save his grandfather's life and reignite his fire, Vess did not hesitate to expose himself to the Destroyer of Worlds. He bet that Divine Irene Mox would still remember the gratitude she owed to Blinky, and by extension Vess. Fortunately, his bet paid off. Though Emma put on a resentful act, she could have done much worse. Once Emma vented her feelings, she began to talk about more relevant matters with Vess. Mew 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 mew. If you have been tracking my career, then you shouldn't be surprised that I can do this, Vess responded. Mew mew. I can't. I am already cooperating closely with the survivalists on this. I also maintain an active cooperation with the transhumanists as well. You need to get through them first if you want to have a piece of the pie. Mew mew mew, mew 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 mew. Look, it just isn't convenient for us to meet together. Our identities are too far apart, and we don't have any existing ties that we can reveal to others. I was planning to wait until I realized my design philosophy before trying to make contact. I don't think the Mechers will like it if we do, so we need to do it behind their backs. Mew mew. Oh, that's convenient. Thank you for that. I was afraid that I may have missed a few bugs. The two talked a bit more before Emma withdrew her attention from this location. Venerable Irene Mox was far too preoccupied at the moment due to the crises that emerged in the aftermath of the Great Severing. The orange cat threw a final look at Vess and Blinky before she withdrew from the workshop, causing the energies that remained to recondense into a diminished and half-depleted spiritual fragment. Vess grabbed a hold of the floating fragment and immediately stuffed it back into his system space. He was pleasantly surprised by the fact that he got back half of the original fragment. Apparently, Emma did not consume as much energy to manifest herself and help Benjamin reforge his force of will. Vess did not want to utilize the remaining fragment in the same manner again. There were much more convenient methods to communicate with the God pilot, and now that they had re-established their friendship, there should be enough opportunities to exchange with each other in the future. The only issue at the moment was that Divine Irene Mox immediately became involved in a secret operation that was targeted towards the Red Cabal. As one of the few human God pilots in the Red Ocean, the Destroyer of Worlds had to bear a huge responsibility. Vess was happy with this, as the operations targeted towards the main elements of the indigenous alien races would likely drag on for numerous years. It was unlikely that Irene would receive a break anytime soon. This suited Vess fine. It granted him enough buffer time to build up his strength and increased his negotiating power. He temporarily set his affairs with the Destroyer of Worlds aside and turned his attention back to his grandfather. Though Venerable Benjamin had already begun to grow exhausted by all of his recent life-changing experiences, he couldn't help but test his new capabilities. His freshly fabricated Mech continued to make more and more deliberate movements under his direction. From lifting the arms to taking a few cautious steps forward with the legs, it became clear that Benjamin truly possessed the capability to control his machine without using a neural interface from beginning to end. Janzi was right, Vess spoke under his breath. He already had a strong suspicion that this was the case, but he still harbored a small measure of doubt. No more. Now that he obtained solid proof that the Carmine system could function as a substitute of the neural interface in the case of an expert pilot, Vess experienced a sense of fulfillment that excited his design philosophy. He had yet to verify the effectiveness of the Carmine system when paired with a standard Mech pilot. However, as long as it worked for an expert pilot, Vess was convinced he could find a way to increase the practicality of the Carmine system and ready it for mass adoption. You can stop now, grandfather. I know you're excited to get back into the saddle, but your body is still in a relatively precarious condition. Please power down your machine so that we can check your health. There is no point in restoring your ability to pilot a Mech only for you to suffer a heart attack a minute later. 5027, look who's back. Benjamin Larkinson was back. To the utter surprise of the Larkinson clan, the grandfather of the patriarch had made a surprising comeback. Although most clansmen did not possess much of a familiarity with this figure, the Trueblood Larkinsons all knew Benjamin a lot better. Benjamin was one of the most prominent Larkinsons of the old family. Not only did he serve with honor in the military before he had been forced to retire, but he continued to serve the Larkinson family as an elder and a leader. If that wasn't enough, he produced a number of remarkable direct descendants. Ark Larkinson was his proudest son. Nothing further needed to be said about Vess. Many old men wished they accomplished as much as Benjamin. Nobody expected for this old Larkinson hero to regain his ability to pilot a Mech. He had been bedridden for months. People like that did not simply rise up and return to the cockpit all of a sudden. What was even more odd to the Larkinsons was how Benjamin was able to pilot a Mech in the first place. His brain-injured state was a matter of public record. If Benjamin retained the ability to pilot a Mech, he wouldn't have hung up his cape and spent all of his days watching over the children and the grandchildren of his fellow Larkinsons. It was difficult to explain how Benjamin Larkinson suddenly regained his vitality and the ability to pilot a Mech. Vess decided to issue a brief statement about how he made a lot of concessions to the MTA in order to pay for an experimental treatment program for his grandfather. The story might not hold up to people who possessed a lot of knowledge of the actual situation, but there weren't too many of them to begin with. Vess knew he could count on the Trueblood Larkinsons to avoid kicking up a fuss. After all, these people respected Benjamin Larkinson the most. Each of them had more reasons to be happy about the elder's return to power. Vess still had to deal with the other aftermath of his successful attempt to restore his grandfather's health. For example, he had to deal with a rather annoyed MTA security expert that Master Vero Goldstein assigned to his flagship. Your actions and decisions are making it much more difficult to maintain the secrecy of your Carmine system and its implications. Specialist Amanda Colchester neatly explained to Vess in a secure office. My mission is to assist you with minimizing any leaks and exposure of sensitive information, but I cannot effectively do so if you actively undermine our priorities. Vess stood his ground on this matter. I never really agreed with this in the first place, you know. It was Master Goldstein who imposed all of this on me. Look, I get it. I understand the importance of keeping the full capabilities of the Carmine system under wraps. That does not mean I am going to stop the only possible means for me to save my grandfather's life. Patriarch Larkinson, I am not objecting to the actions that you have taken to restore your grandfather's ability to pilot a Mech, but it is not wise for you to reveal this in public, let alone allow him to pilot his new Mech in the open. There are proven records about his infirmity. It is highly improbable that any medical treatments have regenerated his brain just enough to interface with a Mech once again. Your fellow Larkinsons may not have any reason to question what has happened, but the same cannot be said for outside groups. It will become more and more difficult to hide the true scope of your work over time. It doesn't matter. Vess defiantly crossed his arms. The rules have changed. We have transitioned to a new age where exotic radiation has created many new possibilities. It should be easy to spin a narrative where a happy accident involving E-energy radiation has restored the piloting capabilities of an old and disabled man. Exotic radiation can make a lot of amazing stuff happen. The news about Benjamin Larkinson's return to form is just one of the many events that characterize the Age of Dawn. Amanda Colchester grew frustrated. I will need to consult with my superiors about this, but I am requesting you to prevent your grandfather and his special Mech from deploying in the open for the foreseeable time. Our shipbuilders have constructed a secure barracks and testing compartment in the spirit of Bentheim for the sole purpose of upholding the secrecy of any research related to your invention. I will not confine my grandfather in a prison. Vess burst out. His continued life is dependent on his ability to fight and serve as a Mech pilot. Locking him up in those secret compartments will only cause him to regress and lose the lifespan that he has just regained. If Master Goldstein doesn't like it, then he can say so himself, but I will not compromise when it comes to the life of my family. Vess knew it was not entirely conducive to his relationship with Master Goldstein and the survivalists to defy them in such an open manner, but he hoped that they would let it slide on account of his value. After all, Red humanity was no longer in a comfortable position. Cut off from the Milky Way and left with only a fraction of human civilization's total military might, the survivalists must be working frantically to ensure the continuation of their isolated civilization. Besides, the value and the importance of the Carmine system had changed now that Red humanity entered the Age of Dawn. The effects of exotic radiation became increasingly more obvious over time. Though it undoubtedly produced negative effects, its benefits to Mech pilots and Mech designers had also become more prominent. All of these changes were enough to occupy much of the Red MTA's attention. In any case, Vess did not immediately receive a reprimand from Master Goldstein or any other Mecher, so he knew that he had managed to get away with his latest stunt. Emma had fortunately used her brief presence in the workshop to disable all of the hidden spying methods that the Mechers had left behind during the extensive refitting of the Spirit of Bentheim. Their methods were both clever and advanced, but they had no chance of escaping the notice of one of the most powerful god pilots in the Red Ocean. Thinking about Emma put Vess into a complex mood. He was happy that he managed to make contact with Irene again, but he did not want their reunion to happen so soon, and in a way that caused him to owe a favor to the god pilot. Though the Destroyer of Worlds had yet to properly engage with him after their first meeting in centuries, Vess knew that she would definitely confront him once she completed her important missions and retreated from enemy lines. He eventually shrugged. "I'll worry about this later. My grandfather is back." Many Larkinsons congratulated Benjamin on his miraculous recovery, though many of them also expressed their doubts about his ability to fight effectively. "I am all right, my son," Benjamin said as he briefly explained his improved condition to General Ark Larkinson. "Mech piloting is not a physically demanding activity to begin with. Fitness is a bonus, but not a requirement to pilot a Mech. My concentration, reaction time, and ability to process data are much better than that of a normal Mech pilot." Ark remained skeptical. "I cannot understand what Vess has done for you, but it is madness to assume that you can return to your peak condition. You have aged too much. Not only have you fallen out of practice for over half a century, but you do not know anything about advanced second-class Mechs. You will require an extensive period of retraining to adapt to our current tech and contemporary combat methods." "That is fine. These are not insurmountable problems. I can spare enough time and effort to get up to standard again." Benjamin replied, "My grandson has already informed me that it will take around a year for him and his team to rework my Bloodstar into a proper high-tier expert Mech." The Bloodstar was the final name for the completed Dawnstar project. Vess was initially in favor of retaining the codename, but Benjamin felt that it was not a suitable name. He was no longer the brighter expert pilot of old. He regained his life and his ability to pilot a Mech by relying on the power of blood. Each time he interfaced with his new Mech, Benjamin could not avoid the necessity of merging his own blood circulation with his life-saving machine. The blood pact permanently marked Benjamin's life. It was only fitting to call his living Mech the Bloodstar. In any case, Benjamin's restoration continued to the delight of the Larkinsons around him. His previously deteriorating state had given him a much greater appreciation of the pleasures of life, so he became a lot more active than before. Naturally, he spent a lot more time with his great-grandchildren. No longer did he have to meet them while he was confined to a bed or a chair overlooking a garden. He could join Vess and his immediate family at the dinner table. He also volunteered to take over the work of a nanny and keep the children company. "Hee, Marvin gurgled as he sat on his great-grandfather's lap. "Did Papa truly cry after his pants slipped off his waist?" "He did. You didn't expect your father to be so clumsy when he was at that age, right?" Benjamin said with a grin. Vess groaned when he heard this embarrassing story. "Can you stop it, please? How am I supposed to maintain their respect when you keep ruining my image?" "Love is stronger than that. Your children need to know that you are still fallible underneath your guise." Although Vess found it rather annoying that his grandfather interjected himself so much in his personal life, he still loved him all the same. In the days after Benjamin restored his willpower, Vess conducted a series of tests and examinations to get a better understanding of how much had changed. He made a number of notable discoveries. For one, Benjamin's resonance strength was not static. It continued to grow as he became more comfortable with his new condition. Letter 188 Thetum, despite the fact that the Bloodstar did not integrate any resonating exotics, Benjamin was able to exert a surprising amount of combat power by relying on prime resonance. Even if the Bloodstar did not have the ability to compete against a proper expert Mech, it could readily beat any standard Mech in battle. Vess identified 3 major variables that granted his grandfather the ability to hold his own on the battlefield. The combination between a third-order living Mech, M87's exotic radiation, and a functional blood pact resulted in fantastic synergies that partially made up for the absence of traditional resonating materials. Vess grew incredibly fascinated by the results and the possibilities that they implied. He already had a good understanding of the potential of prime resonance back in the old galaxy. Prime resonance had the capacity to introduce a lot of new and useful abilities to expert pilots, but it lacked the raw power to compete against true resonance in a direct confrontation. This relegated prime resonance to an auxiliary feature that was useful but not essential to his expert mechs. The rules have changed. The increase in ambient spiritual energy powered up every spiritual phenomena. While it was true that true resonance manifestations had undoubtedly grown stronger in the new environment, prime resonance was a lot more sensitive towards differences in E-energy radiation. What this meant that as long as his mechs came closer to M87 one day, prime resonance had the potential to surpass true resonance in power. 5028 increased alien incursions. As Vess continued to harvest a lot of interesting data and insights from the operation of the Blood Star, he formed a lot of important conclusions. For example, he confirmed that his grandfather's ability to control the Blood Star was not quite up to standard. "I am still learning how to do this myself," Benjamin told him as he wore his piloting suit. He had just completed another testing session. "The Blood Pact is much different from the man-machine connection that Mech pilots are familiar with. You need to take a different approach to controlling a machine. I can transfer many of my old piloting skills to this new interfacing method, but I have to learn a lot of new skills from scratch as well. I can do this faster because I have regained my old strength as an expert pilot, but I believe it will be much harder for normal pilots to build up the same proficiencies." Vess nodded in understanding. "Interesting. Do you think that normal blood-bonded Mech pilots will be able to control their machines as effectively as you? Their willpower and mental strength cannot match yours. How much do you rely on these qualities to effectively pilot your Blood Star?" "I do not know. I feel that you should not expect much from Mech pilots who have yet to grow to my extent. It depends on whether their blood pact can develop as extensively as mine. Do not use me as a representative example for other cases. I think that weaker Mech pilots will struggle to control a Mech through a tenuous bond." The only way to find out was to design a carmine Mech for ordinary individuals. Vess was far from ready to do so. He had so many different priorities on his hand. The new demand of developing the Blood Star into a proper high-tier expert Mech added yet any heavy burden to his busy schedule. Vess inwardly shook his head and focused his attention on his grandfather's physical condition. His hair was still gray, and his skin did not lose its wrinkles. Though Benjamin's body had filled up a bit as of late, it did not look as if the old man was ready to run a marathon anytime soon. "How is your health, grandfather? I can sense that your restored willpower along with your regular piloting sessions with the Blood Star has done your body a lot of good. But I do not have a clear idea of how extensively you have pushed back your expiration date. Expert pilots normally aren't able to prolong their lifespans due to various limitations. Your previous physical condition was also exceptionally poor. It should be a miracle that you can stand like this with a straight back." Vess still had a lot of concerns about venerable Benjamin Larkinson's longevity. It should have been impossible for his grandfather to recover to this extent so quickly back in the Milky Way. Yet now that red humanity lived under the golden dawn of Messier 87, every person received a substantial boost. Although it was not quite certain whether most humans would benefit from getting exposed to exotic radiation, the story was different to those who were strong in will or spirit. Benjamin had become a genuine demigod again, and that granted him the capability to absorb E-energy radiation and use it to empower him in various different ways. From strengthening his domain to boosting the transformation of his physical body, Benjamin already started to exhibit the traits of an ace pilot. What was even better was that this was just the beginning. As long as the old expert pilot continued to acclimate to his new state and received a proper expert Mech, his health would continue to improve. Vess already concluded that his grandfather's continued existence was highly reliant on his resonance strength. The stronger his force of will, the more he would be able to reverse the effects of aging. Advancing to ace pilot was the greatest priority at the moment. Vess even considered that it was more important to ensure that his Benjamin advanced to ace pilot first before helping Ark attain his own breakthrough. After all, Ark was still at the prime of his life. He still had plenty of years of life ahead of him. He might even be able to experience his second apotheosis by relying on the more favorable conditions produced by exotic radiation. Of course, he and his wife would probably design both of their expert mechs at the same time. Gloriana had enough time on her hands after she completed the Green X project and the Bloodripper project, although if breakthroughs occur at greater rates, then even she will become overwhelmed. Vess frowned. He needed to expand the design department even further if that was the case. It needed a lot more lead designers in order to keep up with the expanding workload. Mech designers should be able to break through with greater ease as well. That gave him hope that many of the assistants who had been working for the Larkinson clan for a number of years would rise up and form their own design seeds. Although the overall quality of every new mech designed by the design department would obviously drop because of this, it was fine as long as the Larkinson clan was able to issue an expert mech to every new expert pilot in a timely manner. Not every new expert mech has to be as exaggerated as the Bastion or the Phobos, he reminded himself. He was used to treating his expert pilot like scarce treasures. It was fine for him to invest a huge amount of resources in the development of every expert mech, because he could not afford to lose any of his high-ranking mech pilots. He might have to rethink this approach in the Age of Dawn. Perhaps it was better to deprioritize expert mech projects unless they were aimed towards people he cared about. While he would still endeavor to design the strongest possible machine for close friends and relatives, such as Venerable Benjamin and General Ark, he felt no need to put in the same effort to a random clansman like Venerable Kalak Glendale. He let out a sigh. I kind of understand now why large mech militaries invest so little in the initial expert mechs for their new expert pilots. It is hard to care for them when there is already a lot of existing stock. This was a good development, all considered. No one said no to additional expert pilots, and the transition that he was thinking about was a sign that the Larkinson army continued to mature into a proper military organization. As Vess and many other Larkinsons continued to focus on their respective work, the expeditionary fleet smoothly crossed the border between the Krakatoa Middle Zone and the Torold Middle Zone. Many people initially did not notice any differences. The security situation on this side of Torold was not any different from the previous Middle Zone. The story was different once the expeditionary fleet moved closer to the other side of the Middle Zone. The security situation at the Corward side of the Torold Middle Zone had become increasingly more tenuous. The indigenous aliens have made the most logical course of action after they initiated the Great Severing. Calabast's projection to Vess. The Red Cabal and the aliens aligned to this alliance has tried their best to encourage a galaxy-wide uprising against Red humanity. They are proactively throwing their forces against the Big Two's war fleets and strongholds. The escalating offensive has kept the Red Two's main forces so busy that a lot of smaller alien warships and fleets can slip through the cracks. These alien raiders have apparently been tasked with wreaking as much destruction to humanity's infrastructure as possible. This basically means that they are mainly trying to destroy human colonies. As the spymaster reported the state of the ongoing war, Vess studied the projected map closely. The Black Cats had done an excellent job of collecting a huge amount of information and using that to map out the estimated risks of each region of space. There were certain regions in Torold that were much more dangerous than other areas. These places reported the most numerous instances of alien incursions. How strong are these raiding forces? Not that strong, to be honest. Kabbalast smoothly answered. Many of the raiding fleets belong to relatively minor races that are functionally vassals to the major races. They straddle the line between second class and first class for the most part. Their numbers vary a lot, but their tech level is not that impressive. The greatest variable that determines their combat strength is the amount and tonnage of warships. The more big warships in a fleet, the harder it is to defeat them in battle. A typical pioneering organization should be able to fend off the riffraff, but would probably suffer exponentially more casualties once a bunch of alien heavy cruisers or an alien battleship joined the fray. Vess started to grin. I originally wanted to focus on finding facewater deposits for this expedition, but this is a golden opportunity to harvest a lot of valuable salvage with ease. As long as we choose our targets well enough, we should be able to get our hands on a lot of valuable wreckage. Is the Red 2 offering any rewards for destroying these raiding fleets? They are. Calabast confirmed. You cannot earn any warship tokens from defeating them unless they are accompanied by a phase whale or a phase lord, but we should still be able to earn enough MTA merits to cover our expenditures. The premise is that we do not suffer too many severe casualties during our hunts. It is your job to ensure that this will never happen. Your scouts and spies are essential to giving us accurate assessments of the combat power of every alien fleet. We will do our best, but we cannot guarantee that we can get it right every time. If the aliens make use of stealth technology or other measures to prepare an ambush, our forces are in for a tough fight. Vess nodded in understanding. I know, we should remain cautious once we start to approach any of these dangerous regions. Still, given the quantity of raiding fleets and the difficulty of intercepting them, it may be a better idea to split up our fleet. We have over 30,000 mechs and numerous ace mechs at our disposal. That much combat power is overkill against these alien rabble. The alien raiding fleets were never meant to fight against the red humans' main forces. They were purely cannon fodder meant to chip away at the territorial foundation of the extragalactic invaders. It was a clever strategy, all considered. The native aliens still controlled the majority of the Red Ocean and had a vast amount of population and combat assets at their disposal. Even if they suffered a lot of losses in the following years, their abundant territories would ensure they could replenish their troops with ease. In contrast, Red humanity could not possibly keep up with this attrition rate. Its technology and its combat power may be better. It had lost its effective numbers advantage ever since the Greater Beyonder Gate had fallen silent. A good way to limit Red humanity's chances of catching up to the indigenous aliens was to raid a lot of colonies. Each loss of population and infrastructure directly reduced Red humanity's ability to persist in the long term. This was pure attrition warfare, and the indigenous aliens enjoyed a huge advantage in this aspect. In any case, that meant that the Red 2 was quite eager to foil all of these raids. They were willing to issue plenty of MTA merits or CFA merits to clean up the alien raiding forces. We will have to be careful, but I think we can use this as a good warm-up exercise, Vess remarked. We need to win a string of victories in order to integrate the Adelaides and the Bujays into our alliance. Find us a couple of good targets, please. 5029, increasing contradictions. As the expeditionary fleet continued to approach the more dangerous side of the Torald Middle Zone, the Golden Skull Alliance gradually shook off its complacency. The chances of meeting a powerful alien fleet may be low, but it was not zero. The peculiarities of alien warp drives meant that it was difficult to catch any trace of them in transit until they had already arrived. The only consolation was that most alien warp drives were much slower when it came to hopping from one star system to another. FTL drives worked according to different principles and took advantage of the shorter distances in the higher dimensions. Of course, that meant that the aliens had begun to employ FTL drives themselves. Only a few ships belonging to the Red Cabal showed the capability of this stolen tech. It would not take long before FTL drives became ubiquitous among every newly built alien starship. That was a concern for the future. For now, the Golden Skull Alliance only set its sights on the rabble. A mixed variety of alien races and civilizations beset the closest human colonies. The pioneers who chose to settle at these planets over there had always taken into account that they had taken risks when settling so close to the front lines. But this was the only way for them to claim the most valuable star systems. According to the normal pattern, once the Big Two's war fleets made another successful push into alien space, the Torald Middle Zone would become just as safe and secure as the Krakatoa Middle Zone, which meant that another wave of pioneers and colonists would flood in to occupy all the star systems that were left. If a pioneer wanted to grab a high-value port system or a location that was rich with face water, the only ways to do so was to plant their flag early or conquer it afterwards. The pioneers who committed to the former strategy endured a lot of pressure at this time. They sunk an enormous amount of time, funding, and resources into building up their colonies, only for the great severing to happen that profoundly ended any further pushes into alien space. Not only were the Red Two unable to secure more territories for their flock, the aliens were coming back with a vengeance. As news of alien incursions began to flood the galactic net, the Larkinsons, along with their allies, increased their combat readiness. Many scout vessels and lone combat carriers split off from the main fleet and began to traverse the surrounding star systems for signs of alien activity. Although the Black Cats and several other intelligence sources had already weaved a net of listening posts and other means of monitoring throughout the Torald Middle Zone, it never hurt to be certain. The addition of the Adelaide Mercenary Company and the Bouget family vastly expanded the scouting capabilities of the Golden Skull Alliance. So long as the core fleet remained sufficiently well protected, it did not matter if they sent out a quarter or a third of their combat carriers in smaller and more independent reconnaissance detachments. The analysts working for the Larkinson clan and the other alliance partners became incredibly busy. They meticulously worked to catalog every alien fleet and break down their likely combat power. They also tried their best to predict their trajectories for the purposes of intercepting them if they were weak or avoiding them if they were strong. Even with the increased strength and numbers of the expeditionary fleet, the analysts had already uncovered a handful of fleets that were too strong to challenge in a direct confrontation. Though the analysts believed that it was still possible to defeat these formidable alien raiding fleets and obtain rich rewards as a result, the losses they would have to incur outweighed any possible gains. There was no need to initiate a desperate fight. Resources and manpower had become more precious in a post-Great Severing era. Vess especially did not want to see his clansmen throw away their lives for marginal gains. The lack of reinforcements pouring in from the Milky Way meant that the Larkinson clan could no longer hire an unlimited amount of Mech pilots and other personnel anymore. This not only troubled the Larkinson clan, but every other pioneering organization. Vess did not have too many concerns, though. The clan also supported a large and extensive civilian population, so it had no concerns about expanding its manpower pool in the long term. As the Mech pilots of the Larkinson army started to drill against a variety of simulated alien raiding fleets, Vess and his fellow colleagues spent much of their time on completing their ongoing Mech design projects. The changed environment had caused the design department to rethink a lot of projects. Not only did the lead designers have to rip out any problematic materials that were prone to mutation when exposed to exotic radiation, they also had to take the changes of their design applications into account. Messier 87 completely changed the game for every Mech designer. Keddy's already noticed that her first swords and monster slayers cut through tougher materials with greater ease. Sarah Voikin measured a small but noticeable improvement in the damage resistance of her defensive mechs. Juliette Stameros grew excited about the inexplicable increase in acceleration of the Dark Zephyr and other mechs that she worked on in the past. Although the performance only deviated by around 1 to 5% in most cases, this was already enough to advance a Mech model by half a generation back in the old galaxy. It was clear that this trend was just the beginning. It had only been a couple of weeks since red humanity first became exposed to exotic radiation. What would it be like if this continued on for years? Many visionaries already predicted that red humanity would look nothing like original humanity at that point. Vess harbored a lot of concerns about this transition. while his fellow Mech designers in the design department mainly focused their attention on the rise in power of all of their products. He started to have more and more questions about the foundation of Mech design itself. One big variable that occupied much of his thoughts as of late was the current and future state of the kingdom of Mechs. How was it doing? Had the Great Severing damaged it in any way? Was it capable of functioning properly across millions of light-years of distance? How was it supposed to support the diverging Mech industries of two separate galaxies? None of the journeyman Mech designers around him spent any thoughts on these important matters. They were still too ignorant and had yet to be initiated into the greater secrets of their profession. The only person in the fleet that could help him answer his doubts was Master Benedict Cortez. This was why he took the trouble to shuttle over to the cyclical engine. Though she was a factory ship like the Spirit of Bentheim, the Cross clan had not spent a ridiculous amount of MTA merits and resources to refit her into a resilient quasi-first-class capital ship. I think you should take a look at. The Crossers would rather invest in building up their fleet carriers or obtaining more high-grade exotics so that they could construct stronger Mechs. Vess was able to obtain glimpses of the latter effort as he traversed through the interior of the factory ship. When he finally met with Master Benedict, they briefly chatted with each other before they moved to a highly secure chamber where they could talk about more sensitive matters. Multiple jammers and other security measures came online. Neither Vess nor his conversation partner could afford to be careless, as they both made strong vows to maintain the secrecy of what they were about to discuss. Once everything was set, Vess immediately asked the question that had been hovering at the top of his mind. What's going on with the Kingdom of Mechs? That is not an easy question to answer, Master Benedict replied. Though Vess had a lot of different contacts, he was still limited by his rank and relative youth. Master Benedict was different as he gained the basic qualifications to get in touch with the higher-level discussions of their industry. It was clear that Benedict had obtained a bit of insider information throughout the weeks. From what I understand, the Kingdom of Mech is powerful enough that it is not limited by distance. The Master Mech designer spoke. It is a creation that transcends many boundaries, and it is supposedly able to work across the entire universe. Technically speaking, it was designed to operate at normal efficiency from one end to the other end of the known cosmos. Vess raised his eyebrows. This was not a completely unexpected answer, but he was still impressed nonetheless. He admired the progenitors of Mechs even more. Their grand design truly surpassed many other works with this feature alone. If this is the case, then why do I sense a bit of doubt in your words? Vess pointedly asked. I have received more and more word that there are intensifying divisions within the Mech Trade Association. Benedict cautiously spoke. No, that is not an accurate description. There is not only division within the Red MTA itself, but also between the Red MTA and the original MTA. While Vess fully understood that the association was too big to make everyone agree on every issue, he still felt concerned about this news. Too much division was not good. If the Mechers spent so much time arguing with each other, how would they be able to get anything done? What are these divisions all about? What are they fighting about exactly? I do not have the full story, so I cannot fully satisfy your curiosity. Vess, what I can tell you is that there is increasing word about splitting up the Kingdom of Mechs. What? Why? Selfishness, for one, Benedict answered with a cool expression. The Kingdom of Mechs is a shared piece of heritage that binds both branches of humankind together. That brings both advantages and disadvantages. The greatest disadvantage is that it becomes vulnerable to the enemies of both groups. Once the red humans make contact with the native races of Messier 87, there is a high likelihood that the latter is able to pose an existential risk to the Kingdom of Mechs due to their much greater mastery of E-energy. Isn't it protected by 100 or so god pilots? Yes, but what if our new enemies bring even more firepower to the fight? Do not forget that M87 is up to 200 times more massive than the Milky Way. The greatest alien civilizations will definitely not lack for numbers. Vess understood one of the root causes for the high-level disputes. The humans left behind in the Milky Way were afraid. They were afraid of getting dragged down by the red humans. Humanity in the old galaxy still enjoyed a dominant position and had little to fear from its surrounding enemies. Red humanity was in a completely different position. Extinction had become a real possibility in this new cosmic neighborhood. While it did not hurt the humans of the Milky Way all that much if their cousins in a distant galaxy got wiped out, the former would suffer a lot more if the aggressors took down the kingdom of Mech as well. Vess grimaced even deeper. Are our brethren from the Milky Way willing to express any solidarity? There are, Benedict nodded. There are still enough factions and higher officials at the original MTA that wish to help red humanity in every way possible. However, they aren't doing so for free. You see, any major advancements that red humanity makes will eventually get reflected back to the kingdom of Mech. Given the much more prosperous environment of M87, anyone can see that our technological advancements will eventually surpass the efforts of original humanity. If this goes on for a couple of generations, how do you think that red humans like us would feel about this growing disparity? Vess did not have to think too hard about his answer. We would be thinking about how the original humans are freeloading off our hard work. Exactly. This is why the red MTA is becoming increasingly more internally divided as well. There are a growing number of proponents who support the initiative to split up the kingdom of Mech so that we can keep most of our industry-wide gains to ourselves. Damn. It was no wonder that most of his contacts within the red MTA had become a lot less responsive as of late. There is more. Do you know who happens to be the greatest proponent of this radical initiative? Who? The polymath, Benedict replied. I have heard that she and her supporters within the red MTA are the strongest proponents to forming our own separate kingdom. What? 50-30 rumors. Vess was taken aback by all of the explosive intelligence shared by Master Benedict. While he was glad that the kingdom of Mech was apparently able to function properly across all distances, he did not expect for the Mechers to talk about splitting up this magnificent feat of spiritual engineering. This was too fast and radical. Vess hardly knew whether it was even possible to cut off a chunk of the kingdom and have it function on its own without any apparent issues. What if the people advocating for this option were wrong? What if tampering with the creation of the progenitors of Mech to such a radical degree would end up ruining it entirely? Both branches of humanity would suffer as a result. If not for the fact that the survival and future development trajectories of all humans were at stake due to the Great Severing, the Mechers would never tolerate such talk. Vess continued to mull over what he heard. He realized that there was strong pressure to split up the kingdom of Mech on both sides of humanity. The original humans back in the Milky Way are scared witless by Messier 87. Benedict told Vess, they are unable to accept a reality where they are no longer the galactic overlords. While there are still plenty of Mechers in the old galaxy that look forward to benefiting from the explosive advancements that we can make by taking advantage of a more supportive environment, there are also people who do not think the risks are worth it. What if a powerful alien supercivilization is able to use the kingdom of Mech to locate and teleport over to the Milky Way? Even if there is only a 0.01% chance of this happening, this is already too great of a risk. The Great Severing was considered an ultra-low probability event as well, but look what happened. The ancient phase whales played us all for fools. Vess understood this sentiment. Not everyone was willing to take a gamble like himself. When the continued existence of original humanity was at stake, its leaders could not afford to play games. He could already deduce that it was the survivalists back home that were more eager than most to cut off such a strong direct connection between both branches of humanity. Then there are the Mechers on our side of the cosmos. Benedict continued. As long as we can overcome all of the new challenges, our Mech industry will undoubtedly become strong beyond our imagination. Why should the original humans gain access to all of our hard-earned work when they have experienced none of the dangers and only made marginal contributions? Ever since our two galaxies have moved too far apart, it is no longer possible to keep our interests united anymore. As a red human himself, Vess also felt that it may be a tad bit unfair to share all of his hard work related to living mechs to the lazy bums back in the old galaxy. It was a lot easier for him to put his support behind this radical proposal, as he did not have any strong attachments to any people in the Milky Way. The same could not be said for other people. These folk were probably in favor of keeping the two branches of humanity as closely connected to each other as possible. Any cutting of ties would definitely cause the two groups of humans to become more alienated towards each other. Why do you think the polymath is such a strong proponent of this idea? Vess asked the other Mech designer. Is it because she is concerned about the survival of original humanity? That may play a factor, but there is a much more compelling reason why she wants red humanity to carve out its own kingdom. Is it because she wants to obtain greater control over it? Vess guessed. Master Benedict nodded. That is what I think so as well. Think about it. A single-star designer cannot exert much influence over the kingdom of Mechs when there are 100 other competing Mech designers of the same rank. The situation is radically different when the polymath only has to share power with a handful of other star designers. Even if the separated kingdom is much weaker, the greater control makes up for it, as the few star designers left can implement all sorts of plans that they could not push through back during the Age of Mechs. For whatever reason, Vess easily believed this reason. Although he only possessed a shallow understanding of the polymath, her apparent usage of a fragment of the metal scroll clearly indicated that she was ambitious and hungry for power. Vess couldn't determine whether it was good or bad to let the polymath gain so much say over red humanity's entire Mech community. It was too much power for any single person to handle in a responsible manner. Do you know how many star designers and god pilots we have in the Red Ocean? The Red MTA has never been quite clear about this matter. We have 14 star designers and 8 god pilots according to one of my sources. Master Benedict replied. There are more star designers in our dwarf galaxy because they became attracted by the availability of face water and new alien technologies. The amount of god pilots is relatively less, as the Big Two regarded the aliens of the Milky Way to be a greater threat than the natives of the Red Ocean. If not for the coincidental arrival of the Destroyer of Worlds, it would have been exponentially more difficult for our isolated civilization to resist the natives that now outnumber us by a massive margin. Vess blinked. It turned out that he was not only responsible for enabling the rise of a god pilot, but also dragging her to the Red Ocean in time to get dragged along to this wild intergalactic adventure. I think you should take a look at. That's not a lot of god pilots, Vess muttered. I hope that the Red MTA figures out how to increase the success rate of breaking through to god pilot. There has to be a way to make this happen with the help of exotic radiation. Benedict smiled. I have news on that as well. The Mechers have gathered more clues that suggest that it will become easier for expert pilots to advance to ace pilots. The quantity of ace pilots will likely explode in the next decade, as many high-tier expert pilots who have been hindered by their bottlenecks are able to break through with the help of the constantly improving conditions. It will take a lot more time for them to grow into senior ace pilots, and even more time than that to have any hope of going through the Mech body merger process. Vess pointed out. It is still questionable whether red humanity will remain alive by that time. That is true, Vess, but leave this matter to the Red MTA. Since the Mechers are so eager to retain their rule over our society, they must also take up the corresponding responsibilities. The two talked a bit more about major developments and high-level matters. Vess did not know where Master Benedict got all of his news from, but he turned out to possess a surprising amount of insider information, despite the fact that he was still a relatively new second-class Master Mech designer. The Mechers have already discovered a lot of different properties and uses of E-energy radiation. This is not that difficult to understand, as it is merely an external source of psionic power. It is our particle radiation that is truly perplexing to everyone. None of us have worked with it before. It doesn't even exist in our extensive scientific theories. We have to start completely from scratch to even gather basic information about its properties. Taking advantage of it is another difficult hurdle. We do not even know how it affects life and matter as of yet. It will take many years for basic research to emerge. Vess frowned when he heard this. If our particle radiation is so new and elusive, why did the Red 2 mention it in their public address? How did they manage to catch it in the first place? Master Benedict looked a little less certain. From the rumors that I have heard, it is actually the god pilots that have initially picked up on its existence. They have near absolute control over their god kingdoms. Even the most subtle changes cannot escape their detection. Whatever they found out about the particles that are spewing out of the dark source, it was important enough to mention it in the same speech that announced the age of dawn. It made sense. God pilots should indeed be able to pick up on our particle radiation. They may even have a few clues on how it affected red humanity. The big speech certainly suggested that it might be able to make a massive difference in the long run. However, Vess and many other Mech designers became frustrated by the lack of useful information about this phenomenon. Nobody possessed the hardware to capture our particles and study their effects on different objects. It was not as if they had a pet god pilot on hand who could conveniently assist in the study of our particles. What do you think our particle radiation can actually do? Vess asked. I have heard many rumors about that, but none of them are credible. I think it is safest to assume it can amplify the effects of E-energy radiation. That not only conforms with the Red 2's publications, but also fits a certain logic. Both kinds of radiation originate from the same galaxy. Just as there are exotics in the red ocean that synergize well with face water, it is not that big of a leap to assume that E and R radiation have a close relationship with each other. Vess grew more and more suspicious about the value of our particle radiation. Not everything produced by a black hole was valuable, but he had a growing hunch that it would become a key resource in the future. It may take a generation or two before red humanity figured out the truth, so there was little point in thinking about it further. Vess and Master Benedict eventually shifted their discussion to other topics. They exchanged their findings on how exotic radiation changed their work and how they expected it to change in the future. Even though their design philosophies were far apart, it was always useful to share their own views and gain a second opinion on many matters. Vess happened to be able to provide a lot of feedback due to his extensive understanding of spiritual energy and spiritual engineering. Master Benedict might not be as well versed in this area, but his foundation and insights in regular Mech design were much stronger. It is not just us that are trying to adapt to the new circumstances. Benedict warned Vess, don't forget about the aliens. The Pulmers and the other native alien races are trying to improve their technologies as well. Do you know if exotic radiation is affecting face water in any way? E-energy radiation has no discernible effects on face water. That does not mean the native aliens have other ways of strengthening their forces. They are stealing more and more tech from us. Any advancements we make will eventually fall into the hands of the Red Cabal. There are still cosmopolitans lurking in the shadows who are trying their best to complete their misguided goal of uniting humans and aliens. Those bastards pushed us into this desperate position in the first place. They're fools if they think we would feel any gratitude towards them for saving us from a problem of their own making. The continuing interference from the cosmopolitans was definitely making everything worse. These crazies would not stop until humans and aliens magically joined hands and formed a true cosmopolitan society across the Red Ocean and beyond.
5031. Recontextualizing Mech models. As the expeditionary fleet approached the territories beset by alien raids, the Golden Skull Alliance started to form more plans and coordinate their actions. It was not enough for them to defeat a bunch of mediocre raiding fleets. Their combat strength was far too great to waste on cleaning up the riffraff. What they truly had their eyes on were the staging areas where many of the smaller alien raiding fleets resupplied and started their missions. Destroying crucial alien infrastructure would disrupt a lot of arrangements and award a lot more MTA merits. Not only that, but there was bound to be a lot more face water and other valuable resources in these places. The opposition was significantly greater, however. The defenses of these staging heavily depended on how many raiding fleets were present in the star system. This was why it became extremely important to track the condition and movements of the more powerful alien raiding fleets. It would not be good if one of the more powerful fleets that had at least one formidable battleship in their lineup came back all of a sudden. What was even worse was the possibility that warships hailing from the Red Cabal or the major alien races might drop by as well. This was why the plan to attack an alien stage area had yet to be decided. The various alliance partners wanted to collect more intelligence and gain more assurances that they would not get ambushed by a superior alien warfleet. While all of this took place, Vess continued to split up his time on many different priorities. From working on previously stalled Mech designs, such as the Eye Project, to forming the complete syllabi of his upcoming courses at the Eden University of Business and Technology, he felt happy with returning to a productive routine. Of course, he also had to spare a bit of time each day to raise his children. Venerable Benjamin's surprise recovery helped a lot with ensuring that Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane grew up with the correct values. He was able to cover for the times when Vess could not be present himself. As Vess continued to accomplish a lot in the Red Ocean, Veronica also experienced busy days. The cyborg, Kat, not only acted as a substitute Mech designer for all of Vess' ongoing Mech projects, but also became exposed to an entirely different world. Cynthia Larkinson set a lot of new plans in motion now that she regained her body and stole a portion of the authority of the Water Scroll. Though she declined to share her full plans to her son, it was clear that she was planning to launch a massive offensive against the Abyss Empire and the compact cultists that caused so much trouble. Ringcall Larkinson had to fulfill his own responsibilities, so Vess did not have many chances of getting a glimpse of his highly evolved devil tiger. It had grown far beyond its initial form, and his mother had induced massive changes to it that somehow bound it closer to his father. Fortunately, Vess was able to examine it extensively enough to develop a lot of ideas on how to upgrade and enhance its performance despite all of its weirdness. "What is Mother up to?" Veronica asked Helena as the young design spirit held the cat in her arms. "She promised to tutor me on different stuff, but I hardly see her nowadays." "That is because time is of the essence, brother. Our mother has gained a lot of power, and now is the time to strike. If we wait too long, our enemies will adapt and make it much harder for us to attain our goals. We are not just trying to defeat them. My mother is attempting to take full control over the Nyxian Gap. This is a much greater goal. Once we are able to claim complete sovereignty over this region, we can truly establish our empire in this galaxy." Veronica's expression started to scrunch in concern. "Why do I have the feeling that I won't like what my mother has planned? I'm family, you know. Why are you still keeping me in the dark?" Helena patronizingly patted the cyborg cat on the head. "It is true that we are trying to keep you away from our plans, but it is for your own protection. You aren't able to defend yourself against our strongest enemies. We prefer it if you stay out of the limelight. There will be many more opportunities for you to assist us after we have resolved the immediate dangers within and around the Nyxian Gap." Vess did not like it at all. A lot of changes were already taking place in the Red Ocean. Now he discovered that his mother was not content to remain still in the Milky Way. As events continued to unfold in both galaxies, Vess made a lot of progress in completing the Eye Project. Despite his persistent neglect of the design project, Vess still spared a bit of thought on it from time to time. Now that he accumulated a lot of possible ideas and design implementations, he was able to employ them in quick succession now that he focused on completing them as fast as possible. It helped that the Eye Project was a simple Mech by nature. Vess just had to design a relatively straightforward second-class marksman Mech without too many bells and whistles. There were 3 distinct traits that set it apart from the competition. First, it was a living Mech. Though many of his latest advancements did not apply to a mass production model, his recent advancement to senior meant that he could still ensure that every copy of the Eye project would start out a little stronger in this aspect. Second, it was armed with a fairly powerful luminar crystal rifle. Vess tried his best to make it as precise and hard-hitting as possible at a fairly modest budget. He restricted it to a laser weapon in order to cut down on a lot of redundant elements. Third, turning Vulcan into its design spirit should grant its pilot a lot of help with identifying the weak points of its targets. I think you should take a look at. Vulcan had learned a huge amount of technical knowledge. The dwarves turned out to be an especially great font for information. While the dwarven masters possessed a lot of high-level knowledge that Vulcan could not access for various reasons, it was already more than enough to collect a lot of general knowledge. Vulcan's understanding of technology was more than enough to identify the best ways to damage both human and alien targets. Vess harbored a lot of expectations for this feature. It could play an extremely useful role for any Mech force. His only concern was whether the Eye project would still be able to find a place in a Mech community that transitioned to the Age of Dawn. Sure, all of his living Mechs and design spirits were becoming stronger due to the influence of exotic radiation, but every other Mech experienced similar boosts. There were a lot of Mechs on the market that were designed by people who specialized in offensive ranged weapons. These products were becoming a lot more attractive as hard firepower became a much greater priority due to the need to punch through the defenses of large alien warships. Vess could already foresee that the Mech market was about to undergo a lot of upheaval in the next few decades. Mech models that made sense in the Age of Mechs might not be as useful in the Age of Dawn anymore. The increased prospect of fighting against alien forces meant that Mech models that were primarily optimized to fight against other Mechs would lose a lot of value. With the introduction of warship tokens, the Mech industry most definitely needed to put more emphasis on combating warships. Vess also predicted that many consumers would flock increasingly more to Mech designed by various master Mech designers. This was because exotic radiation amplified the performance of their works a lot more than lower-ranking Mech designers. Why settle for a Mech designed by a paltry apprentice when a similar machine designed by a master offered up to 50% better performance while costing the same to produce? Apprentices, journeymen, and seniors urgently needed to find a way to become more useful if they wanted to keep their place in the Mech market. So many changes were taking place that Vess could no longer predict whether the Eye project could still become a good seller. Well, it's not my problem, he shrugged. That's what the marketing department is for. I am sure those guys will find a way to sell my latest product. He needed to be more creative about his next batch of commercial Mech designs. He also had to learn how to make good use of exotic radiation if he wanted his next products to remain competitive. As Vess continued to think about his next projects as he was in the process of optimizing the Eye project, he briefly paused his work when he received an important notification. Kedis and her fellow collaborators completed the Samurai project. Vess paused his design session and went down to the workshop where the swordmaster stood triumphantly in front of her newly fabricated Mech. Tiffy Coslone, Sarah Voikin, and Meryl O'Brien stood a short distance away. They had made their own contributions to the Samurai project. As Vess stopped next to Kedis and stared up at the impressive-looking second-class swordsman Mech, his gaze rested on the twin storm blades that the Mech was specifically designed to wield. "Hello, Vess," Kedis greeted him. "What do you think about my work?" "It is similar but different," Vess said after a few seconds. "It shares a lot of similarities with your previous work. However, I can see how you tried to make its identity more separate and distinct by making different design decisions and giving up control to your fellow collaborators." Has it been easy to manage all of the input from other Mech designers who don't necessarily know much about swordsman Mechs? The swordmaster looked bemused. It's a lot harder than I thought to lead a design project of this scope. There were too many times where Tiffy or Sarah wanted to push through their own design solutions, despite the fact that it would ruin the overall balance and fighting potential of the Samurai project, or should I say the Stormblade Samurai model. I wasted far too many hours on explaining why they have to stick to my parameters. That's project leadership for you. It will get easier over time. Keddies snorted. That is easy for you to say. Everyone acknowledges your design skills and looks up to you. You have also become a senior, so it is natural for you to command us journeymen. Hey, that was only a recent development, Vess protested. Anyway, I hear that you intend to produce your latest model in large batches in the near future. I do. I first intend to fabricate a small batch of Stormblade Samurais so that we can test their performance against alien targets in the coming engagements. If the results are as good as I expect, then I will try and convince the Sword Maidens to trade in at least a part of their second swords with my new Stormblade-equipped Mechs. Do you have that much confidence in your Stormblade Samurai model? The second sword has always been one of your proudest works. Keddies let out a tired breath. That was true in the past, but it has become increasingly more outdated. I intend to do something about it by working on the Mark Roman II model, but I need more time to figure out meaningful improvements. In the meantime, the Stormblade Samurai should be a lot more useful in our current expedition, as its Stormblade technology is much more effective at draining transphasic energy shields. Whether that remains true with all of the exotic radiation flying in the air, I don't know, but it shouldn't be a problem in the short term. I look forward to witnessing its performance. 5032, Evil Humans. The Koreln Lijgarar hovered over a planet with her main cannons directed towards the surface. These cannons fired at slow but momentous intervals as they propelled heavy projectiles directly towards a distant speck of color. Each time the dense and metallic struck the surface, the mighty home ship's optical sensors detected a large explosion of dust and force. The aged Orvan battleship had held back from firing her formidable arsenal in the first few hours. This was because her firepower was no longer needed. After smashing the human defensive garrison and driving away the scattered Mechs and starships that managed to flee out of range, the Koreln Lijgarar still needed to remain on guard in order to prevent those annoying human machines from coming back. It was not as if those weak Mechs could do anything to threaten the raiding fleet that was under her protection. Riunakalarin or Tasu Fugaselarin sneered as he sat atop his throne in the center of the command center of his home ship. He disliked his current duty. The Koreln Lijgarar may not have been able to incorporate all of the latest stolen human technologies introduced by the Red Cabal, but she was still a genuine battleship, if only a relatively smaller one of her kind. However, our Lunakalarin or Tasu Fugaselarin understood quite well that home ships like his own had no place in this new era. The successful implementation of the ancient refuge plan had given everyone a chance to drive out the hated humans. Each home ship must contribute, and while the Koreln Lijgarar could have become a part of the much more impressive main forces that were responsible for fighting the strongest humans' war machines, her performance simply wasn't up to standard. Instead, the home ship's relatively high traversal speed and expendability made her a lot more suitable for babysitting the raiding forces formed by the minor races. When Reuner received his orders, he obeyed without question. The gods were the ultimate rulers of the Red Ocean. Those without a drop of face water in their veins must never defy the authority of their betters. That said, the Orvan homeship captain already hated his latest mission. Under normal times, Riuna would spare a second glance towards the disgusting race called the Weednar. These 8-limbed mammalians lacked noble fur like the Orvans and crawled on the floor like beastly savages. Although the Weednar, at least, had the smarts to obey the directive of the gods, They never showed as much regard towards Ryuna himself, despite being descended from a god of his own race. This raid was a typical example of the lack of obedience and discipline inherent in this filthy race. The Weednar spent 70% more time on the surface than the limit imposed by Ryuna. Too many of their starfighters got shot down by Mechs and defensive turrets due to their persistent habit of racing ahead of the warships that could provide life-saving support. The ground troops deployed by the Weednar subsequently spent way too much time trying to hunt down the fleeing and hiding the humans for sport instead of trying to gather all of the valuable human tech, materials, and possibly godblood. Though Orvans such as Ryuna hated the human invaders like anyone else, even he could not deny the strength of human technology. The Red Cabal had an incredibly high demand for human salvage. Every alien homeship assigned to raid the human colonies had to fulfill a demanding quota of human salvage in order to complete the mission. Ryuna's only hope of ending his awful Weednar babysitting tour was by turning over enough human salvage. He could not do this effectively when these naked 8-limbed creatures kept fooling around. Do the Weednar not understand that they will invite destruction if they keep squandering time? The Weednar have never encountered humans before this mission, an Orvan officer supplied. They have heard of the might of the invaders from others, but the actual humans they fought against were far from matching the tales from the front. They have only ever fought against the peasants among the humans. Their primitive brains cannot make them understand that the weak humans they have hunted so far are the least of what we have to fear. Though many of his fellow Orvans spoke as if cutting off the humans from their home galaxy already meant they won the war, Ryuna was sober enough to understand that the humans still had plenty of ways to retaliate before they died. The last Weednar, shuttles and homeships are about to lift off from the planet. It is about time. Remind me to punish their council of leaders for failing to control their unruly minions. You have already replaced their leaders for the 3rd time, my lord. Each cycle has caused the Weednars to fight amongst themselves and neglect their other duties. I do not care. These filthy creatures must be taught to obey. He could not wait long enough to get rid of this babysitting duty. As Ryuna or Tasu Fughasellerin continued to oversee his slow raiding fleet's steady withdrawal from the ruined human colony, the Koraln Lijgarar briefly shook. Report! The Orvan captain immediately called even as his 4 eyes scanned the information panels extended from his seat. We are receiving confusing reports from downstairs. Our engineers are screaming about being haunted by an evil demon, a human demon. That is nonsense, Ryuna boomed. Our homeship is under the protection of our gods. No evil can possibly invade our blessed walls. Be that as it may, our engineers are continuing to issue the same warnings. Wait, we have just received another notification that the evil demon has invaded our first warp drive. It is beginning to transmit errors. It cannot activate without conducting repairs. Ryuna or Tasu Fughasellerin stood up from his seat in shock. He immediately summoned a live feed of his homeship's primary engineering bay. Half of the Orvan engineers were either screaming and running around. Many of the remainder had attempted to flee from the cursed compartment. None of the engineers made any attempt to protect or repair the damaged ship systems. This was because the few brave Orvans that attempted to do so inexplicably collapsed and died. Demons, we are beset by demons. The humans that we have slain have risen up to punish us for our dishonorable actions. I think you should take a look at. Stop panicking. WF are being attacked by human saboteurs, not demons. Send in our guards and shoot them all down. My lord, the engineers assigned to our second warp drive are screaming about demons as well. Their superior who attempted to banish the evil human demon has died shortly after a demon dove inside his body. Alarms rang throughout the Koraln Lijgarar as the demons not only destroyed many delicate and difficult-to-repair components of both of her warp drives, but also started to appear in other places. The entire bottom section of the old Orvan homeship fell under disarray, as the crew reported dozens of sightings of evil human demons. Though Ryuna was convinced that the humans had secretly snuck invisible saboteurs aboard his homeship, the subsequent reports and security footage increasingly caused everyone to doubt this conclusion. This was because the enemies simply would not die. The guards that responded to the increasingly more panicked calls for help continually attempted to stop the evil demons, yet they found that their weapons were anything but effective. "Die, human!" A tall and armored Orvan guard roared in his native language as his plasma shotgun sprayed the grinning and translucent human demon with hot matter. Though the crippled power conduit in front of him melted into ruined slag, the guard shook in primal fear as he saw that the proud weapon that he had worked hard to obtain completely failed to harm the grinning demon. An aura of evil and death spread from the demonic entity. The creature's grin showed that it was deliberately mocking the guard for his inability to succeed. "This cannot be. My weapon cannot fall." The Orvan guard roared again as his plasma shotgun fired again and again. Nothing but the best transphasic shields should have been able to withstand this barrage of attacks. However, the demon did not show any sign of damage or suffering from beginning to end. Its two human-like eyes curled in amusement as the advanced plasma shotgun finally stopped its fire due to excess heat buildup. "No, I have more weapons." Sharp and wicked curved blades extended from the armored arms of the guards. These blades then started to buzz as current ran through the transphasic material, which amplified their penetration power by at least an order of magnitude. Tili Guard then put all of his training to good use by stabbing and slashing his blades in an uninterrupted flurry. Any soldier from almost any race would have already been sliced to pieces if they got struck so many times. Not even the large and formidable Nuncers possessed the ability to shrug off so many attacks of this nature. However, not a single blade blessed by Godblood managed to leave more than a single scratch on the human demon's translucent body. "It is working." The guard was convinced that his opponent's appearance meant that the demon's body had been phased to another dimension. Any transphasic weapon that was powerful enough should have been capable of countering this effect and inflicting damage on the phased entity's true body. Yet as attack after attack struck the demon, the enemy's translucent body only showed minor disturbances. Tili attacks were as futile as trying to slash a cloud of fog. Though the demon stopped grinning now that it was suffering actual damage from the guard's transphasic weapons, the evil human creature continued to hover in place. The evil entity was clearly using the Orvan guard to test his own defenses. In the end, the spiritual fiend concluded that transphasic weapons did indeed pose a threat against his incorporeal existence, but they had to be powerful enough in order to do more than disturb his apparent form. Tili Fiend eventually tired from this confrontation. He received firm instructions to stop playing with prey and continue his mission to wreck the Orvan battleship's power generators and energy transmission systems. The evil human demon no longer remained passive and dove forward until his sharp claws swiped through the enclosed helmet of the taller Orvan guard. Guer. The Orvan guard's flurry of attacks instantly faltered as he felt enormous pain bursting from his brain. His armor informed him that his brain was damaged and bleeding from the inside. That's impossible. His helmet hadn't been penetrated. It remained completely untouched. How could the evil demon phase straight through the slightly transphasic alloy without showing any effort? It was a pity that the evil demon did not bother to answer the Orvan's doubts. The evil human demon swiped his claws a few more times until the guard collapsed as his brain was sliced to ribbons. The fiend sadistically grinned at the Orvan reinforcements that arrived a few seconds later, before phasing right through the deck of the compartment. As more and more fiends began to disable all sorts of essential systems aboard the Koraln Lijgarar, Riuna had been driven to fury and desperation. Activate our shields. Set all of our sensors and scanners at full power. The humans must have smuggled these phased saboteurs with the help of a stealth shuttle. Find it immediately. It was not until the Orvan homeship activated all of the transphasic energy shields that were still intact, and many starfighters started to comb the immediate surroundings, that the evil demons disappeared. Teal's eyes strengthened R. Luna's suspicion that the humans must have employed a new means of sabotage that was apparently limited by range. As the search effort continued, the homeship soon received an emergency notification from a Weednar warship. My lord, the Weednar fleet's flagship is asking for reinforcements. Their crew is reporting the same sightings. The fiends have struck the warp drive first before spreading out to disable the power generators. Riuna roared with fury and frustration. The humans continued to torment his fleet. 5033, the hidden stalker. Venerable Zimro Belson closed his eyes as he continued to operate his new expert Mech. He had been waiting to do this for a long time. It had been torture for him to spend all of those months as a newly advanced expert pilot without a suitable Mech. Though he got his practice in by piloting standard Mechs and training with the MSDS, they failed to satisfy Ill's needs. Was all of that waiting worth the reward? Hell yes. It took a lot of effort for Venerable Zimro to suppress his bursting excitement and maintain an utterly cool and calm mindset. He continued to resonate with the phobos to the fullest. He specifically tapped the power of the Emdar alloy that was integrated into the frame, enabling his expert stealth Mech to enter into silent mode that suppressed all of his emissions by another measure. This was crucial to keeping the phobos near the large alien raiding fleet without getting detected all of this time. It was not for lack of trying. The partially crippled Orvan battleship may have suffered badly at the hands of Geist Systems fiends, but she was still large and thick enough to boast many redundancies. If not for the fact that the alien warship only boasted 2 warp drives, it might not have been possible for the phobos to cripple her superluminal travel capabilities. Fortunately, the aged alien homeship was far from the best of what the Orvan civilization had produced over the years. Teal'i Orvan battleship's lack of technological sophistication, as well as the low number of warp drives, turned her into an ideal sabotage target for the phobos. Venerable ZLMRO Belson was well aware of the risks. This was not the first live deployment of the phobos, but all of the powerful expert Mech's previous sorties comprised of safe practice sessions. The outcomes of these practice sessions gave ZLMRO a lot of confidence in his new machine's stealth performance. Whenever the phobos disconnected itself from the command net and entered into complete stealth, hardly any of the Mechs and starships of the expeditionary fleet succeeded in detecting the elusive machine. Zimro had humiliated a lot of pilots and spacers by flying his phobos at close range and planting cat stickers onto surfaces before making a silent but triumphant retreat. A lot of people laughed when they saw that the phobos had succeeded in planting yet another funny cat sticker onto the rear armor of a Mech or the nose of a starship. Teal'i phobos spent weeks on testing the stealth capabilities of his quasi-first-class Sephiroth, AQ, 3M, against many different detection methods. No matter whether it was the Larkinsons, the Glory Seekers, the Crossers, the Adelaides, or the Bujays, the equipment they used to detect for any stealthed threats often failed to pick up any trace of the phobos. It was only when the expert stealth Mech strayed too close to an active scanning module that it was possible to detect the sneaky machine's approach. Of course, it was unrealistic for the Mechs and starships to keep their high-powered scanning modules active all of the time. They were never meant to be used over longer stretches of time. The more delicate parts of these ship systems wore out at an accelerated rate, which would eventually cause them to shut down entirely until they had been serviced. As such, the Phobos' transphasic stealth system proved to be highly effective at sneaking up on most targets so long, as they had little reason to suspect that there were hostile stealth units lurking around. Though Zimro had a lot of fun pasting cat stickers onto different machines, he enjoyed less success when he attempted to replicate his success onto various high-ranking mechs. The Phobos completely failed in every attempt to sneak up onto an ace mech. The capabilities of the Macheria Excelsia of the Glory Seekers, the Jetta Sandovar of the Adelaide Third Fleet, and the Royal Jeem of the Boujé family were on a whole other level. Their designs not only incorporated much more powerful and technologically advanced sensor systems, but were also surrounded by highly sensitive Saint Kingdoms at all times. The domain fields produced by the ace pilots and amplified by their ace mechs created a large sphere-shaped field around them that prevented even a single speck of dust from passing through unnoticed. As for the expert mechs of the Golden Skull Alliance, the Phobos produced mixed results. Whenever Venerable Zimro and his battle partner relied solely on the technological capabilities of the Sephiroth AQ-3M, they occasionally got detected in advance. "Got you," Venerable Tusa yelled as his dark Zephyr spun around and tapped the chest of the invisible Phobos. "You've fooled me once, but you can't fool me twice. Your shadow is too obvious." A powerful gravity field pushed the Phobos away, just as he was about to approach the bastion. Venerable Janzi smirked. "The sensor systems of my new expert mech are much more modern and high-end than the ones installed on the older expert mechs. You won't be able to sneak past by my detection envelope." Whether the expert pilots relied on their tech or the intuition honed through combat, the expert stealth mech clearly couldn't guarantee success when trying to sneak up against his peers. The story was much different when Venerable ZLMRO started to resonate with Mdar Alloy. The silent mode, resonating ability that the designers specifically paired with the Phobos instantly changed the game. The suppression of every emission not only caused the Sephiroth active stealth system to exhibit fewer flaws, but also made the Phobos less noticeable in a more metaphysical manner. "Hey," Tusa angrily roared as his living mech reported a new addition to the frame. "How did you manage to place a sticker on my dark Zephyr without my notice? There is no way you should have been able to do that when I was actively paying attention to my surroundings." More and more expert mechs started to get pranked as the Phobos defeated all but the most effective methods when he was operating in silent mode. I think you should take a look at. After extensive testing, it turned out that the Phobos was not completely undetectable in this state. The new expert stealth mech struggled to remain undetected when trying to approach a target which frequently accelerated at high power and made numerous random changes in direction. Moving quickly and turning at high angles were all cases where the flight systems of mechs tended to produce the highest emissions and disturbances. The faster and more erratic the movements of the targets, the more the Phobos risked detection by attempting to get close. For example, the living mech's chances of successfully sneaking close of the dark Zephyr dropped by a huge margin whenever Venerable Tusa treated the surrounding space as an imaginary obstacle course. "I'm not giving you any chance of embarrassing me another time." Other mechs, such as the Bastion, relied on their inherent advantages to increase their detection capabilities. For example, when Venerable Zimro Belson became determined to tag the Bastion at least once, the expert night mech released a low-powered gravitic pulse that rippled across an invisible shape. Venerable Janzi's expert mech diverted maximum power to her sensor and scanning systems and easily exposed the Phobos in silent mode. "Good attempt, but you need to do better, ZLMRO," Janzi taunted. This fun little game took place whenever the expeditionary fleet transitioned into real space and needed to cycle all of the FTL drives. Every starship and every mech constantly had to keep a close watch around their perimeter in order to make it harder for the Phobos to tag them with a cat sticker without notice. It was a good way to increase the alert level of all of the crew and mech pilots, while also giving Venerable Zimro and the Phobos a lot of effective training. General Verl and his counterparts at the other Alliance partners never put a stop to these sessions, despite all of the complaints. It was better to keep all of the personnel on their toes. Hostile stealth units would never be so forgiving as to stick a playful sticker onto a surface. When the time had come for the expeditionary fleet to confront a fairly powerful raiding fleet, Venerable Zimro Belson and the Phobos finally had a chance to prove their worth. The greatest hurdle of eliminating the alien raiding fleets is not to beat them on the battlefield. General Verl briefed the expert pilot. We can do that as long as we have enough firepower and trump cards at our disposal. The real challenge is to force the aliens to fight a standing battle. These alien raiders aren't stupid. The moment they detect an incoming human fleet that is large enough to inflict heavy losses, their ships will turn around and warp away into the distance. Most of our older starships are not equipped with warp drives or superdrives, so we cannot catch up to them unless we are willing to fight while heavily outnumbered. It was still possible to defeat the alien raiding fleets when they were fleeing at full speed. Human warp-capable ships, such as the recently refitted Spirit of Benthelm, could still catch up and rely on its complement of transcendent punishers, as well as high-ranking mechs, such as the Amaranto and the Matcheria Excelsia, to take potshots at the main thrusters of alien vessels. So long as the alien propulsion systems incurred enough damage, the affected ships would no longer be able to flee the star system, as the warp drive was useless without enough forward movement. Tills was the tactic employed by most pioneering fleets that had responded to the call of the Red Two to defend humanity's colonies. However, this was an exceedingly dangerous and risky tactic, because the aliens could turn around and eliminate the outnumbered warp or superdrive-equipped starships at any time. The only way to somewhat mitigate this risk was to maintain a huge distance, but this directly reduced the chances of crippling the mobility of an opposing starship. If the Larkinson clan hadn't completed the Phobos, then the expeditionary fleet would have been forced to employ this risky delaying tactic anyway. Fortunately, the Phobos provided the Golden Skull Alliance with a much more effective option. As long as the Larkinsons were willing to risk their precious expert stealth mech on a solo operation, there was a great chance of crippling the main warships of the targeted alien raiding fleet. Venerable Zimro and his Phobos did not disappoint in their debut mission. While the aliens eventually wised up and activated all of the transphasic energy shields to wrap their warships in a protective bubble, their job was already done. The pair sabotaged enough warp drives from enough alien ships to anchor the raiding fleet in place. The expeditionary fleet was already approaching from afar. It would take a significant amount of hours for the human starships to get close enough to deploy their mechs, but the aliens were unlikely to fix all of their warp drives so quickly. The best and most rational choice the aliens could make at this point was to split up their fleet and evacuate as many personnel and assets to the fully operational warships. This would allow them to flee the human-occupied star system without losing everything. It's too bad they made the wrong choice. The Phobos continued to stalk the confused alien raiding fleet. The expert mech was capable of keeping up his silent mode for many hours. A surge of excitement ran through Venerable Zimro Belson's mind. He could feel through his man-machine connection with the Phobos that all of the recent training and the successful sabotage operation had finally enabled the expert mech to grow by another step. Zimro shook his head. Stealth is the foundation of our success. These battleships can easily overpower our defenses if they can successfully lock our positions. You should go further into the path of the hidden stalker before considering anything else. The expert stealth mech experienced a subtle metaphysical change. ZLMRO could somehow feel that it had become even less easy to detect than before, though he did not know exactly how. Let's go, partner. 5034, superior tactical position. Vess sighed as he observed a projection of a ruined colony. The pioneer who boldly decided to invest into building a settlement on a planet at the coreward side of the Torald Middle Zone definitely suffered a massive loss. Though it was unlikely for that pioneer to remain in the star system, while his colony became subjected to ruinous orbital bombardment, it was still a massive loss that could ruin the man's ambitions. There was no way for a defeated pioneer to invest in another colony in the New Age. Many pioneers had lost the ability to replenish their funding and assets by relying on the easy support supplied by the Milky Way. I could have been one of these unlucky fools, Vess quietly muttered. Meow, Lucky responded as he lazily rested on the armrest of the command throne. I knew it was a better idea to keep the core of my clan mobile, Vess smugly said. These colonies are completely fixed in place. It is far too easy for hostile aliens to bombard them into pieces. They will never be able to do that to our fleet. Meow, meow, meow. You're not wrong that we are frequently forced to expose our civilian ships and populations to enemy fire. But I would rather endure these dangers than making it easy for our enemies to target our foundation. The war against the indigenous alien races of the Red Ocean had taken a decisive turn for the worse now that the counterattack had begun. Many more frontier colonies already suffered similar fates. The pioneers who all wanted to get ahead of the trend and build their settlements in danger paid heavily for their decisions. Vess did not necessarily feel sorry for all of the rich people and organizations who sunk so much money and assets into their crumbling colonies. He felt sorry for the poor residents and workers who had bought into the hype and accepted risky transfer offers in the hopes of securing a prosperous new life. It may have been possible for the Golden Skull Alliance to stop the alien raiding fleet from capturing and killing most of the harmless human colonists. The expeditionary fleet could have sped up. The Spirit of Benthelm and the few other modern starships equipped with superdrives could have reached the colony ahead of time and bolster the local defenses. As long as this superdrive squadron loaded up all of the ace mechs, as well as a lot of other high-end mechs, there was a realistic chance that they could have repulsed the alien raiders and protect the lives of the human colonists. The Golden Skull Alliance did not opt to do so. The Larkinsons and the others were not that noble and selfless. Splitting up the fleet and transferring all of the ace mechs away severely reduced the defenses of all of the starships left behind. Any powerful enemy would have been able to pounce on the opportunity and destroy the foundation of the Golden Skull Alliance. The Torald Middle Zone had become a lot more dangerous as of late, so neither Vess nor any of the other leaders were willing to split up their forces that easily. The only acceptable way to disperse their forces was to send out their combat carriers and more expendable mech units on various missions in neighboring star systems. The main fleet always had to be protected by the best of what the Golden Skull Alliance had at its disposal. In any case, Vess felt no overwhelming guilt for choosing the safest course for his own men and fleet. The pioneers and colonists who boldly built their new homes and businesses in the deep frontier clearly knew what they signed up for. The risks were clear to everyone from the start, even if few humans took them seriously at the time. The fact that the weak indigenous aliens defied everyone's expectations was no excuse to treat this as an injustice. There was no right and wrong in a war between races and civilizations. There was only survival and extinction. A projected figure appeared next to his command throne. General Verl looked rather ecstatic for his age. Vess hadn't seen the man so excited in a long time. I take it that the Phobos completed the mission. We have just received the latest delayed data burst from the Phobos. Our fantastic new stealth asset has successfully crippled the warp drives and various other systems of the Orvan battleship, as well as half a dozen other large alien warships. While they still retain a high degree of combat effectiveness, we can maintain the initiative for 2 to 4 days. That is how long it will take for the alien engineers to repair the damaged warp drives. This was an important advantage. The alien raiding fleet was at the Golden Skull Alliance's mercy. Vess and the other leaders could fully choose whether to commit to an attack or retreat without suffering any losses. "What have you decided?" Vess asked as he idly stroked Lucky's back. "We can take them," the general responded with a gleam in his eyes. "The disparity in firepower is not as great as we would have liked, but it is still within a tolerable range. The Orvan battleship is by far the greatest threat of the opposing fleet. However, she should be weaker than the fractured house of the collapsing star and the larger Orvan battleship we fought during Operation Lighthouse. 3 ace Mech should be enough to take her out, especially when the Phobos has partially crippled her defenses." The sabotage inflicted by the Phobos made a crucial difference in this calculation as well. I think you should take a look at. Anything that could tilt the balance in their favor could mean the difference between a Pyrrhic victory and a clean victory. Even though the real battle had yet to commence, both Vess and General Verl understood quite well that the Phobos deserved the greatest credit in this operation. "If we have 4 more expert stealth, Mech like the Phobos..." Vess waved his hand in interruption. "Stop dreaming. Expert stealth Mechs are rare for good reasons. Pilots of stealth Mechs generally do not possess the right personality traits to trigger apotheoses. That was true in the Age of Mechs, but do you truly think that this will remain a constant in the Age of Dawn?" A good question. Not enough time had passed for exotic radiation to significantly affect the breakthrough rates of Mech pilots, but that might change in the future. Even stealth Mech pilots might get boosted by this emerging trend. Anyway, what is the current battle plan? The alien raiding fleet may have been immobilized, but their formidable gun batteries are still operational. The Phobos can't sabotage them, while these starships have fully powered up their transphasic energy shields. General Verl grinned. "That is exactly what is playing in our favor. It doesn't matter if the Phobos cannot take action for the time being. Just the threat of follow-up attacks is useful in itself. Do you see how all of the alien warships are keeping up their transphasic energy shields at full power for an extended period of time? While the alien shield generators are highly developed and can remain active for a long period of time, they are still enduring heavy strain. By the time our forces get into engagement range, the alien crews and warships will no longer be in their prime condition." "I see, you're right." Vess did not specialize in transphasic shield generators, but he possessed enough of an understanding of how they work to know that it was indeed torture for them to remain up for so long. While he assumed that the aliens would eventually reduce the power of the shield generators to preserve their conditions, they would still experience at least some losses in performance. Relying on the probable outcome that the Phobos successfully spooked the aliens into wearing themselves out, General Verl and his colleagues intended to launch a bold strike by deploying at least 15,000 Mechs on an extended attack run. Vess found this part of the plan to be a little dubious. "I can understand the need to keep our starships out of the effective range of the primary gun batteries of the enemy warships, but isn't this too much? This plan will exhaust at least part of the reserves of our Mechs due to all of the distance they need to traverse under their own power. We expect the alien raiding fleet to collapse quickly enough that the reduced operation times shouldn't play a major factor, sir. We have thousands of Mechs more in reserve that we can push forward in case our assumptions are wrong. We would prefer to hold them back in order to protect our main fleet, though. It was rare to suffer 0 casualties in any battle against alien warships. Their gun batteries were simply too tyrannical. The battle plan formed by the military leaders was already the most rational of the bunch. It was a lot harder to replace a broken starship than a broken Mech. General Verl effectively tolerated a certain degree of Mech casualties. In any case, the Spirit of Benthelm could easily build replacement machines to fill up any free capacity on a carrier vessel. Vess eventually gave his approval after he confirmed that the plan had accounted for many different possibilities. "All right," he said with a sigh. "There is no way to make any gains without taking risks. If we don't have the guts to confront this alien fleet under such favorable conditions, we have no business venturing any deeper into the frontier." The general agreed. "Our Mech pilots have trained for scenarios like these many times within the MSDS. However, there is a true substitute for the real deal. If we want to forge them into brave and fearless warriors, we need to put them to the ultimate test. If they can charge into the guns of a warship without flinching, we can rely on them to fight against the most terrible enemies imaginable, including the aliens of Messier 87 that we might have to confront down the line." General Verl not only set his sights on their current enemies, but also the much more powerful alien adversaries that could threaten all of red humanity in a few decades. That was his true goal. The Larkinson clan had a limited amount of time to strengthen its Mechs and train its Mech pilots to the excruciatingly high standards necessary to put up a worthy fight against the powerhouses of M87. Nobody knew quite how strong they would be, but Vess believed it was better to have too much firepower at his disposal than not enough. He briefly felt tempted to order the Evertshanger to secretly switch to the Transcendence glow and give a lot of Mech pilots a hidden boost, but he refrained from this idea. Exotic radiation already produced a similar outcome, though not as exaggerated at this early stage. Vess was curious to see how many Mech pilots would break through at the current concentration level of ambient spiritual energy. It was best not to taint the study through artificial intervention. "Proceed, then. I hope that our Mechs can silence the enemy warships quickly enough to prevent them from inflicting too many losses. You shouldn't have to worry too much about that. We will be deploying our Mechs in highly dispersed formations. The enemy gun batteries won't be able to wipe out our Mechs en masse unless they get into closer ranges. While this will make our Mech units more vulnerable against alien starfighters, the weak race that we are facing up against haven't been able to develop anything that can properly compete against our machines." Vess smirked. He had already skimmed through the detailed observation data of the hidden phobos. The designs and the material compositions of most of the alien starfighters were quite rudimentary. Only the small craft that belonged to the Orvan battleship could put up a good fight, but there weren't enough of them to overturn 15,000 Mechs. 5035, the long approach. The approach was the tensest and most nerve-wracking phase of the battle. While the phobos had done an excellent job at immobilizing the Orvan battleship, as well as the other larger ships of the raiding fleet, it could not deal that much real damage unless the alien warships dropped their transphasic energy shields. It was up to the other Mechs of the Golden Skull Alliance to finish the job. While a large number of melee Mechs, as well as other short to mid-range Mechs, fanned out into a loose swarm and approached the enemy position from multiple directions, the two sides had already started to shoot against each other. The Orvans and the weird eight-limbed aliens identified as the Weednars weren't stupid. Their gun batteries, which consisted of a mix of long-range laser cannons, hard-hitting kinetic cannons, and fast-firing particle cannons, began to blanket the approaching swarm with lots of firepower. Most of the powerful gun batteries mounted on the alien warships were designed to damage other warships, so they were not entirely suited to swatting down Mechs, especially at longer ranges. Though the newer classes of alien warships started to adopt configurations that excelled at demolishing large numbers of small craft, the lower tech and outdated warships of the Weednar race lacked this capability. As a result, the slow firing rates of most warship cannons severely hampered the amount of approaching Mechs they could fell. The only downside was that each direct hit pretty much obliterated a Mech without question. There was practically no chance for a Mech pilot to save his life by ejection, because the attack came so quickly that the entire Mech, cockpit, and everything else had either been vaporized or crushed into countless pieces. It was like a large-scale game of Russian roulette. No amount of defense could save a Mech and Mech pilot from embracing oblivion. The only consolation was that the highly dispersed Mech formations and the dispersed approach angles lowered the killing efficiency of the enemy warships to the extreme. Still, Vess did not like it that dozens or so clansmen died without any way to save themselves. He felt relieved when he noticed that most expert mechs and ace mechs did okay. Their pilots possessed extraordinary intuition that easily allowed them to evade any impending attacks that could punt a serious dent in their expensive machines. However, it was unrealistic for the Golden Skull Alliance to win an engagement against an alien fleet by relying solely on high-ranking mechs. "We need to find a better way to start a battle against an alien fleet," Vess remarked to General Verl. "We can sustain this kind of loss rate in the first couple of battles, but we will be bleeding most of our veteran mech pilots if we continue to fight like this. Even weaker alien fleets will be able to make us bleed." General Verl remained impassive. "The current results are already good considering the tonnage and firepower of our opponent. We deliberately picked a stronger target in order to test our combat effectiveness and forge all of our fighting forces into a more cohesive whole. Suffering casualties is unavoidable. The most we can do is to make the aliens pay as much as possible for each pilot they manage to kill." Vess did not like the approach of spending the lives of his Larkinsons like currency anymore. He may have been more open-minded in the past, but that was when the Milky Way constantly disgorged batch after batch of hopeful mech pilots. Now that red humanity was on its own, he needed to do much more to preserve the life of every single combatant. The supply of manpower would soon dry up as states such as Davut preemptively snapped up as many pilots as possible to defend their territories against the coming alien onslaught. "Do you have any ideas on how we can do better?" Vess asked. "I mean, I already intend to upgrade all of our mechs to their quasi-first-class equivalents over time, but that will probably take a few years to complete. We need to whip up a few stopgap solutions in the meantime. There are not many convenient options to mitigate the losses at this stage of a space battle, sir. We can either rely on superior artillery suppression, faster interception speeds, or highly effective area ECM measures to do better." It was nearly impossible for a bunch of mechs to outgun a warship. Scale mattered, and the latter always enjoyed a decisive advantage. While the expeditionary fleet actually boasted a lot of fairly powerful bunker mechs that could overwhelm the defenses of an enemy warship through sheer volume of fire, their effective ranges were not that great. The entire expeditionary fleet did not dare to stray within the effective range of the enemy alien warships. While it was still possible for energy weapons attuned for maximum range to successfully hit a target, the complexities of space movement, the severe effect of beam dispersal, and the difficulty of nailing the right angles meant that a lot of energy beams ended up hitting nothing. The only mechs that defied the odds were the transcendent Punishers. Though Vess had come to dislike the design choices he made for the first true artillery mech of his clan, he could not deny that they were pretty useful and effective as bunker mechs under the right circumstances. The Eye of Ilvain cleverly focused their extreme-range damage output on the smaller Weednar warships. The alien frigates and destroyers ordinarily relied on their smaller hulls and warp-enhanced acceleration to remain elusive and evade many long-ranged attacks. However, their transphasic energy shields were much weaker and broke much faster when subjected to massed attacks. This was normally not that big of a deal as long as they remained mobile. When Vess studied the performance of the artillery mechs employed by the other alliance partners, he could clearly see that they had no hope of landing consistent hits against those dancing alien warships. They had little choice but to aim their cannons at the largest and most unwieldy alien warships. These metal tubs in space easily resisted the large amount of relatively small-caliber attacks for the time being. Even if their energy shields slowly depleted over time, their weapons kept firing without being subjected to any pressure. Vess was glad to see that his transcendent Punishers attained much more results at this stage. Despite the extreme ranges, the targeting guidance from Ilvain made it so that around 30% of the positron cannon attacks struck a smaller Weednar warship. As this minor race could not build any good warships, the sustained fire from several hundred transcendent Punishers eventually wore down the defenses of the alien vessel. Once her energy shields fizzled out, her hull immediately became beset with a multitude of attacks. The little Weednar warship did not boast a strong hull, which was fairly typical in the Red Ocean. The distant artillery strikes easily punched through their hull armor and started to drill into the compartments underneath. The Weednar destroyer belatedly tried to spin her hull and flee to the rear of the partially crippled Orvan battleship, but it was too late. Warship destroyed. Her hull has broken in half and her main power generator has exploded. A brief cheer spread through the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim, but everyone soon calmed down. The Weednar fielded dozens more warships, a significant amount of which consisted of much larger and tougher cruisers. Even so, the Eye of Ilvain significantly reduced the threat towards friendly Mechs by taking out the warships that were most effective against small craft. The Weednar frigates and destroyers mounted a lot of smaller and faster-firing gun batteries. This was why they actually needed to be taken out first. Our mid-range rifleman Mechs are starting to open fire. Commander Kaesela Ingvar is doing her best to enhance the firepower of the avatars of myths and the living sentinels. The avatars of myth fielded the greatest number of bright warrior Mark Htkes, though the living sentinels also possessed a fair amount of the highly adaptive modular Mechs. Many of them were currently configured for ranged combat. They had deployed in a large but fairly dispersed swarm centered around the Minerva. The living expert Mech currently glowed with gold. Soon enough, over 1,000 rifleman Mechs around the expert command Mech faintly started to glow in gold as well. Ever since exotic radiation started to affect the Red Ocean, Commander Kaesela Ingvar had noticed that it had become easier and less strenuous for her to commandeer a large amount of other Mechs. It was as if E-energy radiation compensated for much of the effort that she previously had to supply by herself. This not only allowed her to empower more Mechs at high efficiency, but also enhanced the power of her commandeered Mechs a little further. The difference became evident as soon as a lot of ranged Mechs opened fire. Compared to the ranged Mechs fielded by the likes of the Adelaides and the Bujays, the Larkinson riflemen Mechs not only attained higher hit rates due to Kaesela's strong guidance, but also depleted the enemy transphasic energy shields much more effectively due to the enhancement of true resonance. When it came to fighting against warships, Vess had to admit that the Minerva was a lot more effective than any of the other expert Mechs in the fleet. The Amaranto that remained in the rear and the Promethea that accompanied the other Mechs forward all had their good points, but their resonance-enhanced firepower was ultimately constrained to a single Mech frame. The defenses of the alien warships are depleting at a faster rate. Another Weednar destroyer has lost power. The alien warships are beginning to direct more firepower towards our Mechs. Spread out further and focus on evasion. The Avatar and Sentinel Mechs produced remarkable results while fighting with the help of Commander Kaesela Ingvar, but that also turned them into higher priority targets. The Mechs fielded by the other alliance partners endured less pressure as a result, as their firepower wasn't as effective. Vess groaned, "Our Mechs are too good." This was not the result that he wanted to see. He did not want his clan to incur the most losses just because they attracted the most attention. It was not just the Mechs commandeered by Kaesela that attracted a lot of enemy attacks. The Nullifier Battalion of the Battle Criers also started to inflict a lot of effective damage to the alien warships, despite their limited numbers. So far, the Nullifiers were the only Larkinson standard Mechs, equipped with heavy transphasic luminar crystal rifles by default. This made them a lot more effective against any transphasic defenses, and the aliens clearly felt the difference as the elite battalion crumpled an entire Weednar frigate by themselves. Naturally, this caused the elite Mechs to become another focus of enemy attacks. Vess gnashed his teeth at the sight. We can't go on like this. I need to design a new auxiliary Mech that can deploy a large interference field of sorts that can mess up enemy targeting solutions. We can't throw them at a fleet of enemy warships in the clear anymore. General Verl's projection nodded in agreement. That is a good idea, sir. I know of a handful of commercial Mech models that claim to do the same, but their costs are prohibitively expensive as they rely on special tech and materials to reduce the effectiveness of enemy sensor systems. Will you be able to design a Mech that is more effective than the products on the market? Definitely, Vess replied. I already have a good idea on how I can accomplish this in a more cost-effective manner. How much time will you take? That is hard to say. I think I can complete the design within half a year, but that is assuming that I won't get distracted. Vess already had his hands full with a bunch of existing commitments, but he believed he could still squeeze enough time to design a new Mech that should successfully give his Mech a better chance to survive the coming battles. 5036 Stormblade debut. The Weednar warships were taking more and more of a beating as the human Mechs flew closer. Their proud cannons that could repel or destroy a lot of opposing warships had taken down far too few Mechs. Sure, a couple of hundred of them had been wiped out during the lengthy approach, but that still left many thousands more. The ranged Mechs had already begun to pressure the Mechs with their firepower. Meanwhile, the melee Mechs were just about to close in and exhaust the defenses of the starships a lot faster at close range. The only way for the Weednars to delay the human Mechs from completely terrorizing their warships was to make use of their own small craft. Formations of starfighters flew under the cover of the alien warships and began to strafe and harass the human Mechs. The Weednars had already encountered Mechs in their past raids, so they knew better than to confront the humanoid machines at closer ranges. The eight-limbed aliens showed none of the complacency and foolishness of before, as they all realized that this would be the most difficult fight of their lives. While the Weednar starfighters did not boast excellent performance, their high acceleration along with their respectable ranged firepower meant that they could still fight effectively against human Mechs. At first, the swift Weednar starfighters put a lot of Mechs under pressure by making cautious attack runs that kept them well away from any threatening melee Mechs. However, the Golden Skull Alliance soon dispatched their own fast Mechs to counter these fast and annoying alien small craft. The Valkyrie Mechs fielded by the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers might not have the mobility to catch up to the alien starfighters, but they were still fast enough to give their submachine guns a good chance of damaging the relatively fragile enemy craft. The Daughter of Death is watching over us. I can feel her gaze. Bless us, Helena. Let the souls of the aliens nourish your divinity. Ha, look at them running. The aliens are afraid of Our Lady. The glows of the Valkyrie Mechs had become more effective at disturbing the mood of enemies as of late. They became stronger and were able to remain effective at longer distances. Combined with the ferocity and the determination of the highly trained Hexer pilots, the alien starfighter pilots hated to fight against this Mech line the most. Of course, the aliens did not fare much better when fighting against other human Mechs. The Larkinson clan primarily relied on the ferocious piranhas and the stinggrippers of the flagrant vandals to chase the enemy starfighters down to the end. While the ferocious piranhas rarely managed to catch up to the faster alien starfighters, the light skirmishers could still direct the movements of the enemy craft with the help of their disorientation glows. The aliens had already discovered that as long as any of them came close enough to the deceptively weak light Mechs, the starfighter pilots would quickly lose concentration. The Weednar pilots soon tried to avoid the Larkinson Mechs entirely, but that did not help them much when the fast and light stinggrippers flew behind their tails and persistently peppered their targets with their Luminar crystal submachine guns. Of course, the Mechs fielded by the other groups did not fall too far behind either. Though the Weednar starfighters had the capital to pose a more serious threat against most second-class Mechs, The alien raiding fleet ultimately brought too few of them to this fight. After all, the Weednars primarily fielded warships. Starfighters had always been treated as a secondary concern to the indigenous aliens. The only small craft that gave the Golden Skull Alliance a greater challenge were the ones deployed by the Orvan battleship. Even though the Orvans only deployed 30 of them, each of them were much more powerful than a typical second-class Mech. Their defenses particularly stood out as their transphasic energy shields shrugged off a lot of attacks. It was a pity that there were too few of them. The Golden Skull Alliance did not even bother to allocate any expert Mechs or elite Mech units to wipe out these excellent machines. The ranged, bright warriors that were still commandeered by the Minerva only briefly shifted their weapons away from the enemy warships and accurately struck all 30 Orvan starfighters with accurate resonance-empowered disruptor beams. The proud but relatively weak transphasic energy shields folded in seconds. Dozens more disruptor beams continued to pelt each alien starfighter until their electronic systems completely failed. No further intervention was needed as the powerless starfighters coasted off in the distance. The Larkinsons deliberately tried to keep the alien starfighters as intact as possible this time, as they contained a lot of valuable salvage. Their highly compact transphasic energy shield generators were already valuable enough by themselves, as they could easily be transplanted into human mechs after a bit of reconstruction. The alien starfighters no longer became a problem. They had either been eliminated or controlled to the point where they could no longer make any contributions. The real fight was about to start. Come on, sisters, let us hack into these energy shields and show these aliens that our mechs are still to be feared, a sword maiden captain roared. For Lydia, for Cadiz, for the sword maidens. Hundreds of second swords flew forward and began to envelop a Weednar heavy cruiser. While the relatively powerful alien warship tried her best to sweep away the greatsword-wielding mechs with her tertiary gun batteries, the sword maiden mechs fearlessly struck their blades against the vessel's segmented energy shields while continuing to stay on the move. The second swords were famed for being able to cut through armor with their sharp and heavy greatswords. Their weapons had become even sharper due to the influence exerted by Messier 87. Unfortunately for the sword maidens, most energy shields did not care about the sharpness of enemy attacks. They simply absorbed all kinetics at the same level of efficiency, no matter whether the weapon was sharp or blunt. When Cadiz observed the results in the main design lab, where most of the other mech designers had gathered, she crossed her arms but otherwise maintained her cool. She already expected for her second swords to struggle with overcoming transphasic energy shields. What she really wanted to see this time was whether her latest completed mech model could make a difference. Soon enough, a single squad of sword maiden mechs joined the fray. Different from the familiar second swords, the new swordsman mechs not only looked a bit more expensive and high-end, but also held two smaller swords that currently crackled with electric potency. The Stormblade Samurai model had made its first proper debut on the battlefield. Cadiz would have preferred to wait for a few more weeks, so that the Spirit of Bentheim could have produced more copies of this new dual-wielding swordsman mech. It was already impressive that the sword maidens managed to field a single full squad so quickly after she completed her latest design. Though the quantity of Stormblade Samurais was not enough to make a significant difference in this battle, it was enough to test its performance and make direct comparisons with other melee mechs. Come on, sisters, a veteran sword maiden told her fellow Stormblade Samurai pilots. Our blades are made to drain energy shields, so don't stop attacking until we can get through. As the dual-wielding swordsmen mechs flew within range, they began to pound the segmented energy shields with swift and unrelenting attacks while continuing to circle around the Weednar heavy cruiser. The barrage of lasers and machine gun fire erupting from the heavy cruiser occasionally dinged against their armor, but the modern mechs benefited heavily from the stronger and more resilient armor system designed by Sarah Voikin. This gave the samurai pilots enough confidence to continue their attacks. Even if they weren't able to stay motionless long enough to concentrate all of their attacks on a single segmented energy shield, the sensors still measured the approximate effects of every attack. Ketty's eyes gleamed as the initial sensor readings suggested that her Stormblade samurais were sapping the enemy warship's energy shields at a much more impressive rate. Every light Stormblade attack can inflict more than 3 times the damage of a single conventional greatsword attack. This was much bigger of a deal than it looked on the surface. A greatsword was a larger and more hard-hitting weapon that took quite a bit of time and effort to swing against an opponent. They relied on a combination of force and sharpness to deal damage. A single-handed Stormblade, on the other hand, could swing a lot faster with less exertion, which meant it could strike at greater frequencies at the cost of less power behind every attack. While there was a physical component to the attack of a Stormblade weapon, their electrical components meant that they could inflict a lot more damage against energy defenses through disruption. Since every Stormblade samurai wielded 2 swords at the same time, this meant that they could effectively maximize the disruptive attacks that they could inflict on a transphasic energy shield. The heavy cruiser is losing her energy shields at a faster rate. If the Sword Maidens deployed 100 or so Stormblade samurais, the Weednar warship would have lost her primary form of defense at this time. Still, Ketty's was more than satisfied with the results. "You can go ahead, DC," she transmitted to the Sword Maiden expert pilot. "I have been waiting for this," DC responded as her expert Mech glowed brighter on approach. Many second swords flew out of the way as the first sword descended upon the beleaguered Weednar heavy cruiser like a comet. As the living expert Mech came closer, her decapitator greatsword started to get surrounded by a shimmering field of stars. Ketty's had been unable to pass on her fairly recent ultimate cut technique to Venerable DC, as it was too specific to her own sword style. That did not mean that Venerable DC had done nothing to improve her own ability to cut through transphasic defenses. She had spent months practicing and refining her phase cutter technique. Compared to the previous, she employed this extraordinary sword technique. She succeeded in shaping the field of stars into a sharper and more condensed energy blade form. The first sword momentarily looked as if she was wielding a sword that was over 3 times as long as the decapitator. The alien heavy cruiser detected the huge threat posed by the expert Mech and directed numerous secondary and tertiary gun batteries towards the approaching machine. However, the first sword easily resisted the tertiary weapon's fire with her resonance shield and easily evaded the more powerful attacks launched by the secondary warship weapons. The expert swordsman Mech soon came close enough to launch her charged attack. Both the expert pilot and the expert Mech roared at the same time. The enormous blade made out of thousands of miniature stars made contact with a half-depleted transphasic energy shield and tore right through as if the barrier was made out of paper. The first sword charged straight through the gap she had just made before the Weednar vessel had any chance of plugging the gap. Now that the expert Mech managed to get inside the main defensive envelope of the alien heavy cruiser, she had free rein to cut down all of the gun batteries that had suddenly become vulnerable. Ketty's already shifted her attention away from the live feed. She had absolute trust in Venerable DC and her fellow sword maidens. She instead chose to complete her calculations based on the data gathered just a little bit earlier. The Stormblade samurais depleted their energy reserves a lot faster, but the gains were more than worth it. Their offensive threat against warships were simply too great to pass up, especially in an age where battles against shielded warships would only become more common. While the Stormblade samurai had yet to test its mettle against opposing mechs and other types of enemies, the new model's effectiveness against the transphasic energy shields of warships had already been confirmed. "We need to equip our sword maidens with more Stormblade weapons." 5037, diverse strengths. The battle against the Weednar raiding fleet presented the Golden Skull Alliance with a chance for the Mech forces to test how much progress they had made since their last engagement. Vess, Kedis, and many other Mech designers confirmed the effectiveness of their newer Mech models, while also gathering ideas for future editions. As the battle continued to unfold, it became clear that the Mech of the Larkinson clan performed the best due to various reasons. In a circumstance where skill was not as important as hard power, it was rather surprising that the Larkinson Mech managed to exhibit so much combat effectiveness against opponents as tough as warships. The Larkinson clan had never been shy about investing more in the development and production cost of its own mechs. The living qualities of every Mech made a substantial difference in boosting the control of every Mech pilot. With two minds working for the same purpose, every living Mech had a higher chance of surviving an engagement, as it was easier for both human and machine to detect incoming threats in advance. Aside from that, the Larkinson Mech all possessed a large diversity of quirks and gimmicks that all made them better at their respective jobs. Nonetheless, the Mech units hailing from the other partners of the Golden Skull Alliance tried their best not to fall behind. Each of them managed to showcase their strengths. For example, the Glory Seekers mainly favored the Hexer Mechs, designed by Vess and Gloriana. The Valkyrie Redeemer and its variants, as well as the Maiden of Adversity, had become the mainstays of the Wadden-sponsored Mech force. While neither of them were completely suited to fight against warships, their strong and distinctive glows augmented their performance where it mattered the most. For example, the Glory Seekers quickly discovered that the suppressive glows of their Valkyrie Mechs easily passed through the intact transphasic energy shields and any other obstacle. A lot of Weednar crew members either collapsed in fright or made erratic movements that prevented them from focusing on their duties. As more and more Valkyrie Mechs surrounded a Weednar cruiser and directed their identical glows at the alien hull, Helena's strong and oppressive presence began to envelop the ship from all angles. The consequences were obvious. The ship's responses slowed down. Her gun batteries fired less frequently, while her transphasic energy shields depleted faster than before. The ship even began to launch escape pods, despite the sheer idiocy of this action. Naturally, the Glory Seeker Mech easily cut down the escape pods with ease. The enemy cruiser vessel did not last long under the Combined, with the attacks launched by the Glory Seeker Mechs. The Hexer Mech pilots did not even have to call upon the assistance of any expert Mechs to finish off their prey. The other alliance partners did not possess any special tricks, but were still capable of wearing down the defenses of the enemy warships in their own ways. Master Benedict Cortez designed a lot of Mechs for the Cross clan that possessed expanded energy reserves compared to other machines. Energy was the root of a Mech's combat power. Any crosser-ranged Mech was able to fire more powerful shots at extended periods of time. Any crosser melee Mech was able to carry around more armor and strike considerably harder. In this battle against an alien raiding fleet, the Cross clan mainly fielded its ranged Mechs this time. These larger riflemen, Mechs, wielded much larger energy rifles that fired thick beams that straightforwardly dealt more damage without any other bells and whistles. Their Mech pilots confidently kept pulling the trigger against the warships in their sights, with the knowledge that their Mechs could take the strain. The Adelaide Mechs, on the other hand, weren't as tough and filled with energy as that of the Cross clan. As a mercenary force, the Adelaides placed a high priority on mobility. They expressly sent out a lot of faster and less sluggish Mechs this time, as they were least likely to get hit by stupendously powerful warship attacks. The Adelaide Third Fleet, indeed, suffered the least casualties out of the 5 partners of the Golden Skull Alliance. None of their Mechs were slow or burdened with too much armor and equipment. Although their corresponding firepower was not as impressive, they fought a lot more confidently, as they took advantage of their faster speeds and acceleration to frustrate the aim of enemy warship gun batteries as much as possible. The Bujay Mechs were perhaps the least suited to combat against warships. Their heavy emphasis on melee combat meant that they did not possess as many powerful ranged mechs that could wear down the defenses of alien vessels from a comfortable distance. Nonetheless, the Bujays had made some adaptations, as many of their machines carried hammers instead of swords and spears. Equipped with heavy blunt weapons, the Bujay melee mechs relied on momentum to deliver powerful impacts against transphasic energy shields. When Vess briefly directed his attention at the mechs fielded by the wannabe Terrans, he raised his eyebrows when he noticed that the simple-looking hammers were actually a bit more effective than they looked. "Those aren't regular hammers," Vess noted. He studied the sensor readings a bit more and figured out what made them special. They have actually impregnated the hammerheads with a little bit of face water. Even if the Bujay family had been unwilling to expend more than a couple of drops of face water for each hammer, when approximately an entire mech regiment's worth of melee mechs began to drain a large warship's protection within a single minute. This little demonstration taught Vess not to underestimate any pioneering organization. The Bujays spent enough time in the frontier to adapt to its new realities. They wouldn't have chosen to join the Golden Skull Alliance if they hadn't made any preparations to fight against the aliens. As much as Vess and the other leaders were willing to let their mech units prove their mettle and finish off this relatively weak fleet of alien warships by themselves, the losses would be too great. This was why the Golden Skull Alliance leaned heavily on its high-end mechs and other measures to quickly neutralize this alien raiding fleet. While the three ace mechs continued to distract and drain the defenses of the most powerful Orvan battleship, the Larkinsons and Glory Seekers finally prepared to launch their most devastating attacks against enemy warships. "Prepare the battle formations. Oh, Helena, come and bless our attacks. Let us show these filthy aliens that Hexism is stronger than any of their ancient phase whales." Just like before, the Evert Shanger along with the Valkyrie Krista and the Valkyrie Ursa led 3 separate battle formations composed entirely of Valkyrie Redeemers or its variants. The aliens apparently did not recognize the threat posed by the battle formations. The Wiednars and the Orvans were much more preoccupied with shooting down the much more obvious threats up close. This granted the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers enough room to align their thoughts, accumulate energy, and summon 3 identical manifestations of the Daughter of Death. Different than before, the more favorable circumstances produced by the Red Ocean's relative proximity to Messier 87 had caused these gigantic depictions of Helena to become more solid and material. By this time, every alien could feel the danger of these approaching human archdemons. A few warships even managed to fire a few powerful cannon salvos at the seemingly solid female apparitions, only for all of the shots to pass through Helena's bodies without making any substantial difference. As soon as the battle formations reached the most optimal ranges at the same time, they unleashed a wave of resonance-empowered death energy into the largest concentrations of alien warships. The Wiednars did not group their warships as tightly as other alien races. They apparently lacked the discipline to pay close attention to the positioning of their vessels, which caused their overall formation to become quite messy. The Penitent Seekers and the Glory Seekers therefore tried their best to focus their attacks on the densest clusters of warships. In order to maximize the result of this crucial move, the other mech units had already put a decent amount of effort into driving the Wiednar ships closer to each other. At this time, Venerable Joshua and his Evert Shanger had become fully connected with Helena. The normally lively expert mech exuded a strong aura of death and doom. Joshua already noticed that it became easier for Helena to descend on the Evert Shanger and for him to resonate with her. He had not felt this way since he last fought in the Nyxian Gap. When the Penitent Sister Battle Formation finally unleashed their infamous death energy attacks, the waves were noticeably larger and thicker than in the past. Each of them steadily traversed through empty space, before passing straight through the transphasic energy shields and hulls of the intact alien vessels. The death energy waves did not weaken all that much after passing through their first warships. They continued on to sweep the next couple of warships in their trajectories. Each battle formation produced a different effect due to the resonance of each individual expert pilot. One battle formation attack caused the ships in its passage to malfunction, as many different technological parts failed for inexplicable reasons. Another death energy wave killed all of the alien crew members in its way, without any exception. The third death energy wave inflicted the greatest losses, by far because Venerable Joshua skillfully steered its direction, so that it was able to sweep a couple of additional warships before it finally expended its charge. Roughly a third of the alien raiding fleet had immediately lost all, or at least a majority, of their combat effectiveness. While the ships were still able to operate to a limited degree by relying on automated systems, the death of a large proportion of alien crew members meant that the vessels had become a lot easier to exploit. Nonetheless, Vess sat up a little straighter when he noticed that not all of the affected alien warships behaved as if they had become completely uncontrolled. "Helena," he softly called, "what gives? Is the effect of exotic radiation giving you any trouble?" A small manifestation appeared next to his command throne. "Do not blame me, brother," Helena said. "M87 may have strengthened these formation attacks, but do not forget that the aliens are benefiting from exotic radiation as well. These Weednars are surprisingly harder to slay when they shouldn't, when my energy passed through their bodies. I found that their relatively weak souls have become a little stronger." Vess furrowed his brows. If not just humans, but also the indigenous aliens benefited from exotic radiation in the same fashion, then the penitent sisters and the glory seekers would soon have to discount one of their most powerful solutions against warships. So these aliens are growing faster than the increase in power of our battle formations. "That is not entirely the case," Helena replied with a frown. "I encountered another hindrance that has made it much harder for me to affect the lives of mortals in this dwarf galaxy. These Weednars are strong believers of the native gods of the Red Ocean. Every race here holds the same beliefs. Faith can be a powerful force, brother. While I did not encounter any active resistance from an opposing god, just the belief itself is a powerful focus that has allowed all of these Weednars to protect their minds and souls to an extent. From what I found, the perished aliens primarily consist of those that were weak to begin with, and those whose faith in their local gods were not that strong." Roman 2. Vess had to wrap his mind around what he learned. Her explanation actually made sense in a certain way. From what he learned so far, exotic radiation had a tendency to produce all kinds of random positive and negative mutations on organisms if left alone. However, the strong and persistent mental activity of an intelligent human or alien was able to direct the effects of E-energy radiation to an extent. Aliens who possessed strong belief that their supposed gods would protect them were much more likely to strengthen and firm up their spiritualities due to their superstitions. The longer exotic radiation affected the native aliens of the Red Ocean, the more they would be able to defend against not just the death energy attack, but also many other sorts of extraordinary attacks. It would be fine if there were many secularists among the Nuncers, the Pulmers and the other local alien races, but that wasn't the case. Practically, every intelligent alien worshipped the Fae's whales, and the Fae's lords as literal gods. This superstition was baked into the cultures of every native alien civilization. This is not a positive development. 5038, expert Mech showing their might. The famous death phase formation that the penitent sisters and the glory seekers often relied upon to wipe out large swathes of Mechs and starship crews instantly shifted the direction of the battle. Although the strong faith of the Weednar crew members firmed up their spiritualities under the influence of exotic radiation, Not enough time had passed for this strengthening effect to save too many of them from Helena's might. Besides, the female Mech pilots held an even more fanatical faith towards the daughter of death. Their focused and uniform beliefs towards Helena enabled them to channel her powerful and deathly strength at significantly greater efficiencies. All in all, only a small proportion of alien crew members had any hope of surviving the devastating death waves, and even then they did not manage to survive unscathed. Each affected vessel easily folded in the following minutes. Even if the ships managed to resist the onslaught of hundreds of Mechs, their automated systems were unable to keep up with the rapidly changing circumstances. The lack of manual direction and operations quickly caused their transphasic energy shields to break and their hulls to become completely exposed. The Mechs of the Golden Skull Alliance did not demolish the vulnerable ships entirely, but instead chose to limit the damage by disabling the gun batteries and destroying a few other important systems, such as the thrusters and any easily accessible power generators. It was a lot more lucrative to salvage the starships when they were still close to intact. It may even be possible to convert them to human use if the Golden Skull Alliance happened to possess suitable warship tokens. In any case, the remaining Weednars stationed on the unaffected vessels became more desperate when they learned what happened. The gods have already foretold our doom. We must die in order for our home planet to live. Do not lament your demise. As long as you can drag down at least one evil human with you, our race shall persist. Although the Weednar race possessed many common flaws, the soldiers assigned to this raiding mission knew what was at stake. They did not falter or despair when they realized that there was no way for them to win or escape from this battle. Instead, they threw themselves into their duties with even greater fervor than before. Their belief in the native gods that had brought the entire Red Ocean out of the clutches of the Great Hive peaked yet again. Their common desire to protect their homeland and prevent the humans from ever posing a threat against race pushed them to fight to the bitter end. The resistance from the remaining alien warships only intensified as their transphasic energy shields came under greater stress. More and more Mechs smashed into pieces or vaporized into nothing as the vengeful alien warships directly managed to strike them with their enormous gun batteries. But there were simply too many humanoid machines to wipe them all out in this manner. As the standard Mech units of the Golden Skull Alliance continued to wear down the defenses of the remaining dozens or so warships, the high-ranking Mech demonstrated their might in various different ways. For example, the Amaranto that had remained behind in the expeditionary fleet was one of the few machines that was able to offer effective support at extreme range. The powerful Masterwork Expert Mech occupied a newly added bunker on the refitted Spirit of Bentheim. At this time, the gigantic golden cat head mounted on the prow of the factory slightly opened its maw in order to open up a small gun port. This gun port was just large enough to fit the muzzle of the Instrument of Doom. As Venerable Davia Stark resonated with her living Mech as well as the powerful transphasic Luminar cannon, she spent an entire minute on adjusting her aim, as it was extremely difficult to land an accurate shot at such an exaggerated range. At the same time, she resonated with the Phase King and requested for the Design Spirit to bless her Instrument of Doom and boost its penetration power. Once the expert pilot felt she was close to completing her firing solution, she barked out a single instruction over the command net. "Open up a window and get out of the way." Hundreds of Mechs that were swarming around a particularly resilient Weednar heavy cruiser suddenly withdrew and put more space between themselves and the target vessel. Other Mechs that happened to be positioned in the Amaranto's firing line received urgent instructions to make their way out as well. Only after all of these Mechs had cleared out did Venerable Stark finally pull the trigger. Fire! A blindingly bright and thick laser beam escaped from the mouth of the golden cat head. If other people did not know any better, Then they would have thought that the Larkinson clan had violated the taboo against warships. The might and penetration power of the blessed and resonance-empowered transphasic laser beam far surpassed that of any ordinary Mech, or even expert Mech for that matter. Some of its properties even managed to catch up with the power of a serious attack of an ace Mech. Venerable Stark's aim held true. The laser beam crossed thousands of kilometers at the speed of light and struck so close to the center of the heavy cruiser's silhouette that practically no one else in the fleet could have done any better. The weakened, segmented, transphasic energy shield could not withstand an attack of this magnitude. The true resonance and face water empowering the thick laser beam were so substantial that the alien warship's main defensive barrier folded in an instant. Though the laser beam had lost most of its power after overcoming this obstacle, the vulnerable hull fared poorly against the energies that remained. The still potent attack burned and phased through dozens of compartments, as the relatively weaker hull structure proved much less adequate at withstanding a strike of this magnitude. The heavy cruiser started to malfunction shortly after the attack had passed. The crew received too much of a shock, and the laser beam had destroyed enough systems to disrupt the operation of the rest of the vessel. As multiple transphasic energy shields started to falter, the surrounding Mechs quickly turned around and descended onto the vulnerable alien warship like vultures. Elsewhere, the Everett Shanger had broken off from the penitent sisters. The Valkyrie Mech pilots had exhausted most of their mental energies after executing their iconic battle formation. Venerable Joshua hardly consumed himself, and his Everett Shanger still hungered for battle. Times have changed, Joshua. You cannot be as soft-hearted as before. Red humanity is under threat of going extinct, and these aliens have already taken the first step of making this happen by wiping out the nearby colony. I know that, Everett Shanger. Don't worry, I won't hold back this time, Joshua responded. Although Joshua wished for a future where humans and aliens could forego their hatreds and live in peace with each other, the current climate obviously did not allow for that to happen. Now that red humanity had been cut off from the Milky Way, every indigenous alien became eager to wipe out the outnumbered invaders. Even if Joshua had come to value all life, it was clear that he had no choice but to fight for red humanity's survival first before he could pursue any greater aspirations. As the sensors of his Everett Shanger clearly observed the cratered and ruined human settlement on the surface of the nearby planet, Joshua built up a greater animosity towards these Weednars. The aliens who slaughtered innocent human colonists en masse did not deserve his mercy. Let us drive them crazy, Everett Shanger. I was waiting for that. His living expert Mech responded with great enthusiasm. The pilot and his expert Mech had cooperated so much together that they instantly knew what to do next. The Everett Shanger flew towards the densest remaining concentration of alien warships. Though the recent battle formation attacks had spooked the Weednars so much that they drove their starships away from each other, the Everett Shanger still managed to find a good position between two struggling alien light cruisers. The Everett Shanger proceeded to rotate his design spirit over to Zygra, Lufa, and Kalanxo. This classic combination produced a selective disorientation glow that the ferocious piranhas and the Doom Guards were already using to excellent effect. However, their effectiveness against warships was rather limited, as the range of their suppressive glows only reached the outer compartments of most of the alien vessels on the battlefield. The Everett Shanger was different, though. As soon as Venerable Joshua resonated with the iridescent mercury integrated with his expert Mech, the radius of the glow amplified by many times. An invisible globe expanded around the expert hero Mech and enveloped the two nearby light cruisers. Though the vessels did not show any apparent changes, the Weednars stationed inside of them screamed and used their forelimbs to grasp at their alien heads. The alternating glows of Lufa and Zygra drove each of them crazy, as they continually became affected by the impressively powerful statures of two potent design spirits. Only the strongest, oldest, or most faithful leaders among them were able to maintain their wits while affected by this glow. But that was hardly enough to run the light cruisers at maximum efficiency. As the thousands of Wiednar crew members continued to remain suppressed by the Evertschanger's amplified glow, the surrounding Mechs eagerly took advantage of the new situation and easily wore down the defenses of the two light cruisers. The only other action that the Evertschanger took was to raise his Vitalis rifle and fire disruptor beams at one of the vessels in order to wear down her defenses faster. Elsewhere, the Promethea flew alongside the star dancer Mark Roman II. Venerable Isabel Cotin and Venerable Brutus Wadden had chosen to team up this time. The Promethea's Ignitrone Luminar crystal rifle continued to fire energy beams that produced powerful resonance-empowered explosions that severely strained the transphasic energy shield of an alien light cruiser. The Star Dancer's own Hexacris Luminar crystal rifle fired a flurry of rapid energy beams that might not possess as much individual punch, but made up for it with a higher firing rate. The twin output of the two expert riflemen Mechs quickly caused the alien warship to lose her defensive envelope. With the help of attacks launched by other Mech units, the Wiednar cruiser became fully exposed, enabling the two expert Mechs to fully unleash their firepower. "Don't burn the ship, Isabel," Brutus gently reminded his fellow pilot as his expert Mech precisely disabled the various gun batteries and other modules on the hull. "There won't be as much intact salvage left if you let your flames go wild." "You don't need to remind me, Hexer." The Promethea only blasted the largest and most resilient primary gun batteries of the exposed light cruiser with exploding positron beams before moving on to pressure another intact warship. As many different expert pilots worked to punch through the defenses of their prey and neutralize their threat towards the expeditionary fleet, one special individual belatedly entered the battlefield under a surprising amount of scrutiny. Nobody quite recognized the Mech that had trailed the main wave Mechs, but its appearance, design characteristics, and IFF clearly identified it as another living Mech from the Larkinson clan. The Mech looked like a standard Mech at first glance, but it exuded a surprising amount of power for its construction. A small corona had formed around the exterior. Though it was faint, it showed that its pilot was anything but average. Inside the cockpit, an old but recently rejuvenated pilot closed his eyes. After over half a century of retirement, this old dog had finally returned to battle once again. "I missed this," the aged voice with a steel core spoke. "So this is what combat is like," the Blood Star responded to his aged battle partner. "It is chaotic. These warships possess fearsome attacks." "That it is, but that is exactly why we need to participate. If we want to pursue greater strength, then we must be brave." The Blood Star began to build up more momentum as Venerable Benjamin Larkinson began to refamiliarize himself with the excitement of combat. It was only now that he felt more alive than he had in decades. 5039, brave and fearless. Back inside the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim, Vess glanced at a projected feed that solely tracked a single machine among many. His latest creation had finally entered the fray by approaching a beleaguered alien destroyer. The offensive Night Mech's performance did not stand out from the rest. Although the Blood Star's sword faintly glowed under the resonance of a recently recovered high-tier expert pilot, the lack of resonating materials prevented the weapon from destabilizing the segmented transphasic energy shield as effectively as other powerful Mechs. This did not depress the Blood Star and Venerable Benjamin Larkinson's enthusiasm in any way. Vess twitched whenever the alien warship's attacks strayed close to the Blood Star's position. The Carmine Mech may have been his latest handmade work, but he was lacking many of the qualities of an expert Mech. In fact, the Blood Star was not an expert Mech at all. The machine was only able to exhibit a bit of true resonance and prime resonance at his current state. Vess did not agree to allow his grandfather to sortie on the battlefield at first. He had already put so much effort into clawing him back from the dead. This was no time for a pilot who had barely started his retraining from participating in a serious battle. What if a warship was lucky enough to strike a direct hit against the relatively fragile Blood Star? Without a resonance shield or a quasi-first-class Mech frame, a single direct hit from any primary warship cannon could instantly smash the Blood Star and his pilot into pieces. This was why Vess preferred to keep his grandfather back, just like the expert pilots who recently made their breakthroughs. However, his grandfather insisted on deploying into the field this time. He even had an argument with Vess over this matter. "You don't understand, grandson." The old man who had donned his custom piloting suit shook his head. "I need to take part in this fight. I have no excuses to stay out of it. My new Blood Star might not be an expert Mech, but it is still strong enough for me to serve me decently enough. Besides, there is no better way for me to learn how to pilot a Mech with that Carmine system of yours when my life is on the line." "It is exactly because your life is on the line that I want you to stay out of it," Vess yelled back. "Why can't you wait until you have gained a proper expert Mech? If you want to deploy so badly, why don't you join the reserves and protect the fleet for the time being? There is no reason for you to charge forward and put your fragile new Mech in the firing lines of those alien warships." Benjamin stepped forward and embraced his grandson in a warm and affectionate hug. "I love you and respect you, Vess, but that does not mean I will obey you without question. Don't forget who is the elder among the two of us. Expert pilots derive their strength from being brave and fearless in the face of overwhelming adversity. Those who bide their time and refrain from going into battle when they clearly have the power to do so will not be able to make it as far. This is a lesson that I have only learned later on and after talking with many other expert pilots." The older Larkinson's voice contained a strong element of will and belief. Now that he had reignited his fighting intent, he was determined to pursue the path that he had missed out on for half of his life to the very end. He wanted to make the most out of the second chance provided by his grandson and gain the strength needed to protect his family and descendants against all threats, including the speculative aliens from the nearby supergiant galaxy. "Grandfather, I need to do this," Benjamin firmly stated. "If I cannot muster up the courage to confront these relatively weak warships with a fully functional Mech, how can I ever break through once again and advance to ace pilot? Do not forget that I am far from my prime. My age and physical condition are still holding me back. The only means of overcoming these handicaps is to be braver and more relentless than other expert pilots." Vess actually agreed with his grandfather, but that did not mean he was okay with this course of action. Though Vess felt tempted to force Benjamin back by force if necessary, he ultimately recognized that doing this was a massive disservice. His grandfather was right. A true warrior must remain bold and fearless. Benjamin's abrupt recovery may have extended his lifespan by a comfortable margin, but he was still a bit too close to reaching his end than Vess liked. Only by becoming an ace pilot would Benjamin's force of will grow strong enough to fully rejuvenate his own body. "Fine," Vess eventually grumbled. "You can go as long as you prove you are able to control the Blood Star well enough. Your Mech must be able to respond and move quickly enough to evade any powerful attack launched by a warship." "Don't worry, grandson. My intuition has become stronger than ever." As the Blood Star, under the control of venerable Benjamin Larkinson, continued to fight alongside other Larkinson Mechs, Vess eventually eased his concerns. The aliens did not have the capacity to threaten his grandfather this time. The Blood Star also did not attract any scrutiny from the aliens due to its relatively unremarkable performance. Of course, Vess did not completely leave his grandfather unattended. He shifted the view and noted that the dark Zephyr was hovering in the vicinity. The expert light skirmisher contributed to the battle by attacking the transphasic energy shields and quickly eliminating all of the exterior modules of vulnerable warships. But that was not his true mission this time. Vess did not completely feel reassured about throwing his grandfather into the fray with an inadequate Carmine Mech. This was why he called on Venerable Tusa to shadow the Blood Star and step in whenever necessary. No Larkinson Mech was faster than the Dark Zephyr. Venerable Tusa's intuition towards danger was also the best out of any of the expert pilots of the Larkinson. Fortunately, Venerable Benjamin had yet to encounter any lethal threats. Even if he was determined to embrace the life of a soldier once again, he still recognized his limits and did not attempt to pull off any unreasonable stunts. His Blood Star could only do so much. "Sir, the Orvan battleship is about to falter." Vess' eyes lit up. He had been paying more attention to his own Mech than anything else, so he hadn't fully tracked the fight centered around the largest and most advanced alien vessel. He never really exhibited that much concern towards this vessel, because he knew that 3 whole ace Mechs should be able to control it with ease. This was especially the case when Vess had upgraded the primary weapons of all 3 ace Mechs with the blessing of the Phase King. From the start of the engagement against the alien fleet, the 3 ace Mechs had already flown ahead of the main wave of Mechs and preemptively controlled the Orvan battleship to prevent her formidable arsenal from threatening other friendlies. In fact, the incredibly fast and elusive Jeddah Sandovar boldly sped ahead of all of the other machines and arrived in the middle of the alien fleet without any fear. The ace light skirmisher flew so fast and changed direction so often that none of the gun batteries of any warship was able to keep up with its dizzying movements. In order to prevent the battleship from targeting other vessels, St. Marissa Lewandowski activated her Saint Kingdom and filled it up with an obscuring mist that penetrated through all energy barriers and physical obstacles. Over half of the structure of the battleship descended into fog, which not only isolated all of the Orvan crew members, but also started to block or interfere with the transmission of electronic signals. St. Lewandowski worked hard to improve the latter effect. A light skirmisher was not the best machine to deploy against a warship due to its inherent traits, so the ace pilot specifically developed her strength in order to maximize her ability to cripple any warship so long as her domain field could get through. The Jeddah Sandovar lived up to its promise. The ace Mech single-handedly disrupted the operation of the Orvan battleship and the coordination of much of her crew. This granted an excellent window for the Royal Jeem to charge forward like a Lancer Mech and brace its spear for a devastating strike. As the ace Spearman Mech surged forth like a flaming projectile, St. Calasandra Boujet resonated with the spear and called upon the assistance of the Phase King. The manifestation of the design spirit briefly appeared into view before sinking into the glowing speartip. Its integrated face water became a lot more active under the creature's direction. Just before the Royal Jeem struck the Orvan battleship's defenses head-on, St. Calasandra quickly issued a command. "I decree that all energy shields shall shatter in front of my spear." The mighty spear of the Royal Jeem struck a powerful segmented energy shield and instantly caused it to collapse. A second layer appeared, but collapsed as well. It was only when the third layer appeared that the Royal Jeem's advance had finally been blocked. However, it was at this time that a burst of distant resonance-empowered transphasic positron beams struck this weakened, segmented energy shield. The Macheria Excelsia, piloted by Saintess Ulrika Vraken, had finally taken action. Though the ace Rifleman Mech declined to fly into the middle of the enemy fleet like the other 2 ace Mechs, it was still able to provide extremely powerful firing support from the rear. The Macheria Excelsia's recently upgraded Hexfire Positron assault rifle faintly exuded the presence of the Phase King. Although Saintess Ulrika Vraken was unable to accommodate the Phase King as well as the other 2 ace Mechs, the degree of improvement was more than enough to exert heavy pressure onto the defenses of the Orvan battleship. The Jeddah Sandovar did not remain idle all of this time. While St. Marissa Lewandowski continued to maintain her crucial blinding smoke, She also drove her ace light skirmisher to dive in and stab at the battleship's energy barriers with its twin blessed commas. Even if they weren't entirely suited to damaging energy shields, the Jeddah Sandavar struck so quickly that the Orvan battleship's shield generators struggled to persist under the continuous assaults. The Phase King's influence continued to amplify the attacks of the three ace mechs. Under normal circumstances, the Orvan battleship should have been able to last much longer under the combined assault of three second-class ace mechs. However, the extreme optimization and other boosts provided by the Phase King made all of the difference. The fairly aged and outdated Orvan battleship had no solution against this onslaught. It was already a small miracle that her veteran crew and well-cared-for components were able to last this long against the unrelenting attacks. From the moment the Royal Jeem had circled around and charged against the Orvan battleship yet again, the ace mech succeeded in breaching through the last layer of segmented energy shields. The ace spearman mech managed to get inside the multi-layered shells and gained full access to all of the gun batteries that the Golden Skull Alliance feared so much. This time, no starfighter was left to stop the Royal Jeem from wreaking havoc across the hull. No Phase Lord emerged from the hull of the alien battleship to flee into the depths of space or defend his last remaining shred of honor. The Golden Scullers were disappointed when they saw that their ace mechs wrecked the Orvan battleship without any further complications. It appeared that there was no hope of earning any warship tokens today. 50-40 minor losses and gains. The battle wound down after the three ace mechs of the Golden Skull Alliance disarmed the Orvan battleship and disabled many of her systems. By this time, only a handful of Weednar warships retained the ability to resist, but their straining transphasic energy shields were already faltering under the combined attacks of thousands of mechs. The other alien warships had either been torn apart or drifted lifelessly in space. The mech pilots had all been ordered to refrain from inflicting excessive damage to the alien warships. While it was not possible for all of the mechs to show perfect restraint, the amount of relatively intact warships drifting into space was more than satisfactory. The expeditionary fleet had already begun to accelerate forward by this time. The main battle was pretty much over at this point. The mechs had already reformed into units and begun to secure the expanding debris field. The mechs still maintained a respectable distance from the crippled warships. Even if all of their gun batteries had been knocked offline, there was still a decent risk that the desperate and cornered alien crew members would decide to blow up their vessels in a final act of spite. However, the Golden Skull Alliance had already prepared for this. A few mechs began to throw EMP bombs into any breaches. These bombs subsequently exploded and knocked out a lot of hardware. Ranged mechs armed with luminar crystal rifles also fired disruptor beams and other damaging beams at select angles and points in the hulls. These precision attacks struck power generators and critical systems that could give the alien crew a chance to retaliate. If that was not enough, a large number of ferocious piranhas flew close to the hulls of different mechs and made sure to use their glows to reduce the resistance of any alien survivors within range. General Verl had even instructed the Evertshanger to hover close to the disabled Orvan battleship and activate an amplified tranquility glow to envelop the entire vessel. The Evertshanger looked remarkably holy and pristine at this time. Faint silhouettes of angel wings even started to appear onto his back as Lufa's calming influence descended across the entire warship. While this did not guarantee that every surviving Orvan spacer would cease their resistance and stop fighting, they should at least be a lot less fervent about resorting to extreme measures. By the time the expeditionary fleet had drawn close to the debris field, thousands of shuttles launched from the various starships in order to begin rescue and salvage operations. Not every mech that had been struck by the aliens collapsed into pieces. There were still rare cases where the larger gun batteries only managed to inflict glancing blows that only cut off parts of a mech. The alien starfighters also managed to damage a score of Mechs before they all went down. However, most of the shuttles were not assigned to perform search and rescue, but had instead been assigned to board and secure the crippled but mostly intact hulls. This was already a familiar process to the older members of the Golden Skull Alliance. Every boarding action was inherently risky, and the resistance inside the vessels was bound to make the human boarding troops bleed. Nonetheless, this was the only way to preserve the value of the alien warships to the greatest extent possible. In any case, the lives of ordinary foot soldiers were much more expendable than Mech pilots. The pool of potentates in the Red Ocean was a lot smaller than the total population of humans. It also took years to convert potentates into qualified Mech pilots. It was a lot easier to train entire batches of infantry soldiers, as they were not limited by conditions such as genetic aptitude. It also took a lot less time to train a basic trooper that could adequately take part in dangerous boarding operations. Vess did not bother to pay too much attention to the progress of the boarding actions. He only spared a brief amount of concern when he checked on the status of one of his closest friends and subordinates. He groaned, "Damn it, Kedys, not again." Kedys was a journeyman Mech designer, as well as a sword master. As a woman who held great ambitions, she could not resist the opportunity to put her excellent swordsmanship to good use and board another hostile alien warship. The only consolation that eased Vess' concerns was that she had chosen to join a bunch of sword maidens in boarding a crippled Wiednar heavy cruiser. She probably did not consider the Orvans to be worthy prey for her bloodsinger after they had been tranquilized by her husband's expert Mech. Well, let her have her fun. Venerable Deci should be able to respond quickly enough if any unforeseen threats have appeared. As the various forces continued to conduct rescue, salvage, and capture operations, Vess eventually received a preliminary report from General Verl. "We have just received the casualty list, sir. 112 of our Mech pilots have lost their lives in this battle," the projected figure stated. "I know how you feel about this, but this amount of losses falls well within our more optimistic projections. Don't forget that we managed to attain a clean victory against a formidable alien raiding fleet. The combined firepower of all of the warships is enough to tear our entire expeditionary fleet to shreds in a direct confrontation. Any other second-class Mech force that has attempted to fight against a similar hostile force of warships have sustained losses up to thousands of Mech pilots." "Yeah, but they don't have battle formations, an abundance of expert Mechs and 3 ace Mechs," Vess retorted. "We all knew what we were getting into, sir. We are still in the process of building up our strength. The warships and the salvage that we have managed to score today will go a long way into helping us upgrade our Mechs to higher standards." Anyone who looked at the outcome of this battle would think that the Golden Skull Alliance scored an overwhelming victory. There should be nothing to complain about, as the aliens failed to touch any of the truly important assets, such as the starships and the high-ranking Mech pilots of the expeditionary fleet. It was a pity that Vess could not feel so much joy at this time. "We need to work on solutions that can decrease the amount of losses even further," he said. "If the disparity between our forces and the forces of the enemy has grown to this extent, then we should be able to win an engagement with near-zero casualties. Many more alien fleets like these will come from the depths of the Red Ocean and assault red humanity's space. We may need to be ready to fight many battles in quick succession." They briefly talked a bit more about what sort of measures they could take to prepare for the future. It was not easy to reduce the loss rate in the short term. The only way to completely reduce the risks to all Mech pilots was to deploy the ace Mechs by themselves. In truth, everyone knew that the Macheria Excelsia, the Jeddah Sandovar, and the Royal Jeem could have defeated the alien raiding fleet by themselves. They would have taken a lot more time to overcome the defenses of every shielded warship, and a lot of alien vessels would doubtlessly succeed in splitting up and escaping from the battlefield. But at least this was a safe and guaranteed way to harvest a lot of spoils. This was not conducive to the development of the Larkinson clan and the other organizations, though. The Mech forces all needed to accumulate more experience and give their Mech pilots enough opportunities to grow in battle. Have there been any notable breakthroughs in this battle? Vess asked. Not particularly. General Verl shook his head. This battle is actually relatively tame by our standards all considered. The only pilots that broke through this time belong to the Adelaides and the Bujays. I see. I expected more, but I guess the Age of Dawn has only just begun. Vess hoped to observe whether the influence of exotic radiation had loosened the bottlenecks of his Mech pilots just enough to trigger a wave of breakthroughs, but his expectations were wildly off the mark. He understood that it was not just the lack of time that played a role. The relatively short duration of the battle and the amount of high-level support in the battle also caused the Mech pilots to endure less pressure. Vess did not really mind, though. There were plenty of opportunities in the future for his Mech pilots to break through in a natural fashion. Laney Larkinson and Town Mellon would have their day when they were truly ready to step up and become the heroes that the Larkinson clan needed. What do the estimates of the plunder look like? Vess asked. General Verl briefly consulted a couple of reports. The good news is that the cargo holds of the alien warships are filled with fairly valuable stolen plunder. Many warships are still closed to intact sans their gun batteries, so it is possible for shipyards to refurbish them into hulls that are suitable for human use. Now that no more starships are pouring in from the Greater Beyonder Gate, the market prices for relatively intact alien hulls has multiplied by an order of magnitude. Oh, we are also entitled to a merit reward from the Red MTA, though it won't be much. The bounties on the alien raiding fleets were not that impressive because the Mechers and Fleeters already took the salvage value of the alien warships into account. MTA merits were not that easy to earn. What's the bad news, General? Well, the tech and materials of the Weednar warships are not that good. They are roughly equivalent or inferior to the ordinary alien warships we managed to defeat during Battle of the Borean Belt. The Weednars are a minor race in the Red Ocean, so their warships are not that interesting even if we manage to secure so many hulls. They haven't integrated a lot of face water into their hulls. What about the Orvan battleship? That ship is the only one that is worthwhile among our prizes. Her hull structure is made out of considerably more valuable alloys, although they are still weaker than the other alien warship materials that we have obtained in the past. The ship can be sold for quite a hefty sum of MTA credits if kept whole, but we can also stockpile a lot of bulk first-class materials to produce a large quantity of quasi-first-class mechs in the future. It is up to you and the other leaders to decide which option you prefer. This was not a simple decision to make, as Vess did not have any designs on hand that could make good use of all of those salvaged first-class materials. We'll figure this out later. What about face water? The projection of General Verl released a laugh. Ha ha ha, no chance, you can forget about it. While you can still recover a marginal amount of face water from salvaged transphasic materials, we can be certain that the aliens have not kept any containers filled with pure and unadulterated face water for us. All of the raiding fleets that the aliens have sent out have already been marked for death. Placing excess face water into any of the ships will only play into our hands in the end. Damn. Vess already expected as much. The warships all looked like cast-offs, so it was unlikely for the native aliens to invest anything truly important into them. He could think of hundreds of better uses of face water than to load them into expendable warships. What about intelligence? We should be able to obtain a lot more relevant and up-to-date information from the alien data banks. General Verl grinned. It will take a lot of time and effort to unlock and translate the encrypted alien data. But once we do, we should have a good picture on the actual state of alien space beyond the borders of the Torald Middle Zone. Good. We need that information for our next operations. This is just the beginning. Chapter 5041, Raising the Standards. It did not take long for the Red MTA to register the Golden Skull Alliance's victory against one of the Weednar race's raiding fleets. This was actually a pretty big accomplishment for a second-class fleet. The Larkinson clan and its allies took a lot of risks by confronting warships in open space. In addition to that, 3 ace mechs had been needed to restrain and dismantle the most threatening Orvan battleship. Nonetheless, the Mechers only awarded the expeditionary fleet with 300 million MTA merits in total. This was a decent reward for a single group, but it did not amount to much when split up 5 ways. The members of the Golden Skull Alliance agreed to divide the merit award, as well as all of the plunder according to the most current reward ratio. The ratio roughly corresponded to the contributions of each alliance partner. At this time, the agreed-upon ratio was that the Larkinson clan earned 20%, while the Cross clan was entitled to just 14% of all of the gains. Meanwhile, the Glory Seekers, the Adelaide Third Fleet, and the Boudjay family each received 22% of the share. Nobody objected too much about this ratio, as it roughly corresponded to the amount of effort and risks to each member of the alliance. It was completely natural for the pioneering groups that brought an ace mech to the table to receive the greatest shares. These super machines not only turned most battles into guaranteed victories, but also provided valuable deterrents against many enemies that would otherwise try to prey on the expeditionary fleet. The Larkinsons did not bring an ace mech to the table, but as always they made up for it with lots of unusual advantages. From putting forth battle formations to wipe out most of the crews on a lot of warships to utilizing glows to suppress any alien combatants that remained, the Larkinson clan had undoubtedly done much to preserve the captured warships and reduce the casualty rate. The Larkinsons also brought along the graveyard, along with other utility vessels, that substantially assisted in processing bulk salvage debris. This left the Cross clan in an awkward position. The Crossers did possess their own ace pilot, but Patriarch Reginald Cross remained stuck in Davut as he had made a commitment to serve Davut for a period of time. No matter whether the war between Davut and Karlach had any hope of happening, the 77th Warborn Mech Division could still do much to protect billions of colonists against other threats. If the aliens managed to overwhelm the Torald Middle Zone, the Krakatoa Middle Zone would be next. Davut and every other colonial state in the region would need all of the mechs that they could muster in order to resist the relentless alien onslaught. Regardless, the Crossers assigned to take part in the Trailblazer expedition fought decently, but couldn't come close enough to compensate for the absence of their only ace pilot and ace mech. This led to an unusual circumstance where they received the smallest share of the plunder, by far despite their comprehensive strength. In any case, it had little to do with Vess. He was already happy with raking in 60 million MTA merits. Sure, it did not sound like much compared to what his clan managed to earn in his previous encounters against alien forces, but it still provided him with the capital he needed to uplift his clan into a first-class organization. The Red MTA recently announced that it will be implementing enormous changes to its merit exchange. Gloriana told Vess, as both of them paid a visit to the hangar bay. Many high-end goods that used to be supplied from the Milky Way will soon be removed. The association will gradually introduce newer high-end products in their place that are locally made and much better adapted to the new environment. We will probably gain access to a large variety of new and more exotic tech. Interesting. We should probably wait for any big purchases until the Red MTA put up better products on its exchange. Everyone is trying their best to leverage exotic radiation, and the Mechers are bound to excel in this area. I know you have been planning to buy an expensive first-class cranial implant in the near future, but I highly suggest you remain patient and wait a while. The MTA and its associated companies are bound to release much more powerful models in the coming years. Surprisingly enough, his wife nodded and agreed with his proposal without kicking up any fuss. She may be eager for improvement, but she wasn't stupid. There was no way she would want to pay hundreds of millions of MTA merits for a cranial implant that was on the verge of becoming obsolete. "I know," she responded. "I am not in a hurry to upgrade. There is so much to explore now that we have entered the age of dawn. I am already making enough progress without needing to rely on additional augmentations for the time being." The pair directed their focus back to the present. The Larkinsons had already brought back a bunch of useful salvage, one of which was a disabled, but mostly physically intact Orvan starfighter. Both Vess and Gloriana wanted to take a good look at the highly compact transphasic shield generator. While they had no intentions of transplanting alien tech into their mechs for fear of instability and backdoors, they still wanted to learn the principles behind their operations. They already had a lot of plans about equipping their upcoming elite quasi-first class, Mech, with similar defensive measures. As a crew of Mech technicians and engineers carefully inspected and dismantled anything that could blow up and threaten the surrounding people, they slowly proceeded to remove the transphasic shield generator. According to the scans, the device did not incorporate that much face water, but that was already enough to make the starfighter 10 times harder to defeat. Transphasic energy shields will not help our mechs survive a direct strike from the primary or secondary armaments of a serious warship, Gloriana noted as she carefully inspected the alien circuitry. Vess nodded even as he poked at the wiring of the internals of the device. "I know, but they can help our mech survive damage near anything else. We've got hundreds of kilograms of face water in reserve, and we will probably be able to harvest more as our expedition progresses. All of that stuff is doing for us while it is rotting in our vault, so we need to get our design department into gear and design a series of quasi-first-class mechs that are comprehensively transphasic. It is not enough to make their armor systems transphasic. Their weapons need to be augmented by face water, and we should also look into mounting cruise drives onto them if possible." His wife already knew about his intentions to equip all of their future Larkinson-exclusive mechs with transphasic weapons and armor, but that last part was new. "We do not have access to cruise drive technology, especially not the lower-cost varieties that are suitable for mass production," she told him. "Even if you manage to obtain it, adding a cruise drive to every mech in the Larkinson army will deplete our face water reserves much faster than we originally planned for. Are you sure about this, Vess?" He nodded. "This recent battle might not be our most exciting or memorable, but it has fully exposed our strengths and weaknesses. Stronger weapons and armor can help in many situations, but it does not really make a difference during the lengthy and dangerous approach stage. Miniature warp drives can not only make our mechs spend less time in transit, but also increase the difficulty of shooting them down. We cannot neglect the importance of mobility in a future where battles against warships will become more common." This was one of several solutions that he came up with to reduce the loss rate of his mechs going forward. However, Gloriana looked less than enthused. "You should realize that if you want to implement this to the fullest, we must attack larger alien strongholds or remain in the deep frontier for additional years. This is the only way for us to obtain all of the additional face water needed to propagate your new standards. We are bound to suffer considerably more casualties if that is the case. We may end up losing more mech pilots due to greed than by sticking to our original plan." Vess shrugged. "I am aware of the risks, but mechs equipped with cruise drives are extremely useful in many other circumstances as well. I am ultimately planning to form a highly mobile strike fleet that consists of quasi-first class or genuine first-class starships that are fully equipped with high-powered superdrives. This way, the entire Red Ocean is within our reach." In truth, he also wanted to equip his starships with superdrives as an escape option. Their warp travel capabilities granted Vess and his fellow Larkinsons the option of escaping the Red Ocean entirely, and slowly make their way over to Messier 87, or one of the 50 or so satellite galaxies. Of course, it would probably take hundreds, if not thousands of years to cross such an immense void with relatively slow warp drives. It was extremely likely that the vessels would break down and get stranded in the vast and empty interstellar void between galaxies with no star or planet within sight. It was better than nothing, Vess supposed. He was pretty sure that a bunch of scared and paranoid red humans had already started to depart from the red ocean entirely. The couple discussed a bit more about the standards of the Larkinson clan's new generation Mechs. They not only needed to offer superior performance against the natives of the red ocean, but also had to possess at least preliminary combat effectiveness against the speculative alien forces of Messier 87. Gloriana placed her hands on her hips when Vess mentioned that last part. You are shifting the goalposts yet again. Don't you think you are being too ambitious this time? The indigenous aliens of the Red Ocean pose the most acute threat towards us. We need to do all we can to strengthen our forces in the short term. I am not telling you that it is unwise to prepare against more distant threats as well, but we do not have the time or resources to do both at the same time. I don't entirely agree with that, honey, Vess retorted. While it is true that exotic radiation is in the process of mutating a lot of materials and turning them into new and much more powerful exotics, we do not need to wait until these materials have shown up. Haven't you forgotten about my specialty in spiritual engineering? I can develop a number of new spiritual constructs that can actively strengthen the performance of Mechs by making active use of ambient spiritual energy. I probably don't enjoy a monopoly in this field, but I am pretty sure that I have a huge head start compared to the rest of the Mech industry. I think I can get a lot of stuff done without adding to the material cost of my products. Shem, maybe you are correct. How long will it take for you to develop these brilliant new design applications of yours? Vess grinned at her. Probably not as long as you think. I have a few sources that I can consult to quickly master a couple of useful tricks. The new age is tailor-made for me and my talents. Our children will be able to thrive a lot more as well. Our future Mechs are about to become far more outstanding than the ones we currently have. In his opinion, the only way that Mechs could attain the strength to defeat any opponent, no matter whether they were human or alien, was if they maximized the use of face water and E-energy radiation. He strongly believed that Mechs in the future would not only be evaluated by conventional parameters, such as their material composition and use of conventional tech, but also by how well they derived strength from the defining resources of the Red Ocean, as well as Messier 87. Chapter 5042, Imitating Gods. Vess did not pay too much attention to the follow-up operations after the battle. His clan and his subordinates took care of all of the chores. They interrogated the surviving aliens, extracted relevant intelligence from the captured data banks, salvaged any materials that were of high value or immediate use, and prepared the remaining salvaged warships and wreckage for sale. The matter of processing and selling the captured alien warships was a matter of great importance. The value of any reasonably intact vessel had shot up remarkably. Even a fairly awful Wiednar cruiser could easily be sold for hundreds of thousands of MTA credits as long as the vessel did not have too many holes and retained the ability to traverse across the stars. Broken wreckage was much less valuable, but could still be sold for tens of thousands of MTA credits with ease. However, it was not so easy to arrange shipping and delivery. It cost a lot to transport high-value salvage from the riskier side of the Torald Middle Zone. Many salvage and transportation companies outright refused to send any of their fleets this deep into a dangerous region. As the Golden Skull Alliance tried to figure out whether it was better to digest all of the salvage internally or sell them to a third party at an enormous discount, the Glory Seekers suddenly offered an alternate solution. Marshal Ariadne Wadden stood up at the virtual conference table. The Hex Federation is willing to purchase the hulls and wreckage at 5% above the highest offer that we have received so far. The colonial state is willing to pay more to obtain the Orvan battleship in a state that is as complete and undamaged as possible. The Hexers will take full responsibility over the salvage that we are leaving behind. They will dispatch their salvage and recovery fleets to bring the hulls back to their colonial state in the Magyar Middle Zone. That was a surprising offer. Although 5% did not sound so much, it meant that the Larkinson clan would be able to gain that much more money to fund the construction of future quasi-first-class mechs. None of the other leaders had any objection to the Hex Federation's generous offer. They just wanted to get rid of the spoils that would only slow them down and continue on their expedition. Why is the Hex Federation willing to spend so much money and invest so many ships and mechs to obtain our prizes? Vess skeptically asked. There are multiple reasons for that. The leader of the Glory Seekers openly responded with a grin. We need starships just like everyone else. The Hex Federation has many shipyards at its disposal, and it is faster to hollow out an existing hull and convert the interior into a carrier configuration than to construct a starship from scratch. It also saved the colonial state from trying to obtain a large amount of scarce and pricey alloys and materials. With the Friday Men, the aliens of the Red Ocean, and even greater threats on the horizon, the Hex army must undergo an enormous expansion in order to keep up. Civilian needs must take a backseat in order to increase the militarization of our colonial state. That made sense. The Council of Matriarchs decided to pull out all of the stops to ensure the continuation of their people and culture. Vess thought there was more behind this demand, though. The alien hulls all consisted of warships. While it was not impossible to convert them into carriers, the amount of time and labor needed to do so were not small. Let me guess. The Hexers want to study actual alien warships in order to learn how to build their own. Is that correct? Marshal Ariadne smirked. Every serious colonial state is doing the same. We foresee that the Red CFA's latest initiative may be just the prelude. As the war against the native aliens continues to intensify, our society may develop in a direction that will lower the thresholds and requirements to owning warships. Mechs have great potential, but it will likely take a large amount of time before they can become strong enough to crush the aliens. Competitive warships can be constructed with greater ease, but the Hex Federation and many other states have never designed and built them in reality. The shipwrights and naval engineers all need existing examples of functional warships to quickly get up to speed and design effective warships. I see. While it was interesting to know what the Hexers had in mind for the captured alien warships, it didn't really matter to the alliance partners. They just wanted to get their money. Everyone voted in favor of accepting the Hex Federation's offer. The expeditionary fleet only needed to stick around long enough for a third-party mercenary outfit contracted by the Hexers to arrive and babysit the valuable hulls. After presiding over a bunch of meetings in order to arrange various affairs, Vess finally had an opportunity to return to the design department and call for a general meeting. Every lead designer of the Larkinson clan entered the meeting room and waited for their leader to tell them what he had in mind this time. Hello again, everyone, Vess greeted his journeymen. I am sure that many of you are still working on completing the projects that you have been working on for a couple of months, but all of you should have plenty of room to accommodate new design projects. Before you propose your own ideas, let me tell you what I want our department to prioritize in the following years. He began to explain the new standard that Vess wanted to apply to the Larkinson army. Every elite mech designed in the future had to be a quasi-first-class transphasic mech with much more superior performance in every parameter. That will cost a lot of face water, Vess, Keddy stated the obvious. I am talking about thousands of kilograms of face water. We can afford it. I am confident in that. We just have to keep doing what we have always done and steal the resources we need from the aliens. Our ability to utilize face water is still too low. Juliet Stameros mentioned. We are spending as much of our spare time on studying face-water theory and other related subjects, but it will take years for us to obtain the basic proficiencies needed to develop and implement transphasic parts and systems in an efficient manner. Until then, we will have to rely heavily on consultants and external development companies to make up for our lack of competency. The latter was convenient, but not ideal in terms of information security. Still, Vess would rather have a strong and exposed Mech at hand than the opposite. Secrecy meant nothing once the stronger aliens of the Red Ocean, as well as M87, started to confront the Larkinson clan. Times have changed, he said to everyone. We are about to enter into a period of unprecedented danger. We need to build up our strength no matter the cost, and if we have to increase our reliance on external developers, then so be it. Besides, we are not as helpless as you think. As long as we all specialize in one transphasic system, we can work together to meet our needs in-house as much as possible. I have a pretty good talent in working with face-water and transphasic systems myself. Vess elaborated a bit more about what he wanted to see in the Larkinson Mechs of the next generation. He briefly touched upon his goal of expanding on their spiritual design so that they would make much better use of E-energy radiation than any of his current Mechs. Beatrice Hendricks, the latest journeyman Mech designer to sign up with the Larkinson clan, looked increasingly more thoughtful. You are describing a new Mech ecosystem, one that places a strong emphasis on both face-water technology and living Mechs. None of us can design any of the Mechs that you demand without your cooperation. Your design philosophy must play a central role in each of the Larkinson Mechs of this standard. Vess actually never thought about it in this way, but now that he thought about it, Beatrice had a good point. While a complete Mech ecosystem also imposed additional requirements, such as trying to make their parts and materials as common and universal as possible, the rest matched up with the classical definition. He smiled. I guess you are right, Beatrice. I think we can proceed with this premise. The Mech ecosystem that I am proposing is not just a simple upgrade wave. It is an ambitious attempt to harness the two most important resources of the Red Ocean and M87 into a series of Mech designs that can derive untold power from both. It is a good idea, Gloriana said as she backed her husband up. Human technology will still serve as our base, but that will not allow us to develop the Mechs we need. If we want to gain more strength, we must study the basis of the power of alien gods. Phase whales and phase lords reign over the Red Ocean for good reasons. Messier 87 will undoubtedly have their own variety of gods. Both varieties of alien divinities can crush us with ease because our Mechs are too weak and mundane. If we want to become strong enough to resist them openly, we must elevate our own Mechs into gods. Although everyone found it difficult to embrace Gloriana's argument, her logic was sound, more or less. Even if Vess and the others scoffed at the notion of creating artificial gods that could compete against any actual alien gods, it was undoubtedly essential to make sure their next Mech designs were a lot stronger than their existing ones. Vess clapped his hand. Anyway, now that I have explained my vision for our new Mech ecosystem, I would like to hear proposals. What ideas do you have? You need to name your new ecosystem, Gloriana mentioned. It will make it easier for us and our end users to distinguish between our older generation and newer generation Mechs. Let me think about it further. I haven't thought about it yet, he said. The only Mech ecosystem he had been involved in was the Lavoy system that he created in cooperation with Professor Tejan Hermann Voikin. However, Vess had minimal involvement with it after he completed the pacifier design. The senior Mech designer from the Voikin family took over the rest of the work and largely turned the ecosystem into his own playground. This was different. Vess wanted to create a serious Mech ecosystem that not only exclusively served the Larkinsons, but fully belonged to them as well. He already had a few bold ideas on how he could empower and add more distinctive traits to his Mech ecosystem. He just needed to consult with his mother and maybe check out a few enlightenment fruits dangling from the tree of possibilities to figure out whether he could realize his latest creative ideas. "All right, let's not get too distracted," Vess said as he tried to get this meeting back on track. "I want to hear actual Mech proposals this time. Please take the context of our future situation as well as the latest battle in mind. We urgently need a series of strong Mechs that can help us defeat alien warships with greater ease and with much less casualties. I don't mind upgrading our existing Mech models to the standards of our new Mech ecosystem, but we need to add more to them in order to maximize our utilization of expensive materials. Our skills have improved, and we have greater access to high-end resources. Many second-class Mech designers would kill to have the opportunity to design such powerful Mechs. This was an opportunity for every Mech designer to work on Mechs they could only dream about. Mechs as strong as the current iteration of the Bright Warrior and Valkyrie Redeemer did not cut it anymore. Not even the powerful Nullifier model satisfied Vess anymore. The ideal Mechs of the Larkinson clan had to use up a lot more face water and possess a lot more spiritual features in order to be ready to overcome any future threats. Chapter 5043, Convincing Decoys. "You already know about the storm sword that I am working on." Kedys began first, as she nonchalantly polished the blade of her large and intimidating bloodsinger. "The design project is still in its early stages, as I spent most of my time on completing the Stormblade Samurai. I wanted to see my latest work in action, in order to confirm that Stormblade technology lives up to its promises, and can provide our swordsman Mechs with a more effective way to drain transphasic shields. As the recent battle clearly showed, the dozen or so Stormblade samurais amply met her expectations for this new tech." "I noticed," Vess responded as he leaned forward as he showed greater interest. "Those Stormblades are indeed capable of destabilizing transphasic energy shields more effectively than normal weapons. I also noticed that the Stormblade samurais drained their energy reserves a lot faster in order to keep their weapons electrified." Kedys sighed. "That is an unavoidable downside to using Stormblade technology. To be honest, I tuned up the power of the Stormblade in order to help them break through energy shields faster, but that has caused their operational times to drop by half. So how do you propose to deal with this problem with the Storm Sword?" "I have been thinking about asking Master Benedict to contribute to the design." That caused the other Mech designers to look a bit surprised. "His help doesn't come for free, Kedys," Vess seriously told her. "While we are friends with him, he will expect us to reciprocate in exchange for his services. Are you sure it is worthwhile to call upon his help for this specific project?" Kedys nodded. "I am. The Storm Sword has the potential to become one of the potent and effective melee shield breaker model in our Mech roster. Don't forget that the Stormblade Samurai doesn't make use of any face water. It is able to damage energy shields with increased effectiveness by relying solely on electrifying its blades in a special manner. Once we incorporate this tech in a transphasic sword, I think it is not a dream for the Storm Sword to become a bane of all warships." While Vess was not certain whether Stormblade technology could effectively be combined with face water technology, Kedys sounded confident enough that it was probably feasible. The synergy would actually be great if her ambition worked out. Stormblades were highly effective against energy-based defenses, while solid face water blades were most effective against physical defenses. Vess eventually bought into the proposal. "I will allow you to bring Master Benedict as long as you can win him over. Who else do you want to contribute to this project? Mind you that I must be involved as well." "Why?" Kedys frowned. "Because of the Mech ecosystem that we just talked about, remember. I am not kidding when I say that I plan to implement a much more expanded version of a living Mech to all of the Mechs that are part of the same ecosystem. I can't explain what I have in mind right now, because I still need time to complete the framework, but it will be better and more comprehensive than anything you have seen me make before." The swordmaster looked dubiously at Vess. Okay. Anyway, if this is the case, then I would like to bring Tiffy and Sarah on board as well. Both of them have worked on the design of the Stormblade Samurai, so they are already highly familiar with the sort of mech that I have in mind next. I originally wanted to include Juliet as well, but if you insist in meddling with my design, then I suppose I will have to settle for less than stellar mobility. Compared to other possible mechs of the upcoming mech ecosystem, the Storm Sword would likely possess the greatest lethality at close range, while also possessing respective staying power courtesy of Master Benedict Cortez. However, the Storm Sword would likely feature adequate defenses and uninspiring mobility. All of this was relative, of course. The heightened standards meant that the Storm Sword would still be a lot tougher and faster than the second sword in every way. Vess was satisfied with this modified proposal. He had high hopes for this mech, as it was set up to become the ideal flanking mech model. So long as the enemy did not have any chance of focusing the bulk of their firepower at the Storm Swords, the new Sword Maiden exclusive mechs would chop everything apart. Once the discussion on the Storm Sword concluded, Vess decided to introduce his own mech proposal. He first activated a projection that showed a recording of the previous battle. It focused entirely on the 15,000 mechs that had spread out and tried to close in on the distant fleet of alien warships. "You should all be familiar with this sight," he said. "While it is true that we have won this battle with minimal casualties, the lives of our mech pilots are too precious to squander on the native alien version of cannon fodder. It is not worth it to sacrifice hundreds of highly trained Larkinson mech pilots to defeat scores of lesser alien warships. While I have many ideas on how we can reduce the loss rate in future battles, I have an idea that is highly flexible and can be utilized against many different types of adversaries." The projection changed to show a rudimentary draft design of a thin and unarmored mech frame. "This is only the basic platform. Look at what comes next." Vess grinned and waved his hand. The mech suddenly gained a lot of additional mass. 6 bulbous constructs had been attached to the frame on all sides, which added a lot of protection on each side. However, these constructs weren't meant to remain attached to the mech frame. The projected image shifted as the constructs separated from the mech platform and started to hover around it in different formations. "Those are autonomous spurs," Dulo Voikin called out. "Are you actually thinking about designing a drone mech of sorts this time, sir?" Vess nodded. "Yes, I know that the use of spurs is not always reliable, but hear me out. What you see before you is the Fae project. Different from the Minerva project that it is based upon, this command mech is solely designed to command and coordinate its linked spurs, which one call Fae. These Fae are not ordinary drones. There are 2 distinct and unique features to them that make them extremely useful to our clan." Everyone listened with great interest to his explanation. It was not common to field mechs like these, as spurs tended to be fragile, unreliable, and needlessly complex. While Vess was familiar with all of these disadvantages, he was convinced that he could make it work. The projection changed to zoom in on the drafted version of a Fae. Its appearance and technical aspects did not look remarkable. The only noteworthy aspect was that it mounted a luminar crystal gun. One of the functions of the Fae is to increase the volume of fire of our mech force, but that is only the most basic requirement. What I truly want is to turn them into effective decoys. That is why they are called Fae. They are designed with trickery and deception in mind. I want them to trick every enemy we come across and draw lots of enemy fire, particularly warship fire. Every shot that is fired towards a Fae is another attack that is not able to land on a piloted mech. The Fae in the image started to activate its inbuilt projector that surrounded its form with a realistic illusion of a bright warrior mech. The false mech was even armed with a luminar crystal rifle, which could perfectly align with the luminar crystal gun of the Fae, so that it could fire actual energy beams without breaking the facade. Although the gathered journeymen looked slightly impressed at this idea, Miles Tavar shook his head. If spurs like these could function as highly realistic and effective decoys, drone mechs such as your Fae project would have been more common in the mech market. It is too difficult to fool enemies for too long. Vess smirked. That is true in ordinary cases, but recall the battle scenario that I just showed earlier. Enemy sensors are much less capable of distinguishing reality from falsehood at longer ranges and under heavy interference. Even if the Fae cannot maintain the illusion at shorter ranges, it doesn't matter too much, as they have already served their primary purpose at that time. What matters is that the expendable Fae draw as much enemy fire away from our much more precious mechs during the approach phase of every space battle. This might actually work in those cases. While more sophisticated and technology-advanced enemies had a much higher chance of penetrating the camouflage, everyone figured out that this implementation would be extremely effective against weaker opponents such as the Weednar warships. These Fae can do more than attract enemy fire, Gloriana said, with an enthused gleam in her eyes. They can also be used to give our opponents a mistaken impression of our total combat power. So long as the illusions hold, an enemy may think we are about to attack them with 50,000 mechs as opposed to just 10,000 mechs. The threat they pose on enemies is completely different. Our targets may even lose so much confidence that they have decided to give up the battle before it has even started. That would be a fantastic outcome. Enemies that have dropped all organized resistance in order to flee like cowards were much easier to roll over. This was only a dream scenario, though. It was still extremely difficult to turn this into a reality. As long as we are facing enemies that are familiar with mechs, it is extremely difficult to maintain this camouflage. Miles told everyone. It only takes a single flaw to allow our enemies to distinguish the real mechs from all of the Fae that are pretending to be bigger than they actually are. It also becomes exponentially more difficult for the Fae to serve as effective decoys at closer ranges. That is why I want you to take part in the Fae project, Miles. Pardon. Your specialty makes you good at emission control. What I want from you is to reduce the emissions of the Mech platform and increase the emissions of the Fae to maximize the probability that the enemy will target the latter. Can you do that? Miles looked rather interested at the prospect of helping Vess turn this Mech concept into a reality. I will do so if you will have me. It is not what I ordinarily do, but I think I can make the Fae appear close to a real Mech to enemy sensors. Good. Vess looked satisfied. Your work is key to making the Fae project work. Its value will be a lot more discounted if the Fae cannot convincingly pretend to be mechs. He did not want to resort to the more obvious journeyman all of the time. He had to make sure that all of the lead designers had an opportunity to shine in the design department. He moved on to explaining the second key characteristic of the spurs of the Fae project. Now, part of what can make the deception more convincing is if the Fae can move and fight close to a real piloted mech. Even if they drop the illusion, they must still be excellently controlled in order to maximize their damage and survival rate. The Mech platform must also maintain reliable connections to all of its Fae, which can be very challenging at times. I have devised a special solution that can solve all of these problems. And that is, I intend to make all of the Fae alive, Vess replied with a smirk. Each Mech platform is a living Mech by itself, but all of the Fae that it can pair with are independently alive as well. In effect, every pilot of the Fae project will be in charge of multiple living machines. What? Chapter 5044, Expanded Versatility. Vess continued to expand upon his vision of the Fae project for 20 more minutes. The Fae offered a lot of versatility to the table. They could be made to be large and tough enough to form a physical wall that could block anything short of attacks launched by warships. They could be mounted with sharp blades and serve as an additional source of offensive pressure in close-quarters combat. They could be mounted with transphasic shield generators and spread out so that they could protect the lives of innocent civilians in a city under siege. Under every circumstance, The Fae always had the option of disguising themselves as authentic Mechs, which could always throw off the adversary's estimates. Information is power. Misinformation is a weapon, Vess succinctly stated. We can use the Fae in a lot of brilliant tactical ruses. For example, they can pretend to be cheap Mechs developed by an ordinary Mech company. They can pretend to be high-end military Mechs. They can even pretend to be Mechs belonging to the allies of our enemies. As long as the deception holds, they can produce results that are unattainable by other means. Many of his fellow journeymen understood the potential of the Fae project and all of its versatile Fae, but that did not mean they had lost their capacity for critical thinking. Each of these Mech designers had managed to break through the extraordinary threshold by propelling their design philosophy and design skills beyond mortal constraints. Kedis stated the obvious. I can see how the Fae can be useful, but each of these special spurs take up space. Is it truly wise to fill up the Mech capacity and cargo capacity of our ships with so many spurs as opposed to more Mechs and more supplies? I mean, how much space does the Fae project even occupy on a carrier? I have already thought about that, Vess calmly responded. The Fae can be designed in many different ways. They can be as large as actual Mechs or be shrunken and flattened so that they can be stacked on top of each other like crates. The ideal way to store them is to design the Fae so that they can be attached to their Mech platforms and remain physically and spiritually connected to each other when not being put to better use. Look at this draft image. He transmitted a command that caused the center projection to display the image of the Fae project, with its spurs attacked to the front and back of its frame. The extra additions added a lot of bulk to the Mech, but the Fae were designed in such a way that they seamlessly linked up with each other, while also molding themselves perfectly to the Mech frame. The Mech stables and other permanent storage spaces for Mechs on a starship or in a military base are designed to barely accommodate most reasonable versions of heavy Mechs, Vess explained. The Fae project's Mech frame falls under the medium weight class. Attaching 4 to 6 Fae will roughly turn the combined package into the equivalent of a heavy Mech in terms of mass and volume. This is the most efficient storage arrangement of the Fae. If necessary, the Fae can also be stored into standard cargo containers and be placed in the cargo holds of different starships, though I do not recommend it as the Mech platform, and the Fae are meant to form a social communion. Though Vess provided an adequate solution regarding the storage of different Fae, his last sentence exposed another odd situation. Sarah Voikin raised her arm. I don't quite understand the positioning of these Fae. At one point, you stated that you want to treat them as expendable decoys that can attract enemy fire. At another point, you claimed that they are alive and that they can grow more powerful over time. Wouldn't it be counterproductive to deliberately shove them forward and treat them as cannon fodder? This indeed sounded rather incomprehensible to the Mech designers who were familiar with Vess. They all knew how much he valued his living Mechs. Their potential rested in their ability to grow, adapt, and become stronger over time. This meant that his design philosophy shared an antithetical relationship with expendability. The less people valued a living Mech, the more Vess could not tolerate such behavior. Why did he suddenly change his mind concerning the Fae? Was it because they were not full living Mechs and could therefore be treated as slaves or commodities as opposed to valued children? It did not surprise Vess too much that his subordinates expressed confusion about this contradiction. This situation highlighted the differences in perspectives between the two. The journeymen of the design department judged the Fae project according to an interpretation of the design capabilities that Vess had demonstrated up to the present. The problem was that Vess was not a static figure that remained the same all of the time. He was a Mech designer who not only developed rapidly compared to his peers, but also made shocking and revolutionary advancements from time to time. I have recently been working on figuring out a solution to preserving the essence of living Mechs after their frames have fallen in battle, Vess said as he crossed his arms. You can treat the relationship between the Mech platform and its Fae as a trial balloon in this context. I am trying to experiment with a way to preserve at least a part of the lives of the Fae after they have been fallen into battle. How? Well, I can design them in a way that they are not completely independent. Just as how we all have companion spirits that are extensions of our own selves, the Fae can be treated as extensions of the living Mech that they are paired with. The Mech platform is the root for all of the living Fae. As long as the bare machine itself is able to survive the battle, it should effectively be able to resurrect all of its Fae. That would be an impressive feat if Vess could make it happen. Since no one else possessed a lot of depth in living mechs or spiritual engineering, the journeymen had no ability to judge whether Vess could realize this new idea. They had little choice but to trust his word and believe in his ability. Is it even possible for you to design and make a mech that contains multiple lives? Gloriana questioned. You have never created such a product in the past. Vess scoffed. The past doesn't determine the future. 1 a.m. the pioneer in my own field. I am pretty confident that I can make this happen. It is crucial to make the Fae at least semi-autonomous. It plays an important role in what I have in mind for the next wave of spiritual innovations. If I can succeed, our exclusive Mech ecosystem will definitely take off like nothing else in the Age of Dawn. His vision was so ambitious that he did not dare to explain too much to the others. He wanted to remain at least somewhat cautious and avoid making promises that he couldn't keep. It was still highly uncertain how his actual implementation would look like, as his work was heavily reliant on how well he solved a series of new and unprecedented problems. They talked a bit more about the Fae project, but it was clear that Vess had the ultimate say from beginning to end. This was one of his latest pet projects, and he was determined to break new ground in the field of living mechs with this useful and versatile drone mech design. As the Fae project is highly reliant on control and coordination, it needs to be equipped with a special neural interface that can better facilitate the control between the Mech pilots and the Fae. Cormont, can you make this interface? The dark-skinned Mech designer nodded after a few seconds. I have never developed a neural interface with multiple control objects in mind, but I understand the theory. I can do it as long as I refresh my knowledge and consult additional sources. Let me tell you that your proposed drone Mech will be much more difficult to pilot with each additional spur. Normally, it takes high genetic aptitude to proficiently control 3 or more spurs. I think that the Fae will not be as difficult to control, as they should be able to think for themselves. We can figure out the exact mechanics later. Drone mechs theoretically possessed a lot of potential, but piloting them was not simple. If the spurs were largely controlled by owls, then they would lose many of the advantages of mechs. People might as well deploy independent drones in their place. In order to justify the existence of drone mechs, their spurs had to fall under direct control of the Mech pilot, which wasn't always easy as there were too many ways to interrupt the wireless communication channels. Even if maintaining solid links was not a problem, a human pilot could only keep track of so much stuff. Multitasking imposed an enormous burden to a controller. After a lot of trial and error, it became clear that only pilots with B-grade or A-grade genetic aptitudes could comfortably control a larger amount of autonomous spurs. This was a highly restrictive demand, and one that did not sit well with many talents. Mech pilots with excellent genetic aptitudes generally preferred to deepen their control over a single excellent machine and push it beyond its limits. Compared to mastering the art of a sword or becoming a highly accurate sniper, puppeting a bunch of disposable spurs did not sound as exciting. Vess hoped to change all of these rules one way or another. It highly depended on how he realized the Fae project. He had so many potential ideas that he could use to elevate his new Mech design project, but he still needed to figure out which ones were viable and which ones he would ultimately select. It was still too early for him to have a clear and concrete vision for the Fae project. Vess quickly added another journeyman to the project. Beatrice, I could use your help as well. He told the latest Mech designer to join the design department. You have spent enough time in our clan to have a good idea of what we are about. The Fae project will probably be one of the most interesting and advanced living Mech designs that we will be working on for this year, so it will serve as an excellent introduction to our unique Mechs. Do you think you can add useful input to this project? The woman did not expect to be called out at this time, but now that she learned that she would be assigned to this project, she decided to share an idea that she had in mind for the Fae project. I can work on a modular armor system that is shared between the base Mech and its Fae. What I mean by that is that I can make them identical and interchangeable. If the Mech platform ever sustains heavy damage, a Fae can shed a number of its modular armor plating and transfer it to the damaged Mech. This will ensure that the Mech pilot remains adequately protected. It will also help with keeping the most important element of the Fae project that can remain in the field. Excellent idea. Vess' eyes lit up. I haven't thought about it, but you are right. Every Fae can serve as a repository for modular armor plating. They can not only refresh the damaged armor of the Fae project, but also other Mechs in an emergency as long as they are compatible enough. This would expand the versatility and the defensive utility of the Fae project even more. This was the advantage of adding more Mech designers to the design department. Vess had a lot more options at his disposal compared to before. Chapter 5045, Hard Firepower Needs. The Fae project, as Vess envisioned, it had the potential to amplify the combat effectiveness of the Larkinson army. It was not a Mech model that could smack down difficult adversaries by itself. Quantity alone was not enough to defeat truly challenging opponents. However, the Fae project could serve as an excellent force multiplier for the main forces of the Larkinson clan. The most basic Luminar crystal gun Fae could instantly multiply the volume of fire of the Larkinson army by several times as long as they were fielded in large quantities. Even if these Fae could never be as precise and good at tracking fast-moving targets, they could still be useful in laying down a lot of suppressive fire. Besides, it did not take as much skill and precision to strike a large warship. So long as tens of thousands of spurs simultaneously attacked any target, any form of defense would buckle under the overwhelming barrage, especially if the energy guns were transphasic. The expense was too great, though. Vess had not made up his mind whether he would be willing to squander any face water to construct transphasic spurs. It sounded like an excessive luxury. Energy also became a serious issue. If the Larkinsons employed all of the spurs as extra sources of ranged firepower, then they would only be able to make their presence felt in the first half of a battle. It was like mounting 5 or 7 full-sized energy weapons onto the same Mech. The volume of fire at the start would be great, but the Mech would eat away its energy reserves so rapidly that it risked turning into an empty shell after only 10 minutes had passed. Though Vess supposed he could ask for help from Master Benedict yet again, this was not an optimal solution. The Fae project, as he envisioned it, had the potential to become one of the most useful core Mechs of the Larkinson army. Vess felt the need to keep its development as in-house as possible. He not only wanted to maintain the confidentiality of its design, but also thought that he and his fellow designers needed to solve their own problems. If their first response to any difficult problem was to call for outside help, then what was the point of becoming a Mech designer? Once Vess completed his presentation of the Fae project, he brought up another demand. The Fae project will certainly help with defeating alien warships once it is finished, but we can do so much more. As battles against alien warships will become more ubiquitous, we need stronger ranged firepower. To be more precise, we need a stronger bunker Mech model that can better our starships, as well as a stronger rifleman Mech model that can contribute a lot more firepower to any offensive actions. Do you have any proposals that fits these categories? Everyone remained silent for a time. None of us specialize in designing ranged Mechs. Meryl O'Brien spoke up. "In fact, over half of us are only competent in designing melee mechs. You are the closest to a ranged specialist in our department." That was correct. While Vess had a lot of confidence in his ability to design ranged mechs, he already added a lot of work to his plate. It became increasingly more difficult to work on more and more ranged mech design projects. He had little choice for the time being. Unless Xanthar Larkinson finally managed to break through and form a design philosophy centered around luminar crystal technology, Vess could not truly count on anyone else in the design department. Vess let out a sigh. "All right, let me explain what I have in mind. As you all know, I have accepted 3 major mech commissions from Davut. The first one I will be working on is what Master Decimus Horst and I have taken to calling the Supremo Project. It is a purely land-bound artillery mech that we project can play an extremely useful role in planetary combat. While it can function as a bunker mech in a pinch, it is not really optimized for this purpose. The main armaments of this artillery mech are its kinetic cannons that can fire high-explosive shells. These weapons are great in a planetary environment, but they are not nearly as adequate in space due to their average muzzle velocities and lack of gravity. He briefly expanded upon the Supremo project, but did not go into too much detail as it was a product designed for a client instead of the Larkinson clan. An artillery mech as effective as this can help our clan as well, Gloriana said with growing interest. Can we field this new mech ourselves? It can massively strengthen the branches that we have established on different planets, such as Davut Roman 7. Vess smirked. Of course I did. I would not easily agree to design an excellent mech for a client if I cannot make use of my own work. In any case, Davut mainly cares about preventing the Supremo project and future commissioned mechs from being employed by Karlach and its other regional rivals. Our clan is not a direct competitor to the colonial state, so the Davitans don't care too much if we field the new heavy artillery mech model ourselves. This was basically another aspect of the trade between Vess and Davut. The colonial state would get a powerful living mech that came with a number of unique and incredibly strong features courtesy of Vess. The Larkinson clan would gain the option of fielding a powerful new heavy artillery mech that was co-designed by a master mech designer who specialized in this mech type. Since both sides wanted to make good use of the Supremo project, they had a strong incentive to do their best. While the Supremo project could potentially help the growing Larkinson clan defend its various planetary branches a lot more effectively in the future, it was not as applicable in space combat. The rules of combat were entirely different. Range mattered a lot more, and the only way to produce an effect similar to indirect fire was by employing guided missiles. Vess was not yet willing to design a missileer mech despite its high potential. The effectiveness of missiles directly scaled to how much it cost to make them. The very best transphasic missiles were blazingly fast, possessed enormous effective ranges, and could detonate warheads that were dozens of times more powerful than equivalent attacks from other conventional weapons. However, the use of high-end missiles would deplete the Larkinson clan's supply of potent exotics and face water at record speeds. Vess would hardly have anything left to fabricate more quasi-first-class mechs if this was the case. This was why he decided to turn back to an old and familiar mech model. I intend to design the next iteration of the Transcendent Punisher at the same time or a little later than the Supremo project, he announced. The Transcendent Punisher Mark I and Mark Roman II have served our clan well in many battles. Few adversaries are able to withstand the uncannily accurate volleys from our Ilvanane bunker mechs. I intend to bring it up to quasi-first-class standards and add a couple of new features that should massively increase its combat effectiveness. The former was straightforward, but the latter sounded a bit too vague. Nobody knew what Vess had in mind, but it was clear that he still needed to work on his new solutions before he was ready to share his latest results to everyone. In any case, the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman II could no longer keep up with the current caliber of opponents. Vess also disliked many of its design flaws that he had yet to address due to his ignorance on how good heavy artillery mechs were supposed to work. Vess had great plans to reinvent this staple mech and change its configuration of armaments to better excel at fighting warships. Once we introduce the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III to our fleet, it will make our fleet a lot more impregnable. He grinned. This is because its transphasic cannons will integrate a higher proportion of face water than the weapons systems of our other standard mechs. We will all be counting on this mech model to defend our starships against many possible threats. It is not wise to be too stingy about spending face water when our lives and the lives of our own families are at stake. Nobody disagreed with that. There were many differences between transphasic weapons. One that incorporated 10 times as much face water was much more effective at wearing down the energy defenses of phase lords and alien warships. The amount of face water needed to transition all of the mechs of the Larkinson clan to quasi-first-class standards just went up by a large margin. The expeditionary fleet urgently needed to raid a huge stash of face water in order to keep up with Vess' wild ambitions. After informing his clan about his intention to start development on the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III, Vess turned his attention to his demand for a new rifleman mech. We have several existing ranged mech solutions in our mech roster. The problem is that their mech concepts and weapon configurations are mainly optimized for mech combat. Vess explained his views on this topic. The central projection displayed a bright warrior mark Roman II in a typical rifleman mech configuration. This is our most common general-purpose ranged mech. It is fairly good at its job and is quite flexible due to its highly modular design features. However, it is lacking in hard power and does not fit the needs of mech pilots who are highly skilled in ranged combat. That was a common shortcoming of a versatile and more accommodating mech model. A cannoneer mech showed up next. Then we have the Eternal Redemption. The design is horribly outdated due to our rapid growth. Its super-heavy Gauss cannon packs a good punch, but it is only effective at middle to shorter ranges. Its ammunition capacity is also horribly limited, as it always tends to run out of rounds before it has even managed to breach the defenses of a formidable alien warship. Finally, it is limited to the Penitent Sisters, which severely restricts how many of them we can field in our expeditionary fleet. Juliet slightly frowned as Vess kept criticizing a mech model utilized by her mech legion, but she could not refute the points. The central projection changed to show a pair of slimmer and lighter machines. Next, we have a pair of submachine gun-wielding mechs in the form of the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Stingripper. Vess continued. While they function as serious ranged mechs, their light and fast-firing ranged weapons are solely designed to fight against mechs and other small craft. They lack the caliber and punch to deal effective damage onto warships. Their effective ranges are also horribly low. These are the last ranged mechs I would pick if I had to muster up a force to confront a fleet of alien warships. The Valkyrie Redeemer and the Stingripper were not weak. Their glows were incredibly useful and synergized well with their technical configurations. However, the Larkinson clan had fought against enough alien warships to learn that fancy tricks could not completely make up for an absence in hard firepower. Vess looked at every journeyman in the eyes. All of these older mech models worked out well enough for us in the Age of Mechs, but now that we have entered the Age of Dawn, we cannot put so much emphasis into fighting small craft anymore. We need to introduce a new line of ranged mechs that excel at damaging warships. I put a bit of thought into what we need, and I have come up with a new mech concept that should give us the mobile ranged firepower platform that we can comfortably field in large numbers. The central projection unveiled a draft design that was unlike any of the other mechs displayed before. The entire meeting room fell utterly silent as every journeyman became gobsmacked at the sight of the craziest idea that Vess had unveiled in this session. Sir. Dulo Voikin tentatively raised his hand and asked. Yes. Is that an elephant? Chapter 5046. Are you drunk? Were you drunk when you came up with this stupid Mech? No. At least I don't think so. I was. In a special creative mood, I guess. To be honest, Vess did not know what he was thinking when he came up with his latest Mech concept. The draft design he showed off today looked like an upright humanoid elephant creature with a pair of solid legs, 4 arms, and a long and flexible trunk. Although it looked formidable at first glance, every decent Mech designer could immediately list its many shortcomings. It was a Mech that did not look like it belonged in a space battle in the slightest. How could Vess possibly come up with such an absurd spaceborne Mech? It was as if he formed a list of all of the deficiencies of the current Mech lineup of the Larkinson army, drank himself stupid, and picked the first ridiculous idea that came to mind in order to resolve as many shortcomings with a single design as possible. Although Vess indeed generated a lot of doubts about this highly unorthodox Mech proposal, he did not dismiss it out hand. When he thought about it a bit more, he found that its logic was actually quite sound. His greatest difficulty was convincing others that he was being serious about introducing this new Mech to the Larkinson army. That is not a dedicated ranged Mech, Ketty stated. It has 4 arms and one of them is holding an axe. Yup, that is because its large frame bestows a lot of mechanical power to its limbs. It is a waste to leave all of that strength untapped. Besides, I don't want this new Mech of mine to be unable to defend itself at close range. It needs to be able to protect its transmission channels from various threats. Gloriana made her own remark. I understand that you positioned the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III as a powerful defensive ranged Mech solution. It is logical to keep it stationary considering its comparatively enormous mass. That is right, honey, Vess replied with a loving smile. Then why are you proposing to design a heavy Mech as an offensive solution? Can you not see how slow it will be when moving in space? Adding this ridiculous Mech to our offensive formations will slow down all of the Mechs that it is accompanying. That is true. Under normal circumstances. This is not a normal circumstance. Explain. Vess smirked and highlighted a specific module in the unusual draft design. Look at its flight system. It's big, right? It can provide a lot of forward acceleration to this hefty Mech frame. Sure, it won't be able to dance as nimbly in the void of space as our light Mechs, but nobody is asking for that. Look at this cruise drive. Don't you think it looks larger and more powerful than the ones in the previous sketches? You guys haven't completely adapted to the Facewater generation. Even if my proposed elephant project is twice as slow as our medium Mechs, as long as its cruise drive can amplify its speed twice as much, it can still keep up with most general offensive maneuvers. His wife looked at Vess as if he had gone completely bonkers. Did you hit your head too hard with that hammer of yours? This is the opposite of a cost-effective Mech. The amount of Facewater needed to fabricate this powerful cruise drive may be 4 times or 10 times as much as the cruise drive of a medium Mech. The scalability of this new and experimental tech is too poor. Vess shook his head. What you are saying is not wrong, but it doesn't matter. We are living in an age where red humanity has fallen into an existential crisis. Multiple alien races from multiple galaxies have the potential to overrun our fragile patch of space in the corner of the Red Ocean. We need to go all out and fight aggressively in order to keep our heads afloat. This ambitious Mech design is a reflection of our need to push our Mechs to the extreme. I think it is better for all of us if you take the time to explain your vision for your latest proposal, sir. Meryl O'Brien spoke up. It will give us more clarification than if you keep replying to these ad hoc questions. You're right. Let's begin with the most distinctive feature of the elephant project. I am sure you are asking why it has 4 arms. Isn't 2 arms standard? Well, this is a heavy Mech, so it has a lot of room for additional modules and weapons. The 4 arms grant my new Mech a lot of flexibility and versatility. One of the arms holds an axe, while the other 3 arms can be used to hold other equipment. For example, our current situation demands a lot of additional hard firepower. The Elephant Project may not be a totally dedicated ranged Mech platform like the Transcendent Punisher, but it can freely carry a pair of transphasic luminar crystal cannons and keep firing them for a long time due to its large energy reserves and high heat capacity. The other Mech designers began to comprehend why Vess did not discard this ridiculous Mech concept out of hand. Even though it looked like a slow and unwieldy heavy Mech, as long as its mobility no longer became an issue due to the addition of a powerful cruise drive, it might actually make for a decent offensive Mech. The key to this machine was that it was multiple times more massive than a typical medium Mech such as a Bright Warrior. This meant that it could bring a lot of hard firepower to the table. The four arms offered the Elephant Project a generous combination of versatility and power. The limbs all looked thick and strong, so they could easily carry a heavy Mech weapon each. Vess displayed various different loadouts in the central projection. In one striking image, the sketch displayed the Elephant Project wielding an axe, a shield, and two heavy luminar crystal cannons. The cannons were especially designed for the Elephant Project, as each of them effectively merged with an arm in order to grant greater stability and control. This particular configuration turned the Elephant Project into a balanced and versatile heavy assault Mech that could fire a lot of powerful energy beams in the approach of a battle. Once the Mech of the Larkinson clan collided with an enemy force, the Elephant Project could either keep providing support at a modest distance or go in and use its formidable bulk and melee equipment to push through weaker defensive lines. The second sketch showed the Elephant Project wielding four heavy luminar crystal cannons, one for each of its thick and solid arms. While the Mech would not be able to achieve high accuracy and precision due to its inherent design shortcomings, it didn't matter as long as it lay siege onto a large warship. In order to keep the hungry energy weapons fed, this version of the Elephant Project mounted additional external battery packs. While the addition of these battery packs increased the mass and decreased the mobility of the Elephant Project, it did not matter as long as the Mech was solely used to bombard starships at a distance. If we had a few hundred of these Elephant Project Mechs in this particular configuration in the last battle, those Weednar warships would have folded twice as quickly as before. While I cannot make any solid predictions about its staying power, a single one of these cannon-wielding heavy Mechs should easily be able to output at least 8 times as much damage as a ranged medium Mech. This is a huge boost in both firepower and efficiency when you consider our limited Mech capacity. Vess had made sure that the Elephant Project remained compact and reasonable enough in size to fit in a standard Mech stable. This was extremely crucial in a situation where the Larkinson clan was unable to acquire more carrier vessels. Replacing a bunch of medium Mechs with Elephant Project Mechs was an easy way to increase the amount of firepower that the Larkinsons could bring to bear against enemy warships. Of course, the Elephant Project might be able to pose a significant threat towards warships, but it was less handy at defeating Mechs. The Elephant Project was completely incapable of dogfighting against other Mechs. While its ability to wield melee weapons may be useful in fending off enemies up close, it would fare particularly poorly against mid-range rifleman Mechs that possessed enough agility to evade many heavy cannon attacks. Still, it was impossible for this proposed Mech to excel in every area. Vess was already happy that the Elephant Project could fulfill a range of different roles by virtue of its large range of viable equipment loadouts. Vess was not completely satisfied with this particular weapon combination. He did not come up with the Elephant Project just to carry 4 heavy luminar crystal cannons to a fight. He might as well remove the arms and affix the cannons directly onto the large Mech frame if this was the case. He changed the projection to a configuration that looked a lot different from the other ones. While one of its arms still held an axe, the other 3 arms appeared to be holding thick and armored cables. That looks familiar, Gloriana spoke. It should, Vess grinned. Remember the blessed squire that we designed all of those years ago? This is the jumbo spaceborne version of that old design. Those cables are designed to mount on other friendly mechs, particularly ranged mechs, for the purpose of supporting them. These cables can not only siphon excess heat away from other machines, but also channel energy so that the recipients can fire their energy weapons once again. This was a completely different way for the Elephant Project to contribute to a fight. While it was a lot simpler for the Elephant Project to wield a bunch of cannons and open fire on enemy targets, it would be horribly lacking in precision and efficiency. Instead of undertaking this role itself, the heavy mech could instead support other ranged mechs that were much better at this job. If we employ the Elephant Project as the spaceborne version of the Blessed Squire, it can substantially increase our weight of fire at the beginning while also increasing the staying power of our mechs if a battle ever rages. Vess explained his rationale. Compared to the mechs of the Cross Clan, our own mechs tend to get exhausted a lot sooner. This is a deadly flaw that can screw us over in any large battles that drag on for hours. It is extremely unwieldy to force our exhausted machines to return to their motherships in order to replenish their spent energy cells. What we need is a more dedicated support mech that is filled to the brim with energy cells and heat sinks that can quickly and urgently replenish our combat machines in the field. This was actually a good argument. It was similar to the one that justified the existence of the Blessed Squire, though its glow wouldn't be too unique in a mech army that was already flooded with living mechs. Gloriana actually looked as if she was starting to come around to this idea. After all, she already supported and participated in the development of the original Blessed Squire. How quickly can the Elephant Project replenish a friendly mech? That depends. I need to look further into the right technologies, Vess responded. I am hoping that the Elephant Project can fully replenish a friendly mech in a minute or less. This way, the heavy mech can hang back and avoid attracting too much enemy fire. Any longer than that will not only make it too conspicuous, but also make the mech too vulnerable to enemy counterattacks. It would be great if connecting to one of its cables could quickly replenish the energy reserves of a ranged mech by 20% or so in a matter of seconds. This was enough to enable a completely drained machine to contribute to a battle for a respectable amount of time. Why did you decide to add an elephant trunk to the mech, Vess? Keddies couldn't help but ask. No offense, but it makes your mech look dopey. How eloquent, Vess replied with a smirk. I added it because it adds a theme to my mech. Besides, this trunk is not a piece of decoration. You can think of it as an additional limb. It can serve a surprising amount of uses, from grabbing an extra piece of equipment to repelling enemies that can get too close. Since we are talking about a heavy mech, this design has more than enough capacity to accommodate an extra strong limb. Chapter 50-40, 7 Fulfilling Needs. Nobody knew what Vess was thinking when he proposed a mech as ridiculous and counterintuitive as the Elephant Project. The Larkinson army needed a powerful and fairly mobile ranged mech in order to serve as the mainstay in every battle against warships. Why did Vess suddenly propose a crazy elephant mech with 2 thick legs, 4 meaty arms, and an elephant trunk of all choices? Sure, the mech offered a lot of value in theory. Its thick armor, its high carrying capacity, its versatile weapon choices, and its ability to provide support to other friendly mechs could all help the Larkinsons defeat their opponents faster. But mech design was never a simple game of stacking one feature on top of each other. The combination of parts and design features had to synergize well with each other. The configuration also had to result in a reasonable allocation of resources in order to be competitive. The mech also had to fulfill a real need for the end users in order to justify its usage in battle. Right now, the journeyman of the design department questioned all 3 points with regards to the Elephant Project. The previous design projects, such as the Storm Sword Project and the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman II project all had solid justifications that made them more than worthwhile to the Larkinson clan. The same could not be said for this crazy boondoggle of a design project. Gloriana looked more pensive than most. Do you think that face water grows on trees? The requirements and expectations that you have set for the elephant project will result in a Mech design that will absolutely drain all of our face water reserves. No Mech aside from our expert Mechs will demand more face water in its construction than this illogical heavy support Mech. Vess remained unconcerned. You are not wrong about the high cost of producing this Mech, but that is not necessarily a disadvantage in my book. The large investment of resources will absolutely pay off once we have a few hundred copies of these new heavy Mechs in our lineup. They can serve as powerful heavyweights in space and on land. They are flexible enough to fulfill one role or another role. They will pay off their cost. Face water, Gloriana repeated the word. You can fantasize about your elephant project all you want, but if our clan doesn't have enough face water to produce your new Mech in sufficient quantities, you will waste the time spent on designing a Mech that you can only admire in a projection. The face water requirements won't be a problem, dear, he told his wife in an annoyed tone of voice. Do you think that our expeditionary fleet is roaming the Torald Middle Zone without aim? Our alliance is currently in the middle of preparing for a greater action. I can't say much about it, as we still don't know much about our targets, but we should gain a sufficient amount of face water to meet all of our immediately needs if we succeed. Vess was a clan leader as well as a Mech designer. He had access to more information than his fellow Mech designers, and he also had the power to steer the direction of the expeditionary fleet. He originally set up his clan to fulfill his needs as a Mech designer, and it had done a great job at that. The clan played an even more important role for him now that Red humanity had entered a much more dangerous era. Though many people still expressed skepticism towards the Elephant Project, Vess used his prerogative as a leader to turn it into a formal Mech design project. He roped in Sarah Voikin, Meryl O'Brien, and Tiffy Coslone as well. The three women did not look particularly enthused to spend so much time on designing a difficult and overcomplicated heavy Mech, but their expertise could all play a useful role in rounding out the design. What of an actual rifleman Mech, sir? Miles Tavar asked. While it is clear that your elephant project can offer heavy fire support in assaults, we still need a more potent rifleman Mech that can offer superior performance compared to a more general-purpose Mech such as our Bright Warrior. He was right. The Elephant Project could not replace the role of a rifleman Mech due to its high mass, terrible maneuverability, and lack of focus. Vess leaned back on his seat and steepled his fingers together. I have a different plan in mind when it comes to this particular requirement. I am sick of being forced to take the lead on every ranged Mech design project. We haven't been doing our utmost to recruit a journeyman who specializes in ranged Mechs. I intend to remedy that in the following weeks. I will either recruit a suitable Mech designer or settle for collaborating with a third party. A third party? Kedys questioned. Aren't you contradicting yourself again, Vess? I thought our priority was to reduce our dependence on external consultants. You're right, but these are special times, Vess patiently responded. While it is true that we cannot put much trust in a random Mech designer, I am sure I can leverage my network to find a more trustworthy candidate. At least give me time to find a good recruit or collaborator. If I don't find any, we can always gather together and figure out a solution ourselves. He already had a few ideas where he could find a decent ranged specialist. The meeting continued as the Mech designers proposed numerous other design projects. Numerous journeymen were still too preoccupied with ongoing projects to think about proposing any new designs, but that was okay. It was also necessary to update the designs of existing Mech models, particularly their commercial products. The changes brought about by exotic radiation at least demanded an adjustment to the material composition of every design. As the meeting almost came to a close, Gloriana addressed the need to design 2 new high-tier expert mechs. It is high time for us to begin our development of the expert mechs for your grandfather and your uncle, she told her husband. I will take the lead on the Jupiter project for General Ark Larkinson. I have taken the first steps of understanding what he seeks in a new expert mech. You should take the lead on the Blood Star Mark Roman II project. You possess the greatest understanding of the Carmine system integrated with the current stopgap mech. Although Vest's design schedule had already grown cramped from accepting so many new mech design proposals, he did not refuse this additional burden. His grandfather was family. Benjamin deserved to pilot the best possible living expert mech that his grandson could design. I think you should take a look at. I will do it, but it will probably take a lot of time to complete this project, he told her. The Carmine system introduces a lot of new possibilities, but also adds a lot of new complications. Doesn't the Bastion already prove that your Carmine system is operating stably, sir? Dulo-Voikin asked. The Bastion is different from the Blood Star, Vess responded. The Carmine system is an addition to Venerable Janzi's expert mech. Its importance is much greater for my grandfather's mech. It is right there in the name. In order for Venerable Benjamin Larkinson to rise again, he must learn to tap the power of blood, and the upgraded version of his current machine will help him do so. The Blood Star represents the emergence of a completely new category of mechs. His grandfather's life was literally at stake, so Vess did not dare to take this project lightly. After a bit more discussion, the meeting finally came to an end. While not everyone accepted as many new mech design projects as Vess, it was not a big deal as every journeyman had many ways to remain productive. What mattered to Vess was that he needed to speed up the upgrade cycle of the Larkinson army and turn it into a much more effective hunter of alien warships. He wanted to improve his standard mech units to the point where they could defeat a fleet like the most recent one, without relying on the overwhelming combat power of an ace mech. Once his forces progressed to this point, Vess would feel much more relieved with splitting them up and allowing them to undertake independent missions. Several hours later, Vess sat behind his desk terminal and started to frown. He had looked into easy recruiting prospects, but found no journeyman mech designer who satisfied his conditions. Many mech designers who used to be available for hire quickly found employment, as a lot of different states and companies wanted to prepare for the harsher times ahead. Manpower became a lot more precious, as this was no time to hold back anymore. The mech community needed a lot of mechs that were specifically designed to fight against formidable alien warships. More importantly, all of these groups also sought to investigate and exploit any powerful advantage produced by exotic radiation. It took a lot of time and effort to conduct broad research in this emerging field, and hiring additional journeymen was a great way to gain a lot of qualified and at least somewhat sensitive researchers. Damn. If Vess couldn't find an available mech designer who specialized in ranged weapons, then he could only take a step back and seek to collaborate with a cooperative individual. Though Vess did not make much progress on this front, he at least managed to complete his preparations for the courses that he was hired to teach in the upcoming semester. Our department has just received the last shipment of living mechs from the Hex Federation. The projection of his teaching assistant joyfully said, "They are truly fantastic in every way. We paid extra to convince the Hex Army to send a complete collection of up-to-date mechs. I admire the Valkyrie Redeemer the most. The way its glow can induce a strong feeling of death and finality is profoundly disturbing. It succeeded in breaking the rhythm of the mech pilots working in security." Vess found it rather strange that a Terran mech designer would gush so much about a bunch of second-class mechs. "My works are fairly simple compared to the first-class multi-purpose mech that Terrans such as yourselves are familiar with. There is not much substance to my mech once you look past their glows and such." Alexa shook her head. "You do not need to disparage yourself, Professor Larkinson. Your mechs may be inferior in terms of tech, but the effectiveness and applicability of your design philosophy are not in doubt. I am convinced that your future first-class Mech designs will do just as well." Vess scratched his head. "Did I tell you that I am trying to promote to a first-class Mech designer?" "No, but it is easy to make this deduction. You would not have worked hard to gain employment at a first-class university like ours if you were content with designing second-class Mechs. It also fits an existing pattern, as you have already left third-class Mech design behind. Your overflowing talent combined with the victories attained by your clan all support the conclusion that you are strongly driven by your ambitions. You know me quite well." "I am a Terran. I always do my research, Professor," Alexa grinned. They talked a bit more about the disposition of the living Mechs received by the Eden Institute of Business and Technology before they spoke about the enrollment numbers. "How many students have registered for my courses so far?" Vess asked. "The numbers are fairly good considering that you are a first-time professor with a second-class background. 14 fourth-year Mech design students have signed up for your Introduction to Living Mech Design elective course. 100 fifth-year Mech design students are assigned to your Advanced Manual Superfab Operation elective course. In truth, many more students applied for this particular course, but Master Layla DeVos imposed a quota to keep your classes manageable." That was understandable. Vess was still new to all of this and could not oversee too many students. "What about my Frontier Wisdom course?" Alexa grinned. Chapter 5048, Terran Challenges. Vess established a good working relationship with Miss Alexa Stryker. Though he only met a few months ago and only ever spoke to her by remote, the teaching assistant assigned by the Eden Institute of Business and Technology never proved to be a hindrance. In fact, it was the opposite. He could hardly think of a more perfect assistant. Not only did Alexa prove to be diligent and knowledgeable in her work, she also supported Vess in a sincere and unprejudiced manner. Vess expected that he would have to work hard to earn the approval of the Terrans and overcome their ingrained bias against a mere second-rater like himself. After all, they were part of one of the great powers of the human race, and possessed a long heritage that stretched all the way back to the Age of Stars. Perhaps it was party of her training, or perhaps she genuinely respected his accomplishments. Whatever the case, Vess found Alexa to be an excellent confidante as he prepared to teach a bunch of formal classes at a legitimate university for the first time. While Vess had no illusions that other Terrans would prove as tolerant and easygoing as Alexa, he at least became a lot more confident about his ability to teach his upcoming classes with the help of a supportive insider. He would never be able to navigate all of the rules and handle all of the paperwork correctly without an attentive assistant taking care of the bureaucracy on her end. He also doubted that he would have been able to become aware of all of the invisible cultural rules that Terrans cared about the most without the guidance from his teaching assistant. Nonetheless, Vess clearly understood that Alexa could only help him in peripheral matters. He still needed to do the heavy lifting of imparting useful theories to his students and helping them acquire new proficiencies. If his teaching content and teaching methods turned out to be inadequate, then the Eden Institute would never be able to justify his continued employment. Vess would lose what might possibly be his only early opportunity to get in touch with a lot of first-raters at this stage in his career. It became crucially important that he not only made his students smarter and more competent by the end of the semester, but also gained their approval in the process. The Eden Institute especially marketed your new Frontier Wisdom elective course to all of our students, Alexa explained. Given the content of your subjects, it offers more appeal to our business students than our Mech design students, as the former are more likely to attain leadership positions where they have enough agency to make use of the knowledge that you have taught. Vess nodded in acknowledgement. I already expected as much. The syllabus for this course is not particularly heavy on technical matters. How appealing is Frontier Wisdom to the students of the Eden Institute? This course has proven to be particularly popular, but not always for the right reasons. There are students who clearly signed not because they take your wisdom seriously, but because they wanted to coast through an easy class where they hardly need to employ complicated science or academic theories to earn a passing grade. That sounded a bit insulting to Vess. He tried his best to turn frontier wisdom into a legitimate and useful package of lessons. While it is true that frontier wisdom is not academic, I don't intend to make it easy for people to pass, he stated in a severe tone. Are professors allowed to issue graded assignments where students have to navigate challenging situations in highly realistic simulated environments? Alexa nodded. Yes, this is a common teaching and grading method in any first-class school, particularly universities such as ours. Each of our graduates must be well prepared to utilize what they have learned to solve real problems in professional settings. If you intend to do more than hold exams for this course, then you will need to prepare simulation scenarios in advance. Don't worry, I think I will be able to whip up a few exciting scenarios that will test the courage and the decision-making abilities of my cute little students. Vess deviously grinned. By the way, how many students have signed up to learn what I have to teach about frontier wisdom? The dean has set the limit at 250 students, Alexa replied. Around 2/3 of them are business majors, while the remaining third consist of Mech design and other majors. They are not restricted by years, so you will have to lecture first-year students as well as 5-year students. That sounded a bit messy, but Vess could deal with it. He only thought that it would be a bit of a burden to grade the assignments and exam papers of so many individual students. Vess and Alexa continued to discuss the logistics of his upcoming classes. The new semester was scheduled to start fairly soon, which meant that Vess had to reserve numerous time slots in his weekly schedule to fulfill his teaching obligations. All of this work significantly decreased the amount of time he would be able to spend on his core job of Mech design. It would be difficult for him to complete all of his new design projects in a tight time frame. Still, Vess did not regret applying to teach at the Eden Institute and agreeing to teach 3 different courses. As long as he survived the first semester, he would gain a solid foothold in a first-class community. It would become easier than ever for him to learn the comprehensive aspects of first-class Mech design by taking advantage of his employment relationship with an authentic Terran university. The greatest challenge at the moment was to find a comfortable balance between his 2 major obligations. Doing well in his teaching job facilitated his long term of becoming a first-rater I think you should take a look at. Doing well in completing his current batch of design projects directly increased the performance of his troops and increased his probability of surviving future crises in the short and medium term. If Vess truly had to make a choice, then he would pick the latter over the former without any hesitation, but he was confident that it wouldn't come to this point. He just had to make sure that he was productive enough to complete his enormous workload in time. Once Vess and his assistant completed their discussion on more mundane but necessary topics, they began to speak about other matters. I have received information that the fleet you are traveling on has just defeated a fleet of alien warships. Alexa spoke with a hint of concern in her voice. Although the Golden Skull Alliance did not take the initiative to broadcast any information about this battle, it was not particularly hidden. The Red 2 maintained a database that tracked many important events in the war between Red humanity and the indigenous aliens. Vess nodded. That is correct. We earned 300 million MTA merits from this battle. This is probably a small sum to a Terran like you, but it is still a respectable reward for second-raters like myself. It's a shame that our clan had to split the reward with 4 other pioneering groups. Pardon me for asking this, but do you ever feel nervous about the possibility of losing or dying? A senior Mech designer of your status and attainments is not required to accompany troops as they enter into dangerous territories. Why do you insist on risking your own life when you can easily do your work in the rear? There is always a possibility that an alien warship will launch a superweapon that can instantly destroy your ship. The two Mech designers made for a stark contrast. Vess appeared completely relaxed, as he did not think his situation was anything special. Meanwhile, Alexa looked as frightened as if she was the one who risked her life in an expedition. My answer to this question is a bit complicated, Vess calmly replied as he motioned for his assistant to relax. One will explain my perspective during my frontier wisdom classes. I think you will be able to get a fairly complete answer by that time. Is there no other choice? The Eden Institute of Business and Technology has never hired a remote professor that actively insists on participating directly in the war against the natives. Our department did not hire you with the expectation that you would actively expose yourselves to combat. At the very least, our department is concerned that an incident might occur that will prevent you from holding your classes in time. Incidents such as dying as a phase whale ripped apart the entire expeditionary fleet, for example. Vess crossed his arms. I am aware that this is a highly unusual situation for your school, but I will not compromise on this matter. The Eden Institute knew what it was getting when it chose to hire me. The risks are real, but I think that a Mech designer like myself, who is proactively working to secure Red Humanity's space against hostile aliens, can teach a lot more about frontier wisdom than a stuffy academic whose only notable combat experience is winning a debate against a rival scientist. That was certainly true. Vess may be a second-rater, but he was also an adventurer and a self-made man. The school administration was clever enough to recognize that people like him thrived in times of turmoil. Alexa sighed. We are all concerned about the escalating war. Our Terran alliance is still holding strong, but we are noticing that the Red MTA and Red CFA are not always diligent in protecting our borders. Oh, Vess straightened his back a bit. What do you mean by that, Alexa? Human space in the Red Ocean is divided into 3 broad regions. There is the Terran Alliance, where the Eden Institute resides. There is the Red Ocean Union, where you are currently operating from. And then there is the Rubarthan Pact, where those imperialistic rebels have sought to establish a new empire. Her tone clearly turned sour when she brought up the Rubarthans. I know that, Vess responded. Are you saying that the Red Two are pulling their forces away from the borders of the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact? The Mechers and the Fleeters are not being so blatant about it, but our analysts have noticed an increase in the amount of alien raiding fleets that are getting past the defenses organized by the Red Two. We are being forced to dispatch more and more defenders to the front lines to protect our colonies from raids. The cosmopolitans have given the indigenous aliens a good understanding of our societal divisions, so our Terran Mech forces must resist much stronger alien raiders than the ones that you are likely to face. That sounded interesting to Vess. He did not really pay attention to the differences between the Red Ocean Union and the other 2 broad alliances. I don't think it is likely for the Red Two to neglect their duty to defend your space, he told her. If the Mechers and Fleeters become too negligent, then that will give you Terrans a justification to secede from the current order and form an independent star nation of their own. Our current overlords wouldn't so stupid to give you people this chance. This was a highly charged political subject, so Alexa did not say much more about this matter. Vess still found it interesting to learn about the concerns and developments inside the Terran Alliance. The transition to the Age of Dawn caused a lot of change among the Terrans who ended up stuck inside the Red Ocean that had teleported over to M87's orbit. The separation from their powerful first-rate superstate severely damaged their confidence. The enormous distance between their current locations and old Earth also affected their psyche. The Terrans had always based their identity around their more direct connection to humanity's ancestral planet. Now that they become isolated from the Milky Way, how would they be able to maintain their current identities? The more time passed by, the less the Terrans would have any connections to the planet that inspired their name. Chapter 5049, Human Evolution Disputes. Though Vess did not plan to chat so much with his teaching assistant, when his workload had become a lot more burdensome than before. He did not want to pass up this opportunity to learn useful information. While Alexa Stryker was not particularly wealthy, powerful, or well-connected Terran, she still possessed enough connections to gain a bit of information about major developments related to the Terran Alliance. There is a lot of division within the Red too, but they have already made it clear that they are trying to promote a cultural change within our society, the young and well-dressed woman said. Calling ourselves Red Humanity is but the first step in their master plan to separate us from our original human roots and turn us into an entirely new race of their own making. They may even seek to influence our collective genetic evolution by propagating standardized treatments and gene therapies to various exotic radiation-induced mutations. That sounded like a conspiracy theory, but one that happened to sound plausible. Vess was not fooled by the noble image of the Red 2. He had personal experiences in how the MTA and the CFA were more than willing to break ethical boundaries in order to advance their own interests. The only question was how extensively the Mechers and the Fleeters supported this kind of initiative, and how extensively they would force Red Humanity to adopt the genes of their choosing. Exotic radiation poses a serious threat to any organism that has never adapted to its effects in the past. Vess spoke in a less judgmental tone. Almost the entire population of Red Humanity will require treatment in order to reduce their chances of growing ill. They will also need further adaptation to take better advantage of the new conditions and draw strength from E-energy radiation. It makes sense to pool all of the solutions together and form a range of common responses that are proven to be safe, reliable, and effective. Alexa immediately shook her head. That will never, Professor Larkinson. The Red 2 will have to go to war against the Terran Alliance if they attempt to dictate our gene development. Besides, the Red Association and the Red Fleet are too opposed to each other to agree on a single racial evolution strategy. His curiosity grew. He hadn't come in touch with this before, but now that he learned about it, he could not leave it alone. Oh, how do they differ from each other? The Red Association is more open to the idea of making Red Humanity more receptive to exotic radiation. This means that the Mechers want to make Red humans more sensitive to the changes induced by E-energy radiation. This has great potential, as it gives every person the potential to become exceedingly powerful by absorbing energy from the environment. That sounded exactly like what the transhumanist faction would do. Perhaps the other factions might not be as enthused about this direction, but even they should be willing to take certain risks to enable the rise of exponentially more high-ranking Mech pilots and Mech designers. The Red Fleet, on the other hand, is more cautious towards extreme changes. The Fleeters historically came about as a counterforce to the madness sweeping human civilization at the end of the Age of Conquest. Many Fleeters think that letting humans evolve and modify their genes without as many restrictions as before will birth a great number of extreme personalities who can do untold damage to our civilization. That sounded logical, but it sounded short-sighted as well. Exotic radiation possessed too much potential. If the Fleeters did not want to take advantage of it, their rivals might easily overtake them in time. Are the Fleeters really resistant towards adapting Red Humanity to M87? Vess questioned. Not completely. Alexa shook her head. The Red Fleet is not monolithic. Each fleet admiral has a different viewpoint. My prediction is that the Fleeters will form a consensus around restraint. They will not discount the benefits that exotic radiation can provide to their own race, but they will err on the side of caution. The Fleeters much prefer that Red Humanity develops a high degree of immunity towards the negative effects exotic radiation. That sounded rather safe, but Vess knew enough about biotechnology and spiritual engineering that it was impossible for the Fleeters to have it both ways. Making people more immune to effects of E-energy radiation effectively translated to sabotaging their spiritualities. People wouldn't be able to break through and breach the extraordinary threshold as often, all so that they are less likely to go insane due to any wild increases in power. It still made a certain amount of sense to the Fleeters, as they were the strongest proponents of conventional human technology. They essentially wanted to bet all of their chips on the assumption that their superior technology would become strong enough to defeat any pretender gods and alien cosmic horrors that were sure to emerge from Messier 87. Although it sounded no different from burying heads in the sand, Vess did not think the Red CFA was run by stupid people. If the Fleeters had enough confidence in their technological prowess, then maybe they were on the cusp of developing powerful new technologies that safely leveraged the power of exotic radiation without causing people to sacrifice their humanity. Vess rubbed his hairless chin in thought. This subject sounded more and more profound and impactful to his life than he initially thought. What about the Terran Alliance? What does your polity think? Our opinions are just as divided as everyone else's, but one of the points that has reached wide consensus in our community is that we must retain as many ties to our human identity as possible. The teaching assistant solemnly spoke. There are already suggestions floating around that advocate uplifting our original race to a superior one. The extreme pursuit of power and longevity may cause our genes and phenotypes to distort to such an extent where we begin to call ourselves elves or another inhuman name. Don't you think that this is a monstrous development? I think you should take a look at. Vess shrugged. Haven't the dwarves already done that? They are doing pretty well as of late. Heavy gravity variant humans are still humans, the young lady heatedly insisted as she placed her hands on her hips. Developing this genetic variant was a mistake born out of greed. Humans should have never tampered with their genetic code to this extent. We are all children of old Earth. It was baseline humans who originally arose from our home planet during the Age of Stars. It was their natural descendants who relied on a combination of cunning, strategy, and scientific brilliance to expand our holdings over much of the Milky Way during the Age of Conquest. The proliferation of extreme genetic modification only came later, and it has made our race worse in every fashion since. That sounded quite logical, but Vess knew that the full story was a lot more complex than what was written in the public history books. So what do the Terrans actually support? Are they in favor of any form of genetic modification or not? Aren't you people all supposed to be designer babies or something? He asked in a confused tone. Our designer babies and genetic modification treatments are much more centered around optimizing and improving our inherent human genes, she replied. I have heard that there is a great amount of potential in the baseline human genome. Tapping specific genes and eating a rich diet of exotic fortified substances is enough to comprehensively attain superior performance without sacrificing your humanity. Anything that our human genes cannot do, our implants can do. If we have to distinguish our variety of humanity from others, then I would prefer to call ourselves high humans. This has been our preferred stance during the Age of Mech, and I expect that to persist in the Age of Dawn. This consensus fit with the fairly conservative mindset of the Terrans. They probably relied a lot more on their implants than any other group of first-raters in order to stay competitive with their rivals. The Rubarthans are a lot less restrained towards genetic modification. One take it, Vess guessed. That is partially the case, Professor. The Rubarthans have not formed a common policy towards human augmentation. There are people who hold similar opinions as us, but the majority of Rubarthans are too consumed in their pursuit of power to hold back. They will do anything to increase their competitiveness and attain higher promotions. More radical mutations based on incorporating alien genes in one's DNA introduces much more negative side effects, but their positive effects are stronger as well. The Rubarthans broadly regard themselves as posthumans, although they do not often use this specific term. Interesting. What was better, high humans or posthumans? It sounds like the ideological differences between the Terrans and the Rubarthans mirror that of the Fleeters and the Mechers. Alexa frowned in disapproval. Not many of us would agree to that assertion. None of our ideologies match with each other. At most, our stances may lead us to take positions that are closer. While these differences have never produced too many divergences in the previous era, I predict that they will become much more severe in the Age of Dawn, because E-energy radiation exacerbates every difference and mutation. You're not kidding in this regard. According to my own research, E-energy radiation will leave no human unchanged. All of this sounded like a giant headache to Vess. It was times like these that he was glad that he was not a big shot. He would hate to determine the entire future of his race by making a highly impactful decision on behalf of trillions of humans. "What is your opinion, Professor?" the teaching assistant suddenly asked. "What do you support?" "I don't know. I can't make a decision for everyone, and my own personal genetic evolution is really messy. I am sorry to disappoint you, but I guess that I am more aligned with the Red Association. I may not agree with every stance of the transhumanist faction, but I am their unofficial associate for good reasons. While I agree with you that maintaining a firm connection to our human identity is still essential, I don't think we can survive unless we are willing to take risks and pursue transhumanism. There are ways to attain greater strength without detaching ourselves from what ultimately makes us all humans." His children were shaping up to become powerful primordial humans, from what Vess could tell. Their physiques and their spiritualities might not be as evolved as that of his mother, but continued exposure to exotic radiation may ultimately correct this shortcoming in the future. "I sincerely hope that you will change your mind on this issue," Alexa said as she couldn't hide her disapproval. "In a time such as this, it has become more important than ever to remind ourselves of our original humanity and our ties to old Earth. Red humanity will effectively become extinct from the moment we drop the word humanity and merely call ourselves Reds or another silly label." That was easy to say for a citizen of a first-rate superstate who probably had access to implants that would make Gloriana green with envy. As a Mech designer who climbed his way up from a third-rate state, Vess did not have much tolerance for stuffy old ideas that held him back from improving his own station. Vess stood up from his seat and prepared to say goodbye to his projected companion. "All of this sounds interesting, Miss Alexa, but let's wrap up this meeting. One already know what to do in order to prepare for my first lectures at the start of the upcoming semester. I think I should go back and make additional preparations to ensure that my first Frontier Wisdom class will make a profound and unforgettable impression to the 250 Terrans that want to learn how to survive in a troubling new age." Chapter 50-50 Look, Papa. Vess found it interesting that the upper ranks of Red humanity already held disputes over the future evolution of their race. Given how fractured and disunited any large population of humans tended to be, he had no confidence that the Red II and the first-rate colonial superstates would ever agree on a single evolutionary development strategy. He understood more than most people that the Red MTA would never give up on any means to increase the rate of breakthroughs of Mech pilots and Mech designers. The Mech Trade Association in the Milky Way managed to rise up and become a dominant power with the emergence of many star designers and god pilots. Not that the Red Association found itself cut off from its mother organization and beset by formidable enemies from multiple directions. The Mechers needed to produce as many high-ranking Mech pilots and Mech designers as possible to regain their superiority. The other three powers knew that as well, and preferred not to give the association so much room for development. For example, the Red Fleet's stance was probably the opposite of that of the Red Association. The Fleeters showed clear distrust towards metaphysics and any other phenomenon that they could not clearly control with universal and fundamental sciences. They much preferred to minimize their dependence on a relatively small group of extraordinary individuals and put all of their trust in warships. Vess supposed that the Terrans and the Rubarthans fell between these two extreme positions, with either of them clearly favoring one stance or another. It did not seem likely that the Terrans and the Fleeters would ever team up, though. They had too many contradictions and differences to have any reason to join forces. The dispute over the direction of red humanity's genetic development was just one of the many fault lines that plagued their civilization after the Great Severing. There were many more issues that caused all four top powers to either disagree with each other or reluctantly back each other's positions. This was why Vess ultimately did not show too much concern about the future of red humanity. The Red Two and the first-rate colonial superstates might have a lot of reasons to tear up their relations with each other, but that would only make it cheaper for their external enemies to defeat them in detail. So long as the indigenous alien races of the Red Ocean and beyond all lumped humans as enemies to be exterminated, there was no other choice. After all, the Mechers, Fleeters, Terrans, and Rubarthans all shared much more in common with each other than the indigenous aliens that sought to exterminate anyone who wasn't native to their own dwarf galaxy. This is all going to turn into a big mess, Vess muttered to himself. His thoughts continued to linger over this topic as he returned to his duties and set up his new design projects. Due to the sheer amount of projects he accepted at this time, his work became a lot more cumbersome all of a sudden. Fortunately, most of his projects were collaborations, so he only had to set the overall direction before dividing a lot of work to his fellow Mech designers. Although Vess still had to do the heavy lifting in the Mech designs he had a personal stake in, namely the Elephant Project and the Blood Star Mark Roman II project, he resorted to an option that not many of his peers could replicate. He multitasked. As he sat behind his desk terminal that currently showed the draft design of the Elephant Project, he lifted up his left leg and unsocketed his foot and ankle. Please read at. He then placed his detached lower leg in front of the desk terminal, adjacent to his own. The miniature brain integrated in his psi leg proceeded to transmit commands to the work equipment so that it projected another design interface and loaded the design of the current iteration of the Bloodstar project. Vess showed no restraint as he approached his work in this usual manner. He had already made sure to lock the door to his own design lab and spare other people from wondering how his leg had turned into a fully competent Mech designer all of a sudden. Even then, his own honor guards who silently kept watch over him and his surroundings did not realize that he could allocate a third iteration of himself to his design work. Separated by a distance of over 50 million light-years, a certain cyborg cat perched onto a different desk and used her paws as well as transmitted commands to deftly navigate a different design suite. The beginnings of the transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III soon appeared in front of the silvery cat. Veronica, a ghostly lady, materialized next to the terminal. Would you like to come and play with me again? Maya, not now, sister. I am too busy at the moment. I have a job, you know. Boring, Helena rolled her eyes. Don't disturb me when I am working. I can get a lot more stuff done if I am in my groove. I will have time to play with you later, okay? It's a promise. Vess did not experience any further disturbances as he split up his attention into several different threads. Although he wasn't able to pool them together and focus on evaluating a single project from multiple angles, he found out that he was able to get a lot more work done if he designed several mechs concurrently. As his main body and mind grew a little tired after spending hours on researching the possible high-end parts he should add to the design of the Elephant Project, he signed off from his desk terminal but left his detached leg behind. It was not a big problem for his cyborg leg to continue to work for several days. Vess merely opened a nearby drawer and affixed an ordinary mechanical leg onto the socket of his shortened left leg. He hadn't been able to create an artificial limb that matched the transmission of sensory data and the fineness of control of his psi leg. Getting struck by lightning and sublimating himself somehow produced profound transformations that had elevated his entire being to a higher state, but also made himself further removed from a normal material being. It raised a lot of existential questions about what exactly he was turning into. Would he still fit with any branch of humanity by the time he reached his end state? Well, as long as I consider myself a human in my heart, it shouldn't matter if I evolve into a monstrous freak with a dozen tentacles sticking out of my body. Vess recognized the merits of the general Terran standpoint. The best way for all humans to remain grounded and united in a single broader group was to remind themselves that they were kindred to the people who came from old Earth. It used to be a lot easier for people like Vess, who never even came close to the Sol system, to recognize his lineage from the original humans who stepped out of their home planets. Please read at. An innumerable amount of generations existed between himself and the people who optimistically left for the stars at the time. Even the people who emigrated to the Red Ocean could still imagine an invisible connection that led all the way back to humanity's birthplace. This was because the Greater Beyonder Gate still gave the pioneers and colonists an opportunity to travel back to the Milky Way and navigate all the way to the Sol system. None of this was valid anymore. I think you should take a look at. The forced displacement of the Red Ocean no longer gave any red human the option to make a pilgrimage to the origin of the human race. Perhaps not many red humans realized how badly this might affect their psyche and their image of themselves due to all of the other drastic changes that had occurred. But Vess had a strong hunch that it would become a much bigger deal in the future. Although the Terrans most certainly had selfish motives in mind, their constant emphasis on tracing back humanity's roots to old Earth was an excellent way for people to anchor themselves to a strong common identity. Perhaps the mission that Gaia imposed on the Audiobook family might not be so irrelevant after all, Vess guessed with a frown. He continued to remain distracted by his thoughts as he returned to his grand stateroom and enjoyed dinner with his family. The recent refitting of the Spirit of Bentheim had also included a massive upgrade of his immediate family's personal chambers. The security and luxury of his grand stateroom was incomparable to how it had been in the past. Vess even suspected the survivalists also took measures to increase the defenses of his grand stateroom when they applied their secret upgrades to his flagship. As Vess sat on a couch and held his oldest daughter on his lap while they both watched a soap drama, nobody could count how many years this show had been broadcasted. Vess found it rather amusing that two different versions of the soap came about due to the Great Severing. The entertainment network in the Red Ocean had chosen to create the next season with AL personalities posing as the current cast. At the same time, its mother network in the Milky Way continued on with the original set of actors. This was hardly a unique example. This phenomenon happened a lot in many other industries. As Vess and his daughter continued to cuddle each other while they watched the show, Aurelia even let Mana out to play. Mew. The white Persian cat no longer looked as small as before, but she still had a few years to go before she reached an adult cat form. Mana still looked cute and adorable, though. Imro. Blinky emerged from Vess' head and pounced on his daughter before proceeding to lick Mana's pristine white fur. Mew mew. Yuwa, I don't need a bath, Papa. Stop licking. Hee. I will keep licking you anytime I want as long as you are my little girl. Mew mew mew. Mana became so annoyed at her father's pampering that her form suddenly began to glow and accumulate energy. What? Emro. A bright flash of light and repulsive energy exploded from Mana's form. Emro. Mana managed to throw off his father from her body with the help of this new little trick. As Blinky stabilized his spinning form in the air, the purple star cat looked confused at how his little kitten managed to throw him off with such ease. Emro. Mew. Mana's cute tail rapidly wagged as she had managed to prove herself superior this time. Vess, meanwhile, looked a bit astonished at his daughter and her companion's spirit. That power did not just come from Mana, he said. You somehow managed to leverage the ambient spiritual energy around us and use all of that extra power to push my companion's spirit away. Orelia's braided black locks shook as she confirmed his guess. Vess furrowed his brows. That shouldn't be an easy trick to pull off. It can even be dangerous if you don't exert enough control over the environment. How did you do it? Did you learn it from someone? Mew. I figured it out all by myself, his daughter proudly stated. Ever since the age of dawn has begun, Mana and I have begun to absorb exotic radiation. The more I take it into myself, the more familiar it becomes. One day, I found out that I could exert slight control over the energy around Mana. Look, Papa. Mana eagerly demonstrated her new capabilities by hovering in the air before starting to concentrate. Her form glowed brighter as the young companion's spirit began to attune herself to the environment. The ambient spiritual energy in a few meters around Mana's intangible form began to stir and move in a slow vortex. Vest's jaw almost turned slack at the sight. Somehow, Mana managed to resonate with the surrounding ambient spiritual energy in a way that caused her to blend in the environment as if they were one and the same. Mew,